removing the head of a court. The president does not have the unilateral constitutional powers to remove the president of the court. There are processes laid down in Section 292 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And the process says that the NJC, that is the National Judicial Council, must have investigated that supposed allegation. And then based on that recommendation to the president, then the president and an address from the two-thirds majority of the National Assembly, the president can now, in its wisdom, proceed to remove the CJN from office or the head of any court. What we saw happen 4 or 5 years ago was a total disregard and, a rape of the constitutional provisions of Nigeria. And we as Nigerians must continue to speak against these ills in our society if we indeed want to have a country we can call our own and a judiciary that will indeed be the hope of the last common man. Thank you.
All right. Quickly, maybe we just read some part of that judgment. And it said some things that, in relation to appeals number, because of time, CA/837/5C 2019, it is settled that the Code of Conduct Tribunal lacks jurisdiction to try and convict the appellant, a judicial officer, without first resorting to the NJC, that's the National Judicial Council, in accordance with the following decisions: Federal Government versus Ngajiwa 2022, Ngajiwa versus Federal Government 2018, Opene versus NJC 2011, and secondly, that the tribunal lacks jurisdiction to have tried and convicted the appellant even after the appellant had tendered his voluntary retirement letter and same was accepted unconditionally by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, among others. And these are some of the things that, causing this worry to many Nigerians to say, this is, we are talking about a judicial officer, the highest ranking at that time. And of course, we're talking about legality, Code of Conduct Bureau. These should be eminent persons in charge of, seeing that things are well done, documenting the assets of the people. Lawyers, by the way, the man in question is a lawyer. We are talking about the judiciary. So some of these provisions of the law have always been there. But the CCT went ahead and do all of these things that were done. Now, because of time, let me speak to Barrister Agi. Where does this leave our institutions? Because it seems like sometimes he who pays the piper dictate the tunes, and it's supposed not to be that way. My colleague Evelyn has talked about the separation of powers over and over. The judiciary, the executive, and of course, the legislative arm. Why does it look like the person at the helm of affairs sometimes can just have an overriding effect? And where does this leave our institutions? We have the grand norm, a law, and a nation to run. Is this how to go about it?
Absolutely not. And that is why some of us will always canvass, for, the total independence of the judiciary, particularly when it comes to the relationship between the judiciary and the executive. You find that the judiciary in Nigeria today is more or less like an appendage of the executive arm, and that is why the orders of court are flouted, with impunity, and nothing is done at the end of the day. In fact, as we are today, you will remember sometime in 2016, 2017, when the houses of, Supreme Court justices were boggled into, by security, agencies on the ground that, they were carrying out investigations and all that. The houses were raided, So these are the issues. The institution, the judiciary in Nigeria, does not seem to have, or to exercise its, powers to the extent that the Constitution has granted it. And that is the issue. And again, you can link this to some of the quote unquote favors that the executive does for the judiciary. Only recently, my organization, Citizens Gabriel, published a report based on some of the allocations, allocations made by Minister Wike, to the judiciary. We tried to look at what he did from 2015 till date, and we counted no less than 10 different projects, that he did for the judiciary. And some people were asking, look, why the sudden, why the concentration on the judiciary? For many of us, we advocate that if anything should be done for the judiciary, it should come through the NJC, right? Because first of all, the agency is not only the body that disciplines judicial officers, it's also the body that is responsible
Barrister
for
Agi, but is that wrong?
Yes, sir.
Is it unconstitutional to make for a minister or a governor to say, I'm going to make life more better for the judicial officers, knowing fully well it used to be one of them. Barrister Wike is a lawyer. Minister Wike, as a governor, he gave them quarters, he tarred their road, and he has started the same thing in Abuja as well. Is it unconstitutional? Is it illegal?
Well, so it's not illegal, and that is why nobody is challenging it, right? But we're saying that there may be a motive behind it. For instance, like I said, critics are looking at it this way, that some of those interventions that Barrister Wike does for the judiciary, for instance, that there are some form of, favors that he's kind of paying back for favors that were done to him, right? For instance, and I'm talking about one of the critics is Professor Chidi Odikalu. If you follow him on Twitter, you would have seen some of the tweets he has put out in respect of this. That some of the things that we see Wike is doing today, though, like you said, not illegal, but that these are meant to curry favors, for him. And in fact, Sowore, for instance, accused Wike, formally of, being or having the judiciary in his pocket. And this is the issue. And again, you will remember that there was a recent report that was released by the MBS, and it's indicting the judiciary, saying that when it comes to bribe collection, that the judiciary is ranked number 1. Right? So these are the issues. The relationship between the judiciary and executive, you would hardly find a what do you call it? A separation so much such that with the way things stand, it is difficult, right? It is difficult for the judiciary to act on its own whims and caprices without resort to the executive. And that is why we see some of these things happen. So,
all right.
Well, on the one hand, it's like I said, justice for democracy that at the end of the day, the Court of Appeal has found Onegin not guilty of what he has been convicted for and has been acquitted of sin. Good and fine, right? But how are we sure that this will not repeat itself? Knowing the kind of country that we run today, also knowing how greatly the judiciary relies on the executive for some of these favors. Right? Why can't things be done the right way?
All right.
So these are our arguments, basically.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much, Barrister Agi. I'd like to know if Barrister Sule is still there.
Yes, Evelyn.
Okay. Can you speak to what Barrister Agi says about the executive doing some favors for judicial officers, and critics are seeing it as to curry favor. A lot of people have also spoken to the quality of judges that we now have, especially at the top gear, saying the quality of judges we have, some of them, we can say they have questions to answer, but this is also speaking to the standard of our judiciary. So I'd like you to speak to what Barrister Agi says about the executive providing some favors or doing some favors for the judiciary, which is seen as to curry favor. Remember that the federal government increased the salaries of judicial officers by 300%.
Yeah.
And people says this is not just for goodwill, it's for the future. And people are scared that we might not have a judiciary that will dispense justice without fear or favor.
Evelyn, thank you so much for, putting that in very great perspective. And I totally agree with my colleague who has actually laid a great foundation for pivoting on this conversation. We do have a body recognized by law, which is the National Judicial Council, responsible for the welfare, administration, sanctioning, and discipline of judicial workers. And, legally, I have strong reservations about what the current minister of the FCT, Leonard Senior Nyesom Wike, has constantly been doing. Wike is a very clever minister and very senior member of the Nigerian bar, who also sits as a body of benchers. And, it is not something that we should be discussing about in this legal profession. Wike has no business with consistently, I use the word consistently, providing for the needs of the judiciary. There is a body by law recognized and charged with that responsibility. And what you've seen over the years is where we have now reduced the judiciary to like a child that has no source of income without going to the parent to consistently ask for favor. He who pays the piper dictates the tune.
Barrister Sule, very quickly because we are pressed for time. Barrister Agi says it's not like it's illegal, but probably morally speaking, it's wrong. Do you think such a matter should be discussed within the legal frame and probably put into the Constitution for the executive not to outrightly provide, some basic things for the judiciary?
Evelyn, we do have a constitution that provides for our judicial, the welfare of judiciary officers should be handled in this country. So Wike and his court knows what they are doing. The continuous pocketing of our judiciary officers in disguise of taking care of their welfare stands strongly condemned. We cannot.
But he has not broken the law, has he?
This is not about the issue. This is about the issue of morality, and we should.
Yeah, I am speaking now. Do we consider putting that in the perspective of the law, like putting it into our system, our constitution, for it to be probably, criminalized or something?
I mean, I don't. Well, if that would help stem this whole situation in the tide, well, that would be strongly recommended. But as it stands now, I think it's not appropriate. Morally, it stands condemnable. Legally, there are no cause for saying anything has been breached. But we know how polarized the country can be, where somebody continues to do favor for you. It will be very challenging for you to make a ruling that would not suit the needs and the requests in which they make from you. Although we have not seen any concrete evidence to say that the continued welfareization of judicial officers have influenced their decision, but on the grounds of morality, I think we need to reflect on that and really call the minister into book and say, no, this has to stop, and the NJC should take full responsibility of the welfare of judicial workers in Nigeria. And this whole disguise of building quarters for them, it doesn't speak well of our judiciary, and I take very strong exception to that.
All right, very quickly, still with you, Barrister Sule, and I would also pose a question to Barrister Agi. The Human Rights Writers Association, RIWA, has described this recent judgment as half justice. They believe that judgment should have been meted also to the executive for, carrying out such, action against the CJN at the time. In fact, they are saying or advising the famous CJN Walter Onoga to sue President Muhammadu Buhari for defamation.
I mean, yes, he has a legal right to pursue that if he feels he has been defamed by the former president, Muhammadu Buhari. But quite frankly, generally, I think this is just like the system itself catching up with one of its principal members. And that's why I've consistently called for the reform of the judiciary. Just imagine from 2019, it took us solid 4 or 5 years for us to get a final decision on whether or not the CJN was legally removed from office. And this calls for a deep reflection for us as a country. If the former CJN, my Lord Justice Walter Onoga, feels that he has been defamed by the actions of the federal government and former President Muhammadu Buhari, is so welcome to approach the courts of competent jurisdiction to file an action and seek for damages as a due to him. All
right. Barrister Agi?
Yes, I absolutely agree with my learned friend there. If, of course, the former CJN feels that his right has been infringed, of course, he has every right to approach the court to seek redress. But I also want to ask this. The court of appeal, while acquitting him, did not say he did not, he did not violate the provisions of the Code of Conduct as alleged against him. Don't forget that the judgment as entered by the Court of Appeal was a consent judgment, right? It was based on terms of agreement. So there was basically no room. The Court of Appeal did not determine the matter on the merit, right? So as of today, Walter Onnoghen did not, like, there is no specific pronouncement of the court saying that he did not do those things that he was alleged to have, done. All the court said was that, look, he ought to have been investigated first by the NJC. That was not done. And it was on the basis of that the conviction has now been overturned. So do you see the difference? Now, it will be challenging, a bit for him to now want to go to court to say, look, I was removed from the... yes, fine. The procedure that was followed in his removal was totally off. We all agreed on that. However, the basis for his arrest in the first place or for his trial at the Code of Conduct Tribunal has not been sorted. But of course, like I said, in the first, from the introductory part of my recent comment, I said I had an issue with his, with the acquittal, given by the Court of Appeal. Why? Because what the Court of Appeal has done is that it has closed the door as far as investigation into that matter is concerned. Because for the fact that the Court of Appeal has acquitted him, that means that no security agency in Nigeria can again, very well, So, but the question still remains: did Walter Onnoghen actually committed those breaches, of the Code of Conduct for public officers that he was alleged to have done?
But after he has been acquitted, does that question still survive?
Well, like I say, it doesn't. But you and I know that he wasn't tried on the merit, and that is my concern over that court decision. Yes, please.
Yeah, we have to go. But if I can squeeze in just 15 seconds, is many persons have said this aspersion on the judiciary or the distrust of the Nigerian people with the judiciary or thinking, allegedly that, some of these things happening is just because of, because the judiciary is not that strong as an institution. Many persons have said the bench is one of the weapons fashioned against the judiciary. Apart from the, I'm talking about the bar rather. These people who go to court with some of these frivolous things and use our laws as well, they are lawyers. You are supposed to know. So what do you say to that? That lawyers like yourself, they are part of the pawns in the hands of the big guys.
Well, absolutely. And of course, that is why the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee is in place, to try some of these things. But you find that it would seem that some of these lawyers that do some of these things are hardly petitioned, that is what I think.
And they are the learner seats, the BB guys.
Exactly. So you see, it's them. So it's difficult to, bring them before even the disciplinary committee, not to talk of, sanctioning them. Right. Let me give you an instance. The ex parte order that, was used in removing Justice Onnoghen, the lawyer that moved it, that purportedly moved it, his name was not on the ex parte order. Now, normally, when an ex parte,
I'm afraid we have to go.
Oh, please.
Yeah, we have to run. Well, one of these days, we'll have this conversation in full. Barrister Age, we want to sincerely thank you on the program, senior legal analyst with the Citizens Government, and also our friend in the house as well, Barrister Jacob Sule, all the way from the US. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time and take on this program.
Thank you so much for having us.
Oh, all right. Very well. All we speak to is the betterment of this nation and why we must do our duty. Either you are occupy one office or the other to make sure that this nation is the one that we are all proud of. To our Femi Ojo is my name. We'll make a return tomorrow morning, God willing.
And I'm Evelyn Ohiola. Stay tuned for Spring Trends. Come right after this broadcast.
I am Josh Too Funny. I'm a comedian and I like to make people laugh.
Fly up!
But it's not funny that we're losing our unique gorillas. We only have around 100 left and they are threatened. by habitat loss and traps set for bushmeat. So please say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects us all.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Ademola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, staff welfare, social infrastructure, among others. Living Spring Update, a weekly diary on Rave 91.7 FM and Western Spring Television, Channel 190 Star Times DTT, will extract Governor Adeleke's development agenda for your listening and viewing pleasure. From the bustling market to innovative agricultural initiatives, from the testimonies of civil servants and retirees to the cheers of artisans across the state of the Living Spring, you will discover how Governor Adeleke's administration is driving the economic growth of the state. Stay informed and engaged with Living Spring Update, where we will delve deep into the details of ongoing infrastructural projects, new initiatives in healthcare, education, and other impactful strides being made across the state. Tune in every Wednesday on Western Spring Television at 6 p.m. and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Osogbo.
This iconic African presents the narrative of a man destined to exert an imperishable global influence in Western education. His was a story of a freeborn, captured and sold into slavery. He was born in Oshogun, a native Yoruba village near Iseyin in Okeogun axis of southwest Nigeria. Samuel Ajayi Crowther was the foundation student of Fora Bay College, Sierra Leone, the foremost university where the pioneer set of native Africans were educated. Samuel Ajayi Crowther's greatest contribution to humanity was his translation of the Holy Bible into the Yoruba language. The man who authored the Yoruba dictionary was also credited with the translation of English classic hymns into Yoruba and the Ekwere languages. Samuel Ajayi Crowther's private residence in Badagry, incidentally the first story building in Nigeria, is an archival museum dedicated to the memory of Africa's first bishop. Western Spring Television identifies Samuel Ajayi Crowther as a watershed character in history.
Welcome people to Spring Trends right here on Western Spring Television. Right here we'll speak on issues trending on social media, Facebook, Instagram and X. We tend to also take reactions from netizens. My name is Evelyn Ohiole, welcoming you especially to the midweek installment of Spring Trends, and of course welcoming Femi also to do this with me today. Welcome on board.
The trending Femi, you should have that. The trending Femi.
Okay.
Yeah,
you've added it yourself. I don't have to repeat it again.
Good to be here, by the way.
All right, let's get right into it. The very first story this morning, it seems, it's not like it seems, the national power grid collapsed again yesterday, making it the 10th time it collapsed this year, 2024. The grid was said to have lost power generation around 1:39 p.m. and as of 1 p.m., power generation was 2,711 megawatts, having previously peaked at 3,631 megawatts. And for some areas, or majority of areas in Nigeria yesterday, there was no power supply. Let's take reactions at this time. Timitokpe Murak says, I believe people in the power sector are the ones collapsing this grid so as to be cashing out from it. I mean, David Tokpe's take there. Abed Kwaka says this country is a joke. Most underperforming ministries are power and petroleum, and we do not see a reshuffle, in that particular sector during the last presidential cabinet shakeup. And Nigerians feel the power and the petroleum sector as the least underperforming sectors.
You think the minister
country.
for petroleum should have been fired?
He should have been fired.
Or he should fire himself?
Exactly. Dong Dang LNG says epileptic power system, and I am _Harry says we get light. So Harry is saying that irrespective of the power collapse, we still have the ST power supply in our area. People that always want to, they always want to show themselves. What's up? What do you think about the issue?
I think, just like I've said repeatedly, I said it before we came on air, it's becoming boring. And you know what happens too when something repeatedly happens, especially in Nigeria, we then get used to it. You see that this particular one didn't make such noise as before because we are getting used to bad things. Actually, I think it's high time the authorities declared a state of emergency on this matter. This is one too many. This is a joke. I wouldn't say we are a joke of a nation, to sound patriotic, but then our leaders appear like they don't have we get shame. Actually, the places that they carry this money to, the ones they put their children, the ones they go for medical consultation, if actually in so the power grid they go. So some of them, them, that goes on medical tourism. If they all flight for that place, where una they go? Say una go. These are the issues. Vandalism, very bad. But then do we keep agreeing to that like we are helpless? Like those guys, they keep vandalizing, so everybody must suffer for it. And there is a budget in that ministry every now and then. Underwhelming performance. Although recently some of the proponents or handlers of the ministry or Minister of Power and his supporters are saying, everything has improved. But what kind of gains are we making when actually the whole thing can just and then you have to keep putting it. This is I keep using that word. Maybe you should see it from that perspective. A 64-year-old country doing like 1, 3, 4-year-old, and with all the things that we have, is a shame, actually.
All right. And someone once asked, do we have a power grid or a generating set? Because this looks more like a generator. Exactly. You just switch on and switch off. You get it. But of course, we will continue to hope that things get better, especially in this sector, in the power sector. Let's get on to the second story this morning. The new Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, has abolished the compulsory 18-year admission benchmark into tertiary institutions in the country. Remember that the former Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Mamman, says the educational policy in place is actually puts the benchmark for students to enter into tertiary institutions at 18. And it says that, they will see to the implementation and also total adherence to this policy. But now we have seen that particular statement or policy being abolished by the new Minister of Education. Reactions: Master Dean says, let the kids be mature before going to uni. Less than 18 is not cool. And Zoya Diola says, yes, for now they may remove the 18-year admission benchmark into tertiary institution, but they should start working on regulating that aspect. There is need for control in regards to this. And B City says, Nigeria is a scam. Leave it or take it. Imagine you gain admission into institutions 18 and you did a 5-year course and graduated at 23. Private sectors will tell you they need 10 years of experience. Government set up an age limit to seek for a job. I just speak to you. I mean, BCT is speaking, to the fact that it's good they remove the 18-year benchmark. But then I think there should be a benchmark, probably 16. 16 is cool for me.
I think many persons are talking about that.
Zubai Abdullahi says, even though that is the practice abroad, Nigeria is not yet ripe for that 18-year admission benchmark. What do you think then?
I like to ask this person, but which of the abroad? Because the abroad is not just one. Which of the abroad is it talking about? Yeah. And again, secondly, I think we have said it. 16 sounds fair, especially. Now, it's not just about the JAMB. It's about the SSC. You will not be able to write the SSC as well. So I think for the SSC, it should be left alone. If you can try, go ahead and try. Because that doesn't mean if you try your SSC once, you're going to make all your papers once. So if actually you are starting at 16 and 18, and you're not making it that year, you don't have all the requirements, then you wait again, 19, 20, and then you get into school, and then ASUD will do whatever they want to do. The federal government and ASU and NASU and SANO, all the NASU will do whatever they want to do, and you end up graduating in your mid-20s, and you want to work in KPMG, you want to work somewhere, and they tell you 4 years clinical is an advantage, and here you are, your game is already turning gray. And these are some of the issues as well. I think 16 is fair, but then as for the minister, there's what is called IGR, initial degree. Initial gra. People just come so that you make a policy statement that I'm here. We wait to see the next one. Yeah.
To announce your arrival.
Yeah, yes. Okay. Is he doing anything? He has said that university admission should not be pegged again. No.
Yeah.
Announcing his arrival, we get to see how he manages the ministry. We wish him all the best. But that sector is a very critical part. He has a lot of work on his hands.
All right, let's get on to the next story this morning. This one is actually with a video, and that's a woman that actually, confronted the Minister of Works, David Umahi, saying that 3 of properties that our late husband left for them have been demolished by the federal government because they say it is in the right of way of a particular construction going on. We'll watch this video. We'll come back to take reactions.
I am a stakeholder on that axis, of Waja axis. Our own case is a very, very peculiar one. A lot of the people here, they are aware of my case. I started this real estate business with my late husband, who unfortunately passed on due to cancer some few years back. I am talking, sir. I am so sorry. I don't know how to face the crowd, and I'm naturally a shy person. Please, sir, let me just talk. I do not want you to cut me short or make me to feel I want to disgrace me. Let me talk, sir. Thank you very much. We have 3 estates on that axis. The first one, you took over the estate. It was a joint venture that my husband had with his partner. It was demolished. Compensation was paid to the partner. There was nothing, more or less nothing. The second one has been marked for demolition. I want to say here that all these estates, all these buildings that I'm talking about have CFOs and governor's consent for one of them, 2 of them CFOs. We did the right thing. We are having these problems because people were pushed on the right of way.
All right, and you can see that video of the woman bringing forth complaints to the Minister of Works, and a lot of people had issue with the minister trying to shut her down. People said that was a bit rude. You should allow her speak and listen to her, not try to shut her down.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And I think our public officials should learn how to listen to people.
Listen
to people. Don't just because you're occupying a position which the people actually put the person that puts you there in, and you become all God, and you do not want to listen to what people have to say. Let's take a reaction. Dash_Holmes 1974 says this woman is the reason men should marry smart women and carry them along in case they are no more. You see the way she's fighting. Lovely. And official_liberated says, I can see they are using demolition to acquire properties for themselves. Senate_Core Interior says the minister has been pre-informed about this lady in question, that she is very intelligent. That was the reason he did not want her to speak on that politics. Okay, Senate, where did you get your details from?
FBI things.
And Ruby Dennis 2090 says something her husband thought he was keeping for his family. Nigerian politicians have taken everything away from her and our children. Femi, what are your thoughts? And she made the statement saying that there were some properties that were not demolished because they belonged to some powerful guys, big guys, while those people that do not have people that can speak for them, their properties get demolished.
3 or 4 things for me, and I'll make it very quickly. Number one, that was an articulated woman there. who knows what she's saying. And she didn't allow any aura of any minister or the overwhelming nature of that particular place to overwhelm her. Although she made that point and said, when the minister kept interjecting, I had to say, allow me to talk.
Yes, I'm speaking.
She said, don't disgrace me. I'm a shy person. The minister said, he too is a shy person. We just like to make it. And then she said, the husband, died through cancer. And the minister said, oh, go ahead.
And no empathy.
Even if you are going to prepare and say, oh, sorry.
No
at
empathy.
Least, do like say you care.
No sympathy.
You just say,
nothing.
oh, sorry about that. The woman is not there. She's not making that point because the husband died through cancer. She's just trying to build a case. Allow me. That was a town hall meeting. Let's speak to these issues. And the woman said, okay, we have different things there. Okay, this estate. The woman said, okay, they said this particular, some properties must go because of economic interest. Say, I agree. But the only one remaining for me and my children, please don't touch it or whatever. He said, the minister said, some people said, okay, leave this one for her, only for the property to be touched as well. And said, but there is a particular one. There are some estates that are not touched. Only, and that's, I clap for that woman. I hope those things are sorted. But then our public office holders know that these same people you are trying to shut down, you are working for them. You are not working to favor them. You are working for, and these ministers and history. Remember the report of Arise News as well, Leila Johnson Suleiman, who was speaking. The minister was saying, please come down to my level. I can't hear your English. And the lady said, too bad for you. This is the way I speak. These are some of the Minister Wike too recently.
Yeah, the way he spoke to those
you have a gun. Whatever you are smoking, are you the only one who smoke it? You have a gun. Okay, meet me. And these are some of the things. Yeah. This lot thing in their heads. And I keep saying it, and I say it again, reiterate it. We are the ones who make them feel that way. Yeah. You serve for them. There's a way you make your case and say, okay, this program must just go on. I empathize. I sympathize with you. But we'll see what we can do. If there is nothing we can do, let's see how we can just manage these things. And these are some of our ministers want the perks of office. Our public officials want the perks of office, but they don't want the responsibility. Part of the responsibility is not just to say we are doing project, is to explain. You owe the people explanation. That part, they should have it.
Because, these people have their CFOs given to them by the government. So,
the government, there was one of those people that have the governor's consent.
I have my document. So, if I already got my document from the government, don't you think the government should actually look into this matter and see how it can be a win-win situation, for both parties?
And as for those guys that were saying this is the kind of woman to marry. Oh, I love this guy. You men, you like this. Why they look? You when they give money. And what's that lady on that podcast that said she needs 10 million naira before anybody can talk to her? Cider Budge. Now that one you they follow. I beg go. Leave that woman and children.
All right, we are wrapping up, but of course we won't do that without taking our fourth and final story. This morning we go to the Central African nation, Equatorial Guinea, that has been trending not for something good, not for something bad, but I dare say something terrible.
It's not something good.
There has been a sex scandal that has gone viral on different social media platforms, and this is on the investigation into alleged fraud of Baltasar Abang Engonga, who is the Director General of the country's Anti-Graft National Agency for Financial Investigation, ANIF. When his home was, ransacked or searched by officials, they found tapes and tapes of, sexcapades between him and different women. They said the tapes were up to 400, and some of the tapes have been leaked on social media. But then, Femi, I really do not know why a lot of people are focusing on the sex tapes and not on what actually brought out the sex tape, which is the fraud. Right now, people are not even talking about the fraud anymore.
But then, is making the case to trend.
But then, we're not taking comments on this. Speaking to this guy Baltasar, meanwhile, his name sounds so warrior-like.
Baltasar, right?
Yes.
A warrior.
A lot of people. A bed warrior. A lot of people actually have been talking about this matter and how some people call him a legend. Some people say, oh, he wants to do more than Solomon in the Bible and all of that. But I have an issue with the fact that this man can be a damaged human being.
How do you mean damaged?
Because, he has tapes
What part of the body?
Calm down, Femi. He has tapes of different women he has had sex with. He has them in his home. By the way, this man is married. He has them in his home. And these are not just random ladies. These are people, wives of people related to him. You know, I saw his wife's brother, his uncle's wife that is pregnant, his pastor's younger brother's wife. These are people, minister's wife. These are people that are close to him. And you are having, you know, this genital meet and greet with them, and you are recording it and you are keeping it. What do you want to use it for?
So where does the damage come from?
The fact that he keeps on,
Evelyn, tell me something.
He keeps on having this genital meet and greet with people that are close to him, because yes, he's not even concerned.
The kind of persons that are mentioned that were involved in that.
Yeah, that's why I feel it's damage. He needs therapy.
Really?
Yes, therapy.
Okay, but then you know, if he not sure that right, this is not even popularity.
Yeah.
But for the man, but you talked about the financial fraud is the real issue. If actually it's just about the financial fraud, possibly we wouldn't have had.
Exactly.
It's the bedman that he's doing, and he does it anywhere. Many say, you know, they fear for his life. STDs, STIs. This guy is a working whatever it is. But then I think it has caused ripples in it. And let's be.
And we hear that the government wants to start installing CCTV in offices. I wonder if.
Oh, they go power up. Oh, they know steal the machine.
All right.
Equatorial Guinea. Now what?
That's the show this morning. We'll make a return tomorrow for another interesting time on Spring Trends. Thank you, Femi Ojo, for coming on board. And to you, our esteemed viewers, for doing this with us every morning. My name is Evelyn Ohiola. Have yourself a good.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West. And Western Spring Television is pulling out all the stops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girl got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Entric as we take you into every bit of the now with your favorite celebrities via phone, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Each Centric will be shown on your TV screen on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Ademola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints are updates on Rave 91.7 FM and Western Spring Television, channel 190 StarTimes DTT, will extract Governor Adeleke's development agenda for your listening and viewing pleasure. From the bustling market to innovative agricultural initiatives, from the testimonies of civil servants and retirees to the cheers of artisans across the state of the Living Spring, you will discover how Governor Adeleke's administration is driving the economic growth of the state. Stay informed and engaged with Living Spring Update, where we will delve deep into the details of ongoing infrastructural projects, new initiatives in healthcare, education, and other impactful strides being made across the state. Tune in every Wednesday on Western Spring Television at 6 p.m. and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Oshogbo.
Pangolins help us by eating ants and termites, but they breed very slowly. Just one baby every 2 years. And if we continue to eat them, they will disappear. And we'll have more ants and termites that destroy our food and crops. I know you don't want that, do you? So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Say no. to pangolins, to monkeys, to crocodiles, to snakes. Because protecting nature protects all of us.
Arrested, affected, sound, found. What do we see? What do we say? Flowing from a spring. A fact A to Z. Check and confirm. Ever is pounding current events. Traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bittersweet infos. Guided transmission, even diffusion, vast and fast, detailed facts are fled. Within seconds, nuggets of words that flew across borders are fired. Stories short and long, wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Western Spring Television, as it is.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to the show. Another edition of Pertinent Questions, our interview program on Western Spring Television. Agumbelewo Oshobo. Every 12th of August is International Day of the Youth. The United Nations instituted this special day to celebrate the qualities of young people across the globe. It is a day that recognizes the challenges that today's young people can or sometimes do face in life. Equally true is the fact that the celebration of every 12th of August is an opportunity that offers a chance to raise awareness of the need to ensure the engagement and participation of young people in leadership positions and of course in leadership matters. This year's International Day of Youth, which is now 1 week behind us, had as its theme for the year 2024, From Cliques to Progress, Youth Digital Pathway for Sustainable Development. I see it as a very encompassing theme for the youth. The world of digitization, of course, we know it as being youth-centered. The youth of the globe have utilized it even from the days of the Arab Spring onto our own challenges here, 2020, where we had the NSAS, and very recently we had a strong challenge to bad governance. It is today one technological innovation which the youth have not only imbibed, but have utilized to the full. I have 1 week after International Day of Youth brought into the studio a young man who will talk to us and face the challenges of the time. Perhaps that should explain to you why today I have dressed like a youth. Yes, when you want to go to Rome, you do what the Romans do. This is a way that young men and women dress these days. And so facing a youth, bringing him into the studio to challenge him on certain aspects of life, I have to do like a youth. So, Mr. Yemi Afis Yusuf, it's my privilege to welcome you to this program today.
Good afternoon, sir. Nice to be here.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure, sir.
Good. Youth is that time of life when one can say he's a young man, and this is also a time between childhood and perhaps maturity. That's a broad thing I'm trying to look at. I'm looking at it from that perspective. But you're a young man. So let me begin by asking you, what is your idea about youth?
You see, when you mention the word youth and you want to bring it to reality, you just have to, that's the most important part of your life. Everything you're doing at that time, you have to get it right. It is when you have to be mentally sound, you have to be physically strong, and you have to give it your best for the future. Because when you don't get it right when you are in the youthful stage, you will be the one to suffer the consequences later on in your life. When you are a youth, you are really disturbed mentally, physically. Sometimes you're down just because you face a lot of challenges. So that phase in your life is when it is most important and you have to give it your best.
Okay. The United Nations, for the purpose of statistics, says youth are young persons grouped between the ages of 15 and 24. In Nigeria, it is 18 to 29 years. By the African Charter, African Youth Charter, it is raised to 35 years. So between 15 and 35, you have a whole lot, about 20 years, to do the programming that you try to mention. What challenges face the young population of which you are a part?
I want to say something about the age statistic you just mentioned. Because in Nigeria, the word youth, I can't just seem to find it in some of our some things we do in Nigeria. Because the age 25 to 35 that does not apply to us.
Why?
Because we are being segregated, we are being neglected, we are being abandoned. So when you want to talk about youth in Nigeria, like I'm very happy you dressed like this, because a youth leader somewhere is looking exactly like you are right now, with gray hair. You see them. That's the reality we are in this country. The youth are suffering, while those that needs to retire are calling themselves youths. The youths in Nigeria that I know now starts from the age of 40. Before you can be considered a youth and attain a certain position, be given an appointment.
Why is it so?
Because you people are not ready to accept us.
Okay.
Despite the fact that we are trying our best to prove to you people that we are ready for the future. The future is now. Most things you people are doing, we are still the one doing it for you. But you just don't want to take the back seat and allow us to, be the driver, be at the helm of affairs, which is not right.
Why do you think so? Why do you think we don't?
There are a lot of instances. You still see us as making mistakes. Like you want to do things the right way, which is not so. the right way you have been doing things since 18 Kinikon, 19 Kinikon, 1960, from 1960 till now. Tell me that youth that you have allowed to thrive politically, that at the biggest stage of his life, you know, when that particular age you mentioned, 25. We're not talking about the military.
Okay, I was going to.
No, we are not talking about the military now, because I know you want to go there. We are not talking about the military. Let's go to the political side, democracy. Woo.
The
Meji, you people know what you plotted for him, because he brought some things, and before you know it, it was, you know, it's just like a pawn. When you're playing a game of chess, the big guns are at the back. They look at you and they be like, "This, you be the sacrificial lamb."
Okay.
There are a lot of things you have done that you need to just take the back seat and allow us to thrive.
Okay, let me simmer you down. It looks like it is too early in the interview, and you're already warmed up.
Because you brought it out.
What did I bring out?
The way you just mentioned it, the age bracket shouldn't be so.
Okay. But I didn't quote myself. I was quoting the United Nations, and I also quoted the African Charter.
When you put something on the paper, and in reality it's not like that, shouldn't be.
African Charter has already been shifted it up, increased the bar to 35.
Yeah.
Why do you think the goalpost must change when the United Nations says youth belong to the ages of 15 to 29, and the African Charter says even 35? Why are you, a young man, changing the goalpost?
Look at the theme for the year celebration. You know, there's this thing we call future. When the future, we talk about future, we talk about things that shape the world. Digitally, we are there. The future we're talking about is now.
Yeah.
And the youth know how to maneuver things using digital method.
Okay.
There are a lot of gadgets now. Phone, for instance, if I give it to you, tell you to do a certain simple thing on it, sometimes you can't.
Yeah, I agree.
You have to call me. You understand? I want to use a Yoruba word. Emma Songpe Ajasi Lomo Ile. You understand? So we know how to go about
digitally
all these things you're doing digitally, that to give us a positive result.
Okay.
Let's use Oshogbo, for instance. You know, Oshogbo, we have a lot of road network, right? But I still haven't seen it. Just tell me one TV station, radio station that has been reporting traffic in Oshogbo. We still look at Oshogbo as still a very small city, right?
Yeah.
That we don't need that right now. Let me tell you, in days to come, the rain will come. The rain it's already it started today. The rain will come back. And because of the road network, the construction that is going on, a lot of people will find it very difficult to maneuver.
Yeah.
Using technology, using all these digital means to give updates, to tell people this is how you need to plan your day. Rain is going to fall today. Know how to plan your movement. I'm just giving you tips, small things about why we are in the future now. Sometimes back then, if you want to talk to your brother, you want to talk to your sister, you have to write a letter, right?
Yeah.
And that letter sometimes might not deliver in months. But right now, within seconds, the person you want to talk to already get what you're trying to say. So we are in the future now.
We agree with you. We are not, anybody who says technology is not the issue is losing track. But tell me what challenges you face as young people, the young population, especially in a developing world like Nigeria.
In Nigeria. You see, I still categorize Nigeria due to the treatment the youth receive as a third world country. Why? Because we are being, I used some words earlier, we're being neglected, segregated, and abandoned. We're not being welcomed. If you look at when you want to catch a fish, right? You bait the hook just to get a fish. When those are the helms of affairs now, the government, they want to do anything, they come to us, okay, they want to campaign, they talk to the youth, they know we have that power right now in our hands to do and undo. Look at what just happened recently because of the protest of a thing. They saw what happened at the entrance protest, right? They know if they let these youths come together and do things the way they want, a lot of things will happen, and secrets will be let open, you know, because they intentionally put us aside. How many youth, for instance, in Osun State now, we have a speaker of the house. We consider him as youth. What's his age? He's above the age limit, the age bracket you just quoted.
Yeah.
But what is it called? A youth.
Is a youth.
Is that a youth?
Yeah, but I don't think he's up to 40.
The statistics you mentioned, does his age fall within the age bracket?
So what is it? What
if
exactly?
We propose something that, okay, if any government is coming out, give the youths 40% of their appointments. Look at what is happening to the youth sector. The how do I put it? The youths, the what's it called? The youth ministry. Look at the sports
ministry.
We youth occupy those places, right? Look at what happened during the last Olympics.
I will come to that.
Because
we'll come to that.
They know that if we are being invested on, a lot of things will change drastically in this country.
But you jumped the gun in a way. But then since you are talking about investment,
I still want to go back
Nigeria invested so much on the Olympic team.
Nigeria did not invest so much.
What did Nigeria do?
If Nigeria invests, will our athletes have to borrow? Will our athletes have to be given a bicycle to ride? Will some of our athletes be there without some of their sport gears? Will some of them not be appreciated? Look at what happened to our Golden Eaglets. Look at what happened to our Super Falcons. Do we have a standard national stadium in Nigeria? The one we have in Abuja, what is it being used for? How much is being invested on each athlete, each players in Nigeria? We have series of things that happen when our Super Eagles play for Nigeria. We have had the time they had to sleep at the airport. Nigeria government will abandon them. We have had the time they had to, some of them had to contribute money for them to sleep in hotels. Why?
Well, you see, you have come to this interview program with a mindset, but I'm ready for you. I'm also going to ask you.
If you had told me earlier that I would be on this, we could have brought out some statistics, some facts of things that had happened. That why is it being so?
Okay, never mind. I say, what is the youth? What is your grounds? You have mentioned some of them. What do you want to be done?
There was a time we proposed something to the government. Does the government know the number of graduates in Nigeria?
Well, I'm not part of government. So
No. I'm just trying to. I'm coming to a point. You know, that's just a question, and that question should be asked. Does the government know the number of graduates each institution produced?
They should know that.
When they know that, they know the course you study. You go for your NYSC, the NCE that are not going, you understand? They have the statistics. You have the age, certain age, people go for their retirement. You know the number of positions that are empty in each government parastatals, in each ministry and all that. Why is it that when there is employment opportunity, you already filled it up? When the potential, when someone with potentials, when someone with the required certificates go for it, they will not get the job. The past governments then, during Jonathan period, do you know how many how many youths died just trying to secure employment for the NSCDC?
Yes, I
Was there an accountability for that? Why should it be so? You will see a youth today being used by you, your position, your power. I'm not you in particular.
No,
People of your
I'm ready
age.
to take
You understand?
anything
Just
you say.
because you are entitled. Just because you want people to give you full support. You understand? You want to be compensated for what you have done. You are given a slot. Your child from nowhere have no prior knowledge of whichever position you want to put it. You just give him the slot and he occupies it. And the youth that are capable for that position have been neglected, have been overlooked, and keep to suffer. Is that right? Your question.
Well, you see, these are your positions. You're entitled to them. But if I must also come to challenge you, I would say the youth population in Nigeria, why have you suddenly become part of the problem rather than the solution?
Let me give you an instance.
Do you agree with me that you are part of the problem?
No.
But
we are solution provider.
We have not seen that yet.
You are seeing it, but you are thinking the words that has been used by you, they are not ready. They're lazy. What they bring is unrealistic. Let's start from the recently introduced e-Naira. Have you had anything to do with e-Naira since the introduction of e-Naira?
No.
Ask me if I've done or spent e-Naira.
That's your era.
No, I'm coming up. I'm coming up with something.
Okay, build it up.
The person that introduced it, how many the youth developed that e-Naira of a thing. But the youth that develop it, you neglect them and you let the whole people take front page and be like they're the one that introduced it, ruining all the plans that have been made for the e-Naira to thrive. Look at what the youth have done. For instance, now let's look at all these online paying platforms, all this digital banking, OPay, PalmPay, whatever you have it. The youth introduce what's it called, Bitcoins, all these cryptocurrencies globally. Nigeria don't want that to thrive just because they see the disadvantages of it. No, when you harness something, when you take full advantage of something, you have to be hopeful that this thing is going to work. Whatever the youth proposes, you want to hijack it. If I pitch a contract for you now, right? I don't want to be vulgar because this thing it has to us all Nigerians.
Say your mind. When you are getting close to vulgar, I will stop you. I give you the freedom to say.
The whole ads will hijack that from you, right? And they want to monetize it. Everything now has to do with bribery and corruption.
Because the youth have also...
I have the idea. No.
The youth have always taken the peanuts that is given to them.
The peanut that is given to them. Let me, okay, you tie me down just because I found a means to escape. I'll be like, okay, let me give you this cheap nuts. Without me, you can't survive. And if I want to survive, you point a gun at me and be like, if you go, I'm going to kill you.
Has it happened to you?
I have no other means to survive. If I want to Japan now, do you know what you have cost me? I have to raise up to 20 million, 25 million naira. If I come to you to give me that, you ask me a question, what have you done for me? And I'm ready to work for my money. I'm ready to work. You're not even giving me the job. The one I'm doing, you're killing me with taxes. The means I want to survive, you're cutting it. Look at what happened in 2020 during the COVID era. A lot of millionaires are made. They were made then. Why? Because they harnessed the usefulness of online, social media, all these social media platforms. The youth, if not for the youth, some old people would have died of hunger. The youth fed those people.
How?
We went all out. That's when people with business had to know that you don't have to rely on government job. You don't have to rely on salary basis before you can make it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but how did the youth come? You said, but for the youth.
Let's look at
the elderly.
Let's look at it this way. A lot of youth comes together and be like, okay, let's donate.
Donate what?
Let's donate money and do an outreach. Do you know how many platforms comes together? How many foundations being run by youth comes together to distribute foods? The palliatives that were given by the government to be distributed to people, did you get any of it? You as a journalist, there is a portion of it dedicated for you. Did you get it?
I didn't get any.
You didn't get it.
I was
so
not
did you ask question who was keeping that? The thing some people get is not from the government, it's from people's pockets. Youth came together, contributed money online, reach out to people in their community, give them food to survive. When you lock us up, then a lot of youth even proposes, have the hand sanitizers you're using there. Before it was being recognized by the, what's it called, the government, that you can use, if you want to go out, you use your mask, you use hand sanitizers. Do you know how people are even able to produce homemade sanitizers?
No, I mean...
through online. People learn it.
Okay.
You don't have to buy, you make it yourself.
Okay.
That's home learning. You make full use of the internet, the social media. You connect with people.
Yes, we have.
You are rising.
We give it to you that the internet belongs to you because it came at a time when you were.
When you want to collect it from us.
Collect what?
The social media.
No. The social media is not a question of collecting from you. It's a question of sanitizing the system.
This is not about sanitizing. You're trying to silence us.
No, it's not a silence. It is an attempt to sanitize. You see, sanitize. You see, many bloggers, many writers, many contributors are not professional journalists.
The day we had today, when we were talking about anything, you look at the positive and the negative, the advantage and disadvantages of it. I can confidently tell you that the advantage of all these things supersedes disadvantages.
Advantage. I agree with you. But that does not mean...
Control is different from you trying to take it off.
No, it's not taking... The government is not taking it. The elderly, we can't even take it off. We don't know much as you do, so we cannot take it off you. But you need and you deserve to be controlled because people sit in their small corner in their home and do whatever it is they like.
In a little way, I agree with that because I also do tell people, that's what I feed on. That's what I
you live on.
I take full advantage of social media.
Yeah. Again, you see the Americas that developed to where they are now, they also started from somewhere and were coming gradually. Today, the average Nigerian knows that it is not only government jobs that will pay you. You can go into the social media and make something useful. And you are living, your cheeks are very, very rosy.
Let me talk about that in a little way. You see, the world we are now, I always tell people, you cannot see me or find me sitting down in an office, right? From 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. to 5 or 4 p.m. You can't.
Yeah, that is gone.
I just don't like it.
That's gone. We who live that life.
But I always preach self-sufficiency, independence. You have to be alone. You can do this on yourself, by yourself.
These days, there is working from home.
Exactly where I'm driving at. Why will a youth wake up in the morning, you take your phone, browse through all these blogs, all these gist platforms? All you do there is just to go and look at what is happening, laugh, and burn your data when you can make money off it. Why can't you just, as a youth, leave these people, stop following politicians around, asking for peanuts and all that? When you can use the peanut, the little you have, the data in Nigeria is still manageable. Go to some countries. You understand? If you are able to have 1,000 naira in Nigeria as of today, and you are able to use it judiciously, right? You subscribe. There's a lot of things you can do as a student. You can do some drop shipping yourself. You don't have to be the one producing. You don't have to be the one selling.
This
All
is
you
the
do is just
message
to
you
go
need
and
to take to
copy.
your fellow youth.
I'm saying it right now. To all you see, I call some people data boys, especially in Osun. All they do is just to follow all these politicians around.
That is
go to
why
social media.
it was said that the Nigerian youth is lazy
We are
and
not lazy.
non-patriotic,
We are not lazy.
docile.
We are not lazy. We are
Okay,
not
what's
lazy.
your reaction
A
to it?
section.
Oh, yes.
You can't group us together. No.
You
A
can't group
section.
all the politicians also together. You can't group all of us in
But all of them are proven to be the same.
How?
You have to, if you pack 100 politicians in a place today, okay, look at what happened to this senator from the north. He was trying to tell us what they are gaining and what they are earning, all of that. Well, he was told to go and rest. You understand? But the youth now, we know the right from wrong. The ones that are ready to do it, we are preaching it to the others that you can abandon these people. Join us. Let's make this money together. Come to social media, take full advantage of it. As a student, you don't have to call home every day that you need this, you need that. You can take advantage of social media. A lot of people at home that are not educated. A lot of your mates find it difficult to learn. You can be a tutor yourself. You can go a step ahead. See, while I was in the university, early 2000, right? Till late 2000, there's something even before the social media of a thing. Let me give you an example. We went on a strike then internally in my school because there was a riot and went for 4 months. But the second month into that, I figured I was lonely. I couldn't talk to some of my mates. WhatsApp is just coming up, becoming popular and all that. What can I do? I went on Facebook and created a school page for my school. Before you know it, people started joining. And we're able to connect. Right now, the people on that platform is over 120,000 alumni and still
that
normal
is
students.
The positive side.
We are preaching. You can walk, you can earn, you can disseminate information, you can send out the positive things. I'm calling on all these content creators in Osun. You're making use of social media. You're earning your money through internet. Do the positive one. Neglect the negative one that will affect people. All of us want to be a blogger. All of us want to be a reporter, journalist. But do you study it?
Okay.
Do you learn this thing?
This is what we are saying.
You just came about running skit up and down.
Okay.
Do you know the health status of the person you're going to prank? These are not to be allowed.
But young men, you do it. But
that's the negative side of it, that we are calling people to quit.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
We're begging the government to look into that.
We would be coming back. This presentation is always in 2 parts. We will break off and come back later. I have been speaking with a young man in the studio who is charging so very much. Yemi Afiz Yusuf belongs to the youth class, and he is stoutly defending the youth, even though some elderly ones think the youth are not being patriotic enough, and some of them think they are being lazy. But the fact is very germane. The ordinary youth is so much dependent on the politician that it is not helping. We'll come back on part 2 to resume the conversation. Please don't go away. Just keep on watching us.
Sadly, in Nigeria, we have less than 50 lions left in the wild. And even these are at risk from snares set for illegal bushmeat. So please, do your bit to protect our remaining wildlife. Say no to illegal bushmeat because poaching steals from us all.
James Ajibolaige was a lawyer who obtained his first degree in classics from Nigeria's premier University of Ibadan. Born September 15, 1930, the orator and the polyglot spoke impeccable English, French, Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba languages. His fine diction placed him among classical orators and public speakers like Cicero, the Roman orator. This attribute earned him the prefix Cicero of SLK. He authored the Kaduna Boy and an autobiography, Detainee's Diary, Constitution and the People, among 6 other books. Bolaige was a colorful politician, elected governor of Oyo State in 1979 and appointed a federal minister in 1999. He was a pioneer founder of Afenifere, the Yoruba social, cultural and political group. He invested his political sagacity to propel the group to the height of political leadership and decision-making in the southwest of Nigeria. Bolaige was assassinated on the 23rd December 2001. His murderers are yet to be apprehended till today. Western Spring Television identifies Bolaige as a watershed character in history.
Welcome back to the program Pertinent Questions on Western Spring Television. Before we broke up to make it up again, I was chatting with Mr. Yemi Hafiz Yusuf, a young man who ekes out a living from the internet. He has been so strong in his position that one finds it, sometimes you allow him to say his mind because he speaks for the youth. But then the youth also have their challenges. Soyinka, the great man himself, once called the 70 to 90-year-old as a wasted generation. That is in tandem with what you have not said, but imply. The youth of this world, of our country, are they seriously ready? Can they be depended upon? I ask that question because I'll build up.
Actually, we can.
Mm-hmm.
If you're given the opportunity, we can be dependent on. And if you look at it, nowadays, before you can call yourself a leader, you have to look at the home you come from. How responsible are you? If you can build a perfect home, I'm married, I have a daughter. How responsible am I to my wife, my daughter? How responsible am I in my immediate community, my street? From street to local government, from local government to states, how responsible am I? That is the question. If I am able to run my home efficiently and there is no complaint, I'm ready to take on. Because I believe if you can live peacefully with your wife, your children, your immediate community, those people around you, and you have the knowledge of what you are to do by being guided, not being controlled, by being helped, by being advised, I can do better. If you coming into the station, aside from the director, the owner, right? Percentage of people that work there, our youth. The only thing I can say the director is doing here is just to give them directive, do it like this, do it like this. He's not being present everywhere. Is he around now? He just give directive that do it this way, do it this way, and he let them do it. If you allow us to do this thing, we are ready. You call us lazy, you call us not ready. When some of us are ready to do this thing and you're not ready to help us, are we not going to abandon you and leave you to it? It's coming to a time that we'll get tired of you and things will take its course.
Okay. Well, where you have not gone, I can imagine. But then, why have some of we the elders, we say some of the things we say because our youth have lost touch with the value system. The values have changed. These days, many of you don't want to work. Hard work is not part of you. Integrity is not there. So you can't run away from this fact. Some of your young men, people like you, or your age mates, some are lazy, some don't have integrity, their value system have changed. All they want is not to work, but to earn money. You cannot earn money without work.
Actually, what you call hard work, then is soft work now.
Whatever it is.
You call hard work going to the farm with a hoe and cutlass. I'm giving you, I'm coming over. What you call hard work is give me a cutlass and a hoe.
No,
and you tell me to go to the farm. I'm trying to paint a scenario.
All right,
here.
paint. Let me watch you paint.
Right? You tell me to go to the farm and cut the grass, just to weed the grass with the hoe, cut with the cutlass, right? And you want me to plant. When I can do mechanized farming, what you're going to cut or weed in hours, if you give me a tractor today, I can do it in minutes. And I use that opportunity to do what I want to do. You call me lazy for that. You tell me to do something for you. I look at the easiest way for me to do it. I do it. You call me lazy for that. How is that laziness to you? Let me give you statistics. Look at the number of those people that japa to UK. Let's take UK and Canada, for example. Look at the number of Nigerian graduates. The ones that came out with first class, with very good grades, right? The countries with high numbers of good graduates is Nigeria. Are we lazy? Is a lazy person like going to read and understand and write exam with strict supervision? Is that laziness? Is laziness me waking up, looking at the easiest way for me to make money, and I'm making it the right way, not illegally? And you call that laziness? When it
is illegitimate.
There's this Yoruba saying that Boshe wa niliki, lower the baja. It is present in your olden days. Some of you are lazy. That's why some people among us have poor parents. Sorry to use that word, poor parent, right? Now you're calling us corrupt. You're calling us unscrupulous. You're calling us names that we don't have integrity. Why some of you, even till today, the integrity you have, the only thing you have to your name, to yourself, right, is the money you have. And that money, if you look at it, is it clean? Whose money is it? Which politician around the world is bold enough to buy a Mercedes Maybach, to buy a Lamborghini, a Ferrari? Which business are you doing? Except being a politician. Do you have a business in Nigeria? Now you call us name. Me, that I'm still trying to, I'm not even halfway to making that millions as I want it. You with billions in your account and you are calling me names.
Yeah, not only names.
Can you come out to defend what you're calling me? If we are to dig down, are you safe? We are not saying the bad ones, the bad eggs are not present. We have them ready to even reap from you if you give them the chance. That's why we're calling for not total ban, not fully controlled, we have something called ethics. We have something called how do I use that word? When you are not fully controlling something, but you can tell people, if you do this,
influence.
If you do this, you will be arrested for it. If you do this, there will be a penalty for it. People will desist from doing the wrong thing. Social media, the use of social. Baba Tinubu said something the other time. He said, I don't go to the social media again because people abuse the hell out of me. You understand? When you see people trying to incite youth to do the wrong thing, that is very wrong. When you are being arrested for a job, you should be dealt with and face the law, right? When you do something that is against the law, you should pay for it. Which is why if you give a social media regulation, right? The internet regulation, there are things you can do. You don't have to be controlled. You can be monitored, right?
You see, you have turned it into control. What government wants to do is not essentially control.
What happened back then during Baba Buhari that they said Twitter is not paying, is not meeting up with the Nigerian demand, and Twitter was kind of
blocked.
Twitter was blocked, right? But what did Nigerians do? We're able to use it.
Yes.
That's to tell you that we know what to do when it comes to all these things.
We cannot take that from you. The social media, you were born into it, or it came to meet you when you were.
That.
Yes,
I'm
we
very
know
glad
it.
you know that.
But we are saying that there must be some measure of control. It's not, just don't allow you to do whatever you like, because the 50-60% negativity will affect, even if it is 10%.
Why there is policing system is that when there's criminal activity somewhere, they have to be there for it not to escalate. If there is a robbery, they have to be there. If there is a riot, something chaotic, they have to be there. The police are not following me around 24/7 to know what I'm doing, to know if I'm corrupt, to know if I'm doing bad things, to know if I have free movement.
But when they have cause to suspect you,
when they have cause to suspect me, right, they still have to go through process.
Yes.
You just don't hold me, right, from being free, from doing what I like, from being monitored 24/7. It's just you, like you putting me in a house with CCTV camera 24/7 without having the free movement.
Sometimes the Nigerian factor comes in. It is not government that ensures this. Sometimes overzealousness in some of our security officials contribute to this. The average policeman or security man thinks he has control on you, and so doesn't mind how hard he handles you. That's not the issue. You see, for now, it is also known that the average Nigerian, all he is interested in is glamour, entertainment, money, no serious job. We are not saying entertainment is not a serious job, but we are saying all of you cannot become entertainers. All of you cannot be footballers. You have a little boy, your girl, by the time he grows up and gets to 10, ask her what she wants to do, and she might surprise you. Everybody wants to be this, he wants to be that. But you have forgotten that before he became the superstar that he is, he went through the mill. Many of you don't want to go through the mill.
Back then, I could remember very well, in the early 90s, my dad, we have a farm there. You know, when we came back from the north, he came to settle down here. We have a farm at Abiri. For if anybody know Abiri, there's no Abiri then. It used to be farm. The Alabiri of Abiri Palace used to be at the left-hand side of the road like this. The farm was back of that place. We have a farm. And I remember him always playing this music. This will be music. Also, Funwa, Nipa Ishe Agbe, Kebi Mapawa, Enyiwa Ola. Nigeria was thriving on agriculture back then. We later moved to oil production, right? Now the future is there. we have a lot of things that's giving us the future we want. There will be a time they all will be depending on we dry up, right? Now, you are telling us that we trying to look at other means to generate money is not good. Entertainment is not something that is giving us money. It's giving us the money we want. Nigeria is glamorous.
Don't get us right. Wrong.
You see, when I'm answering your questions, I like to bring out some things for you to know that it's not as the way you're painting it. Nigerian youths are looking into different ways to rake in money. Then it used to be that if you want to import goods, you have to wait for months before it can reach you. And you have to go through a lot of people that import these goods. Now you can do it yourself. At the corner of your home, my wife is a nurse, a registered nurse. She used to work in a big company in Ogun State before she relocated to Osun. She was seeking employment in some of our state hospital or private hospital. She was being offered meager amounts of her salary with workload that will be so exhaustive over time. Now, what is she into now? We look at it, what can we do? Look at Osun State, for instance. What are people not tapping into? If you go to Igbono every Tuesday, you see people bringing their wares and all that. Jewelry is not common for people to import it. Why can't you just do that? And we're doing it. She's okay now. If you talk about she being employed now, she will not even give you a listening.
That is what we are saying.
We're looking at entertainment, Nigerian being glamorous and all these things. If you listen to Obe back then, if you listen to Barrister back then, if you listen to Kollington back then, the people he was praising, the people that sprayed them, are they ghosts? The money they are spending, where are they getting it from? They are spending their own money. Yeah. If you make money and we spend from you, you say, we are, okay, like the video used to say, we rise by lifting each other. You don't mind my being funny on this question, right? I'm just trying to tell you that while you're spending, someone is earning.
Yeah.
That's the circle of economy, right? When you're spending, someone is earning. Now, if you're not being glamorous, we're not entertaining ourselves. We used to say that Nigerians are the most, we are suffering and smiling. If not for some of these things that we watch, that we do, depression could have taken over a lot of people.
Okay, well, we are told we have to go back. Cultism, violence, rampant amongst the youth. One word on this, and then you tell.
You see, I always tell people
what your message
what
for them.
is the life you're living that you live in fear? What is the life that you're living that you cannot boast of tomorrow? What's the life you're living that you have to shed blood? No, that's not what cultism should be. You don't even have to be involved in all these things. The people that introduce confraternity into our institution, that's not what they introduce it for. The likes of Babawole Soyinka that came out with all these buccaneers of a thing. He said it the other time. He said, we want to use this for struggles, student struggles. I was talking to your friend the other day, and he told us how they were able to turn the death of one of their mates back then at the UI that used to be with riot, and they would close down their school and all that. But when they were able to turn things around, there is no bloodshed. In our institution, not even in our institution, our primary school, secondary school, let this thing start from parents. When you're being responsible, you are answerable to your children. You watch their movement and all this. Parents are becoming neglective. Please, youth out there, use your time judiciously. Leave this politician alone. Stop being a yes boy, a data boy, go to feed boy. Be yourself. Take advantage of the social media, the internet. You can live and you can thrive with that. God bless you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yemi Hafiz.
Thank you, sir.
Yusuf. If I think you, even though you were told very late, you were fully prepared for this. You wanted to vent the youth's anger on the adult. But then, whether you like it or not, the fact is true that you are the leaders of tomorrow, and that tomorrow begins from now. But you must also be shaped into proper positioning so that you can. So, both the old and the young, we need ourselves.
Yes.
We need ourselves, and we must work together And you must be ready to be groomed. Don't think you have, the youth, I'm talking to you all, don't think, oh, you have a university degree, the master's, and so you have arrived. You haven't arrived. It takes some time. That has been our package for today. I have been speaking with a young man who is earning a living by himself without anything but legitimately using the internet to do what he wants to do. Well, many of us can follow suit. You don't have to wait for government because government cannot do everything alone. That's our package. I am Adeto Iseshitu Alamo. I thank you very much for finding time to listen to us. And when I come next week, I'm not likely to dress like this because this is for the opportunity of meeting the young. The young shall grow. Okay. Goodbye to you all. Thank you for watching. So long.
Bẹ́bíró kílé mọ́ dahoro kọ́ọ̀dẹ́ má dìbò sí. a ṣe gbé ètò yìí kalẹ̀ láti lè jẹ́ kóníkálùkù fi ṣe òdiwọ̀n ìdílé wọn. òtítọ́ ọbẹ̀ ni pé kò sí ìdílé kan tí ò ní ìpèníjà àti ẹ̀. ṣùgbọ́n àtẹ́lẹwọ́ ẹni la fi ń tún ẹni ṣe. àti oníkálùkù bá kọ sí ìpèníjà náà ìdílé yóò sọ bí ìdílé yóò ṣe rí. Bẹ́bíró ká finúkonú ká fikùnlukùn pẹ̀lú àwọn lọ́kọláya lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan lórí ètò. níbẹ̀ lọ́mọ Afọlábí ó ti mọ tàkó tó béèrè sí wọn láláì fìkan pé méjì lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń dá òwòhòwò sílẹ̀ nínú ìdílé. bẹ́ẹ̀ sì làwọn àlejò náà yóò mọ jẹ́ ká mọ ọ̀nà tí wọ́n ń gbé gbà sílé wọn ò fi dàrú tí fi ń tò. Bẹ́bíró ẹ máa pàdé Múyìwá Àfọlábí lórí ètò yìí ní gbogbo ọjọ́ àbámẹ́ta láago 8 òwúrọ̀ tí àtúntẹ̀rì ó sì tún máa wá láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ ní ìkànnì móhùnmáwòrán Western Spring Television ìkànnì 150 lórí StarTime. Bẹ́bíró tọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ó máa yàtọ̀ ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
Èkó Lagos. Èkó akéte ìlú ọgbọ́n, Èkó akéte ìlú ìmọ̀, ọmọ ọlọ́gbọ́n dorí ẹja mú, àwọn òmùgọ̀ àdì mú nírù. Ẹni dẹ́kọ̀ tí ò gbọ́n ọgbọ́n rẹ̀ dọ̀run alákejì. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí àrọ́bá, ẹni tó tẹ ìṣẹ́ridó tó sì kọ́kọ́ gbé ibẹ̀ lọ́dún 1699 ló jẹ́ ọdẹ tí orúkọ rẹ̀ ń jẹ́ Ògúnfúnminíre, ọmọ ọba ìlú Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní í ṣe. Ó máa ń ṣọdẹ lọ síbẹ̀ láti Ifẹ̀. Ó sì pàgọ́ tó ti máa ń sinmi ṣáájú kó tún tó lọ bẹ ilé rẹ̀ wò. Nígbà tó yá, àwọn ọdẹ mìíràn wá darapọ̀ mọ́ láti ṣọdẹ. Nínú igbó yìí ni wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣọdẹ tí wọ́n sì ń pọ̀ sí pẹ̀lú àwọn ènìyàn wọn. Báyìí ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tàn kálẹ̀ tó fi dé gbogbo ibi tí Èkó fẹ̀ dé lónìí. Ìlú Èkó, ìlú ńlá. Ìlú Èkó yìí ni ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà wà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí, pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn ṣáájú ọdún 1991 tí wọ́n gbé lọ sílùú Àbújá. Èkó àdèlé ọmọ agun àgẹ̀rẹ̀, Èkó ọmọ afíjú wọjà arìngbẹ́ndẹ́kẹ́, ọ̀bùn wọjà páṣíọ̀ṣíọ̀, ẹ̀yọ̀ ní bàbá Èkó, àríjó ṣe bí ọba. Èkó ọmọ odò tí ò ṣe é yájú sí, Èkó arómi sá lẹ̀gbẹ́lẹ̀gbẹ́.
Nínú àwọn ìran àti ẹ̀yà tí ìbejì ti wọ́pọ̀ sí jùlọ lágbàáyé ni ìran Yorùbá jẹ́. Yorùbá sì máa ń ṣàjọyọ̀ àwọn ìbejì gẹ́gẹ́ bí olú ọmọ. Pàápàá nínú àwọn ìpèdè tó ń ṣe àfihàn oríkì ìbejì, ẹ ó máa gbọ́ wíníwíní lójú orogún, èjìwọ̀rọ̀ lójú ìyá ẹ̀, ọ̀bẹ kì í ṣe bẹ́kìṣà, ó bẹ́ sílé alákìísà, ó sa alákìísà donígba aṣọ. Àfijù ọmọ tí gbàdọ̀bálẹ̀ bàbá, ọ̀kan bá bí èjì ló wọlé tọ̀ mí wá. Yorùbá nígbàgbọ́ wípé orúkọ ẹni nìjánu ẹni, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì gbàgbọ́ pé orúkọ ọmọ a máa ru ọmọ. Ìdí nìyí tí Yorùbá fi máa ń ronú jinlẹ̀ kí wọ́n tó sọmọ lórúkọ. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí Star Times. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun, tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe àkọmọlédè.
Bẹ́gùn ò bá jáde ìwò kọ́kọ́ rí ọwọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú ìjó ẹsẹ̀ katakata ní síwájú rìn bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbúrò wa a tún ti dé náà nù ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited pẹ̀lú èmi ọmọ yín olólùfẹ́ yín ọ̀rẹ́ yín Suliat tẹ́túmọ̀ sí Morenikeji ẹ lè pè mí ní Susu tó bá wẹ lómi a sọ pé ìyálòde àríyá gbogbo orúkọ tẹ́ ẹ bá pè mí. ṣé ìtìmí ẹ balẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ gbádùn ètò Owambe Unlimited lórí ní West Press 190 ibẹ̀ Owambe Unlimited ń bọ̀ wá ẹ̀fàdédì kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
wọ́n sọ pé ẹ máa wo Owambe Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
Western Television, as it is.
Ètò yìí tún ti dé o. Ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́. Tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ bí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ. Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn nígùn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni a kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin honorable wa, a kí yín o, ẹ kú dédé àsìkò yìí. Bàbá ní a kí yín pé ẹ káàsán kò jayòpa àjayòpa ń bẹ̀. Bàbá sì kí yín pé ẹ̀ka lẹ́ngbà míì àjayòpa. Torí nígbà tẹ́ bá ń wo ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní gbogbo aago 3 ọ̀sán ọjọ́ Ẹtì. Àtúntẹ̀ rẹ̀ a máa wáyé ní gbogbo alaalẹ́ ọjọ́ Ajé tó túmọ̀ sí pé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá láǹfààní láti wo ti ọjọ́ Ẹtì ẹ máa wo àtúntẹ̀ rẹ̀ tí ó máa wáyé ní gbogbo alaalẹ́ ọjọ́ Ajé. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin honorable wa kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ sínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. Ẹ̀ka ìròyìn àti ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń lọ ní ilé-iṣẹ́ Western Spring Television ló ń ṣe agbátẹrù ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. Nínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń kópa, ìyẹn ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wò wá nù ilé àti àwọn tó wà pẹ̀lú mi nínú kulu ní àyín tá a ti jẹ́ honorable. Ẹni a bá sì ń pè ní honorable, ẹni àpọ́nlé, ẹni àyẹ́sí. Kò wáyé kírú èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ àbùkù, ọ̀rọ̀ tó lè dá họ́wùhọ́wù sílẹ̀, tó lè dárúgúdù sílẹ̀ tàbí lọ́rùn iwájú pọ̀ mọ́ ti pàkọ́. Nínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò, a fi àyè lẹ̀ ká bẹnu àtẹ́lu ẹnikẹ́ni, a fi àyè lẹ̀ ká sọ̀rọ̀ kò bákùngbé, a fi àyè lẹ̀ ká ti ọwọ́ òṣèlú, ọwọ́ ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà tàbí ọwọ́ ẹlẹ́sìnjẹsìn bó àwọn nǹkan tí a bá ń gbé yẹ̀wò nínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò torí ẹni pàtàkì ló ń jẹ́ honorable, a fi àyè lẹ̀ ká mọ sọ̀rọ̀ àlùfàǹsá, ọ̀rọ̀ tó ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú orílẹ̀-èdè, ọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣúyọ lójú ọpọ́n ètò ọrọ̀ ajé, lójú ọpọ́n ètò ààbò, lójú ọpọ́n ètò ẹ̀kọ́, lójú ọpọ́n ètò ìlera, iṣẹ́ ọ̀gbìn àtàwọn ohun amáyédẹrùn lóníranran. Nínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò, òun náà la wà yìí o, níkànnì Western Spring Television. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ń wò wá, a wà lórí ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí Star Times DTT ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Bákan náà làwọn èèyàn ń wò wá lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbáyé lórí YouTube ẹ tẹ Western Spring Television. Ẹ ṣeun tẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ní ọjọ́ tòní. Adébíṣẹ́ má ṣe àgbà ọ̀lẹ náà ní o torí Adébíyẹyìn mọ́ṣí náà ń kọ́ àgbà ọ̀lẹ ni wọ́n ń perú wọn. Èmi tí mo jẹ́ abẹnugan fún ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní Right Honourable Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé. Mo kí yín o nínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. Nínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tó kọjá, ọ̀rọ̀ tó kan gbogbo wa tó kan gbogbo ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè yìí tó kan gbogbo ọmọ ìpínlẹ̀ yòówù tẹ́ ẹ bá wà tẹ́ ti ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa la gbé yẹ̀wò ní ọjọ́ tòní ọ̀rọ̀ tí yóò tún ṣe wá láǹfààní tí yóò jẹ́ kí àfàyàfà ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà àfàyàfà ìpínlẹ̀ yòówù tẹ́ ẹ bá wà tẹ́ ti ń wò wá kó wọ́ kúrò níbi ìtàná látùgbéyẹ̀wò nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ẹ jẹ́ kí ọ̀nàrẹ́bù wa kan bá wa nawọ́ sókè dáàbá kí a bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó ilé lẹ́yìn àbá àkọ́kọ́ kí ọ̀nàrẹ́bù mi bá wa kéjì àbá náà ọ̀nàrẹ́bù Jamiu Semiu mo ti rí pé ẹ ti nawọ́ sókè ó yá o.
mo kí abẹnugan lé o mo kí akójànú lé mo sì kí akọ̀wé ilé náà ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ọlọ́ọ̀nìjọ́ dàrú o. èmi ni ọ̀nàrẹ́bù Comrade Jamiu Semiu láti ìlú Ìnísà tí mo ń sojú odò Ọ̀tìn South àti ọlọ́ọ̀dá lápapọ̀ local government tí mo jẹ́ mọ̀mọ́ àgbà fún gbogbo ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò yìí pátápátá mo dá àbá ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó lè tò ní sàn-án kọ́lọ́run ràn wá lọ́wọ́ o.
àmín ẹ jẹ́ kí ọ̀nàrẹ́bù wa kan bá wa kéjì àbá náà ọ̀dà ọ̀nàrẹ́bù wa tó nawọ́ sókè wọn.
èmi ọ̀nàrẹ́bù Abdulkarim Muritaro láti Ẹdẹ mo kéjì àdàbà náà.
kí a bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó lé.
ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò.
ká lè mọ gbé jókòó dáadáa lẹ́yìn àbá látẹnu ọ̀nàrẹ́bù Jamiu Semiu láti Ìníṣà tí ọ̀nàrẹ́bù Abdulkarim Muritado láti ìlú Ẹdẹ kéjì àbá náà ni mo ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìjókòó ilé tòní.
ètò yìí tún ti dé o. ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́ tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ bí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ. Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn nígùn.
bí iná ò bá tán láṣọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ tán lè kánná ọjọ́ ti pẹ́ tí àwọn èèyàn ti ń kọminú kọmi òde látàrí ọṣẹ́ ṣùtá àti làlúrí ńláńlá tí àwọn tó máa ń ṣa irin tí wọ́n tún ń pè ní aṣalu aṣabólà tàbí ókọ míì ń ṣe ní àwùjọ wa. ó di mímọ̀ fún ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò pé ọ̀pọ̀ nínú àwọn tó máa ń ṣa irin káàkiri àdúgbò yìí ni wọ́n máa ń lúgọ sí abẹ́ pé wọ́n ń wá irin wọ́n ń wá àjákù nǹkan onírin láti fi mọ́ jí dúkìá àwọn èèyàn bí àwọn èèyàn yìí ṣe ń gbé ìsasùn onísasùn ni wọ́n ń gbé apẹ̀rin alápẹ̀rin lẹ́yìnkùnlé ni wọ́n ń palẹ̀ oníkan lónìrànràn mọ́kùnlẹ̀ ó fi ara hàn pé ọ̀rọ̀ náà ti wá ń di ọ̀rọ̀ kanlẹ̀ kan bá lé ohun tó bá kan orógùn ó ti ń kan ìgbákan bí wọ́n ṣe ń gbé irin ajúwe tí wọ́n ń pè ní signboard onírin ni wọ́n ń kó àwọn nǹkan èlò inú ilé tí àwọn aráàlú gbàgbé síta tàbí tí wọ́n gbàgbé sọ́ọ̀dẹ̀. lóòótọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nínú àwọn èèyàn àwùjọ àwọn ará àdúgbò àwọn community ẹgbẹ́ lárìnlọ́ọ̀dù àti àwọn CDA ni wọ́n ń fi ojoojúmọ́ gbé ìgbésẹ̀ bí a ṣe rí àwọn tó ń gbé pátákó ìkìlọ̀ sí oríta àbáwọlé àdúgbò wọn ni a rí àwọn tó ń lé àwọn aṣarin náà tefetefe ní lọ́gán tó bá ti lè fi ojú gan ni wọn àmọ́ kàkà kí ewé àgbọn dẹ̀ líle ló mọ̀ ń le sí i ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ ni àwọn èèyàn yìí ti sọ sí oko gbèsè àti gbọ́ nípa bí wọ́n ṣe ń gbé irinṣẹ́ àti ohun tí àwọn èèyàn wá tún ṣe lọ́dọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ láti gbọ́ nípa àwọn tó lọ ń yọ àwọn irin àti àwọn nǹkan míì tó jẹ́ ti ìjọba tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ojú ọ̀nà àbí àwọn dúkìá ìjọba míì tó jẹ́ nǹkan onírin àwọn òǹwòye ni bí ìjọba ò bá gbé ìgbésẹ̀ tó lọ́ọ̀rìn lórí àwọn èèyàn yìí bí ìgbà tí àwùjọ wa bá ń fi iná sí orí òrùlé sùn ni o wọ́n ń pè kí ni ká ti pé ẹni tó sọ pé òun ṣa irin àmọ́ tó tún ń ṣa ẹrù ẹlẹ́rù wọ́n ní èkùrọ́ ni wọ́n wá ń rà báwo lọmọ ẹran ṣe dé gbà o. àwọn ìbéèrè tó ń tawọ́ tasẹ̀ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tí a ń nà ń bẹ̀ tájọ mọ́ gbéyẹ̀wò nù jókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lónìí. alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ báwo la ṣe wá gbòdẹ́kun fún iṣẹ́ láabi ọṣẹ́ ṣùtá àti làlúrí tó máa ń wá láti ọwọ́ àwọn kan lára àwọn tó ń ṣàárín tí à ń pè ní aṣalú àbí aṣabólà ládùúgbò wa. ìbéèrè kejì ǹjẹ́ àwọn èèyàn yìí tilẹ̀ ní ẹgbẹ́ bí wọ́n bá wá ní ẹgbẹ́ irú òfin wo ló yẹ kí ìjọba ó gbé kalẹ̀ fún wọn àti pé kí ló yẹ kó jẹ́ ojúṣe ẹgbẹ́ àwọn aṣálu àwọn aṣabólà àwọn aṣarin tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa rẹ̀ yìí. Ìbéèrè kẹta, kí ni ìrírí ẹ̀yin honourable nípa àwọn èèyàn yìí nípa ìwà tí wọ́n ti wò sí yín tí wọ́n ti gbé nǹkan yín lọ? Kí ni ìrírí yín nípa àwọn tó ń ṣa irin tá à ń pè ní aṣalu aṣabólà àbókọ míì tá à ń fún wọn? Ọ̀rọ̀ sùnùkùn ojú sùnùkùn la fi wò ó, ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń kan àwùjọ wa ni ó ti pẹ́ tó ti ń wáyé, a sì mọ tẹpẹlẹ mọ́ títí di ìgbà tí yóò di àfẹ́yìn tẹ́gun fiṣọ ní àwùjọ wa. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nínú ilé tẹ́ ń wò wá lórí móhùnmáwòrán àbẹ́yìn tẹ́ ń wò wá lórí ìtàkùn ayélujára, ẹ̀yin náà lè dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ tí à ń gbé yẹ̀wò lónìí o. Àwọn ojú òpó tí à ń lò ní 0913 259 9000 0913 259 9000. Ojú òpó kejì ní 0816 466 4844 0816 466 4844. Ẹ mọ̀ nọwọ́ sókè láti inú ilé, ẹ wá kúrò nídìí móhùnmáwòrán yín o, ẹ kúrò níbi tariwo wà. Ẹ já bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn honourable tó wà nínú kulu pẹ̀lú wa. Honourable Jamiu Semiu, mo ti wọ́wọ́ yín lókè. Ẹ yá o.
Mo kí abẹnugan lé lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i.
Ẹ ṣé o.
Mo sì kí akójanu lé o. Mo kí akọ̀wé lé. Ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò olóòní jó dàrú o. Lágbára lọ́wọ́ ọlọ́jà lè máa wá o. Àsìkò yìí Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí Nàìjíríà ó dáa jù báyìí lọ. Orúkọ tèmi ni èmi ni Honourable Comrade Jamiu Semiu láti ìlú Ìnísà tí mò ń sojú odò Ọ̀tìn South àti Ọlọ́rundá lápapọ̀ local government tí mo tún jẹ́ mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ àgbà fún ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò yìí. Abẹnugan lé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ mú wáyé ọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣe pàtàkì ni torí wípé wọ́n ní ọ̀rọ̀ sùnùkùn ojú sùnùkùn náà la fi wò. Ṣẹ́ra àwọn aṣáájú yìí wọ́n fi wá lápè púpọ̀. Ìrírí tèmi kódà wáyé pé kámẹ́rà lè gbé ẹ jẹ́ mọ̀ wípé àdúgbò wa ibẹ̀ láti rí àwọn aṣáájú yìí.
Ẹ máa fẹ́nu ṣàlàyé.
Kódà mo lè fi hàn ilé kí wọ́n rí.
Àwọ̀ bí yóò ṣe jáde sí.
Torí wípé àwọn aṣáájú ìfúnra wọn lára wa la gbá wọn mú o. Wọ́n lọ káwáyà nílé. Nígbà káwáyà tán wọ́n tún gbé jẹnẹrétọ̀. Gbogbo ẹ̀ la rí. A wá rí jẹnẹrétọ̀ yẹn tí wọ́n gbé kọ́rùn. Níbo lẹ ti rí la wá dá wọn dúró. Nígbà dá wọn dúró níbo dáná níbo lẹ ń gbé kínní lọ. Ibi a ti ń fi ọ̀rọ̀ wá wọn lẹ́nu wọ́n ti kó àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan àti sólà àti panel sólà gbogbo ẹ̀ wọ́n ti kó. Kíní panel sólà òkè wọ́n kó mo rò pé ní tí ò sí nílé mọ́ jẹnẹrétọ̀ méjì ni wọ́n gbé wọ́n ti tú kan. Ó dáná níbo lẹ ti kó kínní. Ẹ̀wà ò sì gba Hausa wọn ò mọ tí wọ́n sọ mọ́. Ìgbà tá a wò báyìí wọ́n kàn gbé àwọn méjèèjì kàn gbé ẹrù ọwọ́ wọn kalẹ̀ ni bí wọ́n sì fẹsẹ̀ fẹ́ àti bàtà wọn ń bẹ níbí. Fúnra lára mi àti community la gbé lọ sí Ọ̀tẹ̀fún láti lọ sí pé ilé police station Ọ̀tẹ̀fún láti gbé lọ bẹ pé ó dáa náà ntaari rè. Tẹ́rí wípé wọ́n ń fi wá lápè púpọ̀ ẹ wò wọ́n ń fi wá lápè gan ẹ wo jẹnẹrétọ̀ yìí. Káwọn àṣàlù wáyà nílé kíká. Èmi ò rọ ìjọba nítorí bá lè bá wa ṣe sí kí wọ́n ṣe sí. Níjó ni mo gbọ́ kan mú ní tí ń sọ fún wa ni wípé òun ní ID card lọ́wọ́ ó dáa fẹ́ ID card rẹ̀ hàn mí lóòótọ́ ó fẹ́ ID card hàn mí. Ó dáa náà níbo ló ti wá ó níbi báyìí ló ti wá ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀tọ̀ ni tí wọ́n láwọn ń ṣe ọ̀tọ̀ ni tó jẹ́ wípé wọ́n ń ṣe láti ké enílé ó pò nílé láti mọ̀ wọnú ilé nílé láti mọ̀ káwáyà ẹni wáyà lọ láti mọ̀ gbé jẹnẹrétọ̀ panel solar ó dáa náà ṣé wọ́n tà fún wọn ni. Sẹ́ẹ̀rì ọ̀nà àbáyọ àwa ti ṣe àṣe sáńbọ̀dù tó hàn dáadáa ẹ mọ̀ jẹ́ ntàn wọn ò tún gbọ́ wọn ò gbọ́ ìjọba ló lè bá wa bá wọn wí torí wípé tíjọba bá ti sọ fún wọn wípé ẹni tó bá fẹ́ ta nǹkan o ẹ máa lọ sí ibùdó ọ̀dọ̀ wọn láti lọ́ máa ta nǹkan. Èmi ò mọ̀ pé bóyá jojúmọ́ ni rírọ̀ ńlẹ̀lẹ̀ ni kò yé mi ẹni tó kú èmi ò kú omi yóò kú lọ́dọ̀ wa nísìn ẹlòmíì ò tún ti débẹ̀ láàrin ìṣẹ́jú 5. Ti ṣe sáńbọ̀dù wọn ò gbọ́ o èmi ò rọ ìjọba àwọn ní ẹ lè bá wa tán sọ̀rọ̀ yìí torí wípé tí ẹ bá kó wọn lọ police station wọ́n ní ọ̀gá tó jẹ́ wípé yóò wá gbà wọ́n lẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n ní ọ̀gá tí ó wá gbà èmi mú wọn lọ sọ́tẹ̀ fún ìmọ̀ bí wọ́n ṣe yanjú rẹ̀ torí orí jẹnẹrétọ̀ wa gbé jẹnẹrétọ̀ rẹ̀ lọ́tẹ̀ fún ní police station Ọ̀tẹ̀fún torí ń gbò ya tá a fi sórí pílásọ́ọ̀mù káàkiri ẹni ó bá ní jẹnẹrétọ̀ yìí kó lọ sọ tẹ fún ẹni kan sì lọ síbẹ̀ lóòótọ́ ó nínú ilé òní wà lóòótọ́ wọn ti sá lọ ọ̀nà àbáyọ ni wípé ìjọba ló lè bá mójútó wọn torí wípé bí ẹ bá dé police station wọ́n ti ní ọ̀gá tí ó wàá gbà wọ́n lélẹ̀ tá a lágbára lórí wọn ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lónìí jó dàrú o.
àmì ẹ ṣe honourable Lamid Sefiu mo tí wọ́n wọ yín lókè náà ó yá ẹ bá fún wọn ní gbòǹgbòǹ ó yá o.
my speaker
ẹ ṣe o.
ìjókòó yóò ní bàjẹ́ lágbára Ọlọ́run ṣé ká sọ òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ àbí a máa parọ́ fúnra wa.
bọ́ọ̀ lẹ́sẹ̀ parọ́ òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ náà ní ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò wà fún.
torí ibi tí Ànábì wa Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ó ní bó ṣe wulẹ̀ kí òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ kúkúrú tó ká gbìyànjú ká máa sọ. èmi ni honourable Lamid Sefiu láti ìlú ọlọ́jà Balásìtì alias Agbọ́mọbí wọn. ṣe rí àti rí gbogbo bí ibikíbi tí wọ́n ti ń sọsẹ́ kò síbi tí wọn ò ti dáwọn àwọn tí wọ́n salirin yìí kò síbi tí wọn ò ti sọsẹ́ tá a bá ní pé kí olúkálukú máa sọ tiẹ̀ ilé òkun àsìkò ọ̀lọ́ ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀nà àbáyọ gangan la fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ gangan ní ká sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí. ẹ wá wo ẹ dákun ẹ jẹ́ ká wo nǹkan kan ṣe rí àwa tá a jẹ́ mẹ̀kúnnù àwa là ń kọ́ sí problem fúnra wa gangan. ẹ ṣe tẹ́ ẹ bá rí pé yes pé wọ́n sa irin kan bí eléyìí ṣáàdùn ó ti pé yes pé á sì ẹni ìdílé police station tá a bá sì dé police station tí wọn ò ní lọ ọwọ́ agbára lé a lórí ọ̀kan nìyẹn. náà ìjọba tí wọ́n ń gbọ́ wa bá a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí kí ni ìgbésẹ̀ tí wọ́n fẹ́ gbélé wọn lórí láti lè jáwé pé ní yes pé o ìwọ̀n ò ní wọ ibùdó ẹnìkankan gbogbo sáìtì ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan wa ṣebí ńgbà tí olúkálukú tó wá kọ́lé sádùúgbò ebi community wọn kóra wọn jọ wọn rẹ́gísítà gbogbo community kọ̀ọ̀kan ló rẹ́gísítà a sì gbọ́ pé wọ́n ń polówó wọ́n ń pariwo lórí rédíò pé yes pé ẹni tí ò bá ní káàdì ìdánimọ̀ tí yóò sì wáṣọ ẹgbẹ́ aṣáálú yẹn tí ò bá ti wáṣọ yẹn kí wọ́n lè kú ládùúgbò ìyẹn ká fẹ́ o ẹ̀yin ìjọba ẹ máa gbọ́ mi dáadáa Agbọ́mọbí wọn mò ń bí yín ni o ìyẹn ká fẹ́ rárá ká má wọ sáìtì wa ni kan ní junction to junction ká má wọ sáìtì olúkálukú ló ní junction.
ṣé ẹ wá mọ̀ wípé òfin orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ó fi àyè ńlẹ̀ kí ẹnikẹ́ni ó gbé ibi tó bá wù ú.
ẹ máa gbọ́ tí nǹkan bá mú parara lọ́wọ́ ṣe rí kíní ibi tó ságo sí nǹkan ọ̀pọ̀ gan-an nǹkan tó gbà lábẹ́ rẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀ gan-an àwọn tá ń salu iná wọ́n ń gbabẹ̀ náà jí ọmọ gbé sínú àpò ẹ máa dé o wọ́n ń gba ibẹ̀ náà jí ọmọ gbé sínú àpò kẹ̀rẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí í sọsẹ́ àwọn ajínigbé àwọn ajínipa ibẹ̀ náà ni ibẹ̀ yẹn ti ń wọlé sí wa kán ní junction ká mẹ́nìkan pàtó bóyá Hausa ni bóyá Yorùbá ni o junction street ebi junction lọ wọnú iléeṣẹ́ tẹlifíṣàn tá a ti sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ká lọ dúró sí junction bẹ̀ ká mọ Hausa bẹ̀ kó forúkọ rẹ̀ sílẹ̀ kó fi fóònù nọ́mbà rẹ̀ sílẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ṣe wá rí nǹkan tí ń dùn mí fún àwọn ìjọba wa ni pé wọ́n mọ tí wọ́n lè ṣe lórí àwọn tí wọ́n ń dà wá láàmú yìí náà wọ́n tán ṣàlù yìí wọ́n mọ public machine wọ́n lọ jí ọ̀nà àbáyọ ni pé yes pé kán lọ dó junction to junction kán lọ máa kó irin bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹni tí ó tààrin kó kó irin jáde kó lọ tààrin fún yàn kì í ṣe pé nígbà tí ilé bá wá dá ló àwọn sọ pé ní yes kẹ́ tó gbómi apẹ̀rẹ̀ kaná tí yóò fi tẹ̀bà wọ́n wá lọ ń dá mi rẹ̀ ni wọ́n lọ ń fọ́ tí wọ́n bá àmọ̀ tí ń bẹnu àpò wọn kò tí ìfẹ́ rí bí àmọ̀ yẹn bí apẹni ṣe fẹ́ strong tó wọ́n bá ti kó bọ̀ báyìí gbogbo ẹ̀ ọ̀parẹ́ ni kò ní ju bí kúkú lọ mọ́. the same thing náà wáyárìn wọ́n tún wá mú onílé wọ́n tún wá mú ẹni tí ṣe wáyárìn inú ilé wọ́n tún wá mú kọlura wọn ọlọ́pàá tún lọ ń gbé nígbà bá ṣe wáyárìn tàn tẹ́ lọ tó bá yẹ pé wọ́n lọ ká gbogbo wáyárìn inú ilé ẹni tó ṣe wáyárìn wọn lọ gbé ẹ wò náà tó fi ń sọsẹ́ àwa rẹ̀ ìjọba kán dàkú kán jọ̀ọ́ àmì ìdánimọ̀ wọn aṣọ ìdánimọ̀ id card wọn junction to junction ní kán máa dúró sí kán máa wọnú street mọ́ torí ní wọnú street yẹn ló fún wa ní problem ló fún wa lẹ́ẹ̀dì àwa gangan tá a wá jẹ́ ti mẹ̀kúnnù wa lélẹ́yìí o àwa gangan tá a bá ti wá rí nǹkan tí nǹkan mẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti wá ń fẹjú àwa máa sá pé ọkọ mi ni wọ́n dà èmi lágbájá lọ ṣagbátẹrù rẹ̀ bóyá ojoyè kan community ni bóyá vice chairman lọ́jẹ́ ni àbí secretary lọ́jẹ́ ni tí bá ti wá múra kankan filẹ̀ wọ́n fẹ́ẹ́ tẹ́ làwùlàwù rẹ̀ wọ́n fẹ́ẹ́ tẹ́ kì í ṣe tọ́kàn nìyẹn ẹ jájọ gbárùkù tira wa ni ká máa sọ pé ní yẹsẹ ká máa fojú sunra wa nínú community pé yẹsẹ wọ́n fẹ́ẹ́ tẹ́ èmi mo ní kọ́ wá ra ni àwọn àmọ́ tún wá máa gbógun tira wa bí o ṣe pé kíní yóò padà èyí tó bá kàn mí yóò padà kàn ọ́ eyín ni ká mójútó láàrin wa tá a bá ti mójútó eyín ìjọba díẹ̀ náà ni tí ìjọba ó ṣe fún wa bẹ́ẹ̀ sórí ìjọba òrìnà rínú yàrá wa kò ríran rínú community wa àwa láwa gbégbèsè àwa pariwo fún ìjọba pé yẹsí pé kọ́mọ wọ street mọ́ kọ́mọ dó junction so kẹ́lò káwọn míì náà dá sí mo dé ìdóná ìjókòó ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò onídàrú o.
ẹ ṣeun àjọbẹ̀ jẹ́ ó ṣe díẹ̀ náà ní kinní ọ̀hún ẹ kú gbóná ẹ kú ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ kú làákàyè Honorable Abusi Naira ó ti pẹ́ tí wọ́n ti ń nawọ́ sókè ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ìkànnì Western Spring Television lẹ́ ń wò lọ́wọ́ ẹ má gbàgbé o bá ṣe ń ṣe lọ́wọ́ lórí móhùnmáwòrán tẹ́ ń wò wá ní ìkànnì àádọ́wà channel 190 náà lẹ tún lè máa wò wá lórí ìtàkùn ayélujára ní orí YouTube ìyẹn Western Spring Television àwọn ojú òpó tí à ń lò náà ni a ṣì ń lò ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá wà nínú ilé tẹ́ fẹ́ dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ tí à ń gbé yẹ̀wò ìyẹn 0913-259-9000 tàbí 0816-466-4844 0816-466-4844. àwọn ìbéèrè mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta ti wájú wa ẹ̀já tẹ̀ wájú nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí fún àǹfààní àwọn tó ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò àwọn ìbéèrè tí gbogbo àwọn honorable ń fi ojú sùnùkùn wò alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ báwo la ṣe wá gbòdẹ́kun sí ọṣẹ́ tí àwọn tó ń ṣarin ṣe láwùjọ wa ìkejì ǹjẹ́ àwọn èèyàn yìí tilẹ̀ ní ẹgbẹ́ bí wọ́n bá ní ẹgbẹ́ irú òfin wo ló yẹ kí ìjọba gbé kalẹ̀ fún wọn àti pé kí ló yẹ kó jẹ́ ojúṣe ẹgbẹ́ láti dá wọn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ à ń ṣe kọ́ńdúkọ́ńdú ìwà mímọ̀ ṣàfọwọ́rá mọ̀ ṣe ìpalára fún àwọn aráàlú ìbéèrè kẹta kí ni ìrírí ẹ̀yin honorable nípa àwọn èèyàn tó jẹ́ aṣálú aṣarin àbókọ míì tá a bá pè wọ́n aṣabólà gbogbo pátá bá pè wọ́n kí ni ìrírí yín nípa wọn àwọn ìbéèrè mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta yìí náà ni à ń gbé yẹ̀wò lọ́wọ́ nù jókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ó yá o.
mo kí Mr. Speaker
ẹ ṣé o
ẹ kú iṣẹ́ kú ètò ẹ̀ ní dààmú
àmín o
tòní ò tún wá ní jáse mọ́
àmín
èmi ni honorable orúkọ tèmi ni honorable Ganiyu Akeem Abusi Naira láti ìlú Ìbà mo kí gbogbo àwọn ojúgbà mi tá a jọ wà ní orí ìjókòó ń bì nínú kúlú wa ẹ̀ làákàyè yìí ò ní dàrú Ọlọ́run fi sọ rẹ̀ sọ́ni kọ̀ọ̀kan wa ọ̀rọ̀ tí ẹni ká gbé yẹ̀wò yìí wọ́n ní tọ́pọ̀lọ́ tó bá débì kan ọ̀pọ̀ ló kọ́kọ́ ta wẹ́wẹ́ báyìí ẹ̀ kó wò pé ṣé kí n pa ni àbí n filẹ̀ lẹ̀ kó mọ bá tiẹ̀ lọ sẹ́rọ̀rọ̀ àwọn aṣáálú yìí kò yẹ kó jẹ́ bójúbójú fún ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan wa torí kò sádùúgbò tí wọ́n wọ̀ àmọ́ ojú tèmi fi wò ni pé àwa tá a bá wà ládùúgbò kódà kó sẹ́ni tó ra ilẹ̀ sí sáìtì tí ń kọ́lé lọ́wọ́ tí ò tí ì parí ilé rẹ̀ a gbọ́dọ̀ mọ bá a mójútó nǹkan tó bá wà ní sáìtì èmi gangan lára gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tó mọ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́ sáìtì káàkiri àwọn rin nítẹ̀dì tó jẹ́ pé wẹ́dà ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ṣe kalẹ̀ ni tá a fẹ́ fi kún nítẹ̀dì tá a kó kalẹ̀ báyìí àwọn aṣáálú wọ́n wọnú gbó wọ́n dẹ̀ kó gborin yẹn lọ ní sáìtì ẹ dákun bó la fẹ́ kọ̀yùn sí irin tí wẹ́dà ti ṣe kalẹ̀ tá a ti rí tó jẹ́ pé kí káfíńtà kan pákó yẹ kákan kìbọnú ẹ̀ ká dẹ̀ kún nítẹ̀dì yẹn ni àbárin ní sáìtì mọ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti ń gbàdúgbò yẹn tá a ti lè ti wà ń bẹ̀ bẹ̀tẹ̀ àwọn yẹn wò pé táwọn bá ní pé káwọn dá sí i ó lè di pé wọ́n mọ̀ sọ pé bóyá àwọn làwọn ṣe kinní kankan so olúkálukú kan ń sá fórí ara rẹ̀ ni kò dẹ̀ yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ àjọ mọ́ mójútó gbogbo nǹkan tó bá ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ládùúgbò wa ni àmọ́ tí ojú tèmi fi wò pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn tá a bá fẹ́ kó ṣiṣẹ́ kó fìyẹn ṣiṣẹ́ ó wà lọ́wọ́ àwọn ìjọba wa.
ẹ ṣe àwò.
àwọn ìjọba wa wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ ní òfin tí wọ́n fi de àwọn tí wọ́n ń sa kinní káàkiri for example wọ́n ní olórí ọkàn wọn tún balẹ̀ tẹ́ bá ń bá wọn fà á ní àdúgbò báyìí pé wọ́n fẹ́ wọ ibì kan pé wọ́n fẹ́ mọ sa nǹkan bẹ tẹ́ bá fi lè lé wọn báyìí wọ́n á tún dúró dúró pọ́n tó fẹ́ bá ń jà ni. ṣé wọn ò ní nǹkan tó kọ́ fà wọn ni wọ́n dúró báyìí àwọn tó yẹ kó mọ sá lọ ká mọ lé wọn wọ́n á tún wá dúró tí a lọ́rùn. bẹ́ẹ̀ tó wá wà lọ́wọ́ àdúgbò àwọn àdúgbò kan náà wà bá a ṣe ń sọ yìí o wọ́n lè wọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ o tán bá wọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n sọ ẹmu wọn dìsá ni. àwọn gan mọ̀ wọn lé wọ́n máa ń sọ fúnra wọn.
àwọn oníjẹ́ ká sọ ẹmu èèyàn dìsá.
tán bá sọ ẹmu èèyàn dìsá èèyàn ó ti padà sóko arọ́ nù yín ti ń lọ nù.
lọ́nà àtàwọn baba ńlá wa.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni yín ti ń lọ nù. so àwọn àdúgbò yẹn àwọn tó ń salu yẹn gangan máa ń sọ fúnra wọn wípé ẹ má lọ sádùúgbò báyìí o wọ́n fi kinní báyẹn ṣe ń bẹ wọ́n lù tí ń bàjẹ́ ń bẹ o so wọn náà ti mọ àwọn àdúgbò kan báwọn so àwọn ìjọba wa ó wà lórí ọwọ́ gọ́fúnà wa kí gọ́fúnà wa pe olórí wọn kán bá wa bọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ kán mọ àdúgbò tí wọ́n mọ̀ wọ̀ kán mọ̀ wọ àdúgbò kan dúró jọ́sàn ẹni tí ó bá tarin kókó rin lọ sọ́dọ̀ wọn so tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò níbàjẹ́ o.
àmín ẹ ṣé gan ni àdúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín honorable wo ló tún kò tí wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀ sí ohun tí à ń sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí ọ̀dà ẹ jẹ́ kóbìnrin náà sọ̀rọ̀ látàárọ̀ àwọn ọkùnrin là ń náwó òkè ó yá o.
mo kí Mr. Speaker.
ẹ ṣé o.
a kú ètò ilégbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní bàjẹ́ lórúkọ Jésù. èmi ni ọ̀nàrẹ́bù Èkómè láti Àgùnbẹ́léwò. àwọn Sábólà wọ́n ti ń ṣe tipẹ́ gan-an téèyàn ò kọ bí ara sí i. ẹlòmíì á ní pé òun sa irin káàkiri ọ̀tọ̀ nìkan tí ó mọ̀ máa sà. dé àwọn ará àdúgbò náà ó kù díẹ̀ káàtó fún wọn náà. àwọn náà máa ń pè wọ́n pé ká máa ra irin. tó máa ti wá pè pé ká máa ra irin yẹn tán wọ́n kún wá padà ní ọjọ́ kejì. wọ́n wá tájẹ́ẹ̀tì gbogbo ibi tí irin wà ní àdúgbò yẹn wọ́n á kó gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ tó dẹ̀ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀. dé ibì kan wà ládùúgbò kan wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ burúkú bíbẹ̀ wọ́n ná wọn bí ẹni máa kú ni àtìgbà yẹn wọn ò débẹ̀ yẹn mọ́. nǹkan tí mi kàn fẹ́ sọ ni pé tí wọ́n bá ní branch tí wọ́n ti máa lọ máa tarin fún wọn kọ́ mọ̀ jẹ́ kán wọ àdúgbò yẹn mọ́ torí pé wọ́n ń ṣiṣẹ́ burúkú ní àdúgbò yẹn. dèmàdé wa tún ra àwọn ìjọba pé kán jọ pé kán ní ìwé ìdánimọ̀ àti aṣọ tí wọ́n fi máa mọ̀ pé ní àwọn sanṣẹ́ni torí pé àwọn míì máa ń wọ aṣọ rúṣurùṣu lẹ́pọ̀ fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ burúkú bí ojúgbà mi kan tó sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan òótọ́ ni o wọ́n ní pé wọ́n ń sa irin wọ́n á gbé ọmọ tuntun ọjọ́ kan rí tí wọ́n ṣú ọmọ tuntun ni wọ́n rí nínú àpò tó fi ń salu yẹn wọ́n nẹni ibẹ̀ náà pa kú sí. so Ọlọ́run àrùn wa ló
òfin òde wàá fàyè lẹ̀ ká mọ̀ ṣèdájọ́ lọ́wọ́ ara wa.
ibẹ̀ náà pa sí so Ọlọ́run àrùn wa lọ lórúkọ Jésù o.
ó dáa ẹ ṣeun ó lágbára nígbà tí a ti gbọ́rọ̀ yìí yẹ̀wò lórí rédíò àìmọye èèyàn méjì ni wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n gbé kẹ̀kẹ́ àwọn àkàndá wọn ìyẹn wheelchair wọ́n ní wọ́n gbé lọ yányán lágbègbè wọn mélòó àwọn tí ò ráyè pè tàbí sọ èrò tiwọn. ó dáa ẹ jẹ́ kí a lọ sí òdì kejì bí a bá lọ sí òdì kejì tá a sinmi níwọ̀nba a padà dé sínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ìkànnì Western Spring Television ló ti ń dé sí ojú ìwòran yín bá a bá dé ìjókòó ilé ó tẹ̀ síwájú à ń bọ̀.
ètò yìí tún ti dé o. ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́ tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ súnmọ́ mi ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn nígùn.
Àbújá ni olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ọjọ́ kejìlá oṣù kejìlá ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ní ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ní ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014 kódà lọ́dún 2016. Àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
Bẹ́gùn ò bá jáde mọ̀rìnwó la kọ́kọ́ rí owó gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú ìjó ẹsẹ̀ katakata ní síwájú rìn bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbúròó wa a tún ti dé náà nù ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited pẹ̀lú èmi ọmọ yín olólùfẹ́ yín ọ̀rẹ́ yín Suliat tẹ́túmọ̀ sí Morenikeji. Ẹ lè pè mí ní Susu tó bá wẹ lómi a sọ pé ìyálòde àríyá gbogbo orúkọ tẹ́ ẹ bá pè mí kò sí èyí tí mi ò ní jẹ yín. Ẹ farabalẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò Owambe Unlimited lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television ní ìkànnì 190. Ibẹ̀ ni Owambe Unlimited ń bọ̀ wá ẹ fàpùrẹ̀ tẹ̀dí kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
Wọ́n sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa wo Owambe Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
gbẹ̀bíró kílímọ̀ dàwòrò kọ́ọ̀dẹ́ má dìbò sí. a ṣe gbé ètò yìí kalẹ̀ láti lè jẹ́ kóníkálùkù fi ṣe òdiwọ̀n ìdílé wọn. òtítọ́ ọbẹ̀ ni pé kò sí ìdílé kan tí ò ní ìpèníjà àti ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àtẹ́lẹwọ́ ẹni la fi ń tún ẹni ṣe àti oníkálùkù bá kọ sí ìpèníjà náà ìdílé yóò sọ bí ìdílé yóò ṣe rí. gbẹ̀bíró ká finúkonú ká fi kùnlùkùn pẹ̀lú àwọn lọ́kọláya lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan lórí ètò níbẹ̀ lọ́mọ Afọlábí ó ti mọ tàkótó òbéèrè sí wọn láláì fìkan pé méjì lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń dá òwòhòwò sílẹ̀ nínú ìdílé bẹ́ẹ̀ sì làwọn àlejò náà yóò mọ jẹ́ ká mọ ọ̀nà tí wọ́n ń gbé gbà sílé wọn ò fi dàrú tí fi ń tò. gbẹ̀bíró ẹ mọ pàdé Múyìwá Afọlábí lórí ètò yìí ní gbogbo ọjọ́ àbámẹ́ta láago 8 òwúrọ̀ tí àtúntẹ̀rì ó sì tún máa wá láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ ní ìkànnì móhùnmáwòrán Western Spring Television ìkànnì 150 lórí StarTime. gbẹ̀bíró tọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ó máa yàtọ̀ ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
ètò yìí tún ti dé o. ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́ tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ sún mọ́ bí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ. Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò gígùn ní gùn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o kó lè mọ́ ọgún la ṣe máa ń péjọpọ̀ fojú sùnùkùn wo àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ sùnùkùn ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ẹtì bí aago 3 bá ti lè rókogó sí aago 4 kù ìṣẹ́jú díẹ̀ tí àtúntẹ̀ rẹ̀ sì máa ń wáyé ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ajé lálẹ́. gbogbo nǹkan tí yóò jẹ́ kí orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ó tẹ̀sí apá iwájú lájọ máa ń gbéyẹ̀wò nínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń tan móhùnmáwòrán yín àbẹ́yìn tẹ́ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára tẹ́ ń wò pé kí ni àwọn honorable ń gbéyẹ̀wò lónìí nínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. bí náà ò bá tán láṣọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ìtàn lè kánná ọjọ́ ti pẹ́ tí àwọn èèyàn ti ń kọminú kọmi òde látàrí ọṣẹ́ látàrí ṣùtá àti làlúrí tí àwọn tó máa ń ṣa irin tí wọ́n ń pè ní aṣalu tàbí aṣabọ́là ń ṣe ní àwùjọ wa. ó di mímọ̀ fún ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò wípé ọ̀pọ̀ nínú àwọn tó máa ń ṣa irin káàkiri àdúgbò yìí ni wọ́n máa ń lúgọ sí abẹ́ wípé wọ́n ń ṣe àjákù irin láti fi jí dúkìá àwọn èèyàn. bí àwọn èèyàn yìí ṣe ń gbé ìsasùn onísasùn lẹ́yìnkùnlé ni wọ́n ń palẹ̀ apẹ̀rin alápẹ̀rin mọ́lọ́ọ̀dẹ̀. bí wọ́n ṣe ń gbé irin ajúwe sáínbọ̀ọ̀dù ni wọ́n ń kó àwọn nǹkan èlò inú ilé tí àwọn èèyàn gbàgbé síta àbí sẹ́ǹkùnlé. lóòótọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn àwùjọ àwọn olùgbé àdúgbò àwọn community àwọn CDA àti ẹgbẹ́ lárìnlọ́ọ̀dún lọ́tún lósì ni wọ́n ń fi ojoojúmọ́ gbé ìgbésẹ̀. bí a ṣe rí àwọn tó ń gbé pátákó ìkìlọ̀ sí oríta láti fi kìlọ̀ fún àwọn èèyàn náà láti má dé règbèrègbè àdúgbò wọn lárí àwọn tó jẹ́ pé bí wọ́n bá ti fojú gán ní àwọn èèyàn yìí tẹ́fẹ́tẹ́fẹ́ ni wọ́n lé wọn lọ́gán tí wọ́n bá ti rí wọn. àmọ́ kàkà kéwé àgbọ̀ ó dẹ̀ líle ló mọ̀ ń le sí ni ọ̀rọ̀ náà. ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ ni àwọn èèyàn yìí ti sọ sí oko gbèsè àti gbọ́ nípa bí wọ́n ti ṣe gbé irinṣẹ́ àti àwọn nǹkan èlò táwọn èèyàn wá tún ṣe lọ́dọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ sálọ. bẹ́ẹ̀ láti gbọ́ nípa àwọn tó lọ ń yọ àwọn irin àti àwọn nǹkan èlò míì tó jẹ́ ti ìjọba yálà tó wà ní ojú pópónà àbí láwọn agbègbè míì láàrin ìlú. àwọn òǹwòye ni bí ìjọba ò bá ti gbé ìgbésẹ̀ tó lọ́rìn tó gíríkì lórí àwọn èèyàn yìí bí ìgbà tí àwùjọ wa bá ń fi iná sí orí òrùlé sùn ni o. wọ́n ń pe kí ni ká ti pe ẹni tó pe ara rẹ̀ ní aṣarin àbí aṣabólà àbí aṣalu tó ń ṣa ẹrù ẹlẹ́rù tó ń gbé ẹrù ẹlẹ́rù lọ. wọ́n ní èkùrọ́ ló wára ọmọ ẹran ṣe dé gbà o. àwọn ìbéèrè nù jókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò. alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ báwo la ṣe lè wá gbòódẹ́kun sí ọṣẹ́ ìpalára láti ọwọ́ àwọn tó ń ṣa irin láwùjọ wa. ìbéèrè kejì ǹjẹ́ àwọn èèyàn yìí tilẹ̀ ní ẹgbẹ́ tán bá ní ẹgbẹ́ kí ni òfin tíjọba yẹ kó gbé kalẹ̀ fún wọn àti pé kí ló yẹ kó jẹ́ ojúṣe àwọn èèyàn yìí. ìbéèrè kẹta kí ni ìrírí ẹ̀yin honorable nípa àwọn tó ń ṣa irin káàkiri àdúgbò yìí. Àwọn èèyàn ti wà lójú òpó ó yá o, ẹ mọ̀ gbìyànjú ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti fẹ́ nawọ́ sókè látojú òpó ẹ kúrò níbi tariwo wà kí a lè gbọ́ra wa dáadáa. Àwọn ojú òpó tí à ń lò náà ni a ṣì ń lò 09132599000 09132599000 tàbí 08164664844 08164664844 ẹ kúrò nídìí móhùnmáwòrán yín tẹ́ bá ti fẹ́ nawọ́ sókè ó yá o honourable wa.
Honourable Adam mo wá láti.
Honourable Adam kini.
Adam Samad mo wá láti Powerline.
Ọ̀dà à ń gbọ́ yín.
Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀rọ̀ tí à ń mẹ́nu lò tí à ń sọ ṣe rí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀rọ̀ Ọlọ́run tó ní ittaqu fitnatun la tusiba alladhina zalamu minkum khassa. Ọlọ́run ní ẹ páyà fìtínà torí bí fìtínà bá ṣẹlẹ̀ kì í sórí ẹ̀yin nìkan òní ó ṣe kíni òní ó mọ. Ṣẹ́rí tèmi kàn fẹ́ bí àwọn ìjọba wa sí òní pé ní kí wọ́n bá sọ fún àwọn tó jẹ́ àwọn olórí wọn láti pé tún bá ní àmì ìdánimọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí táwọn èèyàn wá ń sọ bọ̀ látàárọ̀ tún bá ní àmì ìdánimọ̀ and then tolúkálùkù ó ní pé ní ìbò section wo ni wọ́n ti wá ṣe kíni section wo ni wọ́n ti wá ṣiṣẹ́ tó yẹ kí tá a bá fẹ́ wọn ládùúgbò a nìkan ṣe kíni a nìkan wọlé tá a bá ṣe kíni tá a bá fẹ́ wọn a nìkan máa ṣe kíni a nìkan máa lọ. Ìtọ́rọ̀ tí mo ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi ní àdúgbò Powerline mi jáde láàárọ̀ ọjọ́ yẹn pé kí n lọ ṣe fún sáré mo wá mú ọ̀dà ìmọ̀sá mu nìkan ìmọ̀sá mu dání mo tún wá gbàgbé mo sọ wá wọlé padà máa irin tí mo mú dání kí n tiẹ̀ padà lọ mú ọmọ aṣáálù yẹn ti mú mo sì ní kó wá nìyẹn mo ní zona ọ̀yẹ́ jẹ́ Hausa mọ́ra kí ni n tó mú yìí bó ṣe mú jáde ní àwọn èèyàn wá sáré àwọn èèyàn àwọn òpin àfáà kí ni tí mò ń bá ọkùnrin kí ni mò ń bá jásí mo ní tí mo fi kalẹ̀ lẹ́nu sí kí n wọlé kí n padà yìí ó ṣe kí ni ó dẹ̀ tì mí kọ́dà àwọn èèyàn jáde sí gan ládùúgbò ìjọ yẹn tí wọ́n ṣe kí ni wọ́n sá ní kó máa ṣe kí ni kó máa lọ. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì ń bẹ̀ nítorí wọn torí tábà ní àwọn àwo lọ́pọ̀ jù ní àwọn ti ṣe kí ni àwọn Haúsá ni o wọn ò dẹ̀ ní pé wọn ò ní dámúrè pé bóyá ẹnìkan báyìí lọ rán wọn kò sí sáìtì kò síbi tí wọn ò lè wọ̀ ó ní pé ní tábà ní kún àwọn ìjọba wa náà láàṣì kí wọ́n ṣe kíni òun òun làárọ̀ láti pé ní ibi tí wọ́n ń ta kíní yẹn ibi tí àwọn tí wọ́n ra kíní yẹn lọ́wọ́ wọ́n ní láti bá wọn ṣe meeting tó bá ti bá wọn ṣe meeting wọ́n ké gbogbo irú nǹkan báyìí tíjọba náà bá níbi tí wọ́n pé irú nǹkan báyìí o ọ́fíìsì bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ rà bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ lò pé ọ̀dọ̀ ìjọba lẹ́tì máa ṣe kíni lẹ́tì máa rà tí ì ṣe pé wọ́n kàn máa wọnú sáìtì lọ tí wọ́n bá lè bá a ṣerú òfin báyìí tí wọ́n ní máa fi wọ torí ìwọ́nú sáìtì wọn wọnú sáìtì ń pa kò sẹ́ni tí ò máa pa la torí wọ́n ṣe kíni wọ́n fi ń gbé nǹkan ọlọ́run sì ní ká kéèyàn bẹ̀rù fìtínà tí fìtínà bá dé kò ní mọ lórí ẹni tí ó dá fìtínà ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ gbogbo wa ní ọjọ́ ṣe kíni ní ọjọ́ kan ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní oníbàjẹ́ o.
Àmì ẹ ṣeun wa ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ honourable wa sheik wa àmọ̀rírè yín o. Nígbà tí honourable Jamiu Semiu sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ǹkan wọ́n mẹ́nu bà ohun tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní àdúgbò wọn tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí àwọn gangan tí àwọn fọwọ́ ara wọn ya àwòrán náà ẹ jẹ́ ká wo fọ́nrán tí wọ́n mẹ́nu bà ká wo nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ńbẹ̀. Ọ̀yà o.
Àwọn búlà tí ó wọ àdúgbò lọ́sẹ̀ tá a dá dúró so àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n kó ta rí gbà lọ́wọ́ wọn nìbọ̀ nígbà tá a dá wọn dúró níbi tá a ti ń bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n sá lọ wọ́n jùlẹ̀ wọ́n sá lọ bọ̀ àwọn èèyàn tiẹ̀ lé wọn àwọn ibi tí wọ́n ti ń sá lọ wọ́n bọ́ bàtà wọn kalẹ̀ lẹ̀ so àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n kó nì tabarẹ̀ tí wọ́n bọ́ sílẹ̀ bóyá wọ́n bá gbé jẹnẹrétọ̀ àbí kòkó nì bóyá kí alága ní gbolé wọ́n iṣẹ́ ní lórí gbọ́dọ̀ ṣèwádìí tọ́rọ́ lè wáyà panel solar so gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó kó ìkòkó ni pẹ̀lú jẹnẹrétọ̀ ńlá kódà wọ́n yọ jẹnẹrétọ̀ yẹn á fi ṣe nù so abárí ẹni tí wọ́n gbé jẹnẹrétọ̀ ẹ̀ ìkòkò orin so ó dàbí ìkorúkọ wà lára ìkòkò orin yẹn Saki Josephine in.
Tó gbogbo wa náà láti rí nǹkan tó wà ní fọ́nrán ọ̀hún ẹ̀yin náà rí ṣé ìkòkò tuntun lè yàn án tà ṣé ìkòkò tuntun lè yàn án tà ìbéèrè tó yẹ kí a kọ́kọ́ bira wa gan-an nu ohun tó wà lẹ́yìn ọ̀fà ojú òjé lọ nínú ìjókòó lé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò àwọn ìbéèrè wa òun náà látún padà sórí rẹ̀ nínú ìjókòó lé tòní tó ń tawọ́ tasẹ̀ wípé ṣáàtì ẹ̀lẹ́gbẹ́ gan tán bá ní ẹgbẹ́ kí ló yẹ kí ìjọba ó mú sàlóògùn òfin wo ìlànà wo ló yẹ kán gbé kalẹ̀ fún àwọn ẹgbẹ́ yìí àti wípé kí ni ìrírí ẹ̀yin ọ̀nàrẹ́bù báwo la ṣe dẹ́kun irúfẹ́ àwọn ìwà yìí kó mọ̀ dé pé olè ọ̀wà kó wa lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà ó yá ọ̀nàrẹ́bù wo ni ò tí ì sọ̀rọ̀ sí ohun tá à ń gbéyẹ̀wò.
èmi ni ọ̀nàrẹ́bù Karim Wasiu Comrade Photo láti ìlú Ẹdẹ mo kí abẹnuganlé mo sì kí akọ̀wé lé mo kí akújànù mo kí gbogbo ọmọlé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tòní kò ní dìbàjẹ́.
àmín o.
mo ní ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ni adájú lónìí ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo ní experience tó pọ̀ lórí rẹ̀ ni màá kàn ra brief ẹ̀ díẹ̀ láwọn tí mo ní. àwọn salutawi ó yẹ kíjọba bàǹdì wọn ní mọ́ káàkiri àdúgbò nǹkan wọ́gi lé torí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé olè náà wọ́n ti sásá bẹ́ẹ̀ wọn tó jẹ́ pé olè náà fi ń jà.
ẹ tún jẹ́ kí n tún fi nǹkan kan gbáǹdì o torí tá a bá ń sunkún àmọ́ ríran tá a bá ní kíjọba ó fi òfin dè fún kó fi òfin dè àwọn èèyàn yìí ẹ má gbàgbé ibi tó máa ń kó àwọn irin sí tí wọ́n ti lọ lóòdù rẹ̀ sínú ọkọ̀ àwọn tó gbélé tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń bẹ̀ wọ́n fowó rẹ̀ǹtì níbi tó ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ o wọ́n sanwó orí o ọkọ̀ tí ó gbé olóye owó tí ó san o àwọn tó wà lójú ọ̀nà ó gbowó o àti wípé tá a bá ní ká fòfin dè wọ́n ṣé ìdọ̀tí ò tún ní mọ́ pọ̀ láwùjọ wa ẹja tún fojú sùnùkù wò ẹ mọ̀ bọ́rọ̀ yìí.
ṣe ìdíjọba lè ṣe ẹni tó bá mọ̀ kóun ní tó ń bá fẹ́ tà bá fún ara ẹ̀kọ́ lọ gbé bá wọn ní ṣọ́ọ̀bù wọn kí wọ́n máa jẹ́ pé àwọn tán kiri káwọn torí ní àdúgbò mi jọ kan ní family house ìyá àgbà wa apẹ̀rin tí mọ̀mọ́ táwí fi dáná tó kó sí ẹ̀yìn ilé bí àwọn aṣáájú ẹ̀ ṣe débẹ̀ ni wọ́n bá kó sínú ó pààkì ẹ̀ ó kó sínú ọ̀rá ó tí wọ́n lọ ìyá wọn yọjú ó sá yọjú lójú wíńdò níyà ẹ̀ ti rí i pé ẹni tí kó ìtò ń kó sẹ́yìn kínní bí ẹ̀ ṣe ní adádúró nu ìgbà tá a dá dúró bẹ́ẹ̀ ìgbà tá a tùnú báàgì tó gbé lọ àwọn apẹ̀rin yẹn la kó jáde nínú ẹ̀ tẹ́pẹ́ àwọn èèyàn ó lé lórí gan apàdà nìkan filẹ̀ nìkan máa lọ ṣé ẹ mọ̀ ẹ wò yín báwọn ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì náà tún ní ọjọ́ kan àwọn ọlọ́pàá gàgà àwọn náà pè mí ní Ẹdẹ wọ́n ní máa kan ó ní àwọn aṣáálú wọ́n mú àwọn aṣáálú kan nínú kọ́pàǹdì iléeṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ dá sílẹ̀ iléeṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ dá sílẹ̀ ni àwọn tó máa ṣe oil ni wọ́n ní díẹ̀ wọ́n ti ń tú àwọn ẹ́jìnì yẹn tó ń tú lọ tí mo mọ àwọn tó ń tú ẹ́jìnì ibẹ̀ lọ wọ́n ní jọ́tọ̀ wà á bà wọ́n mọ́kàn kan aṣáálú níbẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti kàn níbẹ̀ báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà pé àwọn ọlọ́pàá pé ọwọ́ ti ba aṣáálú kan wọ́n ẹ̀ mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ làwọn ọlọ́pàá ké sèmi náà pé tẹ̀lé àwọn ká lọ adé ibẹ̀ a rí àwọn irin tí wọ́n tú tó ti kó sínú àwọn ọ̀rá rẹ̀ tó ti lòdù ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́ẹ̀mọ̀ tó bá jẹ́ pé owó ò bá bá ní níjọ́ náà èèyàn lè mọ tó ti ń tú àwọn irin ibẹ̀ lọ èèyàn lè mọ ṣùgbọ́n gbà tọwọ́ bá àwọn ọlọ́pàá gbé wọ́n mú lọ ilé ẹjọ́ o ṣùgbọ́n gbà tán mú lọ ilé ẹjọ́ òun náà padà gba lọ́ọ̀yà wọ́n padà fílẹ̀ káyìn náà ni sẹ́ẹ̀mọ̀ báwọn wọ́n padà fílẹ̀ káyìn náà ni pé àwọn ìjọba wa tán bá báǹdì tán kiri káwọn kíkiri ká tán dọ́gbọ́n kiri káwọn ní nfa tán fi mólè mọ́ tí ó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ yùn yóò dínkù mo wá gbé òṣùbà fún ìkànnì iléeṣẹ́ yìí torí ìkànnì alálùbáríkà ni àwọn ayé ń gbọ́ gidi gan nínú program tá a ti lánàá mo tiẹ̀ rí bá a ṣe parí program tán ní àná ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tàná báyìí mo lọ pàdé ẹnìkan ní ọjà tìmí ní Ẹdẹ North kóòtù kan lè wà ń bẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo rí àwọn ọlọ́pàá wọ́n bá ní comrade mo ní kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ wọ́n ní rédíò rave gẹ́gẹ́ là ń gbọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ la gbọ́ kẹ́ wọ́n ní agbọ́ gbogbo ọ̀tẹ́ ń gbé yẹ̀wò wọ́n ní ìjẹun wọ́n ní kí n ká lọ wọ́n bá dénú kóòtù irú àwọn aṣáálú ẹ̀ kéèsì ẹ̀ náà gbọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ wọ́n ní kí n bá fi lè mọ̀ wọ́n ní ìkànnì iléeṣẹ́ àwọn ń gbọ́ gan ni gbogbo ètò tí ń jáde ń bì wọ́n ní kò sí ìtàwọn èègbọ́ ni pé mo wá ṣe ládùúrà gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń tọkùn àtàwọn tá à ń dá sétò náà ní sì sọ o ayé òsì ní sí àgbọ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọ kò ní dìbàjẹ́ àgbo ètò.
àmín ọ̀nàrẹ́bù Jamiu Sẹ̀mí ẹ ní sùúrù ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn ọ̀nàrẹ́bù tí ò tí ì sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀ tán ó yá o.
ọ̀nàrẹ́bù Abdulkarim Muritado lórúkọ tí èmi ń jẹ́ mo kí ọ̀nàrẹ́bù spíkà wa mo dẹ̀ kí akójanulé
ajánásì ìjókòó lé náà
ajánásì àti akójanulé àti àwọn ojúgbà mi lápapọ̀ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò kò ní bàjẹ́ èyí ò ní jáse mọ́ nípa ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn asárìn wọ́n ní pé ọ̀rọ̀ sunukun la fi ń wò ní tèmi fẹ́ jẹ́ káwọn ìjọba ó ṣe nípa wọn ni wípé kí wọ́n ṣòfin wípé along the road ni kò ti máa sa irin wọn ẹni tó bá fẹ́ lọ bá wọn láti ta irin fún wọn kó lọ tà fún ẹ kó mọ̀ wọnú kọ́ńpáàdì mọ́ along the road ni wọ́n ti máa sá tí wọ́n bá ṣe ń sá along the road irú àwọn èso nǹkan kan tí ń kó táyà gan nǹkan kan yẹn yóò dẹ̀kú yóò dẹ̀kú àǹfààní ibẹ̀ tó ní advantage ibẹ̀ nìyẹn àmọ́ disadvantage ibẹ̀ ni pé kí wọ́n máa kó nǹkan wa ó ní ọ̀dà lẹ́yìn ìgbà náà kí wọ́n dẹ̀ ní uniform tí wọ́n máa lò láti fi dá wọn mọ̀ wọ́n ló orúkọ ẹni nìjánu ẹni tí wọ́n bá ti lé ní uniform tí wọ́n kọ company wọn tí wọ́n kọ síbi ẹ̀yìn uniform yẹn tí nǹkan wa bá nù tá a bá ṣe ẹ̀ mọ́ a mọ̀ ibi tá a wà wọn sí a mọ̀ ibi tá a mọ̀ ọ́ lọ ní tèmi fẹ́ jẹ́ káwọn ìjọba ó ṣe nìyẹn lẹ́yìn ìgbà náà ìrírí mi tèmi wá rí ní agboolé wa ó ṣẹlẹ̀ pé aṣáárín kan wá síbẹ̀ ló bá wọnú ilé ló bá ń lọ kó àwọn irinṣẹ́ bíríkìlì àwa kan nípa àjọ jẹ́ ọmọlé kan náà ní bá ń kó irinṣẹ́ bíríkìlì àwọn kíní sọ́fẹ̀ nǹkan kan ní bá ń kó sínú ọ̀rá bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ ṣe ka mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ nìyẹn ń wá dájọ́ lọ́wọ́ ara rẹ̀ ó lù lálùbami.
ìjọba sì ní a mọ̀ máa dájọ́ lọ́wọ́ ara wa.
lọ́ba lù nígbà wàá lù tán.
mo fọwọ́ àtọmọdé lẹ́nu ẹnìkan nawọ́ sókè láti inú ilé hello ẹ káàsán o. ètò nìyẹn à ń gbọ́ yìí. àmì o. sẹ́yìn ń gbọ́ wa.
adékúnlé aríkéwìyà láti àfihàn ẹsẹ̀ nílùú Òṣogbo. ẹ̀rọ rẹ̀ tẹ́ ní ká dá sí ní ọ̀rọ̀ gidi máa ní. àfi bí ẹni pé mímí alẹ́ gbé sòtè ní kalẹ̀ fún ni. bí ọdún bóyá bí láti.
à ń gbọ́ yìí sẹ́yìn ń gbọ́ wa. Honorable Aríkéwìyà.
mọ́rin títẹ̀ mi ìyàn láàyò.
ẹ padà tó ọ̀rọ̀ yín yẹn sọ.
wọ́n wá bá ọmọ tó bá fi bíṣọ́ọ̀bù àwọn aṣáájú yẹn ọmọ mọ́là yẹn wọ́n á fi tírọ́ọ̀kì wá wọ́n á ní kán ta nǹkan bá wọn. nǹkan tó ọmọ mi ti tà fún wọn kì í ṣe nǹkan kékeré ẹ bá yọrí pé ọmọ yẹ ọmọ kékeré ni wọ́n ń dá nǹkan mọ̀.
iṣẹ́ wo lẹ́yìn ṣe Honorable wa. iṣẹ́ wo lẹ́yìn ṣe torí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tí ò bá mọ̀.
iṣẹ́ ajóre mọ́rin níṣẹ́ mi iṣẹ́ wẹ́dà níṣẹ́ mi wẹ́dà mo yàn láàyò nínú housing rògbì housing estate rògbì
ó dà ń gbọ́.
níbi iṣẹ́ mi wà.
tọ̀ ẹ sanwó ìpolówó papọ̀ náà.
ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbà tí ìbá ti sí nílé tó wọ́n á fi study time mi sílé wọ́n tó wọn fi méjì mẹ́ta báyẹn kò ṣe nìkan kì í ṣe èèyàn méjì tán máa wá lọ́tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ báyẹn ọmọ tó bá fi ṣọ́ọ̀bù wọn á lọ bá wọn pé ní àwọn fẹ́ ra nǹkan kan yíwọ̀n wọn táwọn bá sọ pé kò sí nǹkan àbí tán bá ra kó nǹkan kékeré tó wà ń ta fún wọn gan wọn á tún mọ tọ́ka sí nǹkan míì nínú workshop títí pé àwọn ọmọ yẹn á dẹ̀ ta fún wọn tó kì í sáwọ́ pé kì í ṣe kẹta àwọn á sì kan ní láti ẹ̀yẹn ọwọ́ mẹ́tẹ̀ wọn so even mo wá pé dùgbẹ̀ so wọ́n ní kí n wá bí màá ti gbé nìyẹn wá so mo tá gbé trọ́ọ̀kì ẹ̀ mo tún gbé trọ́ọ̀kì mo tún náwó mo tún ṣáàtà mọ́tò tí mo gbé trọ́ọ̀kì ẹ̀ lọ sí dùgbẹ̀ police station so at the end of the day wọ́n sọ pé ní irinṣẹ́ tí mo rà ní wọ́n mo sọ bí 80,000 naira so ọmọ yẹn láti ta fún ọmọ yẹn ẹgbẹ́ láti ta fún mọ́là yẹn ní 800 naira ọmọ yẹn dẹ̀ sọ pé ní ẹni tó ń ta kíní yẹn fún ní àná lélẹ́yìí so àwọn ọlọ́pàá láti mọ̀ sọ fún mi pé ní ọmọ mi ló jẹ̀bi wípé ní kò sí tó kan àwọn aládùúgbò àwọn aṣáájú ẹ pé ní ọmọ mi ló tajà fún wọn pé sépà tó tajà fún wọn sí kò gbowó ni so I was so surprised lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà tá a wà yìí kí a mólè pé ẹ dákun ẹ túgbà wa bó ti jẹ́ ni wọ́n á tún mọ yí mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́ mo fẹ́ fi dá yín lójú ní ìsìn pé tẹ bá mú ọmọ sáyẹ́ǹsì wọ́n ní collection níbi pé even àwọn ọlọ́pàá yẹn ká tó mọ̀ ọ̀gá wọn ó dé ẹgbẹ́ yẹn náà dárúkọ ọ̀gá wọn pé ní Sálísù pé ọmọ Sálísù ni wọ́n kí ní kankan so kò sí nǹkan tá a fẹ́ ṣe fún wọn débi pé níta bá lẹ mú ọdẹ tí wọ́n mọ́lẹ̀ gan tẹ̀ bá sọ̀rọ̀ kan wá tún fi sí station wálé ni. so ó yà mí lọ́dún tí mo sọ yìí ní láti ẹ̀ tí mo sọ yìí ó yà mí lọ́dún ní pé ní ọlọ́mọdé yóò béèrè ìtìjú ni gbogbo nǹkan mi tí wọ́n kótà tí wọ́n wá gbà lọ́nà ìgbìmọ̀ ìkọ́rọ́ yín àti tí wọ́n lọ gbítà lẹ́yìn gan ó fẹ́ wọ 400,000 ó tiẹ̀ lé 200,000.
láyé ìgbà náà.
tó tí mo fi rò pé ìjọ tó máa gbẹ́sẹ̀ sáà mo máa forí fáwọn gbẹ̀ tó wọ́n padà yí mi mọ́ mi lọ́wọ́ nígbà tí mo dé station o tó ọ̀tí náà ó dàgbé abẹnú gan yíwò mo fi tọ́ ìnà létí gan nígbà náà lọ.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
so níṣẹ́ báyìí sin àwa kan rọ àwọn èèyàn wa ẹ jẹ́ ká jẹ́ torí ti yọ sápàrọ̀ fẹ́ rìn náà. wọ́n á post
ojú òpó òun kò fẹ́ jágere mọ́ ṣùgbọ́n a ti di kókó ọ̀rọ̀ yín mú ẹ ti gúnlẹ̀ dáadáa ẹ ti fakùn mọ́ òkun ọ̀rọ̀ yọ honourable wa tó ń bọ̀rọ̀ lọ ẹ má bínú o bóyá ẹ tẹ̀ wájú.
nípa ọ̀rọ̀ tí à ń bá bọ̀ ẹni bá lọ lọ́ba kú nígbà tí táwọn ọlọ́pàá nígbà sáàdì pọ̀ ọ̀nà àṣàbólà yẹn ọ̀nà lálùbami àti ọ̀ràn lọ́dá kò tó 10 minutes sí táìmù yẹn báwọn ọlọ́pàá ṣe dé nìyẹn ẹ bá ní wípé bó ló ṣe lè dájọ́ lọ́wọ́ ara rẹ̀ wọ́n ní nítorí kó ṣe ni pé kó mú wá sí police station pé tó ń bá lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ ni wọ́n lọ́wọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ìnà onítọ́ bá ṣe léṣe bá ń kọ́ ẹ bá ní pé ká lọ station ṣáà yarí kalẹ̀ ó lòun lọ station ẹni tó wá jẹ́gbọ́n rẹ̀ ń lọ wá tẹ̀lé lọ sí station pé kí wọ́n lọ ṣàlàyé pé àwọn bá nǹkan lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe tẹni ẹ mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe tì sẹ́yìn kìnìún
lẹ́ni ó lọ ṣàlàyé
lẹ́ni tó lọ ṣàlàyé wọ́n bá tì mẹ́yìn káńtà níta pè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀mọ́ làrónù jọ́ kejì mọ́lẹ́ni ẹ̀mọ́ tó kù ń bẹ̀ pẹ̀lú owó àgbà tá a lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ Sẹ́ríkì gẹ́gẹ́ bí tí wọ́n sọ wípé wọ́n lé bàbá ń gbẹ̀jọ́ àgbà tá a lọ sọ́dọ̀ Sẹ́ríkì tá a lọ bẹ̀bẹ̀ ní Sẹ́ríkì tó sọ pé kí wọ́n fi ilẹ̀ pẹ̀lú owó gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìmọ̀ràn tèmi káwọn ìjọba kí wọ́n sọ pé kí wọ́n máa káàkiri ojú ọ̀nà kí wọ́n máa wọnú compound iléègbé máa jọrò ní bàjẹ́ o.
àmín ẹ̀yin honourable wa àsìkò tí ń kọ́ wọn kankan mọ́ra àwa fún yín ọgbọ̀n ìṣẹ́jú àyá 30 seconds ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan kan tó di pé àgbà àbá ó yà o.
Comrade Jamiu Semiu ni honourable Jamiu Semiu ni láti ìlú Nisa tẹ́ rí àfikún tèmi kàn fẹ́ fi sí ni wípé gẹ́gẹ́ bí n tèmi lérò ni wípé àwọn ìjọba ló yẹ wọn bá mójútó ẹ jẹ́ mọ̀ wípé àwọn ọmọ yẹn kéré ọmọ 10 years 15 years kó lọ mọ salu kó lọ mọ gbowó àwọn ọmọ yẹn ò lọ sí skul mọ́ kọ́mọ kéékèèké kí wọ́n lọ mọ salu nígbà tí wọ́n bá ti ń rí owó wọn ò láǹfààní àti lọ skul mọ́ èmi ó kọ̀ràn wọn kí wọ́n jẹ́ kí éèjì ó mọ̀ wà fẹ́ni tí ó bá ṣe irú nǹkan báyẹn tó ti yé yín báyẹn àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké wọn ò lọ skul mọ́ o wọ́n ṣáájú ni o.
ẹ ṣe ẹ bá fún Honourable Lami Sefiu láàrin ọgbọ̀n
Mass Speaker èmi lọ́nà lẹ́bù Lami Sefiu láti ìlú ọlọ́jà bàlá sí jalè àṣàgbọ́ ọmọ bí wọn. Mass Speaker ìjókòó wa tó kẹ̀kan lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí o. dìrísì tó jẹ́ kí n sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ò lè lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ẹ bá wa gbé olórí wọn wá ẹ̀yin gangan lára àwa agbẹnugan àwa tí a jẹ́ kínní ìjókòó afẹ́ rí wọn afẹ́ rí wọn lè gbìmọ̀ àjọ o torí because wọ́n ń gbọ́ wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ṣe bí ọ̀gá mi ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ṣe ń gbọ́ wa challenges táwa gan mọ́ rí gbòòrò gan táyé pé ní ẹ̀sìn nǹkan kan báyìí ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ń gbòòrò ẹ bá wa sọ fún Mr. Speaker kan gbé jáde sórí afẹ́fẹ́ kan ká ṣe báyìí ẹ bá wa gbé wọn wá o so ètò ìfẹ́ fi kọ́ nìyẹn.
ọjọ́ tá a bá gbé wọn wá a tún gbé aṣojú ìjọba náà wá àwọn ojú ajé kò ní sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀ ká máa fi àsìkò yìí rọ àwọn olórí ẹ̀sìn wa ká máa fi honourable wa ṣe ìtọ́kasí fún àwọn ẹlẹ́sìn yòókù ẹ bá a máa gbé jáde nínú wáàsí àmọ́ kí wọ́n á máa jọ́sìn lábẹ́ yín táwọn ò bá tiẹ̀ mọ̀ tí wọ́n bá lè jọ́sìn lọ́dọ̀ tí ẹ bá sọ fáwọn sẹ́ríkì wọn lédè tí wọ́n gbọ́ irú àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí ká dẹ́kun rẹ̀ àwùjọ wa yóò dáa yóò dùn gbé ara yóò sì túbà fún gbogbo ẹ̀yin olùgbọ́ wa àti olùgbé ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ibikíbi tẹ́ bá ti ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò òun náà ni ẹ̀ ń wò lọ́wọ́ wa nílé gba ọ̀rọ̀ kankan mọ́ torí àsìkò wa ẹ jẹ́ kí honourable wa kan dá àbá láti so ìjókòó lérò lẹ́yìn àbá àkọ́kọ́ kí honourable míì bá wa kéjì àbá náà báwo láti ṣe báyìí honourable wa comrade ọ̀yá ẹ bá wa dábàá.
honourable Karim Wasiu comrade for the latter day mo dábàá ká mú ìgbìyànjú ọdún mi wá sí òpin.
ó dà ẹ ṣe kí honourable Abusi Naira.
Mr. Speaker ẹ kú ètò ẹ ní dààmú tòní ò wá ní dàsè mọ́ èmi ni honourable Ganiyu Akeem Abusi Naira láti ìlú Ìbà mo kéjì àbá ká mú ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tòní wá sópin.
ó dáa ẹ ṣeun àdúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín àmọrírì yín fún àsìkò tí gbogbo yín fẹ́lẹ̀ láti darapọ̀ mọ́ wa nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò pẹ̀lú bójú ọjọ́ tiẹ̀ ṣe rí tó fẹ́ da gẹ́gẹ́ díẹ̀ Nàìjíríà yìí tí gbogbo nǹkan ò bára dọ́gba tẹ́ tún gbìyànjú láti wá adúpẹ́ o lórúkọ gbogbo àwọn aláṣẹ ìkànnì yìí àmọrírì yín àmọrírì àsìkò tẹ́ fi lẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ló fi àsìkò àtiṣe rẹ̀ lẹ̀ tẹ́ wá síbi lọ́nà àti jẹ́ kí Nàìjíríà kó dáa àti jẹ́ kí ìpínlẹ̀ wa kó dùn gbé ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ mo dúpẹ́ lọ gbogbo àwọn amójú ẹ̀rọ àwọn ayàwòrán tá a jọ ṣe nínú ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò tó fi wá sí àṣeyọrí ní ọjọ́ tòní ọpẹ́ ẹ̀mí pàtàkì lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ olóòtú àgbà ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò Fẹ́mi Adéfìlà èmi tí mo jẹ́ abẹnugan fún ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ní Right Honourable Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé lẹ́yìn àbá látẹnu ọ̀nàrẹ́bù Karim Wasiu láti ìlú Ẹdẹ tí ọ̀nàrẹ́bù Ganiyu Akeem Abusi Naira láti ìlú Ìbàkejì àbá náà ni mo ń so ìjókòó ìlérò títí di ọjọ́ Ẹtì ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀.
ìtún ti dé o. ètò ìgbìmọ̀ àjọrò ló tún gorí afẹ́fẹ́ tọmọdé tàgbà ẹ̀sùn mọ́ bí ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ sọ Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé ló sọ wípé ohun abádìjọ́rò igun nígun.
Gbẹ̀bíró kílẹ̀mọ̀ dàhoro kọ́ọ̀dẹ́ má dìbò sí. Láṣìgbé ètò yìí kalẹ̀ láti lè jẹ́ kóníkálukú fi ṣe òdiwọ̀n ìdílé wọn. Òtítọ́ ọbẹ̀ ni pé kò sí ìdílé kan tí ò ní ìpèníjà àti ẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n àtẹ́lẹwọ́ ẹni la fi ń tún ẹni ṣe. Àti oníkálukú bá kọ sí ìpèníjà náà ìdílé yóò sọ bí ìdílé yóò ṣe rí. Gbẹ̀bíró ká finúkonú ká fi kùnlùkùn pẹ̀lú àwọn lọ́kọláya lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan lórí ètò. Níbẹ̀ lọ́mọ Afọlábí ó ti mọ tàkò tó béèrè sí wọn. Láláì fìkan pé méjì lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń dá òwúhọ́wù sílẹ̀ nínú ìdílé. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì làwọn àlejò náà yóò mọ jẹ́ ká mọ ọ̀nà tí wọ́n ń gbé gbà sílé wọn ò fi dàrú tí fi ń tò. Gbẹ̀bíró ẹ máa pàdé Múyìwá Àfọlábí lórí ètò yìí ní gbogbo ọjọ́ àbámẹ́ta láago 8 òwúrọ̀ tí àtúntẹ̀ rẹ̀ ó sì tún máa wá láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ ní ìkànnì móhùnmáwòrán Western Spring Television ìkànnì 150 lórí StarTime. Gbẹ̀bíró tọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ó máa yàtọ̀ ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
Ìlú Ìbàdàn. Ìlú Ìbàdàn ni olú ìlú àti ìlú tí ó tóbi jù ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ tó wà ní ẹkùn ìwọ̀ oòrùn gúúsù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Kò dín ní èèyàn bíi mílíọ̀nù 6 tó ń gbé nígboro ìlú Ìbàdàn nìkan ṣoṣo. Odù Ifá ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ni àwọn Yorùbá gbàgbọ́ pé ó tẹ ìlú Ìbàdàn dó. Àwọn ọmọ ìlú Ìbàdàn jẹ́ akíkanjú, wọ́n fẹ́ràn ìdàgbàsókè, ọ̀làjú ni wọ́n. Àwọn baba ńlá wọn sì jẹ́ jagunjagun. Àbájọ tí a fi máa ń gbọ́ nínú oríkì wọn pé Ìbàdàn Mèsì Ọ̀gọ̀ nílé Olúyọ̀lé, ìlú Ògúnmọ́lá olódògbò kẹ̀rí lójú ogun, Ìbàdàn ọmọ àjòròsàn, ọmọ àjẹ̀gbínyó, ọmọ àfikàràhùn fọ́ orí mu. Olúbàdàn lórúkọ oyè ọba ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn. Máyẹ̀ Okùn Adé ló kọ́kọ́ jẹ baálẹ̀ nìbàdàn. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú ńlá, ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn iléeṣẹ́ àti àjọ ńláńlá ló wà nílùú Ìbàdàn. Ìbàdàn tó gbonílé tó gbé àlejò. Ọmọ Ìbàdàn kí ni sóò.
Àtótó Adére.
Kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn. Èkó Légọ́ọ̀sì. Èkó akéte ìlú ọgbọ́n, Èkó akéte ìlú ìmọ̀, ọmọ ọlọ́gbọ́n dorí ẹja mú, àwọn òmùgọ̀ àdìímú nírù. Ẹni dèkó tí ò gbọ́n ọgbọ́n rẹ̀ dọ̀run alákejì. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí àrọ́bá, ẹni tó tẹ ìṣẹ́ridó tó sì kọ́kọ́ gbé ibẹ̀ lọ́dún 1699 ló jẹ́ ọdẹ tí orúkọ rẹ̀ ń jẹ́ Ògúnfúnminíre, ọmọ ọba ìlú Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní í ṣe. Ó máa ń ṣọdẹ lọ síbẹ̀ láti Ifẹ̀. Ó sì pàgọ́ tó ti máa ń sinmi ṣáájú kó tún tó lọ bẹ ilé rẹ̀ wò. Nígbà tó yá, àwọn ọdẹ mìíràn wá darapọ̀ mọ́ láti ṣọdẹ. Nínú igbó yìí ni wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣọdẹ tí wọ́n sì ń pọ̀ sí pẹ̀lú àwọn ènìyàn wọn. Báyìí ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tàn kálẹ̀ tó fi dé gbogbo ibi tí Èkó fẹ̀ dé lónìí. Ìlú Èkó, ìlú ńlá. Ìlú Èkó yìí ni ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà wà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí, pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn ṣáájú ọdún 1991 tí wọ́n gbé lọ sílùú Àbújá. Èkó àdèlé ọmọ agun àgẹ̀rẹ̀, Èkó ọmọ afíjúwọjà arìngbẹ́ndẹ́kẹ́, ọ̀bùnwọjà páṣíọ̀ṣíọ̀, ẹ̀yọ̀ ní bàbá Èkó, àríjó ṣe bí ọba. Èkó ọmọ odò tí ò ṣeé yájú sí, Èkó arómi sá lẹ́gbẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́. ìbàdàn. Ìlú Ìbàdàn ni olú ìlú àti ìlú tí ó tóbi jù ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ tó wà ní ẹkùn ìwọ̀ oòrùn gúúsù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Kò dín ní èèyàn bíi mílíọ̀nù 6 tó ń gbé nígboro ìlú Ìbàdàn nìkan ṣoṣo. Odù Ifá ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ni àwọn Yorùbá gbàgbọ́ pé ó tẹ ìlú Ìbàdàn dó. Àwọn ọmọ ìlú Ìbàdàn jẹ́ akíkanjú, wọ́n fẹ́ràn ìdàgbàsókè, ọ̀làjú ni wọ́n, àwọn baba ńlá wọn sì jẹ́ jagunjagun. Àbájọ tí a fi máa ń gbọ́ nínú oríkì wọn pé Ìbàdàn Mèsì Ọ̀gọ̀, nílé Olúyọ̀lé, ìlú Ògúnmọ́lá olódògbò kẹ̀rí lójú ogun, Ìbàdàn ọmọ àjòròsàn, ọmọ àjẹ̀gbínyó, ọmọ àfikàràhùn fọ́ orí mu. Olúbàdàn lórúkọ oyè ọba ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn. Máyẹ̀ Okùn Adé ló kọ́kọ́ jẹ baálẹ̀ nìbàdàn. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú ńlá, ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn iléeṣẹ́ àti àjọ ńláńlá ló wà nílùú Ìbàdàn. Ìbàdàn tó gbonílé tó gbé àlejò. Ọmọ Ìbàdàn kí ni sóò.
Western Pavilion, ours it is.
Atótó arére.
Kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn.
Kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn.
Atótó arére ní jẹ́bẹ̀ o.
Níbi gbogbo tẹ́ bá ti láǹfààní láti wò wá kí yín kojú máa kí yín kojú máa kí yín kojú mọ̀mọ́ ìkànnì Western Spring Television lẹ́jà sí channel 190 StarTimes DTT.
Ìkànnì aláwọ̀ ọ̀dùn tó gbàmì ẹ̀yẹ.
Ìkànnì tó yáyì.
Oṣù ńlá wà yìí.
Tó yáyì jùlọ. Ẹ ṣe wo ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ìròyìn tí ọ̀lẹ́jà ń bá kan nú, ìròyìn tí ò fi gbá kan bọ̀ kan nú, ìròyìn tí wọ́n pàdù tí wọ́n dọ́kítọ̀ ajá balẹ̀ ìròyìn tó jẹ́ pé bó ṣe ń yọ tuntun nẹ́nẹ́ lẹ́nu ẹ̀rọ láṣekà sétí ìgbọ̀yìn Joshua Adénípẹ̀kun ló kọ tèmi.
Àwọn fẹ́ńdọ̀ yín náà la tún yọ dégúnlẹ̀ òbí ọjọ́ àṣebẹ́ abalẹ̀kà bóṣùmàrè ti balẹ̀ lárọ̀dá òjò ẹ̀rẹ̀ ti mọ̀ pé bá a bá ti dé báyìí ojúlówó ìròyìn ló dé òun. Akí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ ń wò wá lórí tẹlifíṣàn yín bẹ́ẹ̀ sì rèé àmọ́ rírẹ̀ yìí tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ojú òpó ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ gbogbo àbí ní YouTube lẹ́yìn tí ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa, àjọṣe wa ò ní bàjẹ́. Òní náà ni ó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tó jẹ́ ọjọ́ 6 nínú ìrìn àjò oṣù kọkànlá tààrin rẹ̀ rèé méjì ti kọjá méjì ń bẹ lẹ́yìn. Ọlọ́run ó jẹ́ kó rọ̀ wá lọ́rùn. Àkìyìn ẹ̀ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Folúṣọ́ Òjó ló kọ̀ mí fẹ́ńdọ̀ yín obìnrin. Ìwé ìròyìn 3 ló wà níwájú mi, The Punch, Vanguard àti Daily Trust.
Ìwé ìròyìn Vanguard, Punch, Daily Trust, òun Leadership mo kó wá sóde ìròyìn láàárọ̀ yìí.
Ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ni mú àwọn kókó tó sọdọ̀ sínú ìròyìn wa fún yín. Lọ́dọ̀ ìjọba àpapọ̀ lèmi kọ́ gbà lọ. Bí ìjọba àpapọ̀ ṣe sọ pé ẹ̀yin ẹgbẹ́ òṣìṣẹ́ ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀. Gbogbo tẹ́ ń béèrè fún wọ̀nyẹn ìtì ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ lásán ni o kò tó wọn ńlá dá sí àyànjú gbogbo ẹ̀.
Àwọn olùfẹ̀hónúhàn wọ́n ya wọlé aṣòfin orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lánàá o látàrí bọ́rọ̀ ajé ilẹ̀ yìí bí wọ́n ti ṣe ṣàpèjúwe rẹ̀ wípé ó ti di tamọ́ ti yé gbogbo èèyàn ní ta lára.
Lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ajé ilẹ̀ yìí bákan náà ẹni ọ̀wọ̀ kúkà rèé ó ní kò tí ì burú tó báyìí rí o nínú ìtàn orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ẹ ṣáàjà àgbà kámú ká mọ̀ wojú Ọlọ́run tó rẹ́ni tí ó bá tí ì kú kò tí ì mọlẹ̀ tí ó mọ́ la.
Lórí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn olùfẹ̀hónúhàn fífòpin sí ìjọba abú tó wáyé kọjá lóṣù kẹjọ ọdún tá a wà yìí, ìdí rẹ̀ rèé ó tá a fi tú àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké olùfẹ̀hónúhàn tó wà lákòlò àwọn agbófinró tá a fi tú wọn lẹ̀. Ìjọba àpapọ̀ ṣàlàyé ọ̀rọ̀ mo mú bọ̀ wá bá a kó bá tó.
Ẹ padà ṣèwé ń bi ẹdẹ ẹ sáà ń koríṣiríṣi èbó bọnú dictionary minor hungry protester ẹ tún gbẹ̀yìn wọlé. Lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ka ètò ẹ̀kọ́ gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ olùkọ́ àtàwọn míì tọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀ka ètò ẹ̀kọ́ gbèrú rèé wọ́n gbóṣùbà fún mínísítà tuntun wọ́n ní ó káre láì ọmọ ọkọ ní Odingiadi bó ṣe ń ṣe yìí wọ́n ló tẹ́ àwọn lọ́rùn lórí ọ̀rọ̀ iye ọjọ́ orí láti wọ fásitì.
ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà tí ó wáyé ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo rèé ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo mòmórílẹ̀ látàrí bí gómìnà Adémọ́lá Adélékè bó ti ṣe ń ṣe ìpolongo tí sì ń lo àwọn ọmọ bíbí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tó ń gbé ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo pé kí wọ́n dákun o kí wọ́n jàre kí wọ́n dìbò fún ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP yìí ní Agboola Ajayi.
lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ètò ìdìbò ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo bákan náà àjọ àpapọ̀ fẹ́tò ìdìbò INEC rèé wọ́n ní ẹwẹ̀ wá lójú kòrókòró wọ́n láàdúró déédéé wọ́n ní gbogbo kùdìẹ̀kudiẹ àtàwọn àṣìṣe àtẹ̀yìnwá àwọn ò fi ètò ìdìbò ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo àwọn ìyanjú ẹ̀ tí ò sì ní sí pé ẹ̀rí àríwísí kankan sí àjọ elétò ìdìbò.
lẹ́gbẹ́ CAN ẹgbẹ́ ọmọlẹ́yìn Kristi bá kéde ìpàdé àdúrà ọjọ́ mẹ́ta o látàrí ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà tí ó wáyé ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo wọ́n lé ó tó ká fi wojú Ọlọ́run kó lè bá a lọ wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́.
àdúrà nígbà àgbà kọ́ ó tún lulẹ̀ wì lánàá ṣé n tó bá ti ń ṣe ni rí àlè pé kò ṣe ni mọ́ o torí pé kí ni ó tún dé lóko tí wọ́n pé ọlọ́tún lulẹ̀ lánàá báwo agbára ìpèsè náà ẹlẹ́tíríkì àpapọ̀ lẹ̀ yìí wọ́n ló tún lulẹ̀ ó wá ń lọ bíi ìgbà mélòó lọ́dún yìí nìkan so ẹ gbọ́ nínú ìròyìn.
lọ́dọ̀ mi ní látàrí ẹ̀sùn pàṣípàyọ tí ikọ̀ gómìnà àná ní ìpínlẹ̀ Delta sẹ́nitọ̀ Ifeanyi Okowa gómìnà àná ọ̀hún rèé lákòlò àjọ EFCC wọ́n kó sun ọjọ́ kejì ó sì wà lọ́dọ̀ wọn bí wọ́n ti ń fọ̀rọ̀ wá lẹ́nu.
eléyìí ó ṣe ní láàánú nípínlẹ̀ Bauchi wọ́n ní ọmọ kékeré ọmọ ọdún méjì kan rèé wọ́n bókú rẹ̀ nílẹ̀ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ mọ́ṣáláṣí nígbà wọ́n yẹ̀ wò wọ́n fura sí pé ó ṣeé ṣe kó jẹ́ afipábánilòpọ̀ kan ló gbẹ̀mí ọmọ náà.
ìròyìn yìí domi tútù sí ìyàn lọ́kàn o ìròyìn yàjóyàjó láfẹ̀mọ́júmọ́ òní ọ̀sánjá ọ̀run dọ̀pá ọ̀gá àgbà yanyan fún iléeṣẹ́ ọmọ ológun orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ọ̀gágun Taoheed Abiodun Lágbájá ti jáláìsí lẹ́ni ọdún mẹ́rìndínlọ́gọ́ta.
eléyìí náà láti ìpínlẹ̀ Benue àwọn olùgbé agbègbè kan rèé wọ́n ké gbàjarè pé kíjọba ó gba àwọn o wọ́n láwọn agbébọn jàlú wọn jáwọn ó gbádùn lórí oko wọn á túmọ̀ mẹ́yìn àwọn aya àwọn balẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ nínú ìfipábánilòpọ̀.
àbí ṣé kókó sì kú ń bẹ̀ ń. ó dáa tó wọn yí àtàwọn ìròyìn míì lẹ́ẹ̀ láǹfààní láti jẹ̀gbádùn lọ́rin kí ni wọ́n lẹ́kùnrẹ́rẹ́ ẹja kan sódì kejì lọ́n bá a bá dé àtúlẹ̀ àdálẹ̀ fún yín lọ́rin kí ni wọ́n á tó wa rere.
kò ṣe má gbọ́ ìròyìn.
ẹ káàbọ̀ padà ìròyìn ọ̀hún báyìí ó gbéra sọ lónírà bájì gan.
ó dáa ẹja nìṣó ká mọ̀ fún yín ẹ mọ́ gbàgbé pé a wà láwọn ojú òpó ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ gbogbo tó gbajúgbajà àtẹ̀tìmọ̀ bí ẹ ń mojú owó ẹ fi èrò yín síbẹ̀ ẹ tún bá wa pín fáwọn ẹlòmíín kí wọ́n lè jẹ̀ gbádùn tẹ̀ ń gbádùn ẹ mọ́ gbàgbé pé ìkànnì eléyìí ó dúró tán ni ò torí gẹ́gẹ́ bó ti wà láṣẹ ó sì jẹ́ ìkànnì tó yàn yọ láàrin àwọn akẹgbẹ́ rẹ̀ ìkànnì tó gba àmì ẹ̀yẹ tó perégedé jùlọ ó yá ẹjá bẹ̀rẹ̀ rìn torí àkókò àárọ̀ lọ́jọ́ ewúrẹ́ kó tó mọ̀ bọ́ọ̀nà kùnà nínú ìwé ìròyìn Vanguard tó jáde lónìí ìròyìn kan wà ń bẹ̀ tààrà látọ̀dọ̀ ìjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ni o níbi ìjọba àpapọ̀ ṣe ń fọwọ́ mẹ́wẹ̀ẹ̀wá gbáyà pé ẹran ní nǹkan kì í ṣe egun ń fọwọ́ sọ̀yà fún ẹgbẹ́ òṣìṣẹ́ lórílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà pé gbogbo nǹkan tí ẹgbẹ́ òṣìṣẹ́ ń béèrè fún wọn ní ìtì ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ lásán ni tí ò tó wọn ń lọ̀ dá sí ìjọba àpapọ̀ jẹ́ kó di mímọ̀ pé gbogbo àwọn tí ẹgbẹ́ òṣìṣẹ́ ń béèrè fún bẹ̀rẹ̀ látòrí owó oṣù wọn ìgbáyégbádùn lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ ìpèsè àwọn ohun èlò tó tọ́ tó yẹ lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ wọn ní gbogbo rẹ̀ làwọn ò mú gbọ́ o táwọn ó sì gbégbèsè lórí ẹ̀ kódà láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà ọ̀rọ̀ ìfọwọ́sọ̀yà yìí ló wá látọ̀dọ̀ ìjọba àpapọ̀ nípasẹ̀ ẹni tó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tó jẹ́ mínísítà tuntun tí wọ́n ṣẹ̀ yàn gẹ́gẹ́ bí mínísítà fọ́rọ̀ òṣìṣẹ́ àti ìgbanisíṣẹ́ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ọ̀gbẹ́ni Muhammadu Dingyadi nígbà tó lọ rèé bọ́ sọ́fíìsì ọjọ́ àkọ́kọ́ rẹ̀ tó ṣiṣẹ́ ló pe ìpàdé ọmọlé pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ àtàwọn ọ̀gá pẹ̀lú àjọ tó jẹ́ ti ìjọba gbogbo níbẹ̀ ló ti bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ nílùú Àbújá nígbàgede yàrá àpérò wọn pé gbogbo nǹkan tẹ̀ ń béèrè fún bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti owó oṣù yín àwọn ìgbáyégbádùn ẹnu iṣẹ́ tó yẹ ẹ̀tọ́ àjẹmọ́nú ìpèsè ohun èlò tẹ́ fi ṣiṣẹ́ kó lè mọ́ ọ lọ gẹ́rẹ́gẹ́ ó ní gbogbo rẹ̀ ní ìjọba àpapọ̀ yóò mú gbọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí Dingyadi ṣe sọ nígbà tó ń bá àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ àtàwọn olórí ẹ̀ka àti àjọ ìjọba sọ̀rọ̀ nílùú Àbújá ó ní òun fẹ́ fi dá wọn lójú o pé ìṣèjọba tó wà lóde báyìí sí ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu tó ń darí ni yóò rí dájú pé ní gbogbo ọ̀nà ló ń dá ẹ̀rín pa ẹ̀kẹ́ àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ó ní gbogbo eléyìí tẹ́ ń ṣe yìí ó ní bóun bá parọ́ kẹ̀ máa jáun pé torí lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta yìí àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ kan láwọn ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga fásitì Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n lérí lẹ́ka pé dandan báwọn ò bá rówó àwọn olóko ìyanṣẹ́lódì oníṣẹ́bẹ̀ẹ́ rí i pé ìjọba àpapọ̀ ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ dá wọn lóhùn ó ní gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó dẹ̀ ṣìkú ńlẹ̀ náà tẹ́ ń béèrè fún ó ní gbogbo rẹ̀ pátápátá ni àwọn ó ṣe ó ní kinní kọkàn ní o òun fẹ́ ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ wọn ó lóun sì fi tó já wọn lójú báyìí pé òun gangan alára òun ti dé o láti wá ṣiṣẹ́ nínú iléeṣẹ́ tó wà fọ́rọ̀ òṣìṣẹ́ pé òun ò bá tẹrẹ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ sì rèé ó lóun ò bá sì jà wá ó ní gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ wá sórí tábìlì kájọ jíròrò kájọ wò ó kájọ jọ síra wọn ó nítorí ìrètí ọ̀tun eléyìí tí ìṣèjọba ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu eléyìí tó gbélé wọ́ ni àwọn rí dájú pé ó dọ́dọ̀ àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ o tí wọ́n sì mọ fi tẹ̀ríntọ̀yàyà orí yíyá àti inú dídùn mọ́ ṣe iṣẹ́ wọn ó ní ẹ̀yin gẹ́gẹ́ bí òṣìṣẹ́ ẹ rí dájú pé iṣẹ́ yín ẹ mú lọ́kùnkúndùn kẹ̀sì mọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ tó jọjú sí owó tẹ̀ ń gbà ó ní lọ́dọ̀ tàwọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìjọba tó ń ṣàkóso àwọn rí dájú pé àwọn gbé gbogbo ètò àtìlànà kalẹ̀ táwọn sì mọ ṣe ohun gbogbo lójúnà àti lè jẹ́ kínú yín ó mọ dùn kọ́kàn yín ó sì balẹ̀ lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ ó ní ẹjọ́ jàre gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ lẹ́ ń béèrè fún wọ̀nyí ìtì ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ lásán ni lẹ́yìn eléyìí ló wá gbóríyìn fún ẹnìkejì rẹ̀ tí í ṣe mínísítà kejì fọ́rọ̀ òṣìṣẹ́ honourable Nkeruka Onyejocha ó ní ìyá orílẹ̀-èdè gidi ni ó ní toró farajìn fún ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà lápapọ̀ olóhùn wá kí gbogbo wọn àtàwọn ọ̀gá láwọn àjọ àti iléeṣẹ́ ìjọba àpapọ̀ gbogbo pé ẹ ṣeun gan ni ẹ má gbàgbé ohun tí ààrẹ Bọ́lá Tinubu tó gbélé wọ́ tí í ṣe ìrètí ọ̀tun pé ẹ̀jẹ̀ àjọ fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ kílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ó lè tètè débi tí àfẹ́kódé gan ìwé ìròyìn Vanguard ló wà.
nínú ìwé ìròyìn Vanguard tó gbé kalẹ̀ yìí gan lèmi gan wá náwó gbé o àwọn olùfẹ̀hónúhàn kan níròyìn fi yé ni wípé wọ́n ṣe ìfẹ̀hónúhàn lánàá wọ́n lọ sí gbọ̀ngàn ilé aṣòfin àgbà orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tó wà nílùú Àbújá wọ́n kóra wọn jọpọ̀ ságbègbè 3am zone níbi tí wọ́n ti ń pè fún pé àwọn aṣòfin ọ̀hún kó ṣe àwọn àgbékalẹ̀ kan tó nítumọ̀ léyìí tí ó tún ẹ̀ka ohun àmúṣagbára orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà sọ bí ẹni sọgbà pàápàá jùlọ ẹ̀ka epo bẹntiróòlù àwọn olùfẹ̀hónúhàn ọ̀hún ní ẹgbẹ́ kan tí ń jẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ lábẹ́ àṣẹ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC Solidarity and Development Forum ni wọ́n ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àìkórajọpọ̀ àtìrànlọ́wọ́ àwọn ẹgbẹ́ aráàlú àtàwọn ajàfẹ́tọ̀ ọmọnìyàn gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ti jẹ́ kó yé ni àwọn olùfẹ̀hónúhàn ọ̀hún ni wọ́n fi àìdùnnú wọn hàn ṣe bí owó epo bẹntiróòlù lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà bó ṣe ń fi ojoojúmọ́ fò fẹ̀rẹ̀ tí ń fò lọ sókè lójoojúmọ́ ayé wọ́n wá tẹnumọ́ níbi tí wọ́n tún ti tẹ̀síwájú nínú tí ń bí wọn nú tí wọ́n ń ṣèfẹ̀hónúhàn lé lórí wọ́n gbé onírúurú àkọlé lọ́wọ́ níbi tí wọ́n ti kọ díẹ̀ lára àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n ń béèrè fún lọ́wọ́ ìjọba àtàwọn tọ́rọ̀ kàn sí àwọn pátákó tí wọ́n gbé lọ́wọ́ lára àwọn nǹkan míì látún ti rí bí epo bẹntiróòlù bí ti ṣe é sí lọ́pọ̀ ìgbà lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà àti bí ọrọ̀ ajé orílẹ̀‐èdè yìí bó ṣe di tamọ́tiyè nígbà tí ń bá wọn oníròyìn sọ̀rọ̀ ní ẹgbẹ́ gbọ̀ngàn ilé aṣòfin àgbà orílẹ̀‐èdè yìí àwọn adarí àwọn èèyàn náà Kabir Matazo àti Daniel Simomo wọ́n ṣàpèjúwe gbogbo ohun tí orílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà ń dojú kọ lágbọn epo bẹntiróòlù gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìgbésẹ̀ eléyìí tó tọ́ka sí pé àwọn tí darí wa tó jẹ́ àwọn adarí wọn ti kùnà pàápàá jùlọ lágbọn ètò ọrọ̀ ajé nínú lẹ́tà kan léyìí tí wọ́n fi ṣọwọ́ sí sẹ́nitọ̀ Godswill Akpabio àtàbẹnugan lẹ́gbìmọ̀ aṣojú ṣòfin ìní right honourable Tajudeen Abbas níbẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti sọ fáwọn èèyàn wípé gbogbo gbà làwọn tí ń bẹ lágbọn ètò ìdarí orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n fi ń dá wọn lójú wípé epo ọ̀pọ̀ á mú àdínkù báyìí epo ètò ọrọ̀ ajé ò dúró dáa wọ́n ní lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìlérí tí wọ́n ti ṣe wọ́n ní ibi pẹlẹbẹ ní abẹ̀bẹ̀ ọrọ̀ ajé orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ní fi lélẹ̀ o gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ti sọ wọ́n láwọn èèyàn gan wọ́n ní wọn ò fẹ́ lè ní ìgbàgbọ́ nínú ìjọba tí ń bẹ lóde mọ́ àtàwọn adarí lẹ́lẹ́kàǹkà lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà. Àwọn èèyàn wọ́n ṣe àlàkalẹ̀ ṣíṣe àgbékalẹ̀ ẹ̀bù fọpo tó dúró re tó lọ́ọ̀rìn lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà. Wọ́n ní pàápàá jùlọ wọ́n ní pẹ̀lú wípé àpapọ̀ owó tíjọba ti ná ságbọn ètò epo bẹntiróòlù ló jẹ́ bílíọ̀nù lọ́nà $4. Wọ́n ní pẹ̀lú owó rọ̀gùnrọ̀gùn yìí wọ́n láàmọ̀ rí nǹkan kan kó rútú. Wọ́n ní di rẹ̀ rèé táwọn fi wá wò pé káwọn ṣe ìfẹ̀hónúhàn alálàáfíà wá sí ilé aṣòfin orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà káwọn fi rán àwọn aṣòfin ọ̀hún létí wípé ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ wá ṣe ń bì yìí kì í ṣe mímọ̀ ṣe òfin káwọn kan ó mọ̀ sùn, kì í ṣe eré kan jígìrì ó, kan ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ àwọn òfin, kan ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ àwọn ìlànà lè tí ó mú kí ìtura bá àwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà táwọn èèyàn fi jàjàbọ́ lọ́wọ́ ọrọ̀ ajé tó ti di tamọ́tíye, tí ń ta baálé ilé, tí ń ta ìyá, tí ń ta ọmọ, tí wọ́n mú kára kan gbogbo èèyàn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ wo ìròyìn ọ̀hún sọ́wọ́ wájú kẹ́ ṣe rí ọ̀rọ̀ Vanguard tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí ni kẹ́ wò sọ́wọ́ wájú.
Ọjà nínú ìwé ìròyìn Vanguard yẹn kan náà lórí ipò ọrọ̀ ajé orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà àti bí ìlú ṣe rí lásìkò yìí, ẹni ọ̀wọ̀ kan rèé tó ti wòye pé kò tí ì burú tó báyìí rí o nínú ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ àti ìtàn orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Ó ní ṣùgbọ́n ẹni egun lè kọ́mọ ọ̀rọ̀ jù ni o torí bí ti ń rẹ ara ayé náà ní rẹ ìrù ọ̀run. Ẹni ọ̀wọ̀ Matthew Kuka tó jẹ́ bíṣọ̀bù àgbà fún ìjọ Àgùdà lẹ́kùn Sókótó ló sọ eléyìí di mímọ̀. Ó jẹ́ kó di mímọ̀ pé ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ti ń kojú onírúurú ìpèníjà lásìkò yìí tó ń sì mọ̀ dájú pé kò ní pẹ́ dópin o. Ó fọ̀rọ̀ náà léde nígbà tí ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ níbi ètò kíkó ìwé kan jáde ìyẹn ní àná ọjọ́ Ìṣẹ́gun nílùú Àbújá. Ìwé ọ̀hún náà ni wọ́n kọ láti fi sọrí ọ̀gágun tó fẹ̀yìntì lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ ológun pẹ̀lú ipò Major General Zamani Lekworth eléyìí tí Richard Akinola tó kọ láti fi bu ọlá fún un. Ó jẹ́ kó di mímọ̀ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ló jẹ́ pé wọn kì í mọ̀ pé apọ̀ ńlẹ̀ yìí bá a sì ṣe jọ wà yìí náà ó nítumọ̀ ó sì nídìí àbájọ. Ó ní níṣe ló yẹ ká fara wa mọ́ra ká wà nínú ìṣọ̀kan ká wá mọ́ gbójú sókè ká mọ́ níbẹ̀ lọ́hùn pé kọ́lọ́hún kó wọlé Nàìjíríà sàn. Ó ní lóòótọ́ la mọ̀ pé ìlú le lásìkò yóò lòun sì mọ̀ pé láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà ìlú tó le yìí náà yóò tó di ẹ̀rọ o. Ó rọ àwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà pé kí wọ́n wo àkàwé àwọn ìlú àti orílẹ̀-èdè bíi ti Gaza òun Lebanon tó jẹ́ pé níṣe ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wọ́n dojúkọra wọn jojúmọ́. Ó ní ìbádára ká dẹ́kun ṣíṣe ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà kéèyàn kan mọ̀ sọ pé dandan òun fẹ́ yọ kúrò lára orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Ó nírú àwọn nǹkan báwọn ni ló máa ń fa wàhálà o. Ó lẹ́lòmíì ò sì mọ̀ pé bá a ṣe rìn tá a pọ̀ yìí mọ̀ lójó yẹ wá béèyàn kan bá yọ ni ó mọ̀ pé Ọlọ́run ọba ìsàràlú kan ó ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tá a wáyé ó ló kún fún ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ onírúurú nǹkan tọ́lọ́run fi jíǹkí wa ó ló sì yẹ ká ṣe àmúlò rẹ̀ dáadáa fún ire ara wa ni o. Ó ní nǹkan tó ń kàn fẹ́ sọ fún ọmọ Nàìjíríà ni pé kí wọ́n ní sùúrù kí wọ́n níbẹ̀ lọ́hùn kí wọ́n sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọnìkejì wọn nínú ìṣọ̀kan yìí. Ó lóun mọ̀ pé láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà Ọlọ́run yóò wọlé Nàìjíríà sàn o yóò sì jẹ́ kó jẹ́. Ó ní ṣùgbọ́n tí a lè sọ ni pé àsìkò yìí bó ṣe rí yìí kò tí ì le tó báyìí rí o nínú ìtàn Nàìjíríà. Ó ní ṣùgbọ́n ẹ máa rọ́jú láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà ẹ wò ó ìwòye ọ̀la ni o gbogbo tó dàn wọ́n yóò padà dọ̀pọ̀ gbogbo tó sì le koko wọ̀nyí náà ni ó tó rọrùn ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Ẹni ọ̀wọ̀ Kúkà ló wí bẹ́ẹ̀.
Nínú ìwé ìròyìn Vanguard tí mo gbé lọ́wọ́ mi ò tí ì gbé sílẹ̀ jẹ́ n kọjá lọ sí ìlú Àbújá. Àwọn olùfẹ̀hónúhàn fífòpin sí ìjọba abú tí wọ́n ṣe kọjá lórílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà nínú oṣù kẹjọ eléyìí tí àpapọ̀ wọn tí ó tó mọ́kàndínlọ́gọ́fà níye táwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò tí wọ́n fi páńpẹ́ ọba gbé nu eléyìí tá ti ráwọn ọmọ kéékèèké tí wọ́n tó 30 níye ní ìjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ló ti tú wọn lẹ̀ ó pàápàá jùlọ àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké tí ń bẹnu wọn. Wọ́n pé kí wọ́n máa lọ sí ilé wọn bàbá dáríjì wọn àwọn kò mọ tí wọ́n ń ṣe níjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè yìí ni wọ́n fọ̀rọ̀ ń ṣe. Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí àti ìgbésẹ̀ yìí ló mọ̀ di mímọ̀ ló sì dohun lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí ilé ẹjọ́ gíga ìjọba àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ yìí tó fi kalẹ̀ sílùú Àbújá tí ṣolú lórílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lẹ́yìn ìgbà tó fagilé ẹ̀sùn oníga méjì ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ tí wọ́n fi kàn wọ́n nu eléyìí tá a ti rí dídí pàǹpá mọ́jọba treasonable felony àti ìgbésẹ̀ tó jọmọ́ bí ìgbà téèyàn fẹ́ já ìjọba gbà látàrí bí wọ́n ṣe ṣàpèjúwe bí àwọn olùfẹ̀hónú àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ọ̀hún bí wọ́n ti ṣe gbé àsíá orílẹ̀-èdè Russia lọ́wọ́ tí wọ́n ṣe ń ké síjọba orílẹ̀-èdè Russia láti wá gbà ṣàkóso orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà pé kí wọ́n máa túkọ̀ ìṣàkóso lọ gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ti sọ nígbà tí wọ́n ń gbàlejò àwọn èèyàn mú lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí ilé ẹjọ́ ti fagilé ẹ̀sùn náà tán tí wọ́n sì pé kí wọ́n máa lọ lé wọn àmọ́ tí wọ́n gbà wọ́n lálejò láti fún wọn ní ọ̀rọ̀ ìṣítí. Igbákejì ààrẹ ilẹ̀ yìí Alhaji Kashim Shettima ẹni tó ṣe wọ́n ní máa wulẹ̀ máa rọra ní gbọ̀ngàn iléeṣẹ́ iṣẹ́ tí ń bẹ ní gbọ̀ngàn tí ń bẹ nílé iṣẹ́ ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà nílùú Àbújá tí ìṣolú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ṣe lálàyé wípé ohun kankan tá a rò tá a fi tú wọn lẹ̀ ìdí ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ o bí ìgbà téèyàn kàn bójú wò yàn tó kàn ṣàánú rẹ̀ wípé máa lọ ẹ má dẹ́ṣẹ̀ mọ́ o ǹtẹ́ ẹ̀dánwò kẹ́ ẹ mọ́ ṣe mọ́ Shettima nídìí rèé o táwọn fi tú àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ọ̀hún sílẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ bá gbàgbé kó tó dà kò yìí ni àwọn kànrìnkànrìn nu eléyìí tá a ti rí lẹ́gbẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́ lájọlájọ Àríwá Consultative Forum àtàwọn ẹgbẹ́ aráàlú tí wọ́n ti ń ké síjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà pé bí ìgbà téèyàn ò lójútì ní o bó ti mú àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ọ̀hún tó fi wọ́n sátìmọ́lé nígbà tó náà ń sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ìgbésẹ̀ ọ̀hún ajàfẹ́tọ̀ọ́ ọmọnìyàn tó tún jẹ́ gbajúgbajà agbẹjọ́rò àgbà Fẹ́mi Fálànà ké síjọba àpapọ̀ níbi tó ti dúnkokò wípé bẹ́ẹ̀ báyìí lè fún àwọn ọmọ yìí ní ẹ̀kọ́ tó yè koro kẹ́ ẹ tún wọn ṣe kẹ́ ẹ tún orí wọn rọ àti bí wọ́n ti ṣe ń ronú eléyìí tó lóyìnbó ń pè ní rehabilitation Fẹ́mi Fálànà jẹ́jẹ́ o ó sì dúnkokò láti wọ́ ìjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lọ sí ilé ẹjọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ ṣe rí ìròyìn ọ̀hún kẹ́ wo sọ́wọ́ wájú Vanguard tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí ni kẹ́ wò sọ̀wọ́ wájú.
ẹ jẹ́ ń pàṣọdà sínú ìwé ìròyìn The Punch ìròyìn eléyìí ẹ̀ka ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ni wọ́n ní begun ẹ̀ ní bàjọ́rẹ́ orí òyà atọ́kùn rẹ̀ kódà onílù àtẹ̀rọ òwòrán gan wọ́n mọ̀ ṣe kóríyá àwọn tí ọ̀rọ̀ kan lẹ́ka ètò ẹ̀kọ́ lórílẹ̀‐èdè yìí ní pàtàkì jùlọ ẹgbẹ́ àwọn olùkọ́ ńlẹ̀ Nàìjíríà àti ẹgbẹ́ àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ alágbèékalẹ̀ ààtò ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ni wọ́n ti kan sára tí wọ́n sì gbóríyìn fún ẹni tó jẹ́ mínísítà tuntun fún ètò ẹ̀kọ́ orílẹ̀‐èdè yìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìròyìn mínísítà Túnjí Aláùsá òun ló fi ọ̀rọ̀ léde tó sì ní látàsìkò yìí lọ ó ti dá a padà kéèyàn kan wá sọpọ́ ọmọ tí ò bá pé ọmọ ọdún méjìdínlógún kò láǹfààní àti wọ fásitì àbílẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ gíga ó ní kò jọmọ́ pó sì dá a padà sẹ́yìn sí ọdún mẹ́rìndínlógún nínú ìmọ̀lára yìí níbi ètò kan tí wọ́n ṣe nílé iṣẹ́ tó wà fọ́rọ̀ ètò ẹ̀kọ́ nílùú Àbújá ní àná ni mínísítà òun ọ̀mọ̀wé Aláùsá ti kéde rẹ̀ pé ìjọba àpapọ̀ ti dá a padà sẹ́yìn o pé ọmọ tó bá ti pé ọmọ ọdún mẹ́rìndínlógún 16 ó ti láǹfààní láti padà láti wọ àwọn ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga kódà gan bó bá ti lè jókòó tó ṣèdánwò jáàmbù láti wọlé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga kọ́mọ lọ bẹ̀ sòsé o ṣe ìrántí ṣe gbàgbé pé mínísítà tó wà ńbẹ̀ lánàá ìyẹn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Táírù Mamman ló sọ lóṣù keje ọdún 2024 pé pẹ́pẹ́sẹ́ o ọmọ tí ò bá ti pọ́ ọmọ ọdún méjìdínlógún kò tí ì lóye tó láti wọlé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga bẹ́ẹ̀ làwọn èèyàn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní kùn lọ́tún lósì nígbà náà ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tí mínísítà tuntun ìwádé ló wá níṣẹ́ eré tí wọ́n sọ yẹn wọ́n sọ ni o látàsìkò yìí lọ òun gẹ́gẹ́ bíi mínísítà ọmọ tó bá ti pọ́ ọmọ ọdún mẹ́rìndínlógún tó bá sì ti ṣèdánwò jáàmbù tó yege kọ́mọ lọ fásitì àbílẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ gíga tó wù ú eléyìí ló wá jẹ́ kí ẹgbẹ́ àwọn olùkọ́ lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà ìyẹn tá a mọ̀ sí NUT káwọn kan sára sí mínísítà pé eléyìí tẹ́ ẹ ṣe yìí wọn ló tẹ́ àwọn lọ́rùn bákan náà ni ẹgbẹ́ àwọn olùdásílẹ̀ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ aládàáni ìyẹn NAPS náà sọ pé eléyìí tẹ́ ẹ ṣe yìí kò burú kò bàjẹ́ wọn nítorí bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ní kọ́mọ pọ́mọ ọdún méjìdínlógún kó tó wọlé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga yóò mọ lò bí ọdún méje mẹ́jọ kó tó di pókè ètò ẹ̀kọ́ fásitì tán bẹ́ẹ̀ bá wá sí yẹn mọ́jú orí rẹ̀ kí ló wáá fẹ́ kù ọpọlọ wo ló fẹ́ jí pépé dáadáa tí yóò fi ṣiṣẹ́ wà nítò eléyìí tẹ́ ẹ ṣe yìí mínísítà àmọ́ lóore o a sì kí yín torí pé omi tuntun ti rú ẹja tuntun ó ti wọnú odò lásìkò yìí ní ẹ̀ka ètò ẹ̀kọ́ Nàìjíríà bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ ni ẹgbẹ́ ASUU ẹgbẹ́ NASU ẹgbẹ́ SANU ASUU tó jẹ́ ti ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gbogbo ìṣètò ìmọ̀kùẹ́sù ti àwọn ilé ẹ̀kọ́ olùkọ́ni àgbà gbogbo wọn ni wọ́n kan sára sí ìgbésẹ̀ mínísítà yìí pé ó dáa bẹ́ẹ̀ bó ṣe dá ọjọ́ orí yẹn padà kúrò ní ọdún méjìdínlógún sí ọdún mẹ́rìndínlógún fún ọmọ tó bá ti yege lẹ́nu ètò ìdánwò jáàmbù láti wọ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga.
káàbọ̀ mo kọjá lọ sí ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo látàrí ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà tí ó wáyé ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo nínú ìwé ìròyìn Daily Trust tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun Senator Jackson Nurudeen Ademola Adeleke ló ti ké sí gbogbo ọmọ bíbí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tó ń gbé ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo láti rí dájú wípé wọ́n dìbò ṣàtìlẹ́yìn kán dìbò kókún fọ́fọ́ fún ọmọ oyè sípò gómìnà lábẹ́ àṣẹ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú alábùradà People's Democratic Party PDP ẹni tó tún ti fi ìgbà kan rí jẹ́ igbákejì gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo tẹ́lẹ̀ rí ìyún ní Agboola Ajayi láti rí dájú wípé odù rẹ̀ kókún kó lè di gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo nínú ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà tí ìrètí wà wípé yóò wáyé lọ́jọ́ 19 oṣù kọkànlá ọdún 2024 gómìnà Adeleke ló fún pè yìí láàkó tí ó darapọ̀ mọ́ Agboola Ajayi láti ṣe polongo òbò nílùú Àkúrẹ́ lọ́jọ́ ìṣẹ́gun ọ̀sẹ̀ yìí tí ṣolúlú ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo àti láti káàkiri àwọn ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ kan ní ìpínlẹ̀ ọ̀hún ṣe polongo òbò fún ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP nígbà tó wà nínú ìpolongo òbò ọ̀hún bó ti yọjú sílùú Àkúrẹ́ náà mọ̀ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ṣe ní máa wọlé máa rọra Your Excellency nígbà tó náà ó sì sọ̀rọ̀ gómìnà Adeleke ó ké sáwọn èèyàn náà níbi tó ti rọ̀ wọ́n kẹ́ ẹ̀ yáa rí i dájú wípé ọmọ oyè sípò gómìnà lábẹ́ ẹ̀sẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP ní kẹ́ ẹ dìbò fún o ẹ lọ sọ fáwọn èèyàn yín káàkiri ìletò àti gbogbo abúlé tó yẹ mọ́ gbogbo wọ́ọ̀dù àtijọba àbílẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ ti wá kẹ́ ẹ rí i dájú wípé Agboola Ajayi lẹ ṣàtìlẹ́yìn fún gómìnà Adeleke ní ohun tí ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC ò lè ṣe lọ́dún 12 òun ti dán wò ó lélẹ́yìí tí ìjọba wọn ò tí ì pọ́dún 3 tó gbèkúdà ṣàkóso ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ wá gbádùn irú iṣẹ́ ìyanu àti irú iṣẹ́ ribiribi tí ń lọ lọ́wọ́ nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun kó ṣẹlẹ̀ nípínlẹ̀ Ondo kẹ̀yà rí dájú pa Agboola Ajayi ní kẹ́ ẹ dìbò yín fún o gẹ́gẹ́ bó ti sọ nínú ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ wípé iṣẹ́ àkànṣe ńláńlá tí ń lọ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ló jẹ́ wípé ó túmọ̀ sí wípé ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP ní ìfarajì kíkún láti tún ìpínlẹ̀ eléyìí tí wọ́n bá ń ṣàkóso rẹ̀ sọ bí ẹni sọgbà ó ló ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ó ní mọ́lẹ̀ táwọn èèyàn ń pariwo nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tí wọ́n ń gbádùn tó ti tàn tó sì lé òkùnkùn jìnnà mo wá gbé ìmọ́lẹ̀ yìí wá ká yín mọ́ ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo kẹ́yìn náà kẹ́ yá wá gba ìmọ́lẹ̀ láàyè gbígba ìmọ́lẹ̀ láàyè tó rẹ̀ ń kí mi ẹ̀ ń pariwo ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbígbà láàyè ní kẹ́ yá dìbò f'Agboola Ajayi o kẹ́ ṣàtìlẹ́yìn fún kó sì wọlé bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ ṣe ríroyin Daily Trust tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí ní kẹ́ wò sọ̀wọ́ wájú.
ọ̀dà èmi náà bọ̀ gbé mọ́lẹ̀ lọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ wò ó lójú ìwé ìròyìn Daily Trust fún tòní kíyàn kó dúró bí ìrẹsì tán bu àbọ̀ ẹ̀ wá gbẹran lé lórí ń bí àjọ àpapọ̀ tó ń ṣètò ìdìbò lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà INEC rèé wọ́n ti fọwọ́ mẹ́wẹ́ wá gbáyà àwọn ẹlẹ́ran ní nǹkan kì í ṣe ègún wọ́n ní àwọn ti ṣe tán láti ṣe àtúnṣe gbogbo kùdìẹ̀kudiẹ tó ti wáyé nínú àwọn ètò ìdìbò àtẹ̀yìnwá pẹ̀lú ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà tìpínlẹ̀ Ondo eléyìí tí yóò wáyé tó bá di ọjọ́ 16 oṣù kọkànlá gẹ́gẹ́ bí àlàyé ẹni tó jẹ́ alága àpapọ̀ fún àjọ INEC nílẹ̀ yìí ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Mahamud Yakubu ló fọwọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ń sọ̀yà nígbà tó ń bá àwọn èèyàn sọ̀rọ̀ ìyẹn tó ń bá àwọn oníròyìn sọ̀rọ̀ ní kété tó gúnlẹ̀ sílùú Àkúrẹ́ tó jẹ́ olúìlú ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo láti lè wá gbáradì sílẹ̀ de ètò ìdìbò náà ó jẹ́ kó di mímọ̀ pé àwọn ti kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lára àwọn ìpèníjà àtàwọn ìdojúkọ tó fi máwọn kùdìẹ̀kudiẹ kọ̀ọ̀kan tó wáyé nínú àwọn ètò ìdìbò táwọn ti ṣe látẹ̀yìnwá ó ní ọgbà bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn ti sún ṣòkòtò àwọn sán o àwọn sì ti dé bàtà mẹ́sẹ̀ táwọn ti dìra láti ṣètò ìdìbò tó mọ́yán lórí ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo ó lóun rọ gbogbo àwọn tí ọ̀rọ̀ ètò ìdìbò kan àti olùdìbò àti olùdíje àti gbogbo àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ tí ó bá wọn ṣiṣẹ́ gbogbo pé kí wọ́n fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ torí pé INEC ti múra láti tún tayọ ju ti àtẹ̀yìnwá lọ wọ́n ní àwọn ètò ìdìbò táwọn ti dì sẹ́yìn ó ló ti jẹ́ káwọn rí àwọn ibì kankan pé ibi tó kù sí rèé eléyìí ló yẹ káwọn fi kún eléyìí ló yẹ káwọn yọ kúrò ó ní gbogbo ẹ̀ làwọn wàá ṣe tóótòótó tí gbogbo ẹ̀ tí ó mọ̀ fínífíní lásìkò tá a wà yìí o olóhùn wá fi dá gbogbo olùdìbò ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo lójú pé fúnra ara wọn àwọn gan ni wọ́n mọ̀ ṣe ìjẹ́rìísí pé àjọ INEC mọ̀ ti yàtọ̀ o iṣẹ́ wọn ti tún dá a ṣe nítorí pé àwọn ti jáwé sóbì òun òun wá rọ gbogbo àwọn tọ́rọ̀ kàn látòrí olùdìbò olùdíje àwọn tí ó bá wọn ṣiṣẹ́ tó ìmọ̀ àwọn tí ó ràn àwọn lọ́wọ́ lílọ bíbọ̀ pé kí wọ́n fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ o pẹ̀lú àjọ INEC kí ètò ìdìbò náà kó lè lọ ní ìrọwọ́rọsẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ló wájú di mímọ̀ pé àwọn ẹkùn ìdìbò àpapọ̀ tó wà ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo ni àwọn ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò àyẹ̀wò pé ẹjẹ́ àti ẹ̀ṣàyẹ̀wò fólùdìbò kí wọ́n dìbò kájọ wò ń kọ̀rọ̀ náà ní òní gangan tó jẹ́ ọjọ́rú káwọn lè mọ bí nǹkan ó ti lọ sí tó bá di ọjọ́ 16 oṣù kọkànlá Daily Trust ló kọ̀rọ̀ yẹ.
Daily Trust tó gbé lọ́wọ́ yìí náà lèmi gan tún mú dání o ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo tí mo wá wà ntí kú ń bẹ̀ látàrí ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà tí ó wáyé dẹ̀dẹ̀ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo tìrètí wà wípé yóò wáyé ní ọjọ́ 16 oṣù kọkànlá ọdún 2024 ẹgbẹ́ àwọn ọmọlẹ́yìn Kristi Christian Association of Nigeria ni wọ́n ti kéde ìpàdé àdúrà ọlọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta láti wá ojú Ọlọ́run láti rí dájú wípé ètò ìdìbò sípò gómìnà tí ń bọ̀ dẹ̀dẹ̀ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo ó lọ nírọ̀wọ́rọ̀sẹ̀ tí ò ní sí ogún mi ó tẹ̀mí ìtàjẹ̀sílẹ̀ àti eléyìí tí ó jẹ́ ìtẹ́wọ́gbà tó lórí tẹlẹmù jákèjádò orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà nígbà tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí di mímọ̀ alága ẹgbẹ́ àwọn ọmọlẹ́yìn Kristi jákèjádò ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo ńlọ́mọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ yìí di mímọ̀ Anselm Ogoluwa nígbà tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí tó ń bá wọn adarí sọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nínú ẹ̀sìn Kristẹni ní gbọ̀ngàn ìjọ Anglican St David tó wà nílùú Àkúrẹ́ tí ṣolúlú ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo níbẹ̀ lọ̀rọ̀ ló ti di mímọ̀ o èyàn ni ìránṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run Anselm ọ̀tẹ̀ ẹ wájú wípé ṣíṣe àgbékalẹ̀ ètò ìdìbò tó ń mọ́yán lórí ètò ìdìbò tí ò ní sí ìtàjẹ̀sílẹ̀ gan-an la fẹ́ bẹ Ọlọ́run lé lórí ó ní rárá o ẹgbẹ́ káàkiri kò ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn kò ṣègbè fún ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú kankan bí kò ṣe láti kórajọpọ̀ bẹ lọ́hùn ọba láwùrábí wípé ẹni bí ọkàn Ọlọ́run ẹni tí ó ṣèfẹ́ Ọlọ́run tí ó mú kọ́rọ̀ ajé ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo rú gọ́gọ́ ẹni tí ó ṣe àwọn iṣẹ́ àkànṣe tìlú ń fẹ́ àti tí ó pèsè iṣẹ́ fáwọn ọ̀dọ́ tí ò níṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ní kọ́lọ̀ ń yàn gẹ́gẹ́ bí gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo gẹ́gẹ́ bó ti sọ nínú ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ wò ó sọ́wọ́ wájú Daily Trust tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí ní kẹ́wò kẹ́sẹ̀rí ìròyìn.
ó dáa bá a ti ń kúrò nípínlẹ̀ Ondo àwọn ìròyìn ṣì kù lórí tábìlì wa tẹ́ láǹfààní láti mọ tó wà ń bẹ́ẹ̀ láwọn ìròyìn tó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tó jẹ́ ti àpapọ̀ àtàwọn ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ láwọn ìpínlẹ̀ kan nígbà tá a bá padà dé lẹ́ẹ̀ máa gbọ́.
Àbújá ni olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ọjọ́ 12 oṣù 12 ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ni ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá. Gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ní ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014 kódà lọ́dún 2016. Àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀. Èkó Lagos, Èkó akéte ìlú ọgbọ́n, Èkó akéte ìlú ìmọ̀, ọmọ ọlọ́gbọ́n dorí ẹja mú, àwọn òmùgọ̀ àdìímú nírù. Ẹni dẹ́kò tí ò gbọ́n ọgbọ́n rẹ̀ dọ̀run alákejì. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí àrọ́bá, ẹni tó tẹ ìṣẹ́ridó tó sì kọ́kọ́ gbé ibẹ̀ lọ́dún 1699 ló jẹ́ ọdẹ tí orúkọ rẹ̀ ń jẹ́ Ògúnfúnminíre, ọmọ ọba ìlú Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní í ṣe. Ó máa ń ṣọdẹ lọ síbẹ̀ láti Ifẹ̀. Ó sì pàgọ́ tó ti máa ń sinmi ṣáájú kó tún tó lọ bẹ ilé rẹ̀ wò. Nígbà tó yá, àwọn ọdẹ mìíràn wá darapọ̀ mọ́ láti ṣọdẹ. Nínú igbó yìí ni wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣọdẹ tí wọ́n sì ń pọ̀ sí pẹ̀lú àwọn ènìyàn wọn. Báyìí ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tàn kálẹ̀ tó fi dé gbogbo ibi tí Èkó fẹ̀ dé lónìí. Ìlú Èkó, ìlú ńlá. Ìlú Èkó yìí ni ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà wà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí, pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn ṣáájú ọdún 1991 tí wọ́n gbé lọ sílùú Àbújá. Èkó àdèlé ọmọ agun àgẹ̀rẹ̀, Èkó ọmọ afíjú wọjà arìngbẹ́ndẹ́kẹ́, ọ̀bùn wọjà páṣíọ̀ṣíọ̀, ẹ̀yọ̀ ní bàbá Èkó, àríjó ṣe bí ọba. Èkó ọmọ odò tí ò ṣeé yájú sí, Èkó arómi sá lẹ́gbẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́.
Bẹ́gùn ò bá jáde, mọ̀rìnwó la kọ́kọ́ rí, ọwọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú ìjó, ẹsẹ̀ kàtàkàtà ní síwájú rìn, bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbúrò wa, a tún ti dé náà nù. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited. Pẹ̀lú èmi ọmọ yín, olùfẹ́ yín, sí ẹ̀fọ́ rẹ̀, ẹ lè pinnu sùn tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú gbogbo olùkọ́ tí a kò sí ìsìn òní jẹ yín. Ẹ farabalẹ̀, ẹ máa gbé ètò Owambe Unlimited lórí ìkànnì West Television ìkànnì 190. Ẹ Unlimited ń bọ̀ wá, ẹ fàpòrè tẹ̀dí, kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
Mo ń sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa wo Owambe Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
káàbọ̀ padà lẹ́yìn ìgbà tá a lọ sóde ìkejì lọ́hùn tá a padà dé atótó arére.
kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn.
ìròyìn sì ń tẹ̀sọ́.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o ẹ já nìṣó nínú ìwé ìròyìn Daily Trust lèmi wà báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ báwo lọ sàkúntẹ̀ wò bọ̀ pé kí ló fàdí abájọ tó kùkùn tó gba ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ìlú ńláńlá kan lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà látàná wọ́n nídìí àbájọ ni pé báwo agbára ìpèsè iná ẹ̀lẹ́tíríkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ yìí ó mọ̀ tún dàwó lulẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí o kódà wọ́n ní ètò ṣẹlẹ̀ lánàá wọ́n pé nǹkan bíi aago 2 ààbọ̀ ọ̀sán ńlọ wáyé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìròyìn náà wọ́n ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìlú ló ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wọ́n wà ní òkùnkùn bírímù tí wọ́n sì rí náà ẹ̀lẹ́tíríkì tàn pàápàá jùlọ wọ́n ní kíní ọ̀hún ti ń di lemọ́lemọ́ lẹ́nu oṣù kẹwàá síbi tá a wà yìí bẹ́ẹ̀ sì níjọba àpapọ̀ ṣèlérí lóṣù kẹwàá pé àwọn ò rí dájú pé iná tó ń dàwó tó ń kú gbogbo gbà yìí òpin dé bá torí pé ó ti ń bọ́ sí nǹkan ìdójútì kódà wọ́n ní ìtòṣẹlẹ̀ lánàá wọ́n ní ibùdó ìpèsè iná ẹ̀lẹ́tíríkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ yìí ló jẹ́ pé mẹ́gáwàtì ẹyọ kan ṣoṣo báyìí wọ́n ní débi tí wọ́n lè fúnyàn èèyàn sì lè fúnyàn ní nǹkan tí ọ̀bá ní wọ́n ní ṣe rántí pé ní ọjọ́ sátidé ọjọ́ ìkọkàndínlógún oṣù kẹwàá ọdún 2024 ní kíní ọ̀hún ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tí èèbù ẹ̀yìn tó dé bá tó dàwó lulẹ̀ tó fi jẹ́ ìgbà kẹjọ tí yóò dàwó lọ́dún 2024 lẹ́yìn eléyìí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lóṣù kẹwàá wọ́n ló tún dàwó wọ́n ní tàná yìí ló wá di ìgbà kẹwàá tí yóò ṣẹlẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ láàrin ọdún 2024 nìkan wọ́n ní eléyìí ló fà á tí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn iléeṣẹ́ apínnáká discos tí wọ́n fi ní iná tí wọ́n lè mọ̀ pín fún àwọn oníbàárà wọn ní àìpẹ́ yìí ni wọ́n ní iná kan ṣẹyọ ní agbègbè Jẹ́bà pé ó sì ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ṣe àkóbá fún ẹni tó wá jẹ́ ọ̀gá àgbà alábòjútó fún bí ọwọ́ ọ̀ṣẹ́ ṣe ń ya sí nílé iṣẹ́ tó ń pèsè agbára iná ọ̀hún Ndidi Mba ó jẹ́ kó di mímọ̀ pé tó ń bá kà á sọ́wọ́ ẹ̀yìn láti bí ọdún 2020 ọdún márùn-ún sẹ́yìn ó ní kíní ọ̀hún ò fi bẹ́ẹ̀ dúró re o ó nítorí nígbà náà ìgbà 14 ló jà wó ó nígbà tí ó fi máa wọ bíi 2015 sí 2019 ó ní kò lè tó bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó ní ṣùgbọ́n lẹ́nu ọdún tó kọjá síbi àwà yìí ìṣọwọ́ ṣubú kíní ọ̀hún ó ti wá dàbí ẹni pé àbíkú tó ti so lóògùn dèké ni o bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ̀dẹ̀rẹ́ mínísítà tó wà fọ́rọ̀ wọn àmúṣagbára nílẹ̀ yìí ìyẹn fún ti iná Adébáyọ̀ Adélabú ó ṣèlérí pé àwọn ò mú kí iná ẹ̀lẹ́tíríkì Nàìjíríà kó dúró re ó wá tún jẹ́ kó di mímọ̀ pé àwọn ohun èlò kan wà láwọn ibùdó iná àpapọ̀ náà tó jẹ́ pé ó ti gbó kò lọ́jọ́ ti lọ lórí rẹ̀ tí kò sì dáa mọ́ ó lóun ló ń fà á tó ṣe túbọ̀ ń dàwó lulẹ̀ bákan náà ni àjọ tó ń rí sí ìdíyelé owó iná ẹ̀lẹ́tíríkì NERC àwọn náà sọ pé bìkínì ṣe ń dàwó yìí kò ní jẹ́ káwọn lẹ́nu ọ̀rọ̀ o lọ́dọ̀ ọmọ Nàìjíríà tó ń loná torí pé owó náà ń ti lọ sókè sí iná náà tún rèé kò tún wá dúró re wọ́n ní ṣùgbọ́n lánàá ló tún dàwó lulẹ̀ bó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé wọ́n ní wọ́n ti ń ṣe àwọn ètò kan báyìí tí iná tó sì ti ń tàn padà ní àwọn ìlú kọ̀ọ̀kan.
káàbọ̀ ìròyìn tí mo gbé yìí domi tútù sí ìyàn lọ́kàn o látàrí bí iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà láfẹ̀mọ́júmọ́ òní níròyìn yàjóyàjó ti ṣe kéde ìpapòdà ọ̀gá àgbà yanyan fún iléeṣẹ́ ọmọ ológun orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ọ̀gágun Abíọ́dún Tawhid Lágbájá wípé ó jáláìsí lẹ́ni ọdún 66 gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ti sọ nínú àtẹ̀jáde kan tí iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tó fi léde látẹnu Báyọ̀ Nánúgà lórúkọ iléeṣẹ́ ààrẹ àti lórúkọ ààrẹ Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu wọ́n pe Lágbájá jáláìsí lálẹ́ àná ní ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó nílé ìwòsàn kan látàrí àìsàn kan tó ti ń bá fíra tọ́jọ́ ti ṣe díẹ̀ lé lórí. Lágbájá ni wọ́n bí lọ́jọ́ 28 oṣù kejì ọdún 1968 léyìí tí ààrẹ Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu tí wọ́n yàn án gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀gá àgbà yanyan fún iléeṣẹ́ ọmọ ológun orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ní ọjọ́ 19 oṣù kẹfà ọdún 2023. Lágbájá ni wọ́n pò bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ rẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ ológun lẹ́yìn ìgbà tó wọ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ NDA Nigeria Defence Academy lọ́dún 1987 bó ti jáde tó parí ẹ̀kọ́ ní ọjọ́ 19 oṣù kẹsàn-án ọdún 1992 ni ó gba oyè second lieutenant gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀gá àgbà òpó kejì iléeṣẹ́ ọmọ ológun orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tí ó kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ jáde ẹ̀kọ́ 39 39th regular course lẹ́yìn ìgbà náà ló ti di ọ̀gámúlẹ́lẹ́kàǹkà iléeṣẹ́ ọmọ ológun orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ti sọ àtẹ̀jáde ọ̀hún gbàdúrà níbi tó ti kẹ́dùn pẹ̀lú àwọn èèyàn ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àwọn èèyàn lùlọ́bù gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àti àwọn èèyàn orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lápapọ̀ wọn ò ṣàìṣe ládùúà kí Ọlọ́run ọba aláwùrábí kó forí jìn àti bí wọ́n ti ṣe ń kẹ́dùn pẹ̀lú aya rẹ̀ Maria àtàwọn ọmọ méjì tó fi ilẹ̀ sáyé lọ.
ló máa ṣe o kọ́lọ́run kó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kí ó dẹ̀lẹ̀ fẹ́ ní rere ìbànújẹ́ ńlá ni ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run bá wa tu àwọn tó kàn lójú. eléyìí náà ó ṣe ní láàánú nínú ìwé ìròyìn The Punch ní kí ni ìbá àdé kí ni ìbá àṣẹlẹ̀ ìjíǹjí tọmọ yìí jí sílé ayé rèé tí wọn jò gbáyé gbádùn o ọmọ kékeré ọmọdébìnrin ẹni ọdún méjì kan rèé tí wọ́n pé wọ́n ti rí òkúta ara rẹ̀ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ mọ́ṣáláṣí kan tí wọ́n sì fura pé ó ṣeéṣe kó jẹ́ pé àwọn tó fipá bá lò pọ̀ ló ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tó gbẹ̀mí ẹ̀ iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá nípínlẹ̀ Bauchi rèé wọ́n ti fi léde pé àwọn ti rí òkú ọmọdébìnrin kan ọmọ ọdún méjì eléyìí tí wọ́n gbé sí ẹ̀gbẹ́ mọ́ṣáláṣí kan ní agbègbè Ningi alukoro ọlọ́pàá nípínlẹ̀ Bauchi Ahmed Wakil ó fìdí ọ̀rọ̀ náà múlẹ̀ pé níṣe làwọn dédé rí òkú ọmọ òun ò ní ẹ̀gbẹ́ mọ́ṣáláṣí kan ní òpópónà Deneva níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Ningi nípínlẹ̀ náà táwọn sì ya ara rẹ̀ wò tó wá fi hàn pé ó ṣeéṣe kó jẹ́ pé nípasẹ̀ ìfipábánilòpọ̀ ló gbẹ̀mí ọmọ yìí wọ́n ní wọ́n ti gbìyànjú wọ́n ti gbé lọ sílé ìwòsàn bóyá wọn ò bá jẹ́ rí ìyẹ̀mí ọmọ náà dù padà wọ́n ní ṣùgbọ́n lẹ́yìn àyẹ̀wò táwọn dókítà ṣe ni wọ́n sọ pé tọ̀ ọmọ ilé yìí ò tí jẹ́ pé ẹlẹ́dàá wọn láwọn ní kí wọ́n wá ṣe àyẹ̀wò sọ́wọ́ iwájú sí pẹ̀lú àwọn àpẹẹrẹ àti àmì tí wọ́n rí lára rẹ̀ ni àwọn dókítà wá fìdí ẹ̀ múlẹ̀ pé níṣe ni wọ́n ti fipá bá ọmọ náà lò pọ̀ àti pé ó ṣeéṣe kó jẹ́ ilé yìí gan-an ló gbẹ̀mí ẹ̀ ní báyìí kọmíṣánná fọ́rọ̀ ọlọ́pàá Awal Muhammad ó ti sọ pé àwọn ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ìwádìí o láti lè mọ àwọn tó ṣiṣẹ́ ibi ọ̀hún nítorí pé nǹkan burúkú gbà níṣẹ̀lẹ̀ náà àkọ́kọ́ náà ìfipábánilòpọ̀ débi tí wọ́n tún wá gbẹ̀mí ọmọ náà bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ní àwọn ti ké sí àwọn òbí ọmọ ọ̀hún kí wọ́n lè ṣèrànwọ́ fún àwọn ní àkókò ìwádìí lápapọ̀ ló wá rọ gbogbo òbí àtàlágbàtọ́ pé kí wọ́n rí dájú pé wọ́n bójútó àwọn ọmọ wọn dáadáa pàápàá kí wọ́n lè gbà wọ́n lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn burúkú tó wà ládùúgbò kán má jẹ́ kí ọmọ wọn kó máa dá rìn.
nínú ìròyìn tí mo gbé lọ́wọ́ inú ìwé ìròyìn Punch ni mo gbà lọ gómìnà àná fún ìpínlẹ̀ Delta sẹ́nitọ̀ Ifeanyi Okowa níròyìn fi yẹni wípé ó sì ń jẹjú pàkó lákòlò àjọ tí ń fìrùn máwọn tó bá ṣòwò ará ìlú mọ̀kùmọ̀kù lórílẹ̀‐èdè yìí EFCC lọ́fíìsì wọn tó wà ń lu Port Harcourt tí í ṣolúlu ìpínlẹ̀ Rivers látàrí àwọn ẹ̀sùn ìpàsípàyọ owó tí wọ́n fi kàn án láàkó tó fi wà gẹ́gẹ́ bí gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Delta ìgbésẹ̀ yìí ni wọ́n sọ pé gómìnà náà ń ti lo ọjọ́ kejì báyìí ó ti sun ọjọ́ kejì lákòlò àjọ EFCC ìgbésẹ̀ yìí ló ṣe pẹ̀kínrẹ̀kí látàrí bí ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú All Progressives Congress APC ẹ̀ka tìpínlẹ̀ Delta bí wọ́n ti ṣe ń yin Sàmọ́ Sangudu tí wọ́n ń gbóríyìn fún ìgbésẹ̀ bí wọ́n ti ṣe mú Ifeanyi Okowa síkún sákóló àjọ EFCC tí wọ́n sì ń ṣàpèjúwe ìgbésẹ̀ ọ̀hún gẹ́gẹ́ bí eléyìí ìka tó tọ́ sí mú tí wọ́n fi ré láàgbọ̀n ìgbógun tiwa ìbàjẹ́ àtiwà jẹgúdújẹrá lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà Ifeanyi Okowa ni wọ́n fẹ̀sùn kàn wípé àpapọ̀ owó tó tó tírílíọ̀nù kan náírà wọ́n ní lára owó ọ̀hún wọ́n ní láwọn ìgbà kan kò tiẹ̀ lè ṣàlàyé ohun tí wọ́n fi àwọn owó kan ṣe wọ́n pé wọ́n gba owó kan tó tó 40 bílíọ̀nù náírà tí wọ́n fi ra ìpín ìdókòwò nílé iṣẹ́ kan tó jẹ́ ti epo rọ̀bì wọ́n tún kà á síwájú lára àwọn ẹ̀sùn tí wọ́n fi kàn án pé kọ́mọ ká bòròbòrò kó jẹ́wọ́ bó ti ná owó ọ̀hún ní rí mímú 40 náírà míì láti fi ra ìpín ìdókòwò ní gbajúgbajà ilé ìfowópamọ́ ńlá kan lórílẹ̀‐èdè yìí lára àwọn nǹkan míì tí wọ́n pé ó fowó ìpínlẹ̀ Delta ṣe tí wọ́n gba owó tùlù jáde láwọn ìgbà kan ní bó ti ṣe ra ilé jọ ẹ́stéètì wọ́n pọ̀ rà á jọ sílùú Àbújá wọ́n pọ̀ tún ṣètò àwọn kan náà sílùú Àsàbà tí í ṣolúlù ìpínlẹ̀ Delta gbogbo ẹ̀sùn yìí lẹ́nìkan tó súnmájọ EFCC gbọ̀ngbọ̀n tó báwọn oníròyìn sọ̀rọ̀ àmọ́ tó ní kí wọ́n fowó kọ bò ńláṣìírí ó láwọn ò tí ì lè fi òkó wálẹ̀ o látàrí àwọn ẹ̀sùn tó pitimù sọ́rùn rẹ̀ léyìí tó jẹ́ wípé kò tí ì dáhùn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹ̀sùn ọ̀hún ó láwọn ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìwádìí ó ní àmọ́ lọ́wọ́ yìí kó sì wà lọ́dọ̀ àwọn náà.
ó dá inú ìwé ìròyìn Daily Trust náà ni mo ti rí eléyìí ìròyìn ọ̀hún àwọn èèyàn kan rèé nípínlẹ̀ Benue ní agbègbè Ufia ní ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ Àdó ní ìpínlẹ̀ ọ̀hún tí wọ́n ti ń ké gbàjarè sọ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Benue àti ìjọba àpapọ̀ pé kí wọ́n gba àwọn lọ́wọ́ àwọn agbébọn jàlú tó jẹ́ pé bí wọ́n ṣe ń lu ọkọ lórí oko tí wọ́n ń gbàrè oko ni wọ́n tún wọlé lẹ́dẹ̀ mẹ́yìn ìyàwó àwọn balẹ̀ láti fipá bá lò pọ̀ àwọn olùgbé agbègbè Ufia yìí ni wọ́n ti ké gbàjarè pé kinní yìí ti ń papọ̀jù tó sì ń ba àwọn lẹ́rù kọni lóminú wọ́n ní ìbẹ̀rùbojo ti wà báyìí fún gbogbo àwọn tí àwọn jẹ́ olùgbé ní agbègbè náà torí pé àwọn ò láǹfààní láti mọ tẹ̀síwájú mọ́ láti mọ ṣiṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ táwọn ń ṣe àti ọ̀sìn ẹranko táwọn tún ṣíjú sí ẹni tó jẹ́ akọ̀wé ìpolongo fún ẹgbẹ́ àwọn tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ ìdàgbàsókè Ufia ìyẹn Comrade Jude Onwe ó ṣàlàyé fáwọn oníròyìn ní Makurdi pé lásìkò tá a wà yé ó ní ká lọ kábọ̀ sórí oko ó ló ti da gẹ́gẹ́ o ó ní ká má ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ sọ pé kí aya ẹni kó lọ sí odò kó lọ rèé pọnmi àbí kó lọ sóko kó lọ rèé ṣẹ́gi ìdáná wá ó nítorí pé ṣe ni yóò pàdé àwọn báńdíìtì wọ̀nyí lọ́nà tí wọ́n sì fipá bá a lò pọ̀ tí wọ́n ó ṣe bó ṣe wù wọ́n ó láwọn wá ń lo àǹfààní yìí o láti ké sí ìjọba àpapọ̀ àti ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Benue pé kí wọ́n má wo àwọn níran láti gbé wọn níjà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ mọ̀ ṣeun látàárọ̀ fún fúlù support tẹ́ ẹ fún wa
ẹ ṣe kílẹ̀ pé
fúlù
support
láti ìgbà tá a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìròyìn àti lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ti mọ̀ wá ìròyìn ọ̀tán àwọ̀ ọlọ́ni o ẹ̀já wa máa daṣọ bòtàgé ká máa gé pété ń bi abádé yìí pé ìpéjú làlá fìlà bọ́ bá kọjá bẹ̀ adibaba ṣí ò sí nǹkan pé ìpéjú gan tún làlá gèlè bọ́ bá kọjá bẹ̀ báyìí adibo ní àǹtí ṣe wà òkè ẹ bá sì wo torí ìyá àjọ ó dúró rente ni ó dùn wò ẹ̀já wa máa lọ lé Joshua Adénípẹ̀kun ló kọ tèmi.
ẹ ṣé gan ni adúpẹ́ tòní ká tó máa lọ akọ́mọ̀nà wa ṣókí náà lọ́bẹ̀ oge o ẹ̀já mọ̀ pé kó sóhun gbogbo tí ò lẹ́yìn ò róore kò tó gbégbèsè Olúṣẹ́ Òjó ló kọ mi Fẹ́ńdọ̀yìn obìnrin kì í yín ó di dọ́là o.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West, and Western Spring Television is pulling out all the stops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girl got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Eccentric as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be showing on your TV screen on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
ìlú Benin yìí kan náà ni a túmọ̀ sí Ẹ̀dó ó wà ní ẹkùn gúúsù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà òun sì ní ìlú ńlá tó tóbi jù nípínlẹ̀ Ẹdó lásìkò yìí ìlú Benin yìí jẹ́ ìlú tó so àwọn ìlú ńláńlá mìíràn nípínlẹ̀ Delta àti Bayelsa papọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọnà lóríṣiríṣi wọ́pọ̀ nílùú Benin ìdí nìyí tí a fi ń rí àwọn ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ ère gbígbẹ́ àti ọ̀pọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọnà fínfín nílùú náà àwọn Yorùbá gbàgbọ́ pé ọmọ Odùduwà ní àwọn èèyàn ìlú Benin àti wípé ìlú Ilé-Ifẹ̀ gan ni wọ́n ti ṣí lọ láti lọ tẹ̀dó síbi tí wọ́n wà di òní olónìí èyí sì ṣe é gbàgbọ́ dé àwọn àyè kan o nípa àwọn orúkọ oyè ọba wọn àti àwọn orúkọ mìíràn tó jọ ti ẹ̀yà Yorùbá kódà ẹ ó máa gbọ́ nínú oríkì wọn pé Ẹ̀dó ọmọ Àdó torí ogun rọ̀ wá sílé ayé ọmọ Àdó kan jàǹtírọ́rọ́ ọmọ Àdó kan jàǹtírọ̀rọ̀ ìlú Benin jẹ́ ìlú àṣà àti ìṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ààfin ọba wọn dé gbọ̀ngàn yàrá nǹkan ìṣẹ̀ǹbáyé àti ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn nǹkan inú àṣà míì láìpẹ́ yìí níjọba orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà nípasẹ̀ iléeṣẹ́ tó wà fọ́rọ̀ àṣà àti ìṣe gba díẹ̀ lára àwọn iṣẹ́ ọnà ìṣẹ̀ǹbáyé tó jẹ́ ti ìlú Benin àmọ́ tí àwọn òyìnbó ti gbé lọ padà wá sílé ọ̀pọ̀ iléeṣẹ́ ńláńlá ọ̀pọ̀ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga àwọn ibùdó ìgbafẹ́ àtàwọn ọ̀kan-ò-jọ̀kan ibùdó ìgbàlódé míì ló wà nílùú Benin ó jẹ́ ìlú kan gbòógì tí ò ṣeé fọwọ́rọ́ sẹ́yìn pàápàá lẹ́kùn gúúsù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ìlú Benin ìlú Ẹdó.
Television gives everyone an image, but radio gives birth to a million images in a million brains. People say video killed the star, but here in Osun State, radio is live. It is not just about tuning. It is about tapping into the endless possibilities of the human imagination.
Welcome to Brave 91.7 FM, where the airwaves come alive with a symphony of voices, music, and ideas.
Nestled in the heart of Oshogbo, it's storyteller, a magician with in the mind of its listeners. As Peggy Nonan aptly puts it, radio allows us to paint our own pictures, to create our own words with every spoken word and every note played.
Inside the walls of Rave FM, the magic happens. From the crackling energy of morning talk shows to the soul-stirring melodies of afternoon playlist, every moment is an invitation to explore, to dream, and to connect.
Whether it's news, music, or lively discussions, Rave 91.7 FM is more than just a radio station. It's a companion, a confidant, and a catalyst for change in the community. Fast forward 7 years from the birth of Rave 91.7 FM, a beacon of youth culture and innovation, and we'll find ourselves just a couple of days away from a momentous occasion, the birthday of West Belgium WSTV. With hyper-local reach language, WSTV speaks directly to its audience in a 60-40 mix of Yoruba and English languages, ensuring that everyone feels represented and included.
Built on a tested and trusted system, WSTV upholds the value of truth and integrity, serving as a beacon of objectivity in a sea of media noise.
We reflect on the journey that brought us here, from humble beginnings to a trusted source of information and inspiration. WSTV stands as a testament to the power of media to inform, educate, and empower. So join us as we continue to break barriers, challenge norms, and pave the way for a brighter, more inclusive media landscape. Western Spring Television, where every story matters and every voice is heard.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time, with more than 100 million copies sold every year.
Most Christians believe in heaven and hell.
The Bible is the most translated book in the world, with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
New York nílùú ńlá tó tóbi jù nílẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà. Kódà iye ènìyàn tó wà níbẹ̀ ló fi ìdá méjì ju ti ìlú Los Angeles lọ. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó fún oríṣiríṣi àṣà, ìgbafẹ́, iṣẹ́ ọnà, ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ, òṣèlú, ẹ̀kọ́, ọrọ̀ ajé kódà tó fi máa rẹ́ ìdárayá. New York yìí ló gbàlejò ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ olùdókòwò kárí ayé tó sì fẹsẹ̀ múlẹ̀ gidi gan ni. Ìdí nìyí tí àwọn kan fi máa ń pè é ní olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè àgbáyé. Ohun ìdámọ̀ tó gbajúgbajà jù ní New York ní ère òmìnira Statue of Liberty, eléyìí tó ń ṣàfihàn bí ìlú náà ṣe fàyè gba onílé àtàlejò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni afárá Brooklyn kò lẹ́gbẹ́. Ó kéré tán ẹgbẹ̀rin ní oríṣi èdè tí wọ́n ń sọ ní New York. Èyí ló sì fa bí wọ́n ṣe máa ń sọ pé gbogbo èdè àgbáyé ló pé sílùú New York. Ní nǹkan ọdún 1624 ni àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀yà Dutch tẹ̀dó sí ibi tó ń jẹ́ New York báyìí. Amsterdam ni wọ́n ń pè é tẹ́lẹ̀ nígbà náà, àmọ́ lọ́dún 1664 ni wọ́n yí padà sí New York lẹ́yìn tí ọba King Charles kejì tilẹ̀ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì fún arákùnrin rẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀ ìyẹn Duke of York. Láti ọdún 1785 ló ti wá di olú ìlú ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà títí di òní olónìí. Ó jẹ́ ìlú ńlá tó kún fún ọ̀pọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọnà àti ibùdó iṣẹ́ àtinúdá oríṣiríṣi fún gbogbo ìran ọmọnìyàn. Ìlú New York lórílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà.
Evelyn Ohiole,
Hi.
King Eve. How are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you? And you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine would be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
Go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and he feels so reserved. He really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Cassie is an amazing person, but I hate the too much attachment to that gender. I need you spiritually, I need you mentally. I can get these things anywhere with money. If you go by the topic was, who does marriage favors the most? You know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday? They are saying it favors you, Are they vague so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Who are you now?
Well, MC Too Much said he likes saying when I was in the world, and the last time I checked, well, it looks a bit innocent facially, but deep down, he's actually out of this world. We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So MC Too Much, I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about I kiss my words.
I think I have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach too much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving a blatant display of egoism, because at the end of the day, a man who is secured in his words, a man who is confident of who he is, will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
Biodiversity extinction is everybody's business. So I grew up on farms. So in my early life, I was exposed to a lot of biodiversity and natural environments. And as I grew up, I started to notice these environments disappearing. My main mission was to protect this area from excessive poaching, both of wood and of the animals that live within the forest. Every member of the ecosystem is playing a critical role. The trees are carbon sinkers. The forest and vegetation give us oxygen. Natural vegetation like this is responsible for rain. During the rainy season, you have trade winds that are coming off the Atlantic. The forest creates a barrier to that wind. If you don't trap that moisture, then you don't get cloud. And you get less and less rainfall over time. And that's what we're experiencing now. We also need to keep the carbon dioxide levels within a normal range, otherwise it becomes a greenhouse gas. And that's what's responsible for global warming. Climate change and loss of biodiversity is a significant global security issue. Excessive logging is a major contributor to global warming and depletion of wildlife. Around me has been a gradual but consistent logging out of the environment, except where we are right now, which we've protected with every possible means. We've used the community, we've used the police, we've used community, we've used every kind of opportunity. The International Institute for Tropical Agriculture is a big research organization, and they're responsible for a lot of research into agriculture and natural environments. They got to know about this protected area. So over the period of 3 years, this place, in fact, should qualify for being designated as an important biodiversity and bird area, which would then make this place a heritage site and a sanctuary and protected. This reserve is actually a seed bank. So what we plan to do is to use the richness of the seed banks, plant them into a nursery, and then from the nursery, educate the community. It's been tough to engage with the community initially. They didn't understand what we were doing here. Why would we want to protect a forest? But by protecting this environment, we will be attracting eco-tourists here, and those eco-tourists bring livelihood and resources to the community. Gradually, the community are beginning to understand that this collection of biodiversity is earning you a livelihood on a continuous basis. So what we would like to do is form a cooperative. So the environment in which we're protecting will just start getting bigger and bigger. And as it gets bigger and bigger, it will attract more and more. It's important that our children can come here and see what a natural forest actually looks like. We convert people from people that take advantage of the ecosystem to people that protect the ecosystem. So a hunter becomes a game ranger. A person that logs wood now becomes a protector of forests. And your livelihood is actually much better if you're a protector.
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
It's a beautiful day. Welcome on board, everyone. Thank you for joining us on the midweek installment of Morning Spring today. It's Wednesday, the 6th of November, 2024, and we are glad that you are here with us. My name is Evelyn Ohiola, welcoming you especially to today's edition of the show. Of course, you know I do not do this alone. Femi Ojo is right here. Good morning, Femi. How are you doing today?
Very well. Good morning. How do you do today?
Good morning. I'm fine.
All right. We thank God for life. And Femi Ojo remains my name. It gives me great pleasure to know that you are here with us, doing this with us at this very time. Now, of course, you know, it's about the nation, you know, having conversations, deep, frank ones that have to do with the decision-making process of you Nigerians, holding leaders accountable. And of course, the responsibility of the citizens as well must be carried out. This is the task that must be done by all of us. We speak to critical stakeholders and everybody involved on this matter. We look at headlines and then we get talking about these issues. Yesterday, you know, was the D-Day in America. And I think by now, everything should be rounding off, isn't it? The U.S. presidential candidate. Is it Donald J. Trump or Kamala Harris? Not sure if actually all the elections, I mean, all the ballots have been returned, but the whole world is watching with the pendulum swing. The decision has been made or is being made, you know. But 3 a.m. Nigerian time, everything should be done. Hopefully, with the timetable put down. But quickly, before we hit the first break on the program, you read it yesterday on the front pages of the newspaper that the federal government has discontinued the case against, those accused, 76 of them, of treason and planning to overthrow the government, whatever that means. But then I think there is a twist to that matter in which I tried to follow all through yesterday into the early hours of this morning. At the end of the day, they were discharged, the case was discontinued, and then buses were brought, to convey those guys, a bus going to Kano, another one going to Kaduna. And those boys, at the end of the day, we learned, I saw, not that we learned, the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, hand over, those children to the state government at the end of the day. And by the time in that hall that they were presented, they were donning a new Owambe clothes, if actually that's, all of them were wearing new clothes, not those rags in which they appear to be wearing. But then the pictures and the video have been seen. I don't know, maybe it's intentional, maybe it's coincidental. Some of those videos and those pictures is looking like a sharp contrast of those minors. These ones I'm seeing are not really minors. And I'm saying maybe it's a mixture of minors and the not so minors. And maybe that is what the Council of the Federal Government was referring to. Maybe a portion of them, because those ones I saw yesterday, they were not minors. So I'm asking myself, what is going on?
Well, we cannot answer the question, Femi, because we are not really in the know of how things panned out. We can only see what the media or the cameras show us. But of course, definitely with the pictures that we saw, the videos that we saw in the court, except if the federal government wants to tell us that the kids that were videoed in the court slumping and looking so malnourished were just brought in there for the optics by the counsel to the defendant.
The defense counsel.
But I don't think that will be possible in a
Some
court of
persons
law.
are saying that as well.
But I'm sure that, or I think that it's a mixture of the minors and probably not so minor, if we can put it that way. And, the whole federal government telling the court to discontinue, telling the judge to, bring forward the case. The case was adjourned to January, and the Attorney General of the Federation, Latif.
The case was adjourned. So why were they released?
The federal government is looking at a way where they can actually hasten up the case. Instead of it being adjourned, they've told the court to bring it forward so they can hear it very quickly.
All right. So,
but of course,
were they released on bail and the bail conditions squashed?
This is where I say our judiciary they are making our judiciary to look weak. If the executive can
tell the judiciary what to do.
Exactly.
But
so,
then it's their case. They can choose to discontinue.
Yeah, they can. But then it's looking more of the executive always has the upper hand when it comes to judicial matters. And we all know that there are 3 independent arms of government, and none is supposed to override the other. You are supposed to allow the other arm of government discharge their duties without fear or favor. So,
it's a lot.
Even the case of, the former CJ, and a lot of people are saying that it's actually bringing forth the judiciary has been weak.
Of course, but when you see things like this, you get to wonder what is really going on. The independence of our institutions, that's the focal point of many persons. Either they are minor or they are not minor. Let the institutions do what they have to do according to the laws of our lands. And these are the issues. We read it yesterday in the papers as well, that the officers and those involved in the prosecution, the whole matter will be prosecuted. And one is wondering what is going on. But then maybe in the coming days, we get to see clarity. We have a nation to run, and we must not fail. Morning Spring is the program. We'll take this quick break. The program will continue. All right, let's go see what the papers have for us. And I'll be starting with The Guardian newspaper. Cash and carry. Interesting. Very familiar term. Public engagement. Debate fading as vote buying rules pose. Cash and carry. The Guardian has that on the front page. Public engagement. Debate fading as vote buying rules pose. And you can see a very popular and powerful ballot box there. And, some very important figures in different political parties. Former Kano Governor Engineer Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso of the NNPP, his successor Umar Ganduje, that's of the APC, Mr. Damagum of the PDP, and of course Abure of the Labour Party. Is he still of the Labour Party, Mr. Abure?
He is still of the Labour Party.
Very well. Cash and carry, public engagement, debate fading. And Sokoto local government chair alleges 1 million youth inducement from new terrorist group. This is one thing that we should not, take lightly. Sokoto local government chair alleges 1 million youth inducement from new terrorist group. Who are they? Does he have a fact? He should be speaking with those who should be responsible, talking about the military, the NSA on this matter. Not that we are not talking about his arrest, but then this is one thing, so that we don't breed, another Boko Haram and ISIS and all of these guys just, on the shores of our land. Now, minors freed on humanitarian conditions, says federal government as NAPS offers scholarship. Interesting. Humanitarian conditions. The regulation not licensed to blend off-spec products, says Dangote. The war of words continues. Statement upon statement. Dangote is saying he has the cheapest around, these axes. And if anybody is bringing in any petrol, inside, from outside the country to the country, then most likely that PMS might be off-spec, might be adulterated. And many persons are not taking that line low because they feel you don't have to demarket other persons or, other businessmen with their decisions, just because you want your own to be what to be bought. Wait to see. CGN laments rising vulnerability of Nigerians, firms to cyber attacks. And federal government pledges to cushion hardship, boost MSMEs. Promise. Rising energy demand, vandalism affecting grid stability, says expert. Somebody said that on this program a few days ago, last week. 16-year-olds now eligible for tertiary education as federal government reverses age policy. Will let the new minister in charge of education now has quashed that initial policy and said 16 is good to go. I think that's a fair call, right?
Well, it is, but it's the back and forth for me, Femi, really, because it's given, once you're in charge of a ministry, you are the alpha and omega of that ministry. You do not answer to Mr. President. What was Mr. President's stance on this particular matter when Professor Tahir Mamman was the Minister of Education? How come we are having a reversal when this new Minister of Education is coming in? Is it that Professor Tahir Mamman never spoke to the President about trying to
he has a ministry to run. Must he speak with the President?
He's working for Mr. President.
Well,
he's put in charge of that ministry on behalf of Mr. President because Mr. President cannot be everywhere.
Right.
And for a policy that is as grave as this, I should say, policy that is as huge as this,
weighty,
that is as controversial as this, I think the presidency's input is needed. Yes, I know he is in charge of that ministry as an advisor also to Mr. President, to tell Mr. President, this is why we must do this, and this is why we must do that. But if the president is not convinced, though, I mean, it's just given a disconnect between the president's aides or his ministers and him.
Cabinet, yeah. But the new sheriff in town has said, scratch that. Maybe 16 is fair.
So are we saying if we have another minister and he feels 16 is not fair, he should put it at 20? He will go ahead and, put it at 20.
And that's why, many persons said it, that the issue, that policy Because the former minister, Professor Taye Mamman, said it wasn't a new thing. It has always been there.
Yeah.
But, you know, policies are always reviewed.
Yeah.
And whenever these decisions are taken, should not be taken lightly or unilaterally.
Exactly.
There should be a stakeholders engagement every time. A new guy has gotten in there and is reversing that policy, just like you said. Okay, if he's booted out or transferred for that ministry, another person might come and say 13 or 20 or 18 people, stakeholders should always be spoken to on this matter. But that will be all from The Guardian.
Let's head on to Nigerian Tribune this morning. And of course, the big, bold caption there focuses on education and the 18-year age limit for admission into tertiary institutions. FG reverses 18-year age limit for admission into tertiary institutions with the rider. Minister hints on review of national education policy, warns tertiary governing council against floating extant roles. That's on page 4 of Nigerian Tribune. Last mile officers set ablaze in Lagos. Femi, I don't know if you have seen that video.
I saw that
but
video.
it's indeed worrisome.
Horrendous.
And it will make you cringe at what a frustrated man can do, because it didn't just set the last mile officer ablaze, it also in a way almost set his boss ablaze. And people are saying it is not trying, we should not see it as him trying to evade arrest. This is a man who probably is frustrated with the economic situation, and you know, when you have so many things bottled up in your mind, at the slightest trigger you tend to just, you know, flare up or blow up, and that's it. You know, there was a time where a bike man went stark naked when he wanted to be arrested by FRSC. So
he's telling them, it's like, you don't know what I've gotten through. You won't take this bike. You won't take me.
And this should actually speak to those at the end of affairs, that a lot of people are going through hard times, and they are just a step away from going mad.
Yeah, exactly my thought. Just that thin line is being crossed now, and people just doing it. But then that's not to explain away that you can choose to do what is wrong, and then you just blame it on the economy, and you want to just move mad just because you have done something that is wrong. But then I think there is a greater call, the bigger picture which you have spoken to know that ordinarily, if people are in their best frame of mind and things are working, even if they will evade arrest, it won't be to the point of getting themselves killed, because somebody that's trying to do that as in the means of livelihood is the boss that could have been burnt. He could have been burnt himself and burn another person. That's to the extreme. It just shows the frame of mind of many Nigerians to say, at the slightest show of any pressure, they are ready to lose it all.
Exactly.
Such a sad situation. Really.
All right. Of course, you know, the government in Lagos State last month has actually asked for or called for the arrest of that bus driver. But
the guy that was caught on fire, that, you know, had to just pull off the dress, was that the bus driver or the last man guy?
The last man guy.
Oh, really?
Oyebanji appoints Justice Ogunmoye as acting chief judge. That's in Ekiti State. And I am satisfied with my achievements in 8 years, says Governor Obaseki. Tinubu promotes acting chief of army staff Oluyede to lieutenant general. Remember that Oluyede is acting on behalf of Lieutenant General Tarid Lagbaja, who is away outside of the country on medical grounds. We wish him, you know, quick recovery. Why Tinubu's economic policy is more workable than Atiku, says Omokri. Reno Omokri speaking there. At top strip, Nigerian Tribune, FG moves to curtail negative net assets of 39 trillion naira. Riders here says to enforce compliance, sanction airing MDAs, Murphy to register all FG's assets. Fear of post-election unrest in the United States as tensions rise. You know, we spoke to Prince Kami Ademoli yesterday and Dr. Femi Adefila, and you know, remember Prince Kami saying that it's not like we might have a repeat of what happened in 2020 if Trump doesn't win. We will have, there might be, okay, so he said I shouldn't say might. He said there will be a repeat if Trump doesn't win, because he has already started singing that same song he sang 2020. But then it's the United States. It's touted as, a country that respects the rule of law, the hub of democracy. Exactly. And we wish the people of the U.S. well. The results are already trickling in, Harris in some states and Trump in some other states. But it's left for the big results to be announced, and also the Electoral College to make a decision. And bad governance protests. Court strikes out treason charges against minors. IGP orders probe into their welfare in detention. Double riders, why Tinubu ordered their release. This is coming from VP Shatima. And Falano advises president to enroll them in schools. It's good that they've been released. It's given the optics. I remember when the police PRO was talking, he said, no, those guys that fainted, it's just a script. They were made to a stage. They counsel to the government when they spoke. He said, you see those guys, they are not minors, they are fathers. They are people's husbands. So how come people's husbands and graduates are being said to be enrolled in school? People's husbands, fathers are said to go back to school. I mean, you can see the disconnect.
Yeah, that was what I said earlier, because I saw some faces that truly didn't look like minor, but maybe it's a blend of both age grades.
But that will be all from Nigerian Tribune.
And quickly, with the Punch newspaper, nationwide blackout as grid suffers 10th collapse in 2024. And the national grid should just be left in the ICU.
One collapse for 1 month each month. I mean, if you're seeing exactly in the
sadly,
next month.
And that's more like eight collapses in 2 weeks, thereabout. The thing will collapse and get to 0 megawatt. And then, the technical guys will start tracing it and all of these again. The NUEE chairman or president spoke to vandalism and, many things that are responsible for these. But it's a shame, actually, whatever is responsible for these, that is 64-year-old country does as is national grid collapsing at every. If I blow breeze like this to the national, and it is a sad thing. Actually, nationwide blackout as grid suffers 10th collapse in 2024. Generation drops to 0 megawatts. 22 gencos affected nationwide, and partial power in southwest, meaning some other parts of the country must know fully well that the north, a substantial part of the north, are still in darkness in spite of the collapse before even this particular one. And we're to see now over 300 billion naira lost in protest. Shetima tells released hungry miners in parentheses now, and you could see them. Freedom is sweet, beaming with smile. When they were hanging on this van yesterday, I saw the video. Many of them were, apprehensive to know what was going to happen. Possibly they've gotten the news, but they are not yet sure until they were told to go. And you see many of them get down from that van, bowing their head, according to their religion, say thank you. But then we're to see as well, many persons will say, either they'll be released or released on bail or discharged or whatever it is. There should be more like, any person I've talked about education, like a very total address to them on knowing what to do, on the reason why they should not be used as tools in the hands of politicians or anybody setting them against themselves or even public infrastructure. These are some of the issues as well. Now, away from that, stakeholders hail reversal of 18 years policy for varsity admissions, and Lagos driver flees after setting last mile officer on fire. Two things for me, we spoke about earlier. When that issue happened and, everything was in flames of that person and he was fighting for his life, I saw the video. One truck was passing, a tanker, and the guy was almost hit. At that point, he wasn't seen. It was about survival. When he finally removed that thing, the van of the last mile guys took off. And they left their guy.
That's all that.
That's what happened. The guy was battling for his life. The guys that were in the front, the last mile guys, took their vans and kicked off.
It's survival for them.
And left it. You know, possibly they were fearing that this thing could just, if that one would die, at least the other 4, other 5 will not die. What happened to camaraderie? What happened to be a comrade, you know, on that particular matter? But what stands out for me is a very sad one. The person that took that video, that viral video now, how many persons in that place, while that guy was fighting for his life, they were laughing. If you could see that picture again, people were like, like, God catch him, that kind of a thing.
This speaks to...
He's still a human being.
Yes.
In flames, literally in flames.
Yes.
And people were laughing.
I went through the, different social media accounts where that video was uploaded, and I tried to read through the comments of Nigerians if I would see a particular comment sympathizing with the guy. But most of the comments I read on social media are like, oh, this is even good, this is how they behave, still putting the blame on the last mile officials, because and this speaks to the disconnect between the Nigerian people and the security agencies. People now see security agencies and their personnel as an enemy of the people.
Enemy of the people.
And I think that should even bother any right-thinking government than what happened should bother us, but it should bother us that the people are happy when an officer of the law is in distress, when an officer of the law... it's a sad situation.
Payback time. And I think it's a wake-up call for all of us, the humanness in all of us to know that even if you don't like that person doesn't really have to die, except the person is after your life. Okay, that's number one. Number two is that the agencies themselves need a lot of education and advocacy and public image mending, because, many persons might be happy, but many persons have seen the last man, and the problem is there to say they are enemy of the people. Many persons have been saying it's last mile guys that trick them into crossing the road. One of them will be, or two of them will be in mufti, and they will trick you to say, oh, don't worry, madam. And then you cross the road. You are wrong, by the way, for crossing the road, and you see their guys waiting at the other end, and they couch you just to make money. I think we have a lot of things to do on this matter. And finally, sex tapes. Equatorial Guinea installs CCTV in offices, suspend officials. This is one situation. In fact, I was flipping through my phone yesterday. That guy's face keep appearing at every corner. I was like, what's happening to my algorithm? Everywhere. One flip, you see the guy's face. This guy in question, notorious, by his sescapades and whatever has done. Maybe in other programs we'll look into that. And that will be what we can take at this segment, on this segment today. We take a break, and when we come back, we speak to the nation. What is happening? What has happened? The institutions that we have, how strengthened it is. Leaders in power, whatever sway that they owe, can they wield anything that they like just because they don't like the face of somebody? We're speaking to the former CGN matter, Melord Walter Onoye, retired, and what transpired under the last administration, and his acquittance yesterday when he was discharged and acquitted of any wrongdoing, even though he was removed, in office unceremoniously. This will form the fulcrum of our next conversation. It's Morning Spring. Stay with us.
Èdè Yorùbá jẹ́ ọ̀kan lára àwọn èdè tí wọ́n ń sọ ní agbègbè Niger Congo. Èdè Yorùbá gbajúgbajà ní àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè tó ń bẹ ní ẹkùn ìwọ̀ oòrùn ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀. Ó kéré tán, àwọn ènìyàn bíi mílíọ̀nù 14 ló ń sọ èdè Yorùbá lónìí. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí Star Times. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun, tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe àkọmọlédè. ìlú Abẹ́òkúta gẹ́gẹ́ bí orúkọ rẹ̀ ìlú tí a tẹ̀dó sábẹ́ Olúmọ ó jẹ́ ibùgbé àwọn ẹ̀yà Ẹ̀gbá àti Òwu tó jìjàǹgbara lọ́wọ́ Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́ àtijọ́ láàrin ọdún 1775 sí 1780 ní akọni Lísàbí Àgbòǹgbò Àkàlà léwájú wọn láti dáwọ́ sísan ìṣákọ́lẹ̀ fún Aláàfin dúró. ìdí nìyí tí àwọn ọmọ Abẹ́òkúta ṣe ń pe ara wọn ní ọmọ Ẹ̀gbá mọ Lísàbí Àgbòǹgbò Àkàlà. ìlú Abẹ́òkúta jẹ́ ìlú àwọn ọ̀làjú àti aláfẹ́. ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn òyìnbó aláwọ̀ funfun ló fi bẹ̀ ṣe ìlú pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn. ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ní St. Peters tó wà ní Aké. ilé ìwòsàn àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà Sacred Heart Hospital ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ló wà. Aláké lorúkọ oyè ọba ìlú Ẹ̀gbá. bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni Òkè Olúmọ wà níbùdó tó tẹ́jú láti lè fi rí gbogbo ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ní orí òkè náà. àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n àti onímọ̀ púpọ̀ ló jẹ́ ọmọ bíbí ìlú Abẹ́òkúta. àwọn bíi ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Wọlé Ṣóyínká, ọ̀jìnmí akọni obìnrin ní Fúnmiláyọ̀ Ransom Kuti àtọ̀pọ̀ àwọn míì. iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ àti àdìrẹ níṣẹ́ tó gbayì nílùú Abẹ́òkúta. Ẹ̀gbá mọ Lísàbí.
Western Spring Television, ours it is.
àsìkò yìí ẹ̀yin ará ilé ẹ kú ilé ẹni lọ ló bọ̀ o nígbà tá kúrò lórí ètò ìkẹyìn mo sọ fún yín pé a máa tún padà wá pẹ̀lú àkọ́tún ètò míì pẹ̀lú àkọ́tún oúnjẹ míì lórí ètò yìí ètò wa Àlàsè níkànnì Western Spring Television ìkànnì àádọ́wàá lórí StarTimes níbi tá a ti ń kàn sí yín kókó ètò yìí náà ni pé kẹwàá lálàáfíà kẹjọ oúnjẹ gidi gbogbo nǹkan tó wà nítòsí yín àwọn nǹkan tẹ́ mọ̀ tẹ́ dámọ̀ tó yẹ pé tẹ́ bá ṣe ń dọ́jà báyìí lẹ máa nawọ́ sí wọn tí ò dẹ̀ tún ní fàyín lápò ya ní owó pọ́ọ́kú kẹ́ẹ̀tọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ papọ̀ kó dẹ̀ jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó kún fún gbogbo àwọn èròjà tí ara wa nílò tó máa ṣara wa lóore tó máa jẹ́ ká wà lálàáfíà òun lè tó yín wà fún o ká lè máa fi ojú yín sí ọ̀nà rẹ̀ ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí àkọ́tún ètò ọ̀hún fún tòní gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wá mọ̀ gbogbo nǹkan ló létò àti ìlànà tiẹ̀ o lórí ètò yìí ìgbà míì a lè mú oúnjẹ wá a lè mú ọbẹ̀ míì wá fún yín ìgbà míì a lè kọ́ yín láwọn nǹkan dídín àwọn nǹkan fẹ́rẹ́fẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ lè ṣe lásìkò bóyá oúnjẹ àárọ̀ àbó oúnjẹ ọ̀sán àwọn nǹkan panu lónìrànràn gbogbo ẹ̀ àníkẹ́ ti jẹ oúnjẹ gidi lórúkọ gbogbo àwọn ikọ̀ tá a jọ wà lórí ètò àti lórúkọ ilé oúnjẹ tí wọ́n gbà wá lálejò lórí ètò yìí náà ni mò ń kí yín pé ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí àkọ́tún ètò fún tòní Folúṣọ́ Òjó ló kọ mi ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè yìí ìyá kọ́mọlédè ìyá Àlàsè yín ló ń kí yín pé ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ó dà o ní báyìí gẹ́gẹ́ bá a ṣe máa ń ṣe lórí ètò nǹkan tí wàá wájú mi tí a fẹ́ ṣe lórí ètò lónìí ṣùgbọ́n èmi kan ni màá ṣe fún yín ẹ ṣáà ń wo ọjọ́ àbí ẹ máa kájọ́ ó tún kù lọ́la lọ́jọ́ mi ọjọ́ rẹ tí àṣẹ máa kàn mí lórí ètò lónìí Àlàsè wa wọ́n tún máa wá wọ́n máa darapọ̀ mọ́ wa láti kọ́ wa ní nǹkan tuntun ẹ̀dẹ̀ tí mọ̀ pé kò sígbà tán bá ti yọjú náà àkọ́tún náà tún máa ń kọ́ wa àmọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi tó yín létí pé a wà lórí àwọn ìkànnì ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ gbogbo tó gbajúgbajà tẹ́ mọ̀ bí ẹni mowó ẹ jẹ́ ká dánu tó díẹ̀ náà nígbà tá a bá padà dé ọwọ́ ọlọ́wọ́ síbí wa aláṣẹ wa onídán wa wọ́n ti wà lórí ètò kí ni wọ́n mú wá èmi ò tí mọ̀ o nígbà tán bá dé wọ́n máa ṣàlàyé.
gbẹ́gun ò bá jáde mọ̀rìnwó lákọ́kọ́ rí ọwọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ síwájú ìjó ẹsẹ̀ katakata ní síwájú rìn bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbúrò wa a tún ti dé náà nù ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited pẹ̀lú èmi ọmọ yín ọ̀rẹ́ yín Suliat tẹ́túmọ̀ sí mo rẹ́ni kejì ẹ lè pè mí ní sùsù tó bá wẹ lómi a sọ pé ìyálòdì àríyá gbogbo orúkọ tẹ́ ẹ bá pè mí kò sí èyí tí mi ò ní jẹ yín ẹ farabalẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò Owambe Unlimited lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television ní ìkànnì 190 ibẹ̀ ni Owambe Unlimited ń bọ̀ wá ẹ fàpùrẹ̀ tẹ̀dí kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
Mo ń sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa wo Owambe Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
Padà ẹ̀yin aráalé lórí ètò aláṣẹ náà la ṣe wà Western Spring Television rèé àbí mo ṣe sọ fún yín lẹ́ẹ̀kan ká tó lọ fún ìdánidúró mo ní ọlọ́wọ́ ìjọ wa wọ́n ti wà nítòsí wọ́n sì ti gbà wá lálejò lórí ètò aláṣẹ ẹ kú dédé àsìkò yìí.
Yes ma.
Káàbọ̀.
Yes ma.
ẹ̀yin aráalé ṣe báyìí náà rí pé nǹkan tẹ́ ń wo ẹ̀rí pé ojú wọn dán gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ṣe jọ́mjọ́mú torí pé kí ni ojoojúmọ́ náà ń jẹ oúnjẹ aládùn wọ́n ṣe ń jọbẹ̀ oríṣiríṣi bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ń so oúnjẹ oríṣiríṣi lágbára Ọlọ́run á túnbọ̀ máa rọ̀ yín lọ́rùn.
Àmín o.
ó jà lórí ètò lónìí ẹ má bínú ẹ̀yin aráalé ojú ló ń kán mi torí gbogbo nǹkan tó kó kalẹ̀ sórí tábìlì mo fẹ́ kán ètè ṣe gbogbo ẹ bá mi káwọn aráalé.
Ẹ kú dédé wòyí o èmi náà ni ọmọ yín ọ̀rẹ́ yín Rukayat Bisola Ọlárìnwájú CEO Starlight Restaurant ṣé dáadáa mo bá yín.
dáadáa ni wọ́n wà torí pé wọ́n ń jẹ gbogbo nǹkan tẹ̀ ń kọ́ wọn. ok Starlight lórí ètò fún tòní tún ti ṣe bí ṣe yín ìkànlẹ̀ lọ tí gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ ṣáàdúdú kalẹ̀ kọ̀kọ́ ó dáa kí lẹ bá dé gan lẹ́nìí kí lẹ fẹ́ ṣe fún wa.
A fẹ́ ṣe black soup.
Ẹ̀dẹ̀ o black soup
ọbẹ̀ dúdú
mo tẹ̀ tí kó dúdú gan tilẹ̀ boni
Ẹ̀dó
tilẹ̀ Ẹ̀dó Ẹ̀dó ẹ káàbọ̀ ẹ̀yin ló kàn sórí ètò lónìí ó dáa kí ni nǹkan tí ẹ máa lò láti ṣe ọbẹ̀ dúdú ti àwọn Ẹ̀dó yìí.
A ní ewúro.
Ewúro normal ewúro tá a mọ̀.
normal ewúro a sì ní efinrin a ní uziza mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta yìí lálọ́pọ̀.
A máa lọ tákúná.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni pẹ̀lú edé àti ata díẹ̀ tí ó kúnná dáadáa.
A jẹ́ pé òun lẹ ti lọ sínú.
Òun la lọ sí báyìí.
Pé efinrin ewúro
àti uziza leaf.
Uziza leaf. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Mo ti rí lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ó ti yé wa bí ìṣe yín àtàwọn oríṣiríṣi ẹran àtẹja àbí bí ọba ṣe lágbára tó.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
A dẹ̀ máa lo epo.
A máa lo epo ẹja dúdú pọ̀nmọ́ ògúnfe stockfish epo
tó bá wá jẹ́ pé
iyọ̀
èèyàn wá
àtàdídùn.
ní kọjá ẹja panla kíkà àti ẹja ṣáwá ńkọ́ ṣé lè lò náà kò fi sí.
Ó ti lọ nìyẹn
ó ti lọ
ó
kó ṣáà ti fi protein
sí.
ó ti wáyé mi tó bá jẹ́ pé èèyàn lówó gbogbo oríṣiríṣi protein bá tún yọ chicken gan ó tún pa sí.
kó tún fi sí i kó yọ ẹran ọ̀gbẹ́ kó fi sí i.
ìjà kò burú ẹ̀yin aráalé ó lẹ ti gbọ́ ìwọ́n ni wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe black soup ọbẹ̀ dúdú ti ilẹ̀ Ẹ̀dó kò dẹ̀ sẹ́ni tí ò lè jẹ́ tó bá ṣàtìdùn ẹ jẹ́ kí n yọ̀ǹda ẹ̀yin àti Starlight nílé ìdáná ẹ má gbàgbé mo máa ń sọ fún yín o torí tiyín kẹ́ lè rí dáadáa ni mo ṣe máa ń yẹ̀ sẹ́gbẹ́ o ẹ fojú sí o nǹkan náà máa fi teleport ní kẹ́yìn náà fi teleport tiyín ní kẹ́ ṣe kí ni kẹ́ ẹ ṣe kẹ́ ẹ fi lè get result táwọn náà máa ń get gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn àlejò wa bó ṣe máa ń jẹ́rìí sí Starlight ẹ jẹ́ ìyọ̀ǹda yín ẹ lọ sílé ìdáná ẹ bá ti ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ papọ̀ tán ẹ jẹ́ ká pàdé lórí tábìlì pẹ̀lú irúfẹ́ oúnjẹ tẹ́ bá fẹ́ sè sí ọbẹ̀ black soup tilẹ̀ Ẹ̀dó ní ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa lórí ètò aláṣẹ la wà à ń tẹ̀síwájú.
Ó tó are.
Kò ṣe é má yẹn.
Ní báyìí a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣe black soup wa. A ti lò ewúro, uziza leaf àti efinrin a dẹ̀ lọ pẹ̀lú ata àti ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ edé. ṣẹkún sọ fún pé a ti lọ pẹ̀lú ata pẹ̀lú edé àmọ́ bó ṣe wà yìí nígbà tó bá ti ń ṣe lọ tán a máa wò bóyá ata rẹ̀ tó àbí kò tó máa fi sí lẹ́yìn náà lẹ́yìn tá a ti da gbogbo ẹ̀ tá a lọ sínú pot a máa da epo náà sí. àwọn pọ̀nmọ́ wa ẹja dúdú ẹja kíká àti pọ̀nmọ́ tá a ti rẹ́ òun náà lọ sínú ẹ̀. lẹ́yìn náà a máa fi edé sí edé wẹ́wẹ́ àti edé ńlá. ọbẹ̀ yìí kò gbà yàn lákòókò rárá gbogbo nǹkan tó bá fẹ́ fi sí yóò lọ nínú ẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ṣoṣo. ẹja dúdú wa ní àti yọ eegun ẹ̀ ẹja panla pọ̀nmọ́ ẹran tinú ẹran àti stockfish wa. ẹ má wàá já gbàgbé àdídùn bẹ̀ gangan tí ó fún wa ní òórùn tá à ń fẹ́ ìyẹn ògìrì. ṣètìrì báyìí ó wá depend lórí bí ọbẹ̀ yín ṣe tó lẹ́sìn bóyá ẹyọ kan lẹ́ lò ní o àbí méjì àwọn tó rí ọbẹ̀ wa á lò méjì. ọbẹ̀ yìí kẹ́ fi mọ̀ pé bóyá ó ti jiná ẹ̀rì tí epo rírì ó mọ̀ sọkùtù ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́yìn ìgbà tá a kó ogun kan tá a kó sí nínú ìtàn á wà á dè títí tí ó fi jiná. níbẹ̀ a ti fi gbogbo ẹran wa ẹja wa panla a ti fi gbogbo ẹ̀ sí ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé bí mo ṣe máa ń sọ èmi fẹ́ràn àwọn edé nǹkan kan ju àwọn àdúdùn ọlọ́ràá lọ àmọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká yẹ̀wò tí ó bá dùn tó àbí ká fi díẹ̀ mọ́. ó ti ṣe rẹ́gí báyìí o. ní báyìí ká lọ pàdé àlejò wa lórí tábìlì lókù.
ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló ń kojú àwọn ará àdúgbò àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ò dẹ̀ dókè ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television pé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń tayé lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín o ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ dábù rẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ yà ní gbọ́rọ̀ ẹ dábù rẹ̀ ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìjọba, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera, àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkàálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ. Ẹ má fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 865 1049 0803 865 1049. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín, àwọn àwòrán yín kó máa wọlé. Orí ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí, ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí. Ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò, ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà, ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀, ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń da ẹ̀gbin nù, tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn aráàlú lára, gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí. Ohun tí ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín, ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀. Orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlápọ̀dé, èmi ni atọ́kùn ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí lórí Western Spring Television, ìkànnì 150 ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Ajé láago 2:30 ọ̀sán.
ẹ̀yin ará lé mo kí yín ẹ kú ìgbádùn ètò Alásè níkànnì Western Spring Television. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan mo yọ̀ǹda yín mo mọ̀ pé ti kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ẹ̀rí tán fi tẹ́lẹ̀ pọ́ọ̀tù ẹ̀rí tán fi sí gbẹ̀yìn Star Delight ti wá pín náà wọ̀ wọn. A ti wá wà lórí ètò báyìí yẹn ní orí tábìlì láti yẹ̀wò kí àlejò wa kí wọ́n lè sọ èsì lẹ́tà tí Star Delight tí wọ́n kọ lórí ètò lónìí. Àlejò wa jẹ́ gbajúgbajà abiyamọ ni wọ́n, oníṣòwò ni wọ́n, àwọn náà sì jẹ́ lámètọ́. Ṣé mọ̀ pé mo máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ kan pé tí a bá ti rí àlejò tó jẹ́ pé wọn kì í ṣe àlejò sí nǹkan tá a ní kán wá ṣe tán wá sọ̀rọ̀ fún wa ó yẹ ká lè gbà wọ́n gbọ́. Ìyẹn ni pé tá a bá fi lọ gbé àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ ìyá àgbàlagbà wá Star Delight apájábọ́ lónìí àgbàlagbà wà lórí ètò a máa wá mọ̀ ó dàbí ẹni pé àwọn tó ti máa ń wá tẹ́lẹ̀ bóyá torí pé wọ́n jẹ́ bí ọ̀dọ́ àbí ọkùnrin ni wọ́n náà fi máa ń wò pé a ò ṣe ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ìyá wa tó kọ́ wa lọ́bẹ̀ gan àwọn gan wà lórí ètò lónìí. Mo láyọ̀ láti sọ fún yín pé lórí ètò lónìí àlejò wa náà ni màmá Bọ́láńlé Ọlánrewájú oníṣòwò ni màmá káràkátà ká ṣòwò ká jèrè lágbára Ọlọ́run èrè lẹ́ ó máa jẹ o. Mo kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Alásè ní Western Spring Television. Ẹ bá mi kí àwọn ará ilé.
Ará ilé kúlé o.
Yes ma kí bá wọn dáhùn. Ẹ ṣe gan ni ẹkùjọ méjì mẹ́ta àdẹkù àsìkò yìí báwo lọjà ṣọwọ́ yá Ọlọ́run ṣeun. Ó jà lórí ètò lónìí àlejò pàtàkì lẹ́jẹ́ fún wa pàtàkì tó dẹ̀ wà ń bẹ̀ ni pé ẹ fẹ́ wá ṣiṣẹ́ lámèétọ́ láti bá wa jẹ́ wò ní ti Alásè wa tí wọ́n ṣe káwọn aráalé lè jẹ́rìí sí pé gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n pò pọ̀ fún wọn mọ́ ṣe rí lójú ìwòran wọn o gbé bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni wọ́n máa bá adùn rẹ̀ níwájú yín. Wọ́n ti sè é wọ́n ní black soup wọ́n máa ń jẹ ní ilẹ̀ Èkó wọ́n ti wá sè é báyìí wọ́n á bá yín Star Delight ó funfun ṣé sẹ̀mó ni funfun ni iyán ni èwo nú ẹ̀ iyán ni iyán gangan ló ń jẹ ajẹ́kóúnjẹ ẹlẹgbẹ́ kalẹ̀ síwájú àlejò wa báyìí ọjà mọ́mì tí yín ò ju pé kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ bá wa yẹ̀ wò mí nílẹ̀ ìlànà púpọ̀ o ẹ yẹ̀ wò ẹ jẹ ọbẹ̀ ẹ jẹ gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó kó sínú ẹ̀ tẹ́ bá ti wá mu adùn ẹ̀ bó bá ṣe wá rí ẹ wá bá mi fi ṣe ìgbéléwọ̀n fún wọn oore omi ìṣọwọ́ rèé ẹ̀ṣanwọ́ kẹ wá bá mi bùkèlè iyán ẹ fi kan ọbẹ̀ black soup tí wọ́n sè.
ojú ọbẹ̀ yẹn gan gúnrégé.
bó ṣe dúdú yìí náà ó kàn jẹ́ pé kí n jẹ́wọ́ fún yín o ẹ̀yin ará lé ní ìtọ́wò ṣùgbọ́n òórùn aládùn tó ń jáde ń bẹ̀ níbi tá a wà iṣẹ́ mọ̀ pé bóyá fìrí tó tún fi sí gbogbo ẹ̀ kàn kú fìrìfìrì tó àmọ́ pé ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́kọ̀ tí àlejò wa máa sọ mọ́ mi ó ti yá o iṣẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀. ní báyìí ẹ̀yin ará lé ẹ má gbàgbé ohun tí mo máa ń sọ fún yín pé ó ṣe pàtàkì kẹ́ ẹ máa jẹ oúnjẹ tó dára torí pé téèyàn bá ń jẹ oúnjẹ gidi ní gbogbo ìgbà onítọ̀hún àìsàn àti àìlera gbogbo ló máa jìnnà sí ó lè máa jẹ́ kó lè wà lálàáfíà àtìlera pípé mo dẹ̀ sọ fún iṣẹ́ ní tá a bá jẹ sẹ́mi wa tá a jẹ sínú wa ó ń lérè wá o nínú gbogbo làálàá tá à ń ṣe ní òkè èròpẹ̀ ẹ má gbàgbé ibi tẹ bá dẹ̀ ti ń dáná ẹ jẹ́ kó máa wà ní ìmọ́tótó. Ó dá Star Delight ọbẹ̀ tí ẹ sè yìí ẹ sọ pé ẹ lọ àwọn ewé yẹn ní ṣé ẹni tí ò bá ní blender àbẹ́ni tó bá tiẹ̀ ní bóyá tí ò bá sí ná ọgbọ́n wo ló lè dá sí àwọn ewé yẹn tó fi máa rí ọbẹ̀ yìí sè.
ẹ lè gun àmọ́ torí pé àwọn ewé òun lè ní ó gba iṣẹ́ díẹ̀.
tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n bá rí òkúta ọlọ́ńkọ́
wọ́n lè fòkúta lọ́lọ́ àbí kán lọ lọ lẹ́rọ.
lẹ́rọ ìyẹn tún máa rọrùn kán gbé lọ sẹ́rọ wọ́n lọ lọ ń bẹ̀. ìyan ṣé torí bó ṣe jẹ́ ló jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ gúnyán sí ni àbí ìyan ló dáa jù.
ẹ lè fi ẹ̀bà jẹ ẹ lè fi iyán jẹ ẹ lè fi sẹ̀mó jẹ àmọ́ ní tèmi o iyán ló dáa jù.
ẹ jẹ́ kí n bomi fàlejò wa torí mo rántí pé nígbà tí wọ́n pèlú ẹ̀ wọ́n ní àtàwà náà kan tí wọ́n máa fi sè é bó ṣe wá wà Star Delight ṣé ọmọdé lè jẹ ṣàgbà lè jẹ torí bí mo ṣe ń wo ìṣúlójọ bí ọbẹ̀ tá a bá ṣe fẹ́ni tó ṣe bímọ.
ọmọdé lè jẹ o àgbà lè jẹ torí ewúro dára lára efinrin dára lára uziza tàṣìlò náà dára lára gbogbo ẹ̀ láfọnú.
a jẹ́ pé ó máa ṣiṣẹ́ bóyá àsìkò tó bá dàbẹ̀ nípa rẹ̀ èèyàn kan ṣẹ̀ ń yábọ̀ abẹ́ni ò fẹ́ ṣí.
irú ọbẹ̀ yìí náà wà ní Ondo wọ́n máa ń pè ní mádarúgbó àbí múnú tutù ọbẹ̀ ata ọmọ orú nǹkan báyẹn tó máa ń pè nìyẹn torí ó máa ń fọnú wọ́n bí lè pé tó máa ń jẹ gbogbo àárọ̀ máa fresh ó máa fọ gbogbo ìdọ̀tí inú bẹ́ẹ̀ sì.
ìgbà tó ti ẹ̀ jẹ́ pé kìkìdá ewé àtàwọn èròjà protein mo rí i pé mọ́mì ti mú omi ó kanlẹ̀ àbí.
ó kanlẹ̀ ọbẹ̀ gidi ni ọbẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ládùn dáadáa tí mo fi ní tí mo fẹ́ lélẹ̀ in France ó débẹ̀.
a jẹ́ pé báwo la ta tán fi sí ṣé.
ó pọ̀ jù.
ó bọ́ sí déédéé.
ẹran náà bọ́ sí déédéé ẹja bẹ̀ ó bọ́ sí déédéé.
gbogbo ẹ̀ dúró dáadáa. a jẹ́ pé ẹ lè gbà wọ́n ará ilé níyànjú pé kó gbìyànjú ọbẹ̀ yìí káwọn náà dẹ̀ máa jẹ.
ẹ̀yin ará ilé ẹ má jẹ́ ká máa sí omi ọbẹ̀ nìkan tàbí ewédú ẹja tún máa tún yí gbogbo tá a máa ń rí lórí àwọn ètò bí irú ètò báyìí ẹ jẹ́ ká tún máa yiri rẹ̀ wò káwa náà tún máa ṣe fún ara wa káwo irúṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe lára ọbẹ̀ tí mò ń jẹ wọ́n ọbẹ̀ dúdú ni kò sí ewé tí wọ́n fi sè é efinrin ewúro wà ń bẹ̀ àti uzuza ọbẹ̀ yẹn dáwọ́ máa ń fọnú ó dẹ̀ ń ṣara lórí dáadáa ṣe má jàká dó lórí pé bóyá omi ọbẹ̀ tàbí ewédú ní gbogbo ìgbà ẹ jẹ́ ká máa change ọbẹ̀ wa sórí nǹkan tá a bá fẹ́ jẹ tá a bá dẹ̀ fẹ́ jẹ oúnjẹ tá a fẹ́ má jẹ́ kó pọ̀ jù gẹ́gẹ́ bí àgbàlagbà oúnjẹ díẹ̀ kọ́bẹ̀ yẹn pọ̀ kó lè ṣara lóore Ọlọ́run á ràn wá lọ́wọ́.
àmín ẹ ṣe ìyàwó tábà wá ní ká wò báyìí Star Delight ti retí èsì wọ́n ti kọ lẹ́tà ẹ fún wọn lésì èsì tẹ́ bá wá fún wọn lájẹ́ kí n mọ̀ bóyá sì tinú wọn á dùn sí bóyá ìta máa pàtẹ́wọ́ àbẹ́ ìta máa sọ pé bóyá kẹsùn kó.
kò gbọ́dọ̀ má mọ̀ ṣe èmi gan tọ́ bẹ̀ wò ó rà bẹ̀ fàdẹ̀ fi dùn dáadáa. gbogbo kí là ń pe kíní ọbẹ̀ tí ò kí n fi sin bí magí yẹn hàn kódà á dùn ọwọ́ mi ló mú.
ọjà tábà wá ní pé kẹ fún wọn ní ìgbéléwọ̀n báyìí nínú máàkì láti 1 sí 15 mélòó lè máa fún un.
ó yẹ kí n fún gbogbo ẹni àmọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí n yọ àrùn lẹ̀.
ó wá jẹ́ 90%. Màmá 90 bó ti sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ nígbà tá a pàdé kẹ́yìn lórí ètò bó ti fi yẹn kó orúkọ Star Delight ọlọ́wọ́ ìdán màmá 90%. ó jà ó náà lẹ ti gbọ́ yẹn lẹ́nu àlejò wa ìyẹn ara lé lágbára lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run ìgbà míì lẹ ti máa pàdé wa lórí ètò Aláṣẹ Star Delight ẹ ṣé gan ni mo kí yín ẹ kú gbogbo gbà ọgbọ́n àtinúdá àtòyé tẹ́ ń lò yìí lágbára Ọlọ́run kò ní gbẹ o ọgbọ́n yóò dẹ̀ níjọba Ọlọ́run àwọn máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́ a sì ó yíwọ́ kò ní jẹ́ tiyín o ẹ bá mi kí àwọn ará ilé ó ti di gbà mí.
ẹ ṣe àdúpẹ́ ọ ẹ kú gbogbo ìgbà ẹ kú jókòó ṣé dáadáa ni mo bá yín ẹ dẹ̀ ṣe gan-an ni ẹ kú àdúró tì wá èmi náà ni ọmọ yín ọ̀rẹ́ yín Rukayat Bisola Ọlárẹ̀wájú Star Delight restaurant ẹ máa wò wá Mama 90.
ọgá ògo ní fún orúkọ Ọlọ́run á tún dúpẹ́ fún ètò tí ló dá mi lójú pé ẹ tún ti kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ tuntun nípa black soup ọbẹ̀ dúdú àwọn kan ń pè ní ọbẹ̀ ata gbogbo ẹ̀ ewébẹ̀ àtàwọn èròjà aṣaralóore ni wọ́n lò láti ṣe ẹ̀yin náà ẹ bọ́ sínú ọjà ẹ rà á ní kéékèèké bágbára yín bá ṣe mọ kẹ́ gbìyànjú ẹ̀ ó dá mi lójú pé tẹ́ bá máa jẹ ẹ̀yin náà máa gbádùn rẹ̀ lágbára lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run owó tá a fi máa jẹ nǹkan tó dáa sẹ́nu wa Ọlọ́run ní fi wọ́n wá o torí pé ó jẹ gidi ọ̀rẹ́ àwọ̀ ni ó dẹ̀ dáa ká máa jẹ oúnjẹ tó dára ní gbogbo ìgbà lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí àlejò wa ìyá wa Abọ́láńlé Ọlárìnwájú lè ṣe gan ni tá a kì í tẹ̀ wá sórí ètò títí ìgbà míì ló kó àwọn ikọ̀ ètò yìí àtẹ̀yìn náà tẹ̀ bá wa wò ó Olúṣọ́ Òjó lo ọkọ̀ mi ìyá àjọ pèdèpèdè yìí ìyá Lásè ló sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa jẹun gidi o lásìkò kẹwàá lálàáfíà.
Àbújá ni olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ọjọ́ 12 oṣù 12 ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ni ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá. Gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ni ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014 kódà lọ́dún 2016. Àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló ń kojú àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ò dẹ̀ dókè. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò. Ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó, iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège, àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba. Ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko, èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television gbé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba. Ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín o, ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín, ẹ dábù rẹ̀, ẹ mọ̀ yá ní gbọ́rọ̀, ẹ dábù rẹ̀, ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìjọba, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera, àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ. Ẹ má fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 865 1049 0803 865 1049. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín, àwọn àwòrán yín kó máa wọlé. Orí ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí, ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí. Ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò, ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà, ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀, ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń da ẹ̀gbin nù, tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn aráàlú lára, gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí ohun tẹ́ ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín, ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀. Orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé, èmi ni atọ́kùn ètò tẹlifíṣàn Western Spring Television, ìkànnì àádọ́wàá ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ajé láago 2:30 ọ̀sán.
bẹ́gùn ò bá jáde mọ̀rìnwó la kọ́kọ́ rí owó gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú ìjó ẹsẹ̀ katakata ní síwájú rìn bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbúrò wa a tún ti dé náà nù ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Ohùn Àǹbẹ̀ Unlimited pẹ̀lú èmi ọmọ ọ̀rẹ́ yín Sliat tẹ́túmọ̀ sí mo rẹ́ni kejì ẹ lè pè mí ní Sùsù tó bá wẹ lómi a sọ pé ìyálòdì àríyá gbogbo orúkọ tẹ́ ẹ bá pè mí kò sí èyí tí mi ò ní jẹ yín ẹ farabalẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò Ohùn Àǹbẹ̀ Unlimited lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television ní ìkànnì 190 ibẹ̀ ni Ohùn Àǹbẹ̀ Unlimited ń bọ̀ wá ẹ fàkùrẹ̀ tẹ̀dí kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
mo ń sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa wo Ohùn Àǹbẹ̀ Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn Kìrìsìtẹ́nì. ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
Western Spring Television, ours it is.
ìyà kì í ṣomi ọbẹ̀.
Bàbá ọmọdé ìjìyà.
ló kọ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè lákín káàbọ̀ sórí àkọ́tún ètò ẹ bá mi kọ̀yà fún tòní níléeṣẹ́ Rave 91.7 FM tó kalẹ̀ ságbọ̀n bẹ́lẹ́wò nílùú Òṣogbo àti Western Spring Television Channel 190 DTT tó wà ní Star Times. ibẹ̀ ni àwa tó fi mọ́ YouTube àti Radio.Garden. Ṣẹ́gun Mákindé lórúkọ tèmi, ọmọ ẹlẹ́sìn rèé, ọmọ akékàkàkà kọ́lọ́rọ̀ gbọ́ tọ́rọ̀ bá gbọ́ kí ni bàbá pa bọ́ ọlọ́run ó ṣe gan torí pé òótọ́ tí gbórílẹ̀-èdè lékè ni àwa gbé lọ bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ wípé àìmọ́rin kórí ọmọ mi bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni kò sẹ́ni tó lè ṣe tán, ọlọ́run ọba nìkan ló pé tán ló mọ tán. ṣùgbọ́n gẹ́gẹ́ bí èèyàn á gbìyànjú ara wa láti rí dájú pé ìyànjẹ ò sí fún ẹnikẹ́ni. tó a kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń gbọ́ wa tẹ́ sì wò wá káàkiri orílẹ̀-èdè àgbáyé. A kí ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, a kí o, a kí Ìrẹ́pọ̀dùn Òròló Traditional Council, a kí yín, a kú ara fẹ́rakù olórí ọmọ ogun ilẹ̀ yìí. Dagun Tàórí Lágbájá tó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tó rí wàlẹ̀ àṣà. Bá a pèdè nílùú fún Òròló Olúfẹ́mi Ọlátóyè Odídẹrẹ́. Wọ́n kéwì kánjọ́ kan, wọ́n ní ọ̀rọ̀ òdùn níjọ́ tá a mẹ́sùrú ṣàṣàrò ọjọ́ ńlá báyìí náà lọ́jọ́ ọ̀túnfọ́ akọni. Òṣùn tó ń bàgbà nínú jẹ́ bíi fátá dá tí ò lè tutù tó ọlọ́run ṣàánú fún wa Èdùmàrè oníṣekú wọn lákòófà o ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun mọ̀ pé nǹkan ṣe wá bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Ìfọ̀n Ìlóbù Ẹ̀rìn á mọ̀ o pé nǹkan ṣe wá ọlọ́run nìkan ló lè tù wá nú bákan náà làgbà oyè bákan náà rí wàlẹ̀ àṣà nífọ̀n àgbà oyè Simeon Abiodun Oyèdòkun baálẹ̀ Ajégúnlẹ̀ mẹ́lẹ̀sí ni wọ́n kú mọ́ pàyé ní fún òròlú bàbá àti àánú Èdùmàrè bá délẹ̀ fún gbogbo wọn. tó Comrade Jimoh Taofeek káàbọ̀ sórí ètò tòní.
ilé orúkọ tèmi ni Comrade Jimoh Taofeek láti ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àtò lókè fíà lóṣogbo a kú ètò tòní gbogbo ara lé àtúnṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò tòní o ẹ fìdílé nǹkan àbíkẹ́ wá nǹkan fìdílé o.
nítòsílẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ò lè jẹ́ kó wọ́n já gara nǹkan sọ̀sùn nǹkan ṣe Nàìjíríà nǹkan tí ń ṣe Nàìjíríà ti pẹ́ ná ṣùgbọ́n ikú tó wọlé dé ikú tó lágbára ni. ìyá àárín o.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo wá sí ètò ẹgbanikọ̀yà mo mú ẹjọ́ Ganiyu Salaudeen.
kí ló kọ tẹ̀yìn.
orúkọ mi ni Sakiratu Mukaila.
arábìnrin Sakiratu Mukaila ibo lẹ ti wá gan-an.
mo wá ní agboolé àjọ̀nà nísàlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo.
lágboolé àjọ̀nà nísàlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lóṣogbo ibẹ̀ ni ẹ ti wá ẹjọ́ ta lẹ́lẹ́ mú wa.
mo mú ẹjọ́ Ganiyu Salaudeen wá.
ẹ̀mẹ́jọ bàbá Ganiyu Salaudeen lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́jọ wa bò ní ẹ jẹ́ sí kí n lọ pa ẹ́ pọ̀ tó fi dépẹ́ ẹ̀mẹ́jọ wa.
wọ́n jẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n ọkọ mi.
ẹ̀gbọ́n ọkọ yín lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́jọ ẹ̀ wá kí ló dé tẹ̀rí tó lágbóolé.
àwọn pẹ̀lú bàbá Móyè ni wọ́n jọ ṣiṣẹ́ papọ̀.
irú iṣẹ́ wo.
iṣẹ́ epo. wọ́n sì bá bàbá Móyè ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ owó ẹyọ láàrin àwọn pẹ̀lú wọn. bàbá Móyè sì ti gba ilé tí wọ́n ń kọ́ lọ. gbogbo fámìlì sì dáwó wọ́n sì rán wọn lọ lẹ́sà lẹ́ẹ̀mejì ilẹ̀ tí ọkọ mi wá fi ṣe.
ẹnìkan ò lè rẹ́nìkan rẹ lẹ́sà kọ́dà ẹnìkan ò lè rẹ́nìkan lọ sí Ifẹ̀ ẹnìkan ò lè rẹ́nìkan lọ Kùjé ẹnìkan ò lè rẹ́nìkan lọ Ìyàgànkù nìbàdàn ilé ẹjọ́ ló lè rányàn lọ pé lọ́dún bẹ́ẹ̀ náà táyà rọrùn ẹ̀yàn tàbí kíyàn máa faṣọ péńpé roko ọba ẹ máa bọ̀rọ̀ yín bọ̀.
wọ́n wá ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ̀ yẹn ọkọ mi ńgbà tí bàbá yìí wà ní lẹ́sà tí gbogbo fámìlì ti dáwó tí wọ́n sì rán bàbá yìí lọ lẹ́sà lẹ́ẹ̀mejì gbà tí bàbá yìí wá wà lẹ́sà.
yóò ní tí bàbá ṣe kí wọ́n tó ní bàbá èso ń lẹ́sà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni owó lọ́pọ̀ àwọn àti bàbá Móyè papọ̀ gbà tí gbogbo fámìlì wa dáwó tí bàbá Móyè sì gba ilé tí bàbá yìí ń kọ́ lọ tí wọ́n gbà tí gbogbo fámìlì dáwó tí wọ́n sì ti rán wọn lọ lẹ́sà lẹ́ẹ̀mejì gbà tí ọkọ mi wá fi ilẹ̀ rẹ̀ ó fi dúró pé kí wọ́n fi mú bàbá ìdarí wálé láti lẹ́sà gbà tí ó wá yá a sì ń retí ilẹ̀ àrí gbà tá a rí ilẹ̀ gbà tí a wá dé orí ilẹ̀ a rí pé bàbá Móyè ti kọ́ 3 bedroom sí ó sì ti kọ́ mọ́sálásí síbẹ̀ gbà tá a wá gba lọ́ọ̀yà tí lọ́ọ̀yà ságbèsègbèsè wọ́n jáde wọ́n ní kí ìwé tí wọ́n fi ralẹ̀ ń kọ́ ọmọ bàbá múwèé wá ìwé tó mú wá fake ìwé ni.
ètò lọ́wọ́ àánú ìwé tí wọ́n mú wá torí mi náà rí yọ̀ọ̀ lábẹ́ aṣọ ń jọ kan o.
ìwé tí wọ́n mú wá ni wípé bàbá Móyè sọ wípé èmi mo fún ọmọ mi nílẹ̀ kò sì sí òríjínà ìwé lọ́wọ́ wọn.
pé bàbá Móyè ló fọmọ Móyè nílẹ̀ tó jẹ́ ilẹ̀ tí ọkọ tí ibo lọkọ yín wà.
ọkọ mi ti kú.
tó ọlọ́ọ̀bà àdẹ̀lẹ̀ fọ́.
àmín.
ẹ máa bọ̀rọ̀ yín bọ̀.
gbà tí a wá gba lọ́ọ̀yà tí lọ́ọ̀yà ṣàṣe gbèsè wọ́n mú ìwé wá lọ́ọ̀yà ní ìwé tẹ́ mú wá kì í ṣe òríjínà ìwé òríjínà ń bẹ lọ́wọ́ ìyàwó olóògbé gbàtọ́ wá pẹ́ wọ́n wá lọ́dà kí lọ́ọ̀yà lọ ṣe fáíndìsì iye tí wọ́n talẹ̀ lọ́ọ̀yà ṣe fáíndìsì iye tí wọ́n talẹ̀ lọ́ọ̀yà pè wọ́n pé 8 million ni àti 8 kọ́bọ̀ àti 2 kọ́bọ̀ àárí wọn kí wọ́n yọjú ni mo fi mú ẹjọ́ ìwá sí ètò ẹ̀bá.
nígbà tá a pè wọ́n ṣé pàpà yọjú àbí wọn ò yọjú.
ìgbà tá a kọ́kọ́ pè wọ́n tí eléètò ẹ̀bánikọ̀yà pè wọ́n bàbá yọjú bàbá sì ṣègbè sí wọ́n wá wọ́n rojọ́ atọ́kùn náà sì sọ̀rọ̀ níwọ̀n bá tẹnu rẹ̀ wọ́n wá ní bàbá wa sọ pé kí atọ́kùn kọjọ kún ó fún àwọn ní àlàwáǹsì pé kí a pàdé ní ọ́fíìsì àwọn a sì lọ àti atọ́kùn àti èmi àti bàbá ọkọ mi bàbá Móyè ọ̀wá o ìgbà tí bàbá Móyè ọmọ sọ fún ẹ̀bánikọ̀yà fún atọ́kùn ni wípé ẹni tó ju ni lọ lè sọ nínú.
bàbá wí bẹ́ẹ̀ lóòótọ́ olówó sun gbogbo tán iyọ̀ ọmọdé ọmọ tálíkà kú ẹ máa bọ̀rọ̀ yín bọ̀.
àtìgbà náà ni mo ti mú ẹjọ́ wọn wá sórí ètò a pé bàbá ò wá o a pé ọmọ ò wá o bàbá ọkọ mi tí wọ́n ní ọjà wọn ní 5 million bàbá ọkọ mi ò jẹ́ wọ́n ní 5 million.
ẹ lè sọ pé bàbá ọkọ yín ò jẹ́ wọ́n 5 million ṣebí bàbá ọkọ yín náà wà ní orí ètò ẹ bá mi kọ̀yà báyìí bàbá ọkọ yín ò sọ pé àwọn ọ̀nàwó bàbá Móyè àbẹ́pẹ́ ìnáwó bàbá kí ló kọ yín.
sẹ́mi ló dàgbà ìwé nígbà ní yù àbúrúgà ní sàlá.
ọlọ́ọ̀ni ọlọ́ọ̀lọ́ máa bí gbẹ ẹ burú gbẹ wà kéke akéré koro ẹ tó kọjú dá fáwọn ará ilé wa àtàgbọlé yín ẹ kọjú sí kinní àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà bàbá kámẹ́rà ni ẹ máa wò.
àbúrúgà ní sàlá.
ilé àjọ̀nà.
ilé àjọ̀nà ni o.
nígbà tí bàbá wá bàbá Móyè táwọn àtẹ̀tẹ̀ lọ kọ́lé sórí ilẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ pè nílẹ̀ òǹlẹ̀ yìí tẹ́ ẹ pè nílẹ̀ olóògbé yìí bàbá jọ máa yé wa wípé ẹ̀yin mọ́níjà ilé epo àwọn ń gbà náà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
bàbá sì jọ máa yé wa wípé ẹ lówó pọ́npọ́ ẹ̀yin àtàwọn kan pé ilẹ̀ bá rọ́wọ́ mi láì ṣe kàlòkàlò pé ìlọ̀rọ̀ fi dọ̀rọ̀ ilé ẹjọ́ ni wọ́n fi ilé ẹjọ́ fi ní pé máa gbatẹ́gùn bẹ́ẹ̀ ná tọrọ ìyànjú bó wà ní ilẹ̀ tí wàá jẹ́.
àbúrò mi ló fún mi nílẹ̀ pé kí n fi yanjú ọ̀rọ̀ òun ìyanjú ọ̀rọ̀ tán o àwọn abẹ́lì mi kò tó ṣaláìsì.
ṣé ilẹ̀ tí wọ́n fi lẹ̀ yìí tí wọ́n sọ wípé àwọn fi lẹ̀ yìí tán ọ̀ràn ni àbí wọ́n fi gbàdúró yín.
gbàdúró mi pé kí n fi bẹ́ẹ̀lì mi nígbà yẹn.
ìgbà tí ẹ máa wo kámẹ́rà ìgbà tí wọ́n wá bàbá ìgbà tí wọ́n wá bẹ́ẹ̀lì yín ṣé ó wà nínú àkọọ́lẹ̀ wípé ilẹ̀ wà lára tẹ́ gbàgbé pátápátá gẹ́gẹ́ bí condition bẹ́ẹ̀lì.
wọn kọ́lẹ̀ pé agbágbé ilẹ̀ pátápátá o wọn kọ́lẹ̀ bá ń pè wọn gbàgbé ilẹ̀ pátápátá.
bó wa ló sì jẹ́ tí ìyàwó àbúrò yín ò fi wá rí ilẹ̀ ọkọ rẹ̀ lò mọ́.
náà ni ẹ bá ní àfi abáyán.
àníbò lọ jẹ.
náà ni àfi abáyán sẹ́ẹ̀.
pé
àti wọn fún alẹ́ ní àfi alúgbà ọkà mi lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ abáyán.
wọn ò fún ilẹ̀ yín padà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni nígbà tí mo lọ ṣùgbọ́n lọ ẹ̀yìn.
ṣùgbọ́n bàbá Móyè lẹ́yìn àtàwọn làwọn jọ lọ́rọ̀ pé àwọn ọmọ ìyàwó olóògbé rí ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wá jọ lọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀yin náà lọ́rọ̀ ọ̀dà sáká lẹ́nu yín bó láti wá fẹ́ rọ̀rọ̀ ìyànjú bàbá.
bó ni oníṣẹ́ ní sákàtì jáde bí lẹ́mọ̀ pé lẹ́sìn rẹ̀ ìmọ̀ bá ń lọ ni pé mo ṣe lè sọ̀rọ̀ mo sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ wọn gbalẹ̀ alọ ọ̀hún alọ wà lọ ẹ̀yìn.
ẹ máa wo kinní kan lè mà pẹ́yìn gangan nípa ìṣe bèbí o.
èmi náà mẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe bèbí mẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe bèbí sẹ́ẹ̀.
ẹ lọ wá ẹ lọ ẹ̀yìn.
ẹ sálẹ̀.
kí wàá ní wọ́n fẹ́ jẹ́ solution báyìí bàbá ẹ̀yin àti bàbá Móyè lẹ́jọ́ lọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀yin àti bàbá Móyè lẹ́jọ́ máa ń tọ́jọ́ páńpọ̀ tí ilé ilẹ̀ fi bọ́ sí àwọn lọ́wọ́ tí wọ́n fi kọ́ lélẹ̀ lórí yìí o wọ́n sì ti sọ fún apẹ́ tó bá ju lọ ó lè ju nínú. bàbá ẹ sọ̀rọ̀.
ní àwọn onímọ̀ náà kì í sọ kò sí tó kí ni yọ sọ mí nígbà àwọn mẹ́jọ méke.
ẹni ẹja máa bá bọ̀ yín lẹ sọ̀rọ̀ òkè ẹni á máa bá bọ̀ ẹ ti sọ̀rọ̀ òkè ẹ sì ní á máa bá bọ̀ kí là ń bá bọ̀.
mi lè sọ̀rọ̀ jù bá ń lọ mo sì lè sọ̀rọ̀ gan-an mo sọ fún ìmọ̀.
wọ́n ní ìgbà tí wọ́n fìwé lẹ̀ láti gbàdúró yín lówó tẹ́ ẹ kó jẹ pé wọ́n máa fi ilẹ̀ yẹn lẹ̀ ni pé pátákó ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
irọ́ o ó fi dìbò pé wọ́n fi bẹ́ẹ̀lì mi pò ní.
bàbá owó tí wọ́n lẹ̀ ná ṣe é san parí ṣe é sanwó parí. ọgbàlẹ̀ gbalẹ̀ ilé wo ló gbà ilẹ̀ wo ló gbà.
àwọn àbọ̀ mi tún dáwọ́ ọ̀tà àwọn ọmọ mi wọ́n tún dáwọ́.
èlò ní wọ́n dá èlò ní ẹ̀ ná.
èmi ò jẹ́ nírántí rẹ̀ máa ń gbọ́dọ̀ pẹ́.
èlò ní ẹ̀ sọ pé ẹ̀ ná.
owó ni mo ná kò tó 1 million.
ẹ má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ bàbá. mílímílí ni a pè é ẹ lè sọ pé ò tó 1 million.
ṣé ojú yín ló ṣe.
etí bàbá ń sọnù. bàbá.
mo gbọ́dọ̀ ń gbé yẹn jọ̀wọ́ dá sọ. ẹ máa gbàgbà tí a máa mú yàn ṣe mo rí.
ìyá kílẹ̀ fẹ́ sọ.
owó tí ó pa bàbá yìí pọ̀ àti bàbá Móyè nígbà náà owó yẹn 1 million ni nígbà náà gbogbo fámìlì ló sì dáwó èmi gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹnìkan nígbà náà oúnjẹ mò ń tà ńgbà náà mo dáwó gbogbo àwọn ìyàwó pátápátá fún bàbá yìí ni wọ́n dáwó àtẹ̀bí àtàrà bàbá Móyè sì rán bàbá yìí lọ sí ẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́ẹ̀mejì.
ẹni ẹ má sọ pé bàbá Móyè ráyàn lọ ẹ̀wọ̀n ilé ẹjọ́ ló lè ráyàn lọ ẹ̀wọ̀n bàbá kan ṣokùnfà ni.
ilé ẹjọ́ rán bàbá yìí lọ sí ẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́ẹ̀mejì bàbá Móyè sì gba ilé tí bàbá yìí ń kọ́ lọ nígbà náà.
bó wàá lẹ ṣe báyìí.
kí wọ́n dákun kí wọ́n wo tọ́lọ́mọ mi lá o àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ni mò ń kó káàkiri.
àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà ẹ dákun gbogbo ẹ̀yin èèyàn pàtàkì ìlú tẹ̀sí mọ́ bàbá Móyè náà torí èèyàn pàtàkì ni bàbá Móyè o bàbá ọba àsọdún ni àbó ní gọ́fìmẹ̀ntì ní sọ̀rọ̀ yìí o gọ́fìmẹ̀ntì bàbá gọ́fìmẹ̀ntì bó tẹ́ bá fẹ́ máa wá máa bẹ́ ń pàrọwà sí bàbá pé ẹ má fọwọ́ ọlá gbá yín lójú gbogbo ẹ̀ báwọn ibi tọkọ yín kú lọ gbogbo wa náà láà lọ kọ́dọ̀ jìnnà síra wọn ni ká má fọjọ́ ọlọ́jọ́ lọ o bó wọn ó sì máa bá ń pè hàn.
orúkọ ọmọ tó kọ́lé sórí ilé ọkọ mi ni 080 orúkọ ọmọ bàbá tó kọ́lé sórí ilé wa Yusuf Oyètúnjí nọ́mbà rẹ̀ ní 080 33 56 4769. orúkọ bàbá ni bàbá ń jẹ́ Yusuf Oyètúnjí Muritàlá Oyètúnjí orúkọ bàbá ni 081 38 49 8469.
mo máa ń sọ fún pé lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ bá wórí ètò ẹ bá mi kọ̀yà ẹjọ́ kan yóò máa balẹ̀ ṣé kámẹ́rà ìdìwù tí ń bẹ wájú yìí ní sẹ̀rù báyìí ní láì somi gbé ń sọjí ìyá yìí ẹ farabalẹ̀ pé àwọn nọ́mbà ẹ dákun.
orúkọ Yusuf tó kọ́lé sórí ilẹ̀ ọkọ mi ni Yusuf Oyètúnjí nọ́mbà rẹ̀ ni 080 33 56 4769. orúkọ bàbá ni Muritàlá Oyètúnjí 081 38 49 8496.
kókókó làárọ̀ fa kínní kan ẹ tún pè bàbá ti sọ fún wa o pé ẹni juni lọ ó lè juni nù Ọlọ́run nìkan náà mà lọ lágbà èmi á máa sọ gbogbo agbára tá a bá ní ká ṣe fagbára ìbáwọn ìjọba wa sọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo ọ̀nà tí ọ̀dà kọ́ máa da kára àpò rẹsì kan ní 10 naira kára jálá epo kan ní 20 naira èyí tèmi mọ̀ lágbára nu ṣùgbọ́n agbára tá a ní tá a lè fi tó nǹkan sí àfi ká bà nǹkan jẹ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ bàjẹ́ ọkàn gbogbo wa gbọ̀ngbọ̀n báyìí náà sì ní kan lọ́rọ̀ bó ṣe a sọ pé gbogbo nǹkan nira tó ààrẹ Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu sọ pé gbogbo àwọn gómìnà owó tí wọn ò rí láyé wọn ti ní báyìí a sì ráwọn gómìnà kí wọ́n bọ́ ta pé bàbá irọ́ lẹ pa o wọ́n ní àwọn gómìnà káàkiri ilẹ̀ wa Nàìjíríà bí ìlọ́po allocation wọn ti ń dé ààrí gómìnà tí ó tako ààrẹ Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu ló ń kó fáwọn gómìnà àwọn gómìnà àmọ́ tí wọ́n ń fowó sí ìyà ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ yín o.
orúkọ ẹni tó kọ́lé sórí ilé ọkọ mi ni Yusuf Oyètúnjí nọ́mbà rẹ̀ ni 080 33 56 4769. orúkọ bàbá ni Muritàlá Oyètúnjí 081 38 49 8496. gbogbo ọmọ Nàìjíríà kan ṣàánú.
tó ẹ̀yin ọmọ Nàìjíríà ẹ pè sórí ètò ẹjẹ́ àjọ dá sí i ẹ bá bẹ bàbá Móyè o pé bàbá ìyẹn bínú tán o àìsí ìfọlájiyọ o ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà náà ni ẹ sọ wípé ẹ má fọlájiyọ o ẹ má fọlájiyọ o pé tí bàbá Sàláwù ṣe dá o tẹ́ ẹ ní ọkọ̀wé yín mì láì ṣe kàlòkàlò wọ́n lẹ ti gbalé wọn ilẹ̀ olóògbé kó lọ́wọ́ á jẹ́ a sì ní ẹ múwèé wá pé yọ́sà ládùn pé mo fìwé ìṣèdúró mo filẹ̀ láyé lọ́rùn rí ìwé mú bọ́ta o 0806 867 6165 0806 867 6165 0905 648 7177. bàbá má jẹ́ ń jìyà.
ẹ kú sẹ́ kú ètò.
ó.
Táíwò àṣà ìlẹ́jì rẹ ni láti ìlú Ẹdẹ.
kò ní dàrú.
àmì àmọ̀ sí bàbá yìí kí wọ́n mọ̀ ṣàánú ara wọn. torí ẹni tó bá ní gbogbo tó ń ṣe ó ń ṣe fọ́lọ́ ni wọ́n ṣe forí ara èèyàn ni kí bàbá ẹ̀ ọ́ ṣàánú orí ara wọn arábìnrin yìí bàbá tọ́jọ́ pa arábìnrin tó ti lọ gbogbo wa náà là ń lọ síbi tí ẹ lọ kí bàbá ẹ̀ ó ṣe déédéé pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ tí ń bẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn tẹ̀ wá mẹ́ẹ̀ ìbáyìí. bínúbíní kí wọ́n ro ọjọ́ ọ̀la tiwọn náà ẹ kó ètò ẹ̀ nípa yẹn kékeré.
àní àṣẹ 08068676165 08068676165 ìyá kì í ṣomi ọbẹ̀ ìyá kì í ṣomi ọbẹ̀ o Comrade Jimoh Taofeek.
ní Comrade Jimoh Taofeek láti ilé ìgbìmọ̀ àti olókè fíà lọ́sọ̀gbọ̀ ẹ rí i pé last night tí bàbá wá ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ náà ló wáyé.
ẹ wà ń bẹ̀ ìjọ náà.
bí bàbá gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì tí wọ́n ṣàlàyé tí bàbá lórí ọgbà tó gbà tó wà lọ sí ọ́fíìsì bàbá tó ń sọ wípé àwọn òsì nílé tí wọ́n padà yọjú kátó wá tó máa sọ pé ẹni tó jóni lọ ó lè jóni nà ṣùgbọ́n àrọwà náà lápá bàbá torí wípé ọ̀rọ̀ ilé ayé ó bá fi síwájú yóò fi sẹ́yìn ni àtòríláyé bá fi síwájú á tún fi sẹ́yìn kí wọ́n jọ nítorí tọ́lọ́hún torí pé alágbára kan ò sí nídẹ̀yìn ọlọ́hún kí bàbá kí wọ́n yọjú kí wọ́n jọ àwọn náà wọ́n lè bá a ṣàtúnṣe àárín lórí àwọn nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí torí wípé bí olóòtú ṣe sọ́lẹ̀ kan wípé ibi tí ọkọ arábìnrin lọ gbogbo àná pátá là á lọ ọbẹ̀ tábà rọjò jókòó àkọlọ́hún a mọ̀ wípé gbogbo nǹkan láyé asán ni kí bàbá ó jọ nítorí tọ́lọ́hún àwọn náà wọ́n lè yanjú ọ̀rọ̀ kí wọ́n wá kí wọ́n yanjú rẹ̀ ẹ rí i pé màmá yìí wọ́n ṣàlàyé ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan fún wa nígbà tí lọ́ọ̀yà lọ kọjú sáwọn bàbá nígbà tó lè tán bàbá sọ wípé kí wọ́n lọ cost value lẹ̀ yẹn gan táwọn kọ́lé sí at the end of the day nígbà wọ́n sọ fún wọn bàbá ò tán respond náà láti gbà yẹn dì sí náà àwọn náà lábẹ́ kí wọ́n jọ wí kí wọ́n yọjú láti wá bá yanjú gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ọlọ́run ní pín wọn nípa.
àmín. bàbá sàláwù ìyẹ́ ẹ dálẹ̀ rẹ o bàbá sàláwù.
tẹ́sí ẹ̀yẹ nìyẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ.
ẹ̀yẹ kọ́.
ẹ̀sùn tẹ̀sọ̀.
tẹ́ ẹ dálẹ̀ rẹ. ọlọ́run dágbára yín ọ̀ka.
àmín.
08068676165 080686761 ìyá kì í sómi ọbẹ̀ ìyá kì í sómi ọbẹ̀ o. ó kọ yín àti bẹ̀ẹ̀ tí ń pè wá.
àwọn máa ń jẹ ìyá orúkọ tèmi ni adémíwò Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá láti lè gbà.
ọmọ Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣọlá Arẹ́gbẹ́ṣun bí omi.
ẹ ṣe mo rọ bàbá oyè tó jí pẹ́kọ̀ jọ pẹ́kọ̀ bá wa yanjú ọ̀rọ̀ yìí wọ́n ní àbí ìlàwùjọ làbùkù mọ́ wákàkiri ẹ̀jọ̀ kan bá wa yanjú ẹ̀ wúmà yẹn kan bá wa ṣàánú wọn opó ni wọ́n wọ́n bá wa ẹ̀jọ̀ kan bá wa gbẹ́gbẹ́ kẹ́ẹ̀kọ́ lórí ilẹ̀ ọkọ̀ wọn lágbára Ọlọ́run ọjọ́ alẹ́ wọn á dalẹ̀ lágbára Ọlọ́run ẹ pèsè.
08068676165 08068676165 ìyá kí sómi ọbẹ̀.
bàbá má jẹ jìyà.
ó kọ yín àti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tí ń pè wá.
táwọn fi gàdé ìdìbà ọ̀kanẹ́sà ló tàjẹ́rẹ́ mi lódò bọ́tọ̀ lóṣogbo.
ẹ kú náwó polówó ọjà tẹ́ ẹ̀ sanwó fún.
ọlọ́run ti rọrùn ẹ dákun àárọ̀ bàbá múrítà lọ yètú jí náà ni kọ́nà ọ̀bọ lọ́jọ́ lè kọ́nà ọ̀sán ẹ dákun wọn bá fojú àánú ojú obìnrin orí alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ ọkọ ọmọ obìnrin ọmọ kékeré ni kò ló kàn fóun ó kú ńjọ́ tó kú orí mo mọ ọ̀rẹ́ mi ni múkàlẹ odò yẹn là mọ pé níjọ́ tí ó kú àárọ̀ ọjọ́ tí ó kú ó kú jáde láàárọ̀ tó sí òǹkẹ kò dé láago 10 sí 11 ó tó wọlé lọsùn ó tó di bọjọ lọrùn lé pé kọ́nà ńkọ́ ìyá rí abẹ́ wa ó ti tó àánú kọ́ bá ojú àánú obìnrin pẹ̀lú kó ni ọmọ kékeré wà lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀.
ẹ ti dá nǹkan lẹ o láti orítajà Lẹ́yẹmí o ẹ ti dá nǹkan lẹ o ká ẹ má joyè amọ́nirántí ọjọ́ burúkú tí forúkọ ọmọ tó ti kú pé ní o ìyá ló ti bú ẹkùn ìyá ẹ má rò Ọlọ́run ti sọ pé opó ni ó dùn tí ń lágbára Ọlọ́run irú bàbá Móyè náà àtọmọ wọn àwọn náà máa rí tí ń ṣẹlẹ̀ èyí tí bàbá Sàláwù àti bàbá Móyè dálẹ̀ náà rí báyìí. èló wà nílẹ̀ plọ́ọ̀tì kan mélòó nílẹ̀ plọ́ọ̀tì kan nínú ọlọ́lá tí Ọlọ́run ṣe fún bàbá yìí tó jẹ́ pé bàbá yìí wọ́n ń náwó sọ́nà Ọlọ́run wọ́n ń fowó ṣẹ̀sìn wọ́n ń mú dàgbàsókè báàlú èyí tí wàá jẹ́ òpó ní sunkún yìí òpó ní ń ké yìí o ẹja aṣẹ́wó bímọ bàbá Sàláwù ẹ̀rí ń tẹ́ ẹ dálẹ̀ a sì wí lẹ́ẹ̀kẹ́ ní sàǹsì yẹ̀yẹ́ ni à ń padà bọ̀ àìdè tán.
jáde mọ̀rìnwó la kọ́kọ́ rí owó gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú ìjó ẹsẹ̀ kàtàkàtà ní síwájú rìn bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbúrò wa a tún ti dé náà nù ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited pẹ̀lú èmi ọ̀yin olùfẹ́ yín ọ̀rìn yín sí àtẹ̀tún mi lè tún sọ́mọ́ mi àti pé ìyálòdì àríyá gbogbo orúkọ ẹ bá pè ó ti mi ò ní jẹ yín ẹ farabalẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò Owambe Unlimited lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television ní ìkànnì 90 ibẹ̀ ni Owambe Unlimited ń bọ̀ wá ẹ fàpùrẹ̀ tẹ̀dí kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
Wọ́n sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa wo Owambe Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló ń kojú àwọn ará àdúgbò àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ò dẹ̀ dókè ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television pé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́ lè mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ dábù rẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ yá ní gbọ́rọ̀ ẹ dábù rẹ̀ ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìjọba ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ ẹ má fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 865 1049 0803 865 1049 ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín àwọn àwòrán yín kó mọ̀ wọlé orí ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀ ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń da ẹ̀gbin nù tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò àwọn aráàlú lára gbogbo ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí ohun tí ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀ orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé èmi ni atọ́kùn ètò ojú ẹlẹ́yìn lórí Western Spring Television ìkànnì àwà gbogbo ọjọ́ ajé láago 2:30.
Àbújá ni olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ọjọ́ 12 oṣù 12 ọdún 1991 ni wọ́n gbé ibùjókòó agbára Nàìjíríà kúrò nílùú Èkó lọ sílùú Àbújá lásìkò ìṣèjọba ológun ọ̀gágun fẹ̀yìntì Ibrahim Babangida. Ìlú Àbújá ní ìlú kẹjọ tí èrò pọ̀ sí jùlọ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ó sì jẹ́ ìlú olódi tó wà ní àárín gbùngbùn. Gbogbo àwọn ilé-iṣẹ́ àti àjọ ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ní olú ọ́fíìsì wọn nílùú Àbújá gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ gan ni ibùjókòó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Lọ́dún 2003 ni àjọ Commonwealth gbé ìpàdé wọn wá síbẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni àjọ olókoòwò nílẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe lọ́dún 2014 kódà lọ́dún 2016. Àjọ tó ń rí sí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọmọdé ìyẹn UNESCO gbà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí ibùdó ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn. Díẹ̀ lára àwọn ibùdó tó gbajúgbajà nílùú Àbújá ni àpáta agbára Aso Rock, ilé aṣòfin àpapọ̀, ilé aṣojúṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí, àpáta Zuma Rock, Millennium Park, báńkì àpapọ̀ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà CBN, mọ́ṣáláṣí àpapọ̀ àti ibùdó ilé ìjọsìn àpapọ̀ àwọn Kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Ẹkùn ìdìbò 6 ló wà nílùú Àbújá: Abaji, Buhari, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Kwali àti Abuja Municipal. Kílìṣì tó jẹ́ ohun ìpanu tí wọ́n fi ẹran pèsè ló jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó wọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nílùú Àbújá. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó ìsinmi fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn arìnrìn-àjò láti ẹkùn kọ̀ọ̀kan nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àárín gbùngbùn ló wà. Ìlú Àbújá rèé o, ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ògo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀.
ìyá kì í ṣomi ọbẹ̀.
Bàbá má jẹ́ ń jìyà.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ padà sórí ètò bá mi kọ̀yà ní Rave 91.7 FM tó kalẹ̀ ìságùn bẹ́lẹ́wò nílùú Òṣogbo. Àtúwọ̀n lórí ìtàkùn ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ Facebook Rave FM àti radio.garden. Bákan náà ni ẹ̀ ń wò wá ní Western Spring Television channel 190 DTT lórí ìkànnì Star Times. Àtúwà ní YouTube pẹ̀lú. Ní jẹjọ amẹ́nubà ọ̀rọ̀ kan tó ṣe bí ọ̀rọ̀ láàrin àwọn tí wọ́n yẹ kán jẹ́ agbófinró wa tí ibi tí èrè méjì bá ti jà koríko bẹ̀ náà ni ìyà ó jẹ ìtakùrọ̀ gan tó wáyé láàrin ikọ̀ ọlọ́pàá àti ikọ̀ ààbò ara ẹni láàbò òlu civil defence ọlágbá pọ̀ ńjọ́ náà o ṣùgbọ́n bí ọ̀gá àgbà ọlọ́pàá yányán nílẹ̀ wa Nàìjíríà bí wọ́n sì ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé àwọn ti gbé gbìmọ̀ kalẹ̀ pé tí ó bá wọn tán gbogbo wàhálà tí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni ikọ̀ civil defence náà ààbò ara ẹni láàbò òlu náà àwọn náà fi press release gbogbo ẹ̀ sáà ń kọlura wọn ni ṣùgbọ́n nínú méjèèjì kò wá sí ẹnìkan kan nínú ọkọ̀ méjèèjì tó wá sọ wípé ọ̀dà aráàlú tí pọ́n sọ lẹ́yìn ọrùn rẹ̀ níbi tí ń ti ń làjà àríyàn sọ ẹja wò tàkùrọ̀ gan bó ṣe lọ bọ́ bá yọ ọmọ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ọmọ Nàìjíríà sọ̀rọ̀ kí ni ọjọ́ náà àbáyọ.
Mátùmá. Ẹ gbàgbọ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. Mátùmá. Ẹ gbàgbọ́ lọ́wọ́
bó ṣe lọ́nu tí aráàlú tí wọ́n wá sí léṣe ibo ní abàdé kọ̀sẹ́ni tó sọ̀rọ̀ lórí èèyàn mọ́ ẹ̀yàn ọmọ ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà mọ́kànfẹ́ kẹ́ gba ikọ̀ àwọn agbófinró wa ní mọ̀ràn ni ẹ gbà wọ́n mọ̀ràn ìyẹn dáadáa làwọn ọlọ́pàá orí wọn pé pọ̀ èmi á máa sọ pé kò sọ ọlọ́pàá Nàìjíríà tí ò mọ́ṣẹ́ àfi tí wọn bá fẹ́ ṣe ló kù bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ikọ̀ ààbò ara ẹni làbò òlu ikọ̀ àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ aráàlú kò sí nítorí oore òpè nù gbogbo ikọ̀ ààbò ara ẹni làbò òlu tá a mọ̀ civil defence bó lọ́wọ́ á jẹ́ tàfi wá ń fìdí ìbọn jara ẹni tó wá di man to man bí àṣà àwọn tí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ṣé taráàlú ti wà ń bẹ̀ wọn ẹja wo taráàlú kẹ́yìn ara ilé tó máa pè.
Illegal duty for what? Ẹ bá yín jọ ẹni ẹlẹ́ni. Ẹ tó ń try to make peace ẹ bá yín jọ ẹ. DPO tó fún yín ní ọ̀dà yẹn ẹ máa tender issue yẹn court ẹ wá yìnbọn ẹ fẹ́ máa pa àwọn civilian. This one hitting me. I told you, I'm here. No matter what. You have to get down. You have to get down. Take it easy now. When they fight man to man, they want
ẹ̀yin ọmọ Nàìjíríà ìmọ̀ràn ni o àní ẹ̀bú ọlọ́pàá àní ẹ̀bú kan àgbàrẹ̀ ni làbò lò torí Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n ní tọmọdé bá ṣubú àwájú tágbàlagbà bá ṣubú àwẹ̀yìn wò àtọmọdé àtàgbà tó ṣubú yẹ kí wọ́n pawọ́pọ̀ kí wọ́n tọ́nà náà ṣe ló dára o 08068676165 08068676165 09056487177 ìyá kì í ṣomi ọbẹ̀ kọrin Jimoh Taofeek yìí náà gbọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ lẹ́kùnlé ọ́fíìsì gómìnà lọ́n sànú wa 0806 867-6165.
ìyá kí sómi ọbẹ̀.
Bàbá má jẹ́ ń jìyà.
Ẹ kú sẹ́ ẹ kú ètò.
Ẹ ṣeun.
Káyọ̀wá sáyé léjì rẹ ni láti lo Ẹdẹ.
Ẹ ṣeun.
Èmi la gbé èmi la jù kí la bá débi pé níyàn ń dojú ìbọn kọrin èèyàn. Káwọn èèyàn máa ní sùúrù pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ ilé ayé yìí pẹ̀lú gbogbo tí ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí. Èmi pààrọ̀ fùwà fún wọn ni kí wọ́n máa ní sùúrù kí la bí pé là ń kọjú ìbọn tirè èèyàn. Èkó ọ̀rọ̀ tí ìtò báyìí gan ẹ̀rù ń báyàn nílé èèyàn. Èmi pààrọ̀ wà fún wọn o. Ẹ kú sẹ́ ẹ̀ ní pínyìnkì iléeṣẹ́ Western State Television.
Ẹ̀yin náà ní pínyìnkì ẹ̀ ní dákúrẹ́tẹ̀ o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè comrade.
Ilé ikọ̀ méjèèjì ẹ rí i pé ikọ̀ tí gbogbo aráàlú ń wò ní wọn. Àwòkọ́ṣe wọn dẹ̀ jẹ́ kó wá lè jẹ́ pé irú àwọn ikọ̀ méjèèjì wọn àdójúkọra wọn. Àwọn tá a járàlú gan ojú wọn ni wọ́n máa fi wò wọ́n. Bí ìgbà téèyàn bá ń yẹpẹrẹ ara èèyàn ni tí ò dẹ̀ yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ torí pé agbófinró ni wọ́n. Mo sọ pé agbófinró pé irú nǹkan báyìí tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn náà máa ń pẹ̀tù sí i. Àrò wọn ni gbórú nǹkan báyìí kó má jẹ́ kó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ mọ́ nǹkan tó ti ní lójú gbà ni tí yóò sì dá láwùjọ pàápàá torí pé àwọn ni àwòkọ́ṣe. Ẹni tó bá ti jẹ́ àwòkọ́ṣe kò gbọdọ̀ mọ̀ sí bẹ́ẹ̀ pàápàá. Wọ́n láti rọ̀ wọ́n o gbórú ẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n pẹ̀tù sí wọ́n dá sí wọ́n bá wọn yanjú ẹ̀ kán má jẹ́ kírú ẹ̀ wáyé mọ́ o. Kó ṣe ìwádìí tó gbọ̀ngbọ́n lórí ẹ̀. Tá bá rẹ̀ ṣèwádìí kí wọ́n mú gbogbo ibi tí ẹ̀bí bá ti wá kí wọ́n jẹ́ kó kálukú mọ̀ kírú ẹ̀ mọ́ wáyé mọ́ torí kò jẹ́ kí ó lè máa ṣẹlẹ̀ láwùjọ. Tí wọ́n bá ń wò níbikíbi lágbàáyé gan ó tàbùkù orílẹ̀-èdè wa gan tó tàbùkù àwùjọ wa gan ó tàbùkù ìlú wa gan tí ó sì yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Kọjá bó ti jẹ́ labalábẹ́ ọ̀hún. Ẹja lọ ilé àwọn agboola o tí wọ́n ti wà ní kálẹ̀ ètò àwọn agboola. Nígbà táwọn retí àwọn agboola ẹ jẹ́ ká máa kí gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ti nípa kan tàbómì nínú ayé wa tá a wà náà torí Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n ní àríṣe báyìí náà ní bàbá èrègùn bóyá tá a bá ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa àwọn tó ń ṣe dáadáa bóyá àwọn èèyàn lè máa ṣàwòkọ́ṣe kí wọ́n tó máa ṣe dáadáa sí i kí wọ́n jẹ́ pé tó ìyànjẹ náà la máa sọ ní orí ètò lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbà. Bàbá kan sọjọ́ òbí 90 ọdún 90 years lókè pẹ̀. Bàbá yìí bíṣọ̀bù ìjọ kátólíìkì tí wọ́n ti fẹ̀yìntì ni wọ́n à ń pọ̀ ní bíṣọ̀bù emeritus Julius Babatunde Adelakun. Àwọn ni bíṣọ̀bù ìjọ kátólíìkì ẹkùn Ọ̀yọ́ ọjọ́un látàrí ẹkùn Ọ̀yọ́ ọjọ́un ni wọ́n ti dá ẹkùn Òṣogbo sílẹ̀ kí bàbá tó lọ sí Ọ̀yọ́ kí wọ́n tó wá fẹ̀yìntì ní Ọ̀yọ́. Àwọn yóò máa béèrè pé kí ló kan Ṣẹ́gun Mákindé pẹ̀lú Kálí Bishop ó yẹn ń gba scholarship láyé àti JS1 ni mo ti ń gba scholarship tèmi ewì sí ni mo kéde bẹ́ẹ̀ ní St. Joseph Catholic Church fún Òròlú. Bàbá Bishop Emeritus Babatunde Adelakun àwọn ni bíṣọ̀bù nígbà náà wọ́n lọ́mọ ẹ̀ ọlẹ́bùn pọ̀ ọ̀yà ẹja àràn lọ kẹ̀rẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ a lọ sí St. Teresa Minor Seminary. Wọ́n mọ̀wé wọ́n dá padà wálé ìjọ tó sọ wípé àwọn tó ṣe tán páwọn ò ní tọ́ mi mọ́ wọ́n mọ̀ tọ́ mi ẹ̀ẹ̀mẹ́ta mo ka JS1 mò ń bọ̀ padà mò ń bọ̀ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ bàbá Babátúndé Adélakùn. Hello arábìnrin Agboola.
Hello olóòtú.
Arábìnrin Agboola ẹ káàsán ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ẹ bá mi kọ̀yà. Èmi a máa sọ pé kódà kíyàn wà nílùú òyìnbó yóò kópa lórí ètò ẹ bá mi kọ̀yà yìí. Torí kò síbi tọ́wọ́ jẹ orin ètò ẹ bá mi kọ̀yà òde. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ẹ bá mi kọ̀yà o.
Yes sir, ẹ ṣeun sir.
Ẹ dákọ yín fáwọn ará ilé o.
Orúkọ mi ni Olúwapẹ̀lúmi Agboola.
Ẹjọ́ ta lẹ mú wá ẹ bó sì la bọ́rọ̀ dé ń jẹjọ́.
Ìjẹ́jọ́ a sọ̀rọ̀ ẹjọ́ Mr. Olúwàgbèmí Caleb Agboola ni mo mú wá.
Bóò ni a jẹ́ sí.
Ọkọ náà jẹ́ sí mi tẹ́lẹ̀ kó tó di wípé àjọ gbé papọ̀ mọ́.
Àní ẹ má máa sọ pé tẹ́lẹ̀ mọ́ torí ilé ẹjọ́ ò tí ì tún ká ìgbẹ́jọ́ lọ ilé ẹjọ́. Ayé ẹ máa bọ̀rọ̀ yín bọ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà, so àgbé papọ̀ mọ́ láti bí ọdún kan sìn yìí.
Wọ́n ní fúnra yín lẹ fẹsẹ̀ rìn kúrò nínú ìgbéyàwó.
Fúnra mi kọ́ ni mo fẹsẹ̀ rìn kúrò nínú ìgbéyàwó o. Òun ló kẹ́rù ẹ̀, àwọn òbí ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ti sọ fún mi pé kí n má wálé àwọn ọmọ. Òun náà dẹ̀ kẹ́rù ẹ̀ fúnra rẹ̀.
Èmi ọ̀fẹ́ gbọ́n tẹ́ ẹ wí ń páwọn òbí wọn ni ẹ má wà lé àwọn ọmọ fúnra wọn yóò ní wà tẹ́ ẹ wò bóyá ẹja pa mí ń kú aya tí ń sorí bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ́kọ níjẹjọ bàbá náà wà lórí ètò mo sì mọ̀ pé bàbá náà wà lórí ètò tòní torí ọ̀rọ̀ ń ká bàbá ńlá pọ̀ níjẹjọ bàbá. bàbá ẹ káàbọ̀ ẹ kú àtijẹjọ o.
ẹ ṣeun sá o.
ẹ dákun ara yín fún gbogbo ayé o.
orúkọ mi ni pásítọ̀ ẹnu ọ̀dẹ́rẹ̀mí.
bàbá ọ̀dẹ́rẹ̀mí ok bàbá ọ̀dẹ́rẹ̀mí àwọn èèyàn ń sọ torí tí etí mi ti kún wọ́n ní ẹ̀yin gan wà lára tí ò jẹ́ kí ìgbéyàwó yìí kó dúore.
ẹ ṣe sà.
wọ́n ní kódà ẹ tẹ̀lé ọmọ yín lọ kẹ́rù kò nílé tí àwọn àtọkọ ń gbé ni.
níjọ tí ẹ pè mí jẹjọ ẹ rí i pé mo ṣépè tẹni má ṣépè mọ́.
ẹ má ṣépè pásítọ̀ ní.
àṣépè èmi ti mọrú àwọn èèyàn tí mò ń bá gbé mo ti mọ̀ pé ntí ò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n sọ pé ó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ọkọ rẹ̀ ló lọ kó ẹrù bàbá láńlọ́ọ̀dù wọn ní ká wá kẹ́rù ọmọ mi jáde pé òjò ó bàjẹ́ bàbá láńlọ́ọ̀dù wà láyé ó wà láàyè kó tó di bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bàbá ti pè wá pé wọ́n bá wa parí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn wọ́n láwọn àwọn àròjútu ẹ̀ ọmọ mi kọ́ ló kọ̀ wọ́n àwọn bàbá ọkọ ló ní kọ́ ọmọ ọmọdélé wọn mọ́.
yóò sá níwà tó máa yín wù.
ìwà kò síwà kankan tó wù.
ẹ máa bọ̀rọ̀
yín. tó ẹ sì ní ọmọ ọmọdélé ọ̀dọ̀ yín mọ́ ó dà bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀bàdélé ọ̀dọ̀ yín mọ́ ibi skul tó mọ́ wà kó lọ wo bẹ̀ ẹ lọ́mọ gbọ́dọ̀ jọ mọ́ wọlé.
wọn ò jẹ́ yọ ọmọ ọ̀rọ̀ mọ́.
wọn ò jẹ́ yọ ọmọ ọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ mọ́nítò aya ọ̀lẹ là ń gbà èyí gbọmọ ọ̀lẹ.
a jẹ́ pé òwe tẹ́ ń pa àwọn agbọ́lá gan ló wúlò fún pé ẹ̀ lè gbọmọ àwọn máwọn ẹ̀ lè gbọmọ máwọn lọ ayálẹ̀ lè gbà.
ẹ máa gbọ́ ọmọ àwọn kọ́ ló dá ọmọ bí ọkọ àtìyàwó wọn jọ bí ọmọ àwọn méjèèjì wọn gbọ́dọ̀ mọ ra àwọn ọmọ wọn ṣùgbọ́n nìṣẹ ẹnìkan ní rọmọ rẹ nìkan jọ rọmọ ẹ a sì ní ẹdẹ wọn máa rọmọ wọn àfẹ́ kí ìgbéyàwó yóò túká ni mo fi ń tẹ̀lé ọmọ lọ mòró ni mo fi tẹ̀lé lọ sọ́dọ̀ láńlọ́ọ̀dù wọn tí a ń gbé ọ̀dọ̀ rẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ kó lè parí gbogbo tá a tẹ̀ ń gbé pàṣẹ ń ju ọbẹ̀ sókè ibi pẹlẹbẹ náà ló fi lélẹ̀ tó èmi kọ́ mo lọ kẹ́rù ọmọ ńgbà tí wọ́n ní ká wá kẹ́rù rẹ̀ pé àwọn kò síta pé bójú bá bàjẹ́ ó bàjẹ́ nìyẹn tó bá dàbí irọ́ ẹni kí wọ́n fún yín nọ́mbà láńlọ́ọ̀dù wọn pé bí bàbá yẹn ò bá pè mí ó fi rìsíìtì ẹni tó gbalé ó sẹ́ǹdì ẹ̀ sí wa pẹ́lómi ti gbalé pé wọn ó kẹ́rù àwọn ọmọ mi dà sínú òjò ọkọ sì wà kẹ́rù tiẹ̀ kò tíyàwó dání lọ nítorí bá nìyẹn o ṣé èmi ni mo fẹ́ fẹ́ ọmọ mi ni kí ló dé.
arábìnrin Agboola
Yes, sir.
ẹ ń sọ nǹkan kan nípa ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ kẹ́ tó bí ọmọ kejì tẹ́ ẹ̀ tán lẹ́ẹ̀rí.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ìgbà tí mo máa lóyún ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì mi ò rí ìtọ́jú rárá láti ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn Agboola ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn òbí mi ni mo dúró títí tí mo fi bí ọmọ ìfá àtètè kọ́kọ́ sọ pé òun kọ́ ló ń lóyún gan.
ẹni pé wọ́n sọ pé kí lẹ ni wọ́n wí ta ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ta ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Gbèmí Agboola ni Olúwagbèmí kele
ẹgbàwòrán wọn sí ẹgbàwòrán wọn sí ẹni pé ọ̀gbẹ́ni Agboola Olúwagbèmí kele sọ pé wọ́n kọ́ sọ pé àwọn kọ́ làwọn lóyún.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bàbá mi dádì mi ló sọ fún ẹbí wọn.
bàbá náà ń gbọ́.
òun ṣe pé bóyá èèyàn ń parọ́ dádì mi ló sọ fún kó tó di wípé àwọn wá take responsibility lórí ẹ̀ tó di pé gbogbo ìgbà tí mo sick lẹ́ẹ̀mejì àwọn ló gbé mi lọ sí hospital mi ò rẹ́ni bọ́ọ̀dì wá wò mí àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ àwọn àbúrò ọ̀rẹ́ gbogbo àwọn tó dúró tì mí nìyẹn ọjọ́ tí mo wá bí ọmọ nǹkan náà kò sí ń bẹ̀ torí àwọn dókítà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní béèrè wípé ọkọ dà báwọn fẹ́ explain nǹkan táwọn fẹ́ ṣe mo kàn sọ fún ọmọ ní ẹ̀wọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká lo àwọn èèyàn tá a bá rí nítòsí wa ọjọ́ kejì tí mo bímọ ló tó dé kò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ nígbà tí mo bímọ gbogbo time láti 4 months títí tí mo fi bí ọmọ ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn òbí mi ni mo dúró sí throughout. mọ́mì mi àti cousin mi àwọn méjèèjì ló ń lọ òkè ló ń lọ ọlẹ̀ títí tí mo fi bí ọmọ mi ò rí ìtọ́jú kankan ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn òbí mi ni mo jókòó sí gbogbo ìgbà tí mo fi lóyún àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ àwọn my parents àwọn tó mọ tó tọ́jú mi nìyẹn ọmọ náà làwa bí tán nísìnyìí ló di wípé wọn ò jẹ́ kí n máa rí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni alákọ̀ọ́bí wọ́n gbà yẹn náà lọ́wọ́ mi fún 2 years wọ́n ti kọ́kọ́ gbà lọ́wọ́ mi ìgbà tí mo bímọ tọ́mọ tí mo ọmọ kejì ìgbà tọ́mọ kejì pé ọdún kan wọ́n tẹ̀tẹ̀ mú ìkejì wá bà.
lára tí wọ́n sọ ni wípé mójútó ọmọ lọ́jọ́ wọn kọ́ ọmọ kú.
hello.
pé wẹ́ẹ̀ mójútó ọmọ lọ́jọ́ wọn gbọmọ lọ́yìn.
hello sir.
pé ara tí wọ́n sọ ni pé mójútó ọmọ lọ́jọ́ wọn gbọmọ lọ́yìn o.
ẹjọ sọ ṣé mi nìkan ni nọ́ọ̀sì tó bímọ ni ṣebí àwọn òbí mi ló kọ́kọ́ ń bá mi dúró ti àwọn ọmọ àwọn ló ń bá mi ṣèkì ẹ tí má ti lọ sí iṣẹ́ kó tó di pé ó ní kí n kó kúrò ń bẹ̀ tí mo kó lọ sí Bódìjà ìgbà tí mo dé Bódìjà ẹni tó tún bá mi dúró tì náà olóòfẹ́ ẹlòmíì ló fẹ́ tó kò gbogbo ẹ̀ kò gbogbo ìgbà tí mo máa dé Bódìjà gbogbo ẹ̀ ti di wípé ó difficult láti rí ẹnìkan pé ókè ẹni báyìí ni tá a bá gbé ẹni yìí wá ní rárá ẹnìkan ló fẹ́ ẹni tẹ́mi fẹ́ tó help mi olóòfẹ́ yẹn so ó di wípé gbogbo ẹ̀ wàhálà yẹn pọ̀ nígbà tá a dé Bódìjà bọ̀ ìgbà tí mo wà nítòsí ibi táwọn parents mi wà àwọn ọmọ mi àti láti mi fún àwọn ló máa lọ bá mi gbọ́ ọmọ tí mo bá lọ bí iṣẹ́ òru àwọn ló máa bá mi gbé wọn lọ sí fún náà máa bá mi gbé wọn padà so ṣé mi nìkan ni nọ́ọ̀sì tó bímọ ni ṣá àláwọn nọ́ọ̀sì tó bímọ tó yẹ pé Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ń wá àwọn ọmọ wọn ọgbà tó yẹ pé ọ̀rọ̀ ògún ọ̀tọ̀ ni òní ìjà ọlá ìjà ní gbogbo ìgbà.
kí lẹ fẹ́ gangan báyìí.
ẹjọ ẹ bá mi bẹ̀ wọ́n ni o I want to be seeing my children mo fẹ́ máa rí àwọn ọmọ mi nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ nìyẹn I want to be seeing them I want to have access to my children. láti ọdún kan kó jẹ́ ẹ̀kan péré ni mo rọ́ ọmọ àwọn ọmọ gan wọ́n ń pariwo wọ́n fẹ́ rí mi.
ó dàbí ẹni pé ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ó ń rìn èèyàn ni kì í dáni jẹ wọ́n máa sọ pé rìn èèyàn lọ́wọ́ ni kì í dá èèyàn jẹ ìgbà bá dáyàn jẹ gbogbo ibi tó bá yẹ kẹ́ tẹsẹ̀ bọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ni ẹ ti ẹsẹ̀ bọ̀ bàbá ọ̀rọ̀ wo lẹ fẹ́ sọ lórí eléyìí ká tó ṣí ojú òpó lẹ̀ fáwọn èèyàn.
tó bá jẹ́ pé èmi ni mo wá kẹ́rù ọmọ mi ẹ pé kí èdè fún yín nọ́mbà láńlọ́ọ̀dù wọn tí wọn bá ti kó sí inú o pé kí n bá ṣe bàbá yẹn lórí ká wá kó ẹrù pé òjò ó bàjẹ́ torọ́kọ́ ti kẹ́rù tiẹ̀ lọ tó pé mi ni mo wá bọ́mọ mi kẹ́rù èmi bá gbé pásítọ̀ ní mí àwọn ò fẹ́ kí ilé onílé ó dàrú ẹ̀ẹ́dì pé tí wọ́n sọ ni pé kí wọ́n kó nìṣó ní kóòtù ṣé ìtọ́ yẹ kó gbà yín kí táwọn afẹ́ kó parí tí wọ́n bá dé kóòtù ṣé kó pa ọmọ fún wọn ni àbí wọn ó pa ọkọ fún ìyàwó ẹ̀. tó gbogbo táwọn fẹ́ ni pé bíyà operation ló fi bímọ kínní operation ló fi bímọ kejì ṣé ọmọ ẹni ò ní mọ rí ẹjẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ bọ lọsà. tó bí bàbá sẹmọ tó bá ara àwọn ọmọ rẹ̀ bí ìyàwó yẹn bá yanjú nígbà wọn bá ti ríra wọn ṣe bọ́kọ àtìyàwó ni ṣe bá wọn ríra wọn tí a sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ẹ́ fẹ́ra wọn tí gbogbo àwa nígbà ojú gbogbo wa ti jáde sí pé àwa bàbá àtìyà kápá àwọn ọmọ ìlọ́rùn lẹ̀ bàbá bá gbà pé ó fún un lọ́rùn lẹ̀ ni o. Ìdí mi mọ̀ tí bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ ni pé.
sẹ́yìn ṣe tá àti fi wọ́n lọ́rùn lẹ̀.
Tí a bàbá ti fi wọ́n lọ́rùn lẹ̀, àwọn ọmọ yóò ní sinmi náà. Ọ̀dọ́ ọmọ ni wàhálà dẹ̀ ti ń wá tí àwọn àjẹkọ̀ mọ́ kún sínú wàhálà tí wọ́n ń gbé sí láyà ni. Ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ tí a pamọ́ mi ń sìn láì tí ì kú mi. Fẹ́mi mo lọ kẹ́rù ọmọ mi.
Ara àwọn tá a jọ ń sọ̀rọ̀ lábẹ́ aṣọ ló sọ o.
Ẹni wo tí wọ́n fún yín ní nọ́mbà bàbá láńlọ́ọ̀dù wọn pé tí bàbá yẹn kọ́ ló pè wá ó dẹ̀ tún sẹ́ndì rìsíìtì ẹni tó gbalé ó sẹ́ndì ẹ̀ sí wa pé ká wá kẹ́rù yẹn pé torí sí ẹni tó bá gbalé débẹ̀ ó kẹ́rù ọmọ dà síta ó dẹ̀ ti kẹ́rù sí lọ nígbà tó fẹ́ kẹ́rù wa ní kó máa kẹ́rù ọmọ lọ ó dẹ̀ ò lè kó lọ pé mọ́tò tó ń gbé wa ò lè gbà á.
so ẹ̀yin ará ilé ẹ̀dá sọ̀rọ̀ yìí o 08068676165 08068676165 0905-648-7177. Ìyá kìí ṣomi ọbẹ̀. My comrade. ọ̀rọ̀ rí. Bàbá má jẹ́ ìjìyà kí ló kọ yín bọ̀lẹ̀ tí ń pè wá. Ó.
Táíwò Àtàìléjì rẹ ni láti lo Ẹdẹ.
Ọ̀yà o.
Táíwò Àtàìléjì rẹ ni láti lo Ẹdẹ.
À ń gbọ́ yín o, ẹ̀ ń gbìyànjú ara olólùfẹ́ tó ní star àfi bí ẹnjìnà Aríkéwúyọ̀ lóró kẹ́sìtì.
Torí pé ní tí mo fi ní ó ṣe sùúrù, obìnrin tó bá bí ọmọ, òun náà ni yóò tọ́ ọmọ. Tí ẹ bá bí ọmọ kóbìnrin yóò ṣe sùúrù torí obìnrin tó bá bí ọmọ kọ́lọ̀ ń jẹ́ kálukú ọ̀jẹ̀ wọn ọmọ ni. Ẹ tó sì jẹ́ arákùnrin náà kó wo ìyà tí ó jẹ lórí kinní yìí. Ṣùgbọ́n agbájò nìkan dá àgbò òṣìkà ní. Torí pé ní tí ọkọ náà bá rojọ́ èèyàn ó rí ọ̀rọ̀.
Ọkọ ti sọ wípé kíyàwó gbalé ẹjọ́ lọ o, ohun ọ̀lẹ́jọ́ kan rò kankan bìkan o.
Àbí wọ́n ríra wọn tó fi jẹ́ pé ní lọ́rọ̀ lọ́kọ-láyà ìfi máa di pé ní a máa tira wọn síta báyìí. Ẹ kú ètò.
Ẹ̀sùn ọkọ lóhùn ọ̀rẹ́jọ́ kan rò ní iléeṣẹ́ ìròyìn o pé kíyàwó gbalé ẹjọ́ lọ ni o. Comrade.
Ìlú kan wà ọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n ń sọ yẹn tẹ́ bá wò ẹ́ rí i pé ọkọ gbàtà ní kọ́kọ́ yọjú ń tọ́kọ́ ń sọ ni wípé ká gbalé ẹjọ́ lọ. Ìlú tí ò sì sófin ẹ̀sìn ò sí ń bẹ̀. Ibùdó tó bá délé ẹjọ́ gan tí èèyàn bá bímọ kí ọmọ kó tó lè wà lọ́dọ̀ ọkọ ọkùnrin gan mo rò pé gbogbo nǹkan ló lófin. Bóyá àwọn ò mọ̀ tí wọ́n ń pè lófin gan torí pé ìtọ́kọ̀ sọ fún wa pé kó gbalé ẹjọ́ lọ kó gbalé ẹjọ́ lọ ká yọjú sí wa ká sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ gbalé ẹjọ́ lọ. Tí wọ́n bá délé ẹjọ́ ṣé wọ́n gbà wípé àwọn lè jẹ jàre nílé ẹjọ́ ni torí pé gbogbo nǹkan náà ló sá lófin torí pé ìlú tí ò sófin ẹ̀sìn ò sí ń bẹ̀. Mo rò pé ọ̀rọ̀ yìí bí olóòtú bó ṣe wáyé pé ó rìn wọn ni kò tí ì dá wọn jẹ because ọ̀rọ̀ tí ò tẹ̀ ṣe máa gbọ́ ni láàrin àwùjọ wa tá a wà yìí wípé ìyàwó àtọkọ ìyàwó lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ láti rí àwọn ọmọ rẹ̀ kò yá ọmọ rẹ̀ lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ láti rí àwọn ọmọ ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó burú jáì ọ̀rọ̀ tí ò ṣe máa sọ gan láwùjọ ni pé èèyàn méjì jọ bímọ ẹ̀wà jẹ́ wá ń kó pamọ́ ìmù kí ni gbogbo ìlú tí ò bá dẹ̀wò láti mọ́ lè ní àṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ àwọn ọmọ rẹ̀ láti rí mo rò pé ńgbà tó bá yá nìkan ló ń bá wọn tàn ní ńgbà tó bá yá gbogbo ibi tó bá yẹ kó dé ọ̀rọ̀ náà ò débẹ̀ torí pé òfin tán gbójúlé yẹn gan pé yẹn kó lọ ilé ẹjọ́ mo rò pé ńgbà tó bá dé ilé ẹjọ́ gan
ilé ẹjọ́ ni ó pàṣẹ lágbára
ilé ẹjọ́ gan yóò yànnàná gbogbo ẹ̀ torí pé ọmọ àtọmọ kìíní àtọmọ kejì ó ní ó sá ní iye ọjọ́ orí tó gbọ́dọ̀ mọ́ tó fi gbọ́dọ̀ tí àyà gbọ́dọ̀ lásẹ̀ sọmọ ẹ̀ tí bàbá náà gbọ́dọ̀ lásẹ̀ tó wá di pé wọ́n á kó ọmọ sọ́dọ̀ tí wọ́n á fi ọmọ lẹ́ẹ̀lẹ́ tí dì sìn ó yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ o.
Ọ̀dà àtúnṣọ̀kùn sórù lẹ́nu tá a bá sì sọ̀kùn sórù lé agbóhùn ara lé ọ̀rọ̀ bàbá Bishop Emeritus bàbá Bishop tí wọ́n ti fi ẹ̀yìn tì bàbá wa Julius Babatunde Adélakùn tí wọ́n ti fi ẹ̀yìn tì gẹ́gẹ́ bí Bishop ìjọ Catholic ilẹ̀kùn Ọ̀yọ́ tí bàbá pé ẹni 90 ọdún 90 years pé bàbá fún mi scholarship ọdún kan ní St. Teresa Minor Seminary ìmọ̀wé lókè ààrẹ Ìbàdàn lọ mo wálé kí bàbá ọdún kan mi ò tó pé lókè ààrẹ bàbá ti lọ Ọ̀yọ́ bàbá wa Bishop Gabriel Lékè Abégúnrin Archbishop Ìbàdàn báyìí àwọn ní wà bẹ wọn ayé ọmọ ò tún gbọ́dọ̀ ta wọn bá tún fà mí kẹ̀rẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ ó di àlejò St. Francis Catholic College OSCO nísàlẹ̀ àròlóṣogbo ọ̀mọ̀wé Paul Oyèbíyì tún di Oyèbíyì náà fà mí lé lọ́wọ́ lọ́dún náà lọ́hùn ní mo rí ráńdú mo tún ka JS1 lẹ́ẹ̀kejì ó tún kù bíi máàkì díẹ̀ kí n wọ JS2 mo tún lulẹ̀ ọdún mẹ́ta ní JS1 ni mo lò JS1 ṣùgbọ́n adúpẹ́ pọ̀ láti JS1 àgbẹ̀lẹ́yìn ọdún kẹta JS1 àlọ́ JS2 ìgbàdé JS2 náà àṣàgbìyànjú lọ́jọ́ kan mọ̀ wá ń bọ̀ ìyá tí ń sọ̀rọ̀ mọ̀ pé kí n sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀rí gbogbo ayé ẹ máa gbọ́ wọ́n ní tó bá jẹ́ pé bàbá rẹ̀ àbí ìyá rẹ̀ ní sanwó iléèwé só lè máa fẹ́ẹ̀lì ìjọ náà mo kúrò níléèwé òun ìgbà tí mo wá kúrò níléèwé ọ̀hún níjọ́ náà mo bá kúkú lọ sí JS3 exam ní Òròlú Community High School ní Fọ́n Òròlú ìgbà mo ṣe JS3 exam tán Ọlọ́run gbógo fọ́lẹ̀ rìsọ́ọ̀tì mi ló dáa jù ìjọ náà nínú gbogbo àwọn tó ṣe JS3 exam mo bá bọ́ sọ́wọ́ arákùnrin kan kọ́pà ní Malam Ismail Emilagba òun ló ní Al-Mansur Model College ní Fọ́n ó ní Stephen tí ń dàn gbogbo òbéèrè ẹ bá ń pè wá mo bá dọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá ní kì í ṣe pọ́ ọ̀mọ̀wé ìwọ ọmọ tálíkà tó lọ sí AUD primary school ní Fọ́n tẹ́ wá mú ọ lọ sí international school Òkè Àrẹ nìbàdàn ó tún gbabẹ̀ bọ́ sí all school lóṣù kó àwọn ọmọ olówó psychologically gan ó fẹ́ ṣe bákan bàbá ìsà ni ó pé bá a ṣe ṣe ni bíyàn ṣe ń dáwèé kà sí gbogbo ẹ̀ka adúpẹ́ àtìgbà tí Malam Ismail Ẹ̀mílágbà Ọlátòkàn tó ní Almasu Model College àwọn náà sọjọ́ òbí lánàá o ló jẹ́ mọ́rọ̀ kàn wọ́n àtìgbà tí wọ́n ti wá fà mí má bẹ́ àtìyàn lè cover English syllabus ní SS2 mo cover rẹ̀ mo sì ní rìsọ́ọ̀tì mi lẹ́ẹ̀kan Ìlògbò grammar school mo pàpà ti jáde o adúpẹ́ látìgbà náà sì ni kì í ṣe pa repeat kíláàsì kan mọ́ o láti ọdún náà lọ́hùn adúpẹ́ à ń sọ ti bàbá Julius Babátúndé Adélakùn tí wọ́n pé 90 ọdún 90 years lókè pẹ́ à ń sọ ti Malam Ismail Ọlátòkàn Ẹ̀mílágbà ọmọ òmùpó olóhùn apẹ̀rẹ̀ ọmọ ọlọ́rọ̀ agogo táwọn náà sọjọ́ bí wọn ní àná dáadáa tí wọ́n ṣe là ń sọ yìí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn ò tí ì kú orúkọ wọn ti kú torí iṣẹ́ ibi tí wọ́n gbélé ayé ṣe pàápàá jùlọ àwọn ọ̀gá kan ń bẹ lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ ìjọba fáìlì náà máa gbé pamọ́ wọ́n mọ̀ pé àwọn ọmọ tẹ́ ń gbé fáìlì wọn pamọ́ lónìí àwọn náà mọ̀ ga lọ́la lẹ́yìn 35 years wọ́n wà máa ráre kí wọn ò sí dáadáa lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ ìjọba ni bá a ti ń sọ pé iṣẹ́ ìjọba ò da àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ìjọba náà lọ́tà òṣìṣẹ́ ìjọba bákan náà bàbá wa Simeon Abiodun Oyedokun àwọn bàbá wa ní St. Joseph Catholic Church Ìfòròlù náà ọmọ agboolé ẹlẹ́sìn ni wọ́n àwọn tó ní báàlì Adégúnlẹ̀ torí kò sí tí mo dà láyé láti St. Joseph Catholic Church Ìfòròlù ni bàbá wọ káàlẹ́ lọ lọ́tùnla òde tá a bá ń sọ ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ bá ní àǹfààní àti ṣe rere ẹ sí o àwọn tẹ́ ẹ ń ṣe rere fún ẹ má rò pé wọn ò mọ̀ bí wọn ò sì mọ̀ Ọlọ́run mọ̀ á kó ara fẹ́ra kù tàrí lágbájá wọ́n ní kú pa lágbájá tàmẹ̀dùn rẹ́rìn ikú tó pa lágbájá bọ̀ wá pa tàmẹ̀dò kò sẹ́ni tí ò ní kú kò sẹ́ni tí ò ní rọrùn ọ̀run dẹ̀dẹ̀ má kánjú gbogbo wa báyìí náà ni à ń bọ̀ tó comrade Jimoh Taofeek ẹ̀sìnsìn àrí ẹnjìnìá Aríkéwúyọ̀ ẹ̀kànnì ẹ̀kíá náà ní lónìí 07038306696 bólúwà tí fògùn bíi ọmọ Adébáyọ̀ àjọṣètò tòní náà ni Emmanuel Gbẹ̀nlé àjọṣe náà ni tó fi mọ́ ọmọ mi pàtàkì Fred Adéjùmọ̀ àjọṣe náà ni àti Akíntayọ̀ Alábí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tá àjọṣètò ẹ̀ ní sórí ibú o Nàìjíríà tó lè kókó pé yọ̀dẹ̀kan ẹ̀ ni o a lè máa bá a lọ báyìí o Ọlọ́run bá a kó sínú àwọn adarí wa ìrẹsì wọn ẹ̀wà wọn gààrí wọn ìbòlá wọn lù 07038306696 ìyá kì í somi ọbẹ̀.
Television gives everyone an image, but radio gives birth to 1 million images in a million brains. People say video killed the radio star, but here in Osun State, radio is alive and thriving. It is not just about tuning in. It is about tapping into the endless possibilities of the human imagination.
Welcome to Rave 91.7 FM, where the airwaves come alive with a symphony of voices, music, and ideas.
Nestled in the heart of Osogbo, this station isn't just a broadcaster, it's a storyteller, a magician weaving dreams in the minds of its listeners. As Peggy Nonan aptly puts it, radio allows us to paint our own pictures, to create our own words with every spoken word and every note played.
Inside the walls of Rave FM, the magic happens. From the crackling energy of morning talk shows to the soul-stirring of afternoon playlist, every moment is an invitation to explore, to dream, and to connect.
Whether it's news, music, or lively discussions, Rave 91.7 FM is more than just a radio station. It's a companion, a confidant, and a catalyst for change in the community. Fast forward 7 years from the birth of 9.7 FM, a beacon of youth culture and innovation, and we find ourselves just a couple of days away from a momentous occasion, the birthday of Western Spring Television, WSTV. With hyper-local reach and language, WSTV speaks directly to its audience in a 60-40 mix of Yoruba and English languages, ensuring that everyone feels represented and included.
Built on a tested and trusted system, WSTV upholds the value of truth and integrity, serving as a beacon of objectivity in a sea of media noise.
We reflect on the journey that brought us here, from humble beginnings to a trusted source of information and inspiration. WSTV stands as a testament to the power of media to inform, educate, and empower. So join us as we continue to break barriers, challenge norms, and pave the way for a brighter, more inclusive media landscape where television, where every story matters and every
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
Hola. Hello again. Thank you very sincerely for keeping pace with us right here, first on all the programs right here, platform, Western Spring Television. And of course, for making this the cherry, on the top, talking about the bookshelf, the program where we get to discuss, relate with everything and everyone that has a relationship with books. I believe that you are keeping well and you have been following previous broadcasts, previous episodes of the bookshelf. You're doing well as well to follow us on our social media platforms, to engage us. Let me see your comments coming through on our YouTube page. That is Western Spring Television. Go right there, subscribe to that channel. Go ahead, watch the videos, like, and please do well to comment. And the extra. Copy the link, paste it on your social media platforms, and let us spread the news. My name is Damilola Raphael. I'm your teaching and learning advocate, super honored to be the anchor of the bookshelf right here. One of the things that I get to say a lot of times, which holds true, is the fact that if you don't do it, I don't think anybody else will. No one else will, especially when it is something good. If you do not do it, it's going to take another they call it starlight time or something like that, okay? So maybe we'll go into that some other time. But no kidding now, very, very seriously. If you don't do it, who will? Who are you expecting? We are all expecting that Messiah, somebody to come through for us and bring about proffering the solutions that we are all desirous of. Why can't that person be you? Why can't that person be me? So go ahead, start with this small one. That is the one I'm going to use to test you, to know if you can do the big one. Just copy the link and paste on your own social media platforms. Let's get to reach out to other people so they get to know what we're doing right here And together, we make the world a better place for you, for me, and the entire human race. It promises to be interesting. As always, on the bookshelf today, we have a very special guest in the studio. Another special guest, because it's always been very special guests all through. And it's a privilege I do not take for granted whenever we have people come in, to join us and educate us. Yes, that's the word. Educate us, enlighten us on things we assumed that we know, but maybe didn't really get the meat, the juice out of it all, or then again, maybe even actually totally got it all wrong in the first place. Remember, we said it's about everyone and anything, everything that has a relationship with books on the bookshelf. We have live in the studios right here, Western Spring Television Studios, the set of the bookshelf. He is from Dame Knock Unique Concepts Books. Dame Knock Unique Concept Books. Mr. Sodiq Akinwumi Shuaib. Thank you very sincerely for joining us in the studios today,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Shuaib.
much, Rafayat. Nice meeting you, huh?
It's always a privilege to meet you. Thank you very sincerely. We should not even go into the details of how we met. This is not marriage. And say how we met. But it's quite interesting. It's quite interesting, and he's here with us on set today. So very quickly, Mr. Shuaib, please educate us. Let's start the chain of book production.
Yes.
The publishing. Give us the details in that chain of production in book publishing. Who are the people involved in book publishing?
Thank you once again. When we talk of book publishing, it's similar to that of normal production of commodities.
Okay.
So without chain of distribution, there's no way the products can get to the last consumers. Same thing applicable to book production. So when the publisher invests in producing books, so he has to work together with
It's an investment.
It's an investment.
Wow.
Publishers are investments. While the authors are the brain box in the sector. So
the author is just one out of...
Yes.
Wow. All right. I'll just
authors write their book.
Okay.
Provides for the publisher for production, and most occasions they collect royalties on the book written. So that's where after being published, the marketers will now come down because producers, they are stationed in a place, while the marketers were in almost all the states of the federations. Almost all the federations.
So the producer and the publisher are the same?
The producer and the publisher, yes.
One and the same?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The publisher are the producers.
Okay, sir.
The marketers are in the distribution chain. They will collect the books from the manufacturer, the publishers, and distribute it around to the final consumers. So it's the marketer that will make sure that the commodity gets to the final consumers, who are the readers. So that's the work of the marketers, and the marketers give feedback to the publisher about the book. Because in most situations, we find out that most of those books, we have one or two faults on it. So we are to educate or to inform.
So even with all the proofreading, editing, correcting,
yes. It might be in stitching or the binding sectors. So aside from all of that, there are nothing. You can have any other mistakes, even in the typographic error or what have you. So there are some corrections that might have been made during the editing period, but might not be saved before printing the product. So it's also so. But it's the marketer that will give the publishers the feedback on their product, so that they will, whenever they want to produce another edition of the book, they will make sure that the correction is being made.
Now, is there, you talked about the binders, the typists.
Yes.
Now, all these people, the author, the publisher, the marketer, the end user,
Yes.
now, is there anyone we can pick as the most important figure in that chain? Is there a most important figure?
Everybody are important on their own field. But the publisher engaged the typists, the stenographers, his binders. So he engage them and pay them.
Okay.
It might be in wage form or in salary.
Okay.
He engage them, and those people work with the publishers. So, but the marketers, the marketer might be in twofold. It might be independent or dependent.
Okay.
So the independent marketers collect the books, find ways of selling it, and being paid on commission. The dependent marketer, they are being paid. They are being paid for their work.
Okay.
So whatever they sell, they will return. They will pay the money back to the publisher.
Okay.
The independent marketer will collect the book, buy the book, and pay it back.
Okay.
He pay the money and buy the book and pay immediately.
He buys, the marketer pays the independent marketer.
Independent marketers will buy the
pays
books
the publisher.
pays the publisher and go and sell the products. The dependent marketer will collect the book from the publisher, sell it for him, and pay as he sells. Pay back and collect salary for the work being done.
Okay, on the payroll of the publisher. Unlike the author who gets royalties.
Yes.
So we're talking about the most important figure now in that chain. Is there? Is there?
Well, it depends on the side, but I see the author as the most important in the chain. Because if they don't produce the bread, nobody will eat it. So they are the bakers. They are because they are being paid royalties. So it's their brain task behind the production. So because the work they did, so that's what the publisher works upon.
Now, usually, Mr. Shaib, when we get to hear about marketers, when you're talking about banks, insurance, music, movies, and now books.
Yes. Marketers play more important role in any sector of the economy, especially when you talk about books. Because as we used to usually say that readers are leaders. And we need to make sure that the contents of the book being read is very good and is futuristic. So in any policy to be effected, so the content of the books being read should determine what to implement. So that's why the marketer need to come in. Because I said it earlier on that marketers give feedback to the publisher. So it's the marketer that will tell the publisher that, okay, people are in need of this type of book. They need this type of, they need that type of book. So we determine what the publisher will produce. So they are to guide the publisher on what to do and what not to do. So that is the importance of the marketer in the publishing industry.
Now I'm really working on remembering the title of this particular movie, where the person took his book, started going from one publishing house to the other, gets being rejected because people are not reading this kind of book. So that is because of the marketer.
Yes, it's the marketer that will say, the marketers will introduce the book to the readers, to the final consumers.
Yes, sir.
And he will be the one that will give the feedback to the publisher about the book, so that the book will still be more, the demand for the book will be increasing. Because this wider the marketer cover the market, the more turnover the publisher will get on the book.
Let me ask you, Mr. Shoaib, do people still buy books?
People still buy, but it's not up to the expectation. Yes, it's not, because as we move on, the population keep on increasing, but the turnover doesn't increase as the population increases. That shows that the rate at which people buy books is not up to the expectation. But people still buy books, especially when we look at the initial stage, that is nursery, primary section.
Okay.
We can't do without getting book for the children, for the pupils, because if at all they need us, if they want to use any other electronics or other answers or what have you for learning, they must reach some certain age. Let's say like 3 upward.
Okay.
But as initially tender age, they need to get books. Most especially for tracing and writing beginners work. So it's very essential.
Dear viewer, I have a question to ask Mr. Shuaib with regards to the role of the marketer. He talks about how that the marketer is the one who gets to inform the publisher on what kind of books people are buying. And that next question actually is centered, revolves around that one. But this is what we'll do at this time, this breather. We'll take this very quick breather, and the bookshelf will be back shortly.
Some people say animals don't laugh, but perhaps we don't give them a reason to. Our unique species of gorilla are only found in a small forest between Nigeria and Cameroon. With only 300 left in the wild, we cannot afford to lose even one. Traps and snares used in catching bushmeat often kills or injures gorillas too, driving them to extinction. And that, you agree, is no laughing matter. So say no to illegal bushmeat from endangered animals. Keep them wild and keep us safe.
Thank you very sincerely, dear viewer, for keeping faith with us right here. The Bookshelf continues live on Western Spring Television, and we are discussing on the topic today, book marketing, the chain of production in the book world right here in publishing. And we have Mr. Sadiq Akinkunmi Shuaib from Dame Knock Unique Concept Books with us live on set. And Mr. Shuaib will just take you up on that question right there. What kind of books are most sellable at this time?
The books are more attractive this time around is English and mathematics.
Across all ages?
Across all ages. English and mathematics. That's the most demandable products now.
Wow, that's amazing, because I mean, you hear people go, oh, now English.
All other subjects.
And maths so difficult. I was expecting you to say picture books.
I know. They want to be more grounded in both subjects. And the two subjects serve as the key to other subjects. So especially when you talk of science sector, they need more of mathematics.
Okay.
And in arts and other humanities, they need more of English. So it serves as the major entrance into other subjects.
Now, talking about entrance or the professions, talking about entrance now, what's the qualification requirements to be a book marketer? What do I need? What does the viewer need?
Being a book marketer it depends on the interest.
Okay.
The motive, that's the most important thing. If you are interested in being a marketer, then being a book marketer. So that's the first requirement. And we can't restricts anybody that's interested in doing it and is able to do it. Regarding the academic qualification, we don't have any academic qualification for being a book marketer. But it's more advisable for a marketer, for a book marketer, to be more literate. To be more literate, because a book to be marketed should depend on you, to speak more about you. So if you are marketing book that is not marketable, it's as if one keep itself in a net. So the book that you two will be able to assess and figure out some facts in it, they are the best book to be marketable. So being a marketer, you need to be literate to know what's supposed to know, and you should be able to calculate one or two things, because we calculate more. Whatever you buy, you should be able to add everything up and provide your invoice or waybill to the person immediately. So you need more illiteracy, more arithmetical, and more ability to read and write, to reason. Yes.
And that brings us back to the most marketable books at this time. Now,
yes.
looking at this part of the world, this part of Africa, this part of Nigeria, where we have books being sold on the highways, what do we call those guys?
Most of them are pirates. It's not even advisable to buy a book on highways. It's not advisable. You buy books.
I mean, they have from all manner of authors, even foreign authors that you may not get to pick up easily.
Even in the country, we do complain about the value of our naira always. The best book for us is to patronize our indigenous books, because our indigenous books will be more grounded in our culture, and it will be more grounded with our history in production. So buying foreign books is as if we are just wasting our hard-earned currency. So in saving our naira, the best is to patronize our indigenous publishers.
Okay, great. You heard that. Let me also bring this to you, Mr. Shaib. Let's talk about your challenges. You've been doing this for quite some time. I mean, someone said even if it were now that one, if it had been all roses, the person said even roses do have thorns. So let's have a rose now. So the challenges and of course the good times being a marketer.
Being a marketer is challenging because it's a matter of trust. The publisher, they trust the marketer before depending on giving them their products. And also, when you will get outside to sell books to our to sell books out too.
Okay, sir.
It deserves a lot of commitments because we have a lot of challenges, starting from transportation, here and there, up and down. If you need a book, I need to get in touch with you for that book. Aside from that, we don't collect cash on delivery. That's major challenge we have. So that's why I said that it's based on trust. If you give book worth of #1 million to a school or another sub-marketers, that means you put trust in the person. So in the long run, if that person fails to pay, you will be wanted and you have to pay for that product. So most especially, it depends on trust. The major problem we have is trusting and who to trust. That's the problem we face, aside from transportation and demanding also give us some challenges.
Okay.
Because not all parents will demand for book at once. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, this is the 6th week of this session now.
Okay.
And some parents are yet to procure their book, which is very challenging for us. So you might have collected your returns from the school, and the school is still requesting you. Some of the parents pay for a book, please bring it. When you look at the cost of one book, not even the profits on the book, the cost on a book, and the cost of getting that book delivered, the cost of delivering that book will outreach the cost of the book. So that's also another challenge we have. Okay. And most at times, some parents will also be buying books at the 2nd or 3rd time for the children. So commitments of the parents in buying books also is also.
But it couldn't have been all dark. I mean, there would have been the bright sides. What are the good sides, good times you've had?
The good time. Well, that's even the main reason why we are in the business. So we are in the business
I like
to make
that.
profit. So if you have any good time, we
Yeah.
just have to thank God for that. But most especially the challenges there might be outshooting the benefits we make on it. So the good time is to make sure is the prayer that okay, whenever we will deliver the book, whoever buy the book should pay us on time. If you didn't pay on time, you have to go and look for a source for money elsewhere and pay the publisher, because if you want to remain in the business, you need to make sure that you settle your publisher on time. So that he too will get money for further production.
All right, just before we begin to wrap up, we're beginning to coast home at this time. You talked about piracy and how that you do not take books to some points anymore. You want to talk about that?
Yes.
Very quickly, let's just explain why parents would say, oh, this particular school, with focus on those in the primary, the junior secondary, and the senior secondary level. Why is it that the school must be the one to supply the book?
The school are the final consumer of the book.
Okay.
They are the final consumer.
Okay.
So taking book to another shelf is as if you are extending the chain. You are prolonging the chain of distribution.
Okay.
As far as our company is concerned, we take the books to the school. We market directly to the proprietors, to the school managers, so that they knows who and what they are to give their awards.
Okay.
So taking books to another media is to make the cost of the book expensive, and also is to encourage more piracy. So piracy is like a tapeworm or a disease it's an infection into the business. So we just want to make sure that we cure that disease on time, so that the publisher will be able to.
Okay, so
flourish.
in the next 20 seconds, Mr. Shoaib, I want for you to encourage the person watching you who is desirous, after listening, watching you, listening to you, desirous of being a marketer, and then release your contacts.
Okay. I am Sadiq Akinkunmi Shoaib. My surname is Sadiq. And whoever that is interested in being a marketer of any book, you have to make sure that you sanitize yourself very well before entering into the business. It's not anyhow business. So it's business that deal with trust. And you make sure that that will be your watchword.
All right, your contact.
And my contact number call is 080 3537 5933. That's for calling. And for WhatsApp is 082 9830 4333.
This really has been an enriching conversation, I must confess, Mr. Sadiq now, not shy. Thank you very sincerely for joining us on the bookshelf.
Thank you very much.
Dear viewer, there you have it. My name is Damilola Raphael, your teaching and learning advocate, looking forward to the next installment of the bookshelf live on Western Spring Television. And I am saying adios, Dios bendiga.
I am Josh Too Funny. I'm a comedian and I like to make people laugh.
Fly up.
But it's not funny that we're losing our unique gorillas. We only have around 100 left, and they are threatened by habitat loss and traps set for bushmeat. So please say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects us all.
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
Welcome people to Spring Trends right here on Western Spring Television. Right here we'll speak on issues trending on social media, Facebook, Instagram and X. We tend to also take reactions from netizens. My name is Evelyn Ohiolel, welcoming you especially to the midweek installment of Spring Trends, and of course welcoming Femi also to do this with me today. Welcome on board.
The trending Femi, you should have that. The trending Femi.
Okay.
That thing.
You've added it yourself. I don't have to repeat it again.
Good to be here, by the way.
All right, let's get right into it. Very first story this morning. It seems, it's not like it seems, the national power grid collapsed again yesterday, making it the 10th time it collapsed this year, 2024. The grid was said to have lost power generation around 1:39 p.m. and as of 1 p.m. power generation was 2,711 megawatts, having previously peaked at 3,631 megawatts. And for some areas, or majority of areas in Nigeria yesterday, there was no power supply. Let's take reactions at this time. Timitokpe Murak says, I bet you people in the power sector are the ones collapsing this grid so as to be cashing out from it. I mean, David Tokpe's take there. Abed Kwaka says this country is a joke. Most underperforming ministries are power and petroleum, and we do not see a reshuffle, in that particular sector during the last presidential cabinet shakeup. And Nigerians feel the power and the petroleum sector are the least underperforming sectors.
You think the minister
country.
for petroleum should have been fired?
He should have been fired.
Or he should fire himself?
Exactly. Dong Dang LNG says epileptic power system, and I am _ Harry says we get light. So Harry is saying that irrespective of the power collapse, we still have the ST power supply in our area. You know, people that always want to always want to show themselves. What's up? What do you think about the issue?
I think, just like I've said repeatedly, I said it before we came on air, it's becoming boring. And you know what happens too, when something repeatedly happens, especially in Nigeria, we then get used to it. You see that this particular one didn't make such noise as before because we are getting used to bad things, actually. I think it's high time the authorities declared a state of emergency on this matter. This is one too many. This is a joke. I wouldn't say we are a joke of a nation, to sound patriotic, but then our leaders appear like they don't have we get shame, actually. The places that they carry this money to, the ones they put their children, the ones they go for medical consultation, if actually now so the power grid they go. So some of them, you know them, that goes on medical tourism. If they're all flight for that place, where they go? Go. These are the issues. Vandalism, very bad. But then do we keep agreeing to that like we are helpless? Like those guys, they keep vandalizing, so everybody must suffer for it. And there is a budget in that ministry every now and then. Underwhelming performance, although recently some of the proponents or handlers of the ministry or Minister of Power and his supporters are saying, oh, everything has improved. But what kind of gains are we making when actually the whole thing can just and then you have to keep putting it. This is this. I keep using that word. Maybe you should see it from that perspective. A 64-year-old country doing like 1, 3, 4-year-old, and with all the things that we have, is a shame, actually.
All right. And someone once asked, do we have a power grid or a generating set? Because this looks more like a generator. Exactly. You just switch on and switch off. You get it. But of course, we will continue to hope that things get better, especially in this sector, in the power sector. Let's get on to the second story this morning. The new Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, has abolished the compulsory 18-year admission benchmark into tertiary institutions in the country. Remember that the former Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Mamman, says the educational policy in place is actually puts the benchmark for students to enter into tertiary institutions at 18. And it says that, they will see to the implementation and also total adherence to this policy. But now we have seen that particular, statement or policy being abolished by the new Minister of Education. Reactions, Master Dean says, let the kids be mature before going to uni. Less than 18 is not cool. And Zoya Diola says, yes, for now they may remove the 18-year admission benchmark into tertiary institution, but they should start working on regulating that aspect. There is need for control in regards to this. And B-City says, Nigeria is a scam, leave it or take it. Imagine you gain admission into institutions 18 and you did a 5-year course and graduated at 23. Private sectors will tell you they need 10 years of experience. Government set up an age limit to seek for job. I just speak to you. I mean, BCT is speaking, to the fact that it's good they remove the 18-year benchmark. But then I think there should be a benchmark, probably 16. 16 is cool for me.
I think many persons are talking about that.
Zubai Abdullahi says, even though that is the practice abroad, Nigeria is not yet ripe for that 18-year admission benchmark. What do you think then?
I like to ask this person, Zubai, which of the abroad? Because the abroad is not just one. Which of the abroad is he talking about? Yeah. And again, secondly, I think we have said it, 16 sounds fair, especially. Now, it's not just about the JAMB, it's about the SSC. You will not be able to write the SSC as well. So, I think for the SSC, it should be left alone. If you can try, go ahead and try. Because that doesn't mean if you try your SSC once, you're going to make all your papers once. So, if actually you are starting at 16 and 18, and you're not making it that year, you don't have all the requirements, then you wait again, 19, 20, and then you get into school, and then ASUD will do whatever they want to do. The federal government and ASU and NASU and SANO, all the NASU will do whatever they want to do, and you end up graduating in your mid-20s, and you want to work in KPMG, you want to work somewhere, and they tell you 4 years clinical is an advantage, and here you are. Your game is already turning gray. And these are some of the issues as well. I think 16 is fair. But then as for the minister, there's what is called IGR. Initial grigri. Initial gra. People just come so that you make a policy statement that I'm here. We wait to see the next one. Yeah.
To announce your arrival.
Yeah, yes. Okay. Is he doing anything? He has said that at the university admission should not be pegged again. No. Yeah. Announcing his arrival, we get to see how he manages the ministry. Wish him all the best. But that sector is a very critical part. He has a lot of work on his hands.
All right, let's get on to the next story this morning. This one is actually with a video. And that's a woman that actually, confronted the Minister of Works, David Umahi, saying that 3 of properties that our late husband left for them have been demolished by the federal government because they say it is in the right of way of a particular construction going on. We'll watch this video. We'll come back to take reactions.
I am a stakeholder on that axis, Kwaja axis. Our own case is a very, very peculiar one. A lot of the people here, they are aware of my case. I started this real estate business with my late husband, who unfortunately passed on due to cancer some few years back. I am talking, sir. I am so sorry. I don't know how to face the crowd, and I'm naturally a shy person. Please, sir, let me just talk. I do not want you to cut me short or make me to feel I want to disgrace me. Let me talk, sir. Thank you very much. We have 3 estates on that axis. The first one, you took over that estate. It was a joint venture that my husband had with his partner. It was demolished. Compensation was paid to the partner. There was nothing, more or less nothing. The second one has been marked for demolition. I want to say here that all these estates, all these buildings that I'm talking about have CFOs and governor's consent for one of them, 2 of them CFOs. We did the right thing. We are having these problems because people were pushed on the right of way.
All right, and you can see that video of the woman bringing forth complaints to the Minister of Works, and a lot of people had issue with the minister trying to shut her down. People said that was a bit rude. You should allow her speak and listen to her, not try to shut her down. Yeah. Yes, exactly. And I think our public officials should learn how to listen to people. Listen to people. Don't just, you know, because you're occupying a position which the people actually put the person that puts you there in, and, you know, you become all God and you do not want to listen to what people have to say. Let's take a reaction. Dash_Holmes 1974 says, this woman is the reason men should marry smart women and carry them along in case they are no more. You see the way she's fighting. Lovely. And official_liberated says, I can see they are using demolition to acquire properties for themselves. Senate_core interior says, the minister has been pre-informed about this lady in question, that she is very intelligent. That was the reason he did not want her to speak on that politics. Okay, Senate, where did you get your details from? And Ruby Dennis 2090 says, something her husband thought he was keeping for his family. Nigerian politicians have taken everything away from her and our children. Femi, what are your thoughts? And you know, she made the statement saying that there were some properties that were not demolished because they belonged to some powerful guys, big guys, while those people that do not have people that can speak for them, their properties get demolished.
3 or 4 things for me, and I'll make it very quickly. Number one, that was an articulated woman there who knows what she's saying, and she didn't allow any aura of any minister or the overwhelming nature of that particular place to overwhelm her. Although she made that point and said, when the minister kept interjecting, I had to say, allow me to talk.
Yes,
she said, don't disgrace me. I'm a shy person. The minister said, he too is a shy person. He just like to make it. And then she said, the husband, you know, died through cancer, and the minister said, oh, go ahead.
No empathy.
Even if you are going to prepare, say, oh, sorry.
No
at
empathy.
Least, oh God, you know, do like say you care.
No sympathy.
You just say, oh, sorry about that. The woman is not there. She's not making that point because the husband died through cancer. She's just trying to build a case. Allow me. That was a town hall meeting. Let's speak to these issues. And the woman said, okay, we have different things there. Okay, this estate, this estate. The woman said, they said this particular, some properties must go because of economic interest. Say, I agree. But the only one remaining for me and my children, please don't touch it or whatever. He said, the minister said, some people said, okay, leave this one for her, only for the property to be touched as well. And said, but there is a particular one. There are some estates that are not touched. Only, and you know, that's, I clap for the woman. I hope those things are sorted. But then our public office holders know that these same people you are trying to shut down, you are working for them. You are not working to favor them. You are working for, and you know, these ministers and history. Remember the report of Arise News as well, Leila Johnson Suleiman, who was speaking. The minister was saying, please come down to my level. I can't hear your English. And the lady said, too bad for you. This is the way I speak. These are some of the, and you know, Minister Wike too recently.
Yeah, the way he spoke to
say, you have a gun. Whatever you are smoking, are you the only one who smoke it? You have a gun. Okay, me, and these are some of the things. This lot thing in their heads. And you know, I keep saying it, and I say it again, reiterate it. We are the ones who make them feel that way. You serve for them. There's a way you make your case and say, okay, this program must just go on. I empathize, I sympathize with you, but we'll see what we can do. If there is nothing we can do, let's see how we can just manage these things. And these are some of the, our ministers want the perks of office. Our public officials want the perks of office, but they don't want the responsibility. Part of the responsibility is not just to say we are doing projects, is to explain. You owe the people explanation. That part, they should have it
because,
in their
you know, these people have their CFOs given to them by the government. So, there was
one of those people that have the governor's consent.
I have my document. So, if I already got my document from the government, don't you think the government should actually look into this matter and see how it can be a win-win situation, you know, for both parties?
And as for those guys that were saying, this is the man who kind of woman to marry. Oh, I love this guy. You men, you like this. Why they look? You when they give money And what's that lady on that podcast that said she needs 10 million naira before anybody can talk to her? Cider Budge. Now that one you dey follow. I beg go. Leave that woman and children.
All right, we are wrapping up, but of course we won't do that without taking our fourth and final story this morning. We go to the Central African nation, Equatorial Guinea, that has been trending, not for something good, not for something bad, but I dare say something terrible. You know,
I'm sure it's not something good.
there has been a sex scandal that has gone viral on different social media platforms, and this is on the investigation into alleged fraud of Baltasar Abang Engonga, who is the Director General of the country's Anti-Graft National Agency for Financial Investigation, ANIF. You know, when his home was, ransacked or searched by officials, they found tapes and tapes of, sexcapades between him and different women. They said the tapes were up to 400, and some of the tapes have been leaked on social media. But then, Femi, I really do not know why a lot of people are focusing on the sex tapes and not on what actually brought out the sex tape, which is the fraud. Right now, people are not even talking about the fraud anymore.
But then, that's making the case to trend.
But then, we're not taking comments on this. Speaking to this guy Baltasar, meanwhile, his name sounds so warrior-like.
Baltasar, right?
Yes.
A warrior.
A lot of people. A bed warrior. A lot of people actually have been talking about this matter and how some people call him a legend. Some people say, oh, he wants to do more than Solomon in the Bible and all of that. But I have an issue with the fact that this man can be a damaged human being. Because, he has tapes.
What part of the
Calm down, Femi. He has tapes of different women he has had sex with. He has them in his home. By the way, this man is married. He has them in his home. And these are not just random ladies. These are people, wives of people related to him. I saw his wife's brother, his uncle's wife that is pregnant, his pastor's younger brother's wife. These are people, minister's wife. These are people that are close to him. And you are having, this genital meet and greet with them. And you are recording it and you are keeping it. What do you want to use it for?
So where does the damage come from?
The fact that he keeps on having this genital meet and greet with people that are close to him. Because yes, he's not even considering the feelings of his own family members.
No.
His brothers, his uncle.
That man have left that particular shore of keeping,
that's why I think it's damaged,
the kind of persons that are mentioned that were involved in that.
Yeah, that's why I think it's damaged. He needs therapy.
Really?
Yes, he needs therapy.
Okay. But then, if it's a bad situation, actually, many men will praise him for his odoguness, but then I'm not sure that's the way. This is notoriety. This is not even popularity.
Yeah.
But for the man, but you talked about the financial fraud is the real issue. If actually it's just about the financial fraud, possibly we wouldn't have had.
Exactly.
It's the bedmatics that he's doing, and he does it anywhere. And sadly, some of those tapes that have emerged, those women are aware. So it's not an hidden camera. For whatever reason and intention, many persons have been saying, they fear for your life. STDs, STIs. This guy is a working whatever it is. But then I think it has caused ripples in Equatorial Guinea. The social media space is being tampered with because of sending and resending and all of these things.
Yeah.
Let's just be human and let's be serious with our lives.
And also we hear that the government wants to start installing CCTV in offices. I wonder if...
Oh, they go power up. Oh, they no steal the machine.
All right.
Equatorial Guinea. Now what?
That's the show this morning. We'll make a return tomorrow for another interesting time on Spring Trends. Thank you, Femi Ojo, for coming on board. And to you, our esteemed viewers, for doing this with us every morning. My name is Evelyn Ohiola. Have yourself a good and productive day. Bye.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Ademola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, staff welfare, social infrastructure, among others. Living Spring Update, a weekly diary on Rave 91.7 FM and Western Spring Television, Channel 190 Star Times DTT, will extract Governor Adeleke's development agenda for your listening and viewing pleasure. From the bustling market to innovative agricultural initiatives, from the testimonies of civil servants and retirees to the cheers of artisans across the state of the Living Spring, you will discover how Governor Adeleke's administration is driving the economic growth of the state. Stay informed and engaged with Living Spring Update, where we will delve deep into the details of ongoing infrastructural projects, new initiatives in healthcare, education, and other impactful strides being made across the state. Tune in every Wednesday on Western Spring Television at 6 p.m. and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Osogbo.
Nigeria is blessed with iconic wildlife: elephants, gorillas, pangolins, and so much more. But these beautiful animals are threatened by illegal logging and poaching. And we will lose our national heritage if we don't stand up for wildlife. So please report wildlife crimes and say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects our future.
Evelyn Ohiole,
Hi.
King Eve, how are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you, and you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying. Seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine will be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
Go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active. I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and he feels so reserved. He really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe he's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Cassie is an amazing person, but I hate the truth that I see to that gender. I need you spiritually, I need you mentally. I can get these things anywhere with money. If you go by the topic was, who does marriage favors the most? I know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday. They are saying it favors you. Are they vague so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Why, you know?
Well, MC Too Much said he likes saying when I was in the world, and the last time I checked, but it looks a bit innocent facially, but deep down, he's actually out of this world. We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So MC Too Much, I beg you to talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about I kiss my ass.
I think they have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach so much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving a blatant display of egoism. Because at the end of the day, a man who is secured in his words, a man who is confident of who he is, will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
African penguins are the only penguin species found on the southern coast of Africa, and so they're very special not only to South Africa but all over the world. The way they look at their partners, it's a different personality perspective to what we have, and we learn so much from penguins. In the early 1900s, we had 1.5 million of these penguins, and it was a beach full of black and white feathers. The decline of penguins has gone rapidly, from 1.5 million to almost 40,000 breeding pairs. It does make one sad, it does make one think, what did we do to the planet? My name is Sinead Rutgers. I am the head penguin keeper at the Tertians Aquarium. I'm also an animal health technician. When I was 12 years old, my mom brought me to the aquarium as a birthday surprise. And then I watched the penguin feed and I said to her, Mommy, I want to be like that lady. I've read up on penguins, I've studied penguins. That's where my passion lies, that's where I'm fascinated in. This morning, can we see who's going to come off the beach, and then maybe we can take them up to go and swim in kelp? Yeah. Our day-to-day operational work generally deals with making sure that everything runs smoothly. So in the mornings, it's preparing breakfast. Our penguins eat 3 times a day because they have a very fast metabolism. So we prepare a breakfast meal for the birds, we add some special medication if it's necessary, and then we feed them and we interact with them. We watch the behavior of the penguins during that time frame of feeding. In captivity, an African penguin can live for more than 30 years. So our oldest African penguin at the moment is Chuck. Chuck is the checkered bird at the back. He was one of the first African penguins that arrived in 1994 when the aquarium opened. We've got 2 colonies at the aquarium. Firstly, we've got the African black-footed penguin, which is the endemic endangered species, and then we have the rockhopper penguins. Our African penguin colony started with a stud book, which is vital. Because we can't have inbreeding taking place, we had a donation of a few penguins when the aquarium started from a facility. After that, we've created our own colony and then swapped out with other facilities. With our rockhopper penguin species, most of them have all been rescued. From the islands where they come from, there's a lot of fishing that happens around there, and often these birds come in as bycatch or as confiscated animals. And when that happens, we rehabilitate the penguins because of injuries as well. But because we are concerned about any parasites that can be transferred across waters, they can't be released. So this is their permanent home for them, but also they are great ambassadors to their species. African penguins can't be released at the moment because there's not enough fish in the ocean. Pollution and overfishing is the biggest concern around the African penguin, and also with the numbers declining rapidly, we can't also provide that opportunity for newer, younger birds when the older ones are fighting for survival of the fittest. Animal health is a very important segment of looking after animals in general. So when any animals are sick, or in particular the penguins, I do work very closely with the vet. Their appetite's increased, everybody's eating 4 to 5 fish a day. The vet also appreciates when I do go to her with a particular problem. I can monitor behavior, I can monitor personality around the penguins and give a feedback as time goes by. That's sea anemone. You know what it's doing? It's thinking your finger is food. Education is key for me. I mean, you're never too old to learn. Sometimes the kids that come here have never even seen a beach or seen a marine animal, and so to teach them what is out there, it's something that they can learn about. The more we teach, the more we educate each other, we can help each other to not only provide a safe space for penguins, but provide a safe space for all endangered animals all over the world. Penguins need us to be the spokesperson to protect them. We as South Africans are privileged to have a penguin species on our coastline. So do what you can to protect the environment, protect the species, and just enjoy seeing them out in the wild.
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
Oh yes, KWWL. Kiddies Word with Lola. Oh, Kiddies Word with Lola. Fun, educated, and inspired. Oh yes, I welcome you to another episode of Kiddies Word with Lola, a fun, inspiring, and educating children and teenagers program showing right here on Western Spring Television, channel 190 DTT. How are you today, children? Are you fine? Are you sure about that? Very good. I hope you're fine. I hope you're healthy. I hope you're super excited, just like Lola. A million thanks to you for joining us once again on today's episode of Kiddies Word with Lola. On this educating, fun, and inspiring children and teenagers program, which is Kiddies Word with Lola, you know that we have interesting segments that will glue you to your TV set. They are such an inspiring and educating segment. Segments like the teaching segment, where we learn things that are new or we learn things that are happening right now. We also have the interview segment where we interview talented, special, and wonderful children doing amazing things. We also have that teaching segment, you know, where Lola will teach you quite a number of things that is going to help you to navigate life so easily. So, of course, you know that we don't end the show without the interactive games segment. That is always fun and interesting. Look, children, today's episode promises to be awesome and techy. Yes. Oh, Lola, what do you mean by techy? Yes, we are having an adventure into the tech world. I mean, we will be appreciating the gift of technology and exploring some of its branches. Trust me, you don't want to miss that segment. Now, let me give a warm and a wonderful welcome to our amazing audience today from Treasure Trove Montessori School in Oshogbo. Please put your hands together for yourself. I mean, look at you, look at you. You're looking great and ravishing. Come on, give yourself another round of applause. Awesome. Oh, I so love you. I love your energy, and I love the vibe I'm getting from all of you. Thank you so much for coming on the program today. Now, here is the gist. Today, I'm going to be having a special friend. Yes, not one of them. In fact, let me just say friends. Yes, lots of friends today. But you see, one of them is going to assume the position of Teacher Lola today. Yes. So Teacher Lola is going to be Anjola Oluwashola, and she's from Treasure Trove Montessori School. She's going to be teaching us about robotics and artificial intelligence today. So yes, you're going to be meeting her very soon. Just don't go anywhere. From wherever you're watching today, dear friends or parents or guardians, I need you to do something that we'll always do on the show. You know what it is? We fasten our seatbelt and then we go. Don't change that channel because Kiddies Word with Lola will be right back. Oh, yes, you're welcome back. Like I said today, teacher Anjola Olua will be teaching us. She's 10-year-old and she is in year 7 at Treasure Trove Montessori School. Pardon me. How are you today, Angela?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, so I want you to put your hands together for Angela Lua as she continues to teach us this morning. Can we do it better? Come on. All right then.
Thank you, Lola.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shola Dada Angela Lua. Today, I'll be teaching on robotics and artificial intelligence. What is robotics? Robotics is the branch of computer science and engineering that deals with the conception, design, and the manufacturing of robots. If you pay attention to my definition of robotics, you will observe I mentioned 3 things. The concept, which is the idea of the robot. The robot design is about creating a plan, and the manufacturing, which is the making of the robot. Robots are machines that can carry out series of automated tasks. They are usually programmable. We have different kinds of robots based on what they are used for.
Wow.
We have medical robots.
Wow.
Robots used in medical sciences like surgical robots. An example is the Da Vinci surgical system used to perform operations with the aid of surgeons.
Wow.
Military robots.
That's 2.
Yes.
Okay.
These are robots controlled robots designed for military actions like search, rescue, defense, and attack. Also, we have educational robots. These are robots used for educational purposes to teach robotics. We have domestic robots. Autonomous robots used for house chores like cleaning and washing.
I like that.
We have industrial robots. These robots are used in large industries to perform repetitive tasks with automation, tasks like assembling cars and building structures.
Wow.
Now that we understand what robots are, let's talk about artificial intelligence.
Awesome.
Not all robots are smart.
Really?
Yes. In fact, the first robot created by Da Vinci was a mechanical robot that could stand, sit, and wave its arm independently. But the robot is not very smart. To make robots intelligent, we need to learn about artificial intelligence. What is artificial intelligence? This is the ability of a computer or a robot to perform tasks commonly associated with human intelligence. So with AI, we can make computers and robots behave like humans. Now let's talk a bit about how to make computers and robots to be as intelligent as humans.
Interesting.
Just like humans have sense organs, which are used by humans to sense their environment like eyes, ears, nose, skin, and tongue. Robots also have what we call sensors. These sensors are used by the robots to sense their environment and send the information to the brain of a robot. The brain of a robot is called the microcontroller. This is where all the data or information sent to the robot are processed. Let's imagine how robots relate with their environment. We will use the example of a car robot.
Okay. Show us.
This is the ultrasonic sensor. It sends sound waves, and if there's an obstacle nearby, the sound waves will hit the obstacle and it will bounce back to the ultrasonic sensor. And the ultrasonic sensor will send the information to the brain of the robot, which is called the microcontroller. The microcontroller then sends all the information sent by the ultrasonic sensor to the motors of the car robot. The motors then turn the tires of the car robot away from the obstacle.
Wow. Awesome that is. Put your hands together for her. Wow.
Now let's talk on the benefits of robots. Robots have been designed to make life easier for us by performing some of the dangerous and impossible tasks for us. The first benefits of robots are robots can complete tasks faster and more accurately than humans.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
Also, robots can improve quality of life by performing tasks that are difficult or impossible for humans to perform, like rescue operations, carrying heavy objects, and helping physically challenged people to perform some tasks. The list of the things robotics and artificial intelligence can do for us is endless, and it has come to a stay. I hope you have learned 1 or 2 things about robotics and artificial intelligence.
Hold on there. Did you say 1 or 2, like 10 or 20 things? Yes, we have learned. Wow, that is awesome. That's so great. I mean, I love the part where it says that robots can help us to do what we cannot do, especially the chores part, because I don't like doing chores. That was awesome. Thank you so much for that, Anjola Oluwa. I hope that you have also learned and really you know more about robotics and, of course, the importance and usefulness of robots. I want one robot. Will you make me one?
Yes.
Oh, I'll
will.
be glad. Thank you so much. Don't go anywhere yet. We'll go on a short break right now. And when we return, you will be meeting my special guest doing special and amazing tech stuff. Don't go anywhere. It's still Kiddies Word with Lola.
What's cute of a little creature called the pangolin. Hundreds of thousands of pangolins are hunted and killed every year just for their meat and skills. People will disappear. We can't allow our family and friends to say no to illegal bush meat from pangolins and other protected animals. Keep them wild. Keep us safe.
Oh yes, KWWL.
Kiddies Word with Lola.
Oh, Kiddies Word with Lola. Fun, educating, and inspiring. Awesome, awesome. So yes, thank you. Thank you for still staying there, watching. Yes, we appreciate that. Now, I told you before the break that I was going to come in with more of my friends. They are techie friends. How are you today? Give me a high five. Techie five. Woo! I wish a robot could give me another handshake somewhere. Anyway, so right about now, we have this wonderful segment, and these will be my guests for the first part of this interview. Now I have them here. They're going to be telling us their names, and then I'll ask them 1 or 2 questions. You can see that we have some things on the table which I will talk about, or they will talk about in a bit. But for now, please tell everyone your name, your age, and then the class you're in. So,
my name is Oyekami Oluwa Firepemi.
Oluwa
I'm a year
Firepemi.
7 student of Chadro Montessori School. I am 10 years old.
Awesome. So that is Firepemi for you. He's 10-year-old. And then, yes,
my
Princess?
name is Sarah Fumi. I am in year 7 and I'm 11 years old.
Wow, year 7, 11 years old. Awesome. Let me commence with Firepemi. Firepemi, tell us about your project. Tell us about your project.
Yes, we created a real estate automation. This project was made by my classmates and I.
Really?
This is an idea of the future cities in the world.
Awesome. So you created an estate, like, wow, that's a very good one. And I know that in a second or two, we're going to have the videos showing on your screen to see how this estate operates. Now, let me ask you, what are the things, Firepemi, what are the things that we can find in this, your estate that you have created with your friends?
In our estate, you won't need drivers because the estate will be full of driverless cars.
Wow.
And you won't need any switches in your apartment because the switches will be controlled by the door.
Wow.
So I believe that the estate will be controlled by technology.
Wow, that's a very good one. I mean, imagine an estate where you don't need to be driving yourself around and you don't need to say, Musa, go and open that gate for me. I mean, you know, sometimes you can be at the gate forever and ever and you'll be honking, and then nobody comes. But with this initiative, I mean, you don't have to go through that hustle, right?
Yes.
Awesome, awesome. That's a very good one. Okay, so I'm going to ask you again that aside the things we can find in this estate, now, how did you make this city? How did you make it? I know it on the screen now, you're watching how they made it, but let's see how Firepemi and her friends and his friends, pardon me, made this city. So let's go. How did you make it?
We made it using 2 different parts.
Okay.
One part is when we use electronic hard components like wires and cables. The wires and cables I used to connect the electronic parts to the microcontroller board, which sends the data to the wires to do what it's meant to do. While the programming part is when you take a laptop and you start typing the codes for it, then when you send the program, it's uploaded to the microcontroller board and it sends the data to the different parts that are plugged to it.
Wow, that's awesome. And so all of it are done with the STEM and the programming, right?
Yes.
So that's a very good combination, and that's why we are able to have that, do I call it automated estate?
No, real estate automation.
Okay, pardon me, it's still real. You don't want that automated part. All right, then, that's a very good one. Okay, let me move to my other friend here. Sheon Fumi, how are you? Okay, so you're going to talk to us about humanoid or something, right? What is humanoid robots? I mean, I'm hearing that for the first time. Don't blame me. Okay, so what is humanoid robot?
A humanoid robot is an advanced machine, which is used to mimic human actions and do what humans can do, like walking, dancing, and avoiding obstacles.
Wow, like real dance or like real dance like this? A robot can do that?
Yes.
Awesome. How did you make this? How did you make it? I mean, Firepemi shared with us how he and his friends made the, what estate did you call it again? So I don't
Real estate automation.
Exactly. So real estate automation. So how did you make this humanoid robot?
To make a robot like this, you need some components like the ultrasonic sensor, which is used to detect obstacles in its environment, and the microcontroller, which is like the brain of the robot. Other components like the servos, which is used to make the joints and movement, and the cables, which is used to join all the components together.
Wow, that's great. So with all of those things you have mentioned, we're going to have an humanoid robot, right? So if I want to, sometimes, you know, it's not easy when you're just dancing on your own. So if I want to have a dance partner, you can make me a robot that can dance with me, right? Yeah, that's a very good one. Okay, let me ask this final question. Now,
what do you need to make this kind of robot? I know you've told us how, but what are the items, the stuff you need to make this kind of robot?
You need the microcontroller, the servos, the ultrasonic sensors.
Is that the one that helps them to detect if there's a barrier? Okay, so I want to dance now, and then he's here. You can tell me, oh, someone is there, so dance this way, right? Okay, awesome. That's a very good one. Thank you so much. I mean, I just hope that I can have one of those robots, humanoid robots, on my birthday as a gift. Is that a possibility? Do they come in big or small sizes? Can they just be like me, like my size? Is it possible? So that when I'm dancing, it's not with something small, but something of my size, right? Awesome. Thank you so much for that. I mean, I have learned so much, and I am sure that our audience watching at home are also learning. This is really making me fall in love with technology, ICT, robotics, and all that it is. Thank you so much for this. We'll go on a short break because I'm still bringing more of my friends to show us bigger projects that they have made with the help of technology. Don't go anywhere. It's still Kiddie's Word with Lola.
Our economy, films, and music are well known throughout Africa. But where our life is about our reputation. We are losing our lions, elephants, and gorillas. But Nigeria can change that if we say no to illegal bushmeat and report wildlife crime. Because poaching steals from us all.
Ahmadu Bello, a Prince Royal, was born 6th of December 1910 at Raba Village, Sokoto, northwestern Nigeria. His father was a district head and heir apparent to the Sultanate throne from the house of Usmanu Danfodio, a religious and social reformer who brought the Habib dynasty under the Fulani Caliphate in the beginning of the 19th century. Ahmadu Bello reached the political consciousness in participation when, in 1944, he engineered the establishment of the Northern People's Congress (NPC) as the first political party in northern Nigeria and the rallying point for politicians in the region before independence. History will not forget Ahmadu Bello for his charisma and political sagacity, which provided easy passage for him to assume political and administrative positions in Nigeria's post-independence era. The distinguished elder statesman and Sardauna of Sokoto has his face on his country's 200 naira currency as a mark of honor to one of the architects of Nigeria's independence. Western Spring Television identifies Ahmadu Bello as a watershed character in history. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela was an anti-apartheid activist who gave his all for the elimination of what has been described as the world's most vicious rule of the unjust and man's inhumanity against man. He was born July 18, 1918 in Mvezo, South Africa. Educated and trained as a successful legal practitioner, he took up the gauntlet of a human activist against segregation by the minority white suprematists in South Africa. At the climax of his trial for treason, orchestrated by the South African government, the great crusader for democratic equality was prepared to pay the supreme sacrifice to establish majority rule in his native land. He told white jurists that if achieving freedom for his people was worth his life, he was prepared to die. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in Robben Island, described as the most notorious prison in the world. It was from this same prison that he came out as a free man to assume office as South Africa's first black president in 1994. Western Spring Television identifies Nelson Mandela as a watershed character in history.
Welcome back. Yes, it is still Kitty's Word with Lola. Like I promised you, these are my new set of friends. So yes, I had one, and then I am having this new set of friends. I have here, please tell everyone your name. Don't let me bust it. Tell us your name and your class. Maybe your age as well.
My name is Maya McGonigal. I am 9 years old. 5.
Awesome. 9-year-old Onishile Mayomekun. Very good. Our pupil of Treasure Trove Montessori School. Yes, I don't need to say that again. And so I have some questions for you about animation design. Okay? Now, tell us about your project. Now, the project I know is not right here, but it's going to be showing on the screen. So if you're watching, pay attention. You will see the project being displayed on the screen. So I'm going to ask you this, Olashile. What is it? What are computer animations?
Computer animation is the technique of transforming still images into moving images like cartoon, like putting life into an object. The word animates comes from the word animal. Animal as life. So when we animate something, like giving it a digital life.
Wow. So this is it. Something is still like this and is in one position, and then you give it life and it begins to move around. Wow, that's a very good one. Please put your hands together for him. Wonderful. Why do we create animations? Why create animations, for crying out loud?
Create animation to tell virtual stories, to communicate in a way answer that looks real. The best way to teach children is when it looks real. So that's what animation helps us to do.
Exactly. I love the answer. The way to teach children is to make something real. Please put your hands together for him one more time. Now, I'm not going to stop there, sweet. I'm going to ask you again, how can I or anyone create a simple animation? How? Just tell us.
Well, you got to start by designing your character.
Okay.
Then when you're done designing the character, you can animate it in the way you want it to do. You can even add sounds.
Wow, that's a good one. So if I want to create a simple animation, I can create an image that looks like me, right? Yes. And so with the help of tech, I can now give it life, like you said, and it begins to do one or two things, right? That's a very good one. How long have you been coding? How long? You said you're how old?
9
years old. So tell me, how long have you been coding?
I've been doing coding since I was in grade 1.
Really? And now you're in grade
4.
Wow, so that's 3 years, right? Like 3 good years, solid years. So obviously you learned in the space of 3 years to create an animation. Have you made a particular one maybe for fun, like that looks like you? Not yet, maybe?
Yeah, not really.
Is there any plan to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a very good one. Please put your hands together for him once again. Okay, so and you must be wondering, what exactly is this thing on this screen? So you see, it's massive and it's big. And of course, to talk about that, I have my other friend here. Please tell everyone your name again.
My name is Oluwatansi Tofunmi.
Very good. This is Tofunmi. Tofunmi is 9 years old, right?
Yes.
And in what class? Year what?
Year 6.
Year 6. That is a very good one. So tell us about this. What is this that we have right in front of us?
This is a windmill.
Wow. Windmill. What is a windmill?
A windmill is a structure that uses wind power to generate electricity.
Wow. So now I know the weather is hot. Some of us really would want to have power 24/7. It means uninterruptedly. So are you telling me that with wind we can generate electricity?
Yes.
Wow, that's a very good one. And I really would love to have one here. Now tell us more about this project.
This is a windmill. So when wind blows to the wind turbine, the propeller begins to spin, which makes the DC motor to rotate. When the DC motor is rotating, it converts mechanical energy to electrical energy.
Wow.
This is where the LED bulb comes on. The faster the propeller spins, the faster the DC motor rotates, the brighter the LED bulb is.
Ah, so it has to do with the speed. So if the windmill is rotating very fast, the lights will be more and it will be brighter and brighter and brighter.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, that's a very good one. Now, what is the benefit of using windmill to generate electricity? What are the benefits?
Traditionally,
yes,
a windmill is a factory where grains are processed. Electricity is needed to machines in order to get work done.
Okay, so to get work done faster, we can use this windmill, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Electricity. That's a very good one. I also, let me not assume. Let me just ask you, do you think it's cheaper than using the normal, water power electricity, or
Yes,
more
ma'am.
expensive?
Yes.
It is cheaper, right?
Yes.
Wow, that's a very good alternative. And I really want to have this. Can it also be used? I know that we use it where we make grains and all of that. Can it also be used in the house, like where we live, this windmill electricity?
Yes.
Wow. Let's go make one for daddy at home then. Give me a high five. Awesome. Thank you so much for that. I mean, these are great and awesome things that we can do through technology, robotics, coding. I mean, that animation part, I just so love it, because for me, it's a big deal. How can you just turn an image to something that can move and something that can dance? And I mean, the robotic part earlier really was out of here, because I can imagine having to do chores. I mean, that was the part for me. When you have a robot to help you wash your plates, a robot to help you make your bed, a robot to dress you up and ensure that your tie is well knotted, that is absolutely great. Thank you so much for sharing this with us today. And I hope that you're going to do many more great and wonderful things via this initiative, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Okay, we'll go on a short break again. And there is something I still want to show you. Yes, I want to show you something. But don't let me bust it yet. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
What you think is protection? Well, me of course, but also a shy little creature called the pangolin. Hundreds of thousands of pangolins are hunted and killed every year just for their meat and scales. If we continue this way, the pangolins will soon disappear. We can't allow this to happen. Tell your families and friends to say no to illegal bushmeat from pangolins and other protected animals. Keep them wild. Keep us safe.
Welcome back. It is still Kitty's Word with Lola. Earlier on the show, we have shown Fumi tell us about the humanoid robot. Now, we want to see how it works. So she's going to be operating the humanoid robot that is created by her and her friends, and we're going to be seeing how it works. Enjoy and learn.
Okay, so this is the smartphone. We are going to turn on the humanoid robot and then we scan the device.
Okay, so we're going to turn on the humanoid robot, and secondly, we'll what? Scan the device. Okay, let's do that.
Then it's
Wow,
connected.
it says connected.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay.
So this is a series. These are a series of components. So you can just click on any of them, and
Okay.
the humanoid will do them.
Okay, so from what I can see on Shifumi's phone screen, I have some that has the left direction, the right direction, the left direction. I'm not sure if it can hop, but please go ahead. Should I click on any?
Yes.
Let's do this firstly. Go. Okay. Oh, all right. Well, if the phone ever hangs while you're operating this, just give it a little time, because remember, it has to do with someone controlling it. So it still has the human factor in it. Maybe we reconnect again and then connect. On the other hand, while we wait for that to come up, I have my friend here. And we mentioned the windmill, okay? We mentioned the windmill earlier. And believe me, I prefer this windmill electricity. So he's going to be showing us how this windmill works. Can you please go ahead and show us? What are we to do? Okay.
To turn on.
Do you need my help for anything? Okay, awesome. So please pay attention to him, and because he's going to show us how this windmill works. Let's go.
We are to turn on the fan. So as you can see, it's the propeller is spinning, but it's not enough to generate electricity to make the LED bulb come
Not
on.
yet. True.
I increased it. It's not coming on yet.
Oh, you kept increasing the oscillating mode, so it's causing the propeller to run fast and fast and faster.
As you can see, the LED bulb has turned on.
Yeah, yippee, that is correct. Look at that. Wow, unbelievable. Wow, this is awesome. Just like that. Wow, please, what kind of fan can power? I want a propeller that can power this entire studio. Is that possible?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, look at that. And it is so bright. Can you see it? Can you see? So bright. Wow. If we add more bulbs, can it light more bulbs?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome, awesome. Please put your hands together for him one more time. Wow, and you made this with your friends?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I see billionaires and trillionaires already. This is great. Wow, can we repeat the process again? Now, turn it off, turn it off. Let's see. I just want to be double sure, because I know you want to see it again as well. Okay, I'm hoping that we'll have this come up. I hope it is not hanging. Just hold on right there. Let's work on this again. The first thing to do is what?
Turn on
the what?
Fan.
The fan that will be blowing the propeller. Now, let's show everyone the propeller. See the propeller. Can you see it? It's right behind here. So the propeller for the windmill, can you see? Now, this is the propeller. That's it. You see, it can be sharp, so we don't mess about with it, right? So we have to turn it on, and then it starts to roll and oscillate. So let's do it. Go on. Wow. Good one there. Yeah, so, wow, it's on again. Look at that. Wow, there's light in the building. Yes, 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 yes. That's a very good one. I'm excited. It's just like you have your bulb in the house. Yes, and so you wouldn't have to stay in the dark anymore. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I mean, I feel like we should just leave it on for a longer time, but then I don't want your hand to be hurted. Thank you so much. I mean, you love this, don't you? Yeah. Oh, yes. Put your hands together for yourselves. You are amazing, children. I mean, with this, you're just going to become millionaires and billionaires even before you become a teenager, right? Awesome. These are really true future leaders of tomorrow. Put your hands together for yourself once again. Okay, so coming back to our humanoid robot. Remember, Shonfumi told us that the first thing to do is to turn on the humanoid robot, which she did, right? Yes. So is it still turned on?
Yes, it's turned on.
After that, she said we're going to scan
the device.
So we have scanned the device, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the next thing will be to choose whichever function we want it to do, right? So let's go on. Oh my days! Is that dancing?
Yes.
Woo! Can you see it moving the feet? Woo, woo, woo. Oh, I wish I could sing for the humanoid robot. Another one. Wow, this is one. Woo! That is a tumbling dance. It's just like when you're dancing and you want to break dance and you want to somersault and continue dancing. Let's choose another one quickly. Let's see.
It can move forward.
It can move forward. Wow. Can it move backward too?
Yes.
Awesome. Let's see. Okay. Side.
Yes, moving backwards now.
Wow. Like, let me just do the same thing. Like that. And see the foot. Ooh, awesome. Can you move to the right?
Yes.
Let's see. Move it. Move it. Don't be lazy. Humanoid. Move it. Forward. Okay. Can we choose another option? Action. Yeah? Oh, it's gone hanging again. I mean, I saw that one. I hope you saw it as well. It was just awesome. Dancing and dancing and dancing like that. That is a very good one. Okay, so if we want to turn it off, we want it to stop performing action, what do we do?
You just click on this button.
Okay, wow. And here is a sensor. What is this particular one? It's turned on,
yes,
red when you press the switch.
Yes.
Wow. Because we've turned it off.
Yes.
So to operate this, you turn it on, you scan the device, and then once it is scanned, it shows connected right here.
Yes.
And then we'll begin to command it. Say dance to the left, dance to the right, go forward, go backward. Wow, like I really feel like signing up for a tech or coding or robotic class right now. That is a very good one. Awesome. Okay, so yes, children, I know you have been inspired today and I know you want to learn, but we will not end the show without playing some games. How many of you are ready for the techie game today? Are you ready?
Yeah!
Are you sure? Okay, it's a simple one. I'm not going to be asking you to tell me how humanoid robots are made. No, I'm not going to be asking you to tell me how the windmill electricity is made. No, I'm going to be asking you to do something. Who can guess what it is? Can you guess?
No.
Okay, since you cannot guess, this is what I want you to do. I have been attracted to some vocabularies and register from today's episode of Kiddies Word with Lola, basically from what you have produced and some words we have used on this show today. One of it is humanoids. Now, this is what you will do. The audience, actually, you're going to be spelling it backward within the shortest possible seconds. So, the first word to spell backwards, like, you know, it ends with S. So, you're going to start spelling humanoids from S. Who's up to the task? Who's up to the task? Who's up to... Wow, almost everybody. Wow, to show how smart you are. Okay, then, let's do this. Who should I call? Okay, let it be you, please. Now, do we have the microphone with you? Don't bother to stand. just sit and spell humanoids with an S at the back. Let's go.
SDOINMUHA.
Not really. Very close though. Can somebody else try? There was a letter before a letter. Just something. Okay, you. There we go. Pass it to him, please. Let's go. Humanoids.
SDIOMUH.
Oh, close, but then a whole syllable has been chopped off. Okay, over to you there. Let's see. Otherwise, I'm going to spell it by myself. You see, I'm also techie. I'm not the only one. Let's go.
SDOIMUH.
There's the I. Watch out for that I after the D. That's the best clue I can give. Okay, let's pass it to her. Let's go. Humanoids. Spelled backward.
Humanoids. SDIONMUH.
Absolutely. Please give her a round of applause. Awesome. Yes, that was correct. Okay, one more, and that's pretty easy. So let me see who I'm going to call for that. Okay, it's going to be you over there. Are you ready for me? Yes. Okay, so we're going to be spelling this backwards. Are you ready? It's going to be robotics. Are you ready? Go on, spell it backwards. Please pass the microphone to him. Robotics. From the back and into the beginning.
S.
Yes.
T.
Robotics.
STIC.
Robotics. Okay, I can see many other hands up. Okay, to your friend. Let's your friend come to the rescue.
SCIT.
Yeah. Almost there.
OBOR.
Absolutely. Please give him a round of applause. That is awesome. That is correct. Wow. So you're not only smart tech-wise, you're also smart vocabulary and English mentally wise. Okay, that's a good one. Will you do one more for me before we call it a day? One more. Okay, let's see who's going to do this. And the word will be 4-syllabic. Simple, because I know you're smart. Let's go for animation. That's it, animation. Who's going to spell that backward for me? Who has not said anything today? I'm looking out for a new friend. I want to make a new friend. Okay, yes. Please pass the microphone to her. Animation. Spelled from the back to the beginning. Yes.
And animation.
Yes, please.
NOIT.
Correct.
AMINA.
Oh, there was an M for an N somewhere. Do you want to do that one more time? Animation.
NIOT.
Yes. Animation.
Animation.
Yes. I know it can be like yes.
IOT.
N. Are you sure it's an I after it? Shen.
NO.
Good.
IT.
Yes.
A.
Yes.
M. INA.
It's anime, not amine. It's anime. Animal, like somebody said, right? It's from the word animal. So animation. Yes. Okay. Over to you then. To the rescue.
NOIT.
Yes.
AMINA.
Correct. Please applaud her. Very good. Very good. All right. There is no doubt that Treasure Trove Montessori School learners and scholars are amazing. And I want you to appreciate them if you're watching. And of course, appreciate yourself for these wonderful things you are doing. Very good, very good. Thank you so much. I want to appreciate you for joining us on this episode of Kid's Word with Lola. We hope you have been inspired, entertained, and I hope you've had so much fun. A million thanks to my wonderful audience and guests, as well as do I call you inventors now? Yes, from Treasure Trove Montessori School in Oshogbo, Osun State. Thank you for being so active. You are really stars. I also want to appreciate everyone watching today's episode of Kid's Word with Lola. Join us again next week for another exciting episode of the program. Same time and same station. Do not forget to also watch us on a social media handle that is Western Spring Television on YouTube. And of course, watch Western Spring Television on Star Times, channel 190 DTT. Until next time, keep being amazing and techie. Goodbye.
Ìlú Ìbàdàn. Ìlú Ìbàdàn ni olú ìlú àti ìlú tí ó tóbi jù ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ tó wà ní ẹkùn ìwọ̀ oòrùn gúúsù ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Kò dín ní èèyàn bíi mílíọ̀nù 6 tó ń gbé nígboro ìlú Ìbàdàn nìkan ṣoṣo. Odù Ifá ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ni àwọn Yorùbá gbàgbọ́ pé ó tẹ ìlú Ìbàdàn dó. Àwọn ọmọ ìlú Ìbàdàn jẹ́ akíkanjú, wọ́n fẹ́ràn ìdàgbàsókè, ọ̀làjú ni wọ́n. Àwọn baba ńlá wọn sì jẹ́ jagunjagun. Àbájọ tí a fi máa ń gbọ́ nínú oríkì wọn pé Ìbàdàn Mèsì Ọ̀gọ̀, nílé Olúyọ̀lé, ìlú Ògúnmọ́lá olódògbò kẹ̀rí lójú ogun, Ìbàdàn ọmọ àjòròsàn, ọmọ àjẹ̀gbínyó, ọmọ àfikàràhùn fọ́ orí mu. Olúbàdàn lórúkọ oyè ọba ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn. Máyẹ̀ Okùn Adé ló kọ́kọ́ jẹ baálẹ̀ nìbàdàn. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú ńlá, ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn iléeṣẹ́ àti àjọ ńláńlá ló wà nílùú Ìbàdàn. Ìbàdàn tó gbonílé tó gbé àlejò. Ọmọ Ìbàdàn kí ni sóò.
ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló ń kojú àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ò dẹ̀ dókè. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò. Ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó, iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège, àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn, àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba. Ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko, èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television pé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba. Ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín o, ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín, ẹ dàbù rẹ̀, ẹ mọ̀ yá ní gbọ́rọ̀, ẹ dàbù rẹ̀, ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìjọba, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera, àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ. Ẹ má fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803-865-1049 0803-865-1049. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín, àwọn àwòrán yín kó máa wọlé. Orí ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí, ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí. Ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò, ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà, ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀, ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń dẹ ẹ̀gbin nù, tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn aráàlú lára. Gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí. Ohun tí ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín, ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀. Orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlápọ̀dé. Èmi ni atọ́kùn ètò Ojú Ẹlẹ́rìí lórí Western Spring Television. Ìkànnì 150 ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Ajé láago 2:30 ọ̀sán.
Ní New York nílùú ńlá tó tóbi jù nílẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà. Kódà iye ènìyàn tó wà níbẹ̀ ló fi ìdá méjì ju ti ìlú Los Angeles lọ. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó fún oríṣiríṣi àṣà, ìgbafẹ́, iṣẹ́ ọnà, ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ, òṣèlú, ẹ̀kọ́, ọrọ̀ ajé kódà tó fi máa rẹ́ ìdárayá. New York yìí ló gbàlejò ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ olùdókòwò kárí ayé tó sì fẹsẹ̀ múlẹ̀ gidi gan ni. Ìdí nìyí tí àwọn kan fi máa ń pè é ní olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè àgbáyé. Ohun ìdámọ̀ tó gbajúgbajà jù ní New York ní ère òmìnira Statue of Liberty eléyìí tó ń ṣàfihàn bí ìlú náà ṣe fàyè gba onílé àtàlejò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni afárá Brooklyn kò lẹ́gbẹ́. Ó kéré tán ẹgbẹ̀rin ní oríṣi èdè tí wọ́n ń sọ ní New York. Èyí ló sì fa bí wọ́n ṣe máa ń sọ pé gbogbo èdè àgbáyé ló pé sílùú New York. Ní nǹkan ọdún 1624 ni àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀yà Dutch tẹ̀dó sí ibi tó ń jẹ́ New York báyìí. Amsterdam ni wọ́n ń pè é tẹ́lẹ̀ nígbà náà, àmọ́ lọ́dún 1664 ni wọ́n yí padà sí New York lẹ́yìn tí ọba King Charles kejì tilẹ̀ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì fún arákùnrin rẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀ ìyẹn Duke of York. Láti ọdún 1785 ló ti wá di olú ìlú ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà títí di òní olónìí. Ó jẹ́ ìlú ńlá tó kún fún ọ̀pọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọnà àti ibùdó iṣẹ́ àtinúdá oríṣiríṣi fún gbogbo ìran ọmọnìyàn. Ìlú New York lórílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà.
Bẹ́gùn ò bá jáde mọ̀rìnwó la kọ́kọ́ rí, ọwọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú ìjó, ẹsẹ̀ katakata ní síwájú rìn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbúròó wa a tún ti dé náà nù. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited pẹ̀lú èmi ọmọ yín, olólùfẹ́ yín, ọ̀rẹ́ yín, Suliat tẹ́túmọ̀ sí Morenikeji. Ẹ lè pè mí ní Sùsù, tó bá wẹ̀ lómi a sọ pé ìyálòde àríyá. Gbogbo orúkọ tẹ́ ẹ bá pè mí kò sí èyí tí mi ò ní jẹ yín. Ẹ farabalẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò Owambe Unlimited lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television ní ìkànnì 190. Ibẹ̀ ni Owambe Unlimited ń bọ̀ wá. Ẹ fàkùrẹ̀ tẹ̀dí kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
Mo ń sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa wo Owambe Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
Ìlú Abẹ́òkúta gẹ́gẹ́ bí orúkọ rẹ̀, ìlú tí a tẹ̀dó sábẹ́ Olúmọ. Ó jẹ́ ibùgbé àwọn ẹ̀yà Ẹ̀gbá àti Òwu tó jìjàǹgbara lọ́wọ́ Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́ àtijọ́. Láàrin ọdún 1775 sí 1780 ni akọni Lísàbí Àgbòǹgbò Àkàlà léwájú wọn láti dáwọ́ sísan ìṣákọ́lẹ̀ fún Aláàfin dúró. Ìdí nìyí tí àwọn ọmọ Abẹ́òkúta ṣe ń pe ara wọn ní ọmọ ìbí Àgbòǹgbá. Ìlú Abẹ́òkúta jẹ́ ìlú àwọn ọ̀làjú àti aláfẹ́. Ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn òyìnbó aláwọ̀ funfun ló fi bẹ̀ ṣe ìlú, pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn. Ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ní St. Peters tó wà ní Aké. Ilé ìwòsàn àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà Sacred Heart Hospital ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ló wà. Aláké lorúkọ oyè ọba ìlú Ẹ̀gbá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Olúmọ wà níbùdó tó tẹ́jú láti lè fi rí gbogbo ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ní orí òkè náà. Àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n àti onímọ̀ púpọ̀ ló jẹ́ ọmọ bíbí ìlú Abẹ́òkúta. Àwọn bíi ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Wọlé Ṣóyínká, ọ̀jìnmí akọni obìnrin ní Fúnmiláyọ̀ Ransom Kúìtọ́yìn. Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ àti àdìrẹ níṣẹ́ tó gbayì nílùú Abẹ́òkúta. Ẹ̀gbá mọ Lísàbí.
As it is.
Ìjà kí ẹ̀yẹ èèyàn wa nínú ilé níbikíbi tí ẹ ti ní àǹfààní láti ti bá wa pàdé lórí móhùnmáwòrán Western Spring Television. Ìkànnì àádọ́wàá lórí agbada StarTime náà ni. Ẹ kú ilé gbogbo ẹ̀yin ènìyàn wa níbikíbi tí ẹ ti láǹfààní láti ti máa wò wá. Akíwá ẹ kú iṣẹ́ látàárọ̀ lágbára Elédùmarè iṣẹ́ gbogbo wa kò ní í dìṣẹ́ o. Ìyá ìwé mo ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mo dé. Alápẹ̀pẹ̀ ń kí wa pé ṣé dáadáa la bá yín. Mo ní ẹni abálòde ijó tó ń rùdí. Ṣàlàáfíà nílé wà tí kúrò lọ́rùn ẹni yẹn bí ilé ò bá sí lálàáfíà kò ní wá sóde ijó. Èmi àtàwọn ọmọ mi adé lónìí o. nítorí wípé iṣẹ́ tí àwa ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí ìgbádùn tiyín ìgbádùn tiwa òun ló tún jà wá lógún torí pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń gbádùn wa làwa náà ń gbádùn bá a ṣe ń mú wa bẹ́ẹ̀ ló sì jẹ́ iṣẹ́ fún àwa láti jẹ́ ìgbádùn fún ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fúnra yín ni. Ǹjẹ́ lórúkọ ilé Ọ̀wẹ́fẹ́mi Adéfìlà náà ni à ń kí wa lórúkọ ayàwòrán wa alàgbà Òkìkíọlá àti alàgbà Lukman náà ni a fi ń kí ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa lónìí pé ẹ kú àmójúbà èmi àti àwọn èwe mi ní ìkànnì yìí lábẹ́ ọdún la pètò ètò ní lábẹ́ ọdún àní kan ò sí ó yẹ tó wà nǹkan fìdílé tàbí kẹ́ ẹ fìdílé nǹkan nítorí pé ètò tó ń gbé àṣà àti ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ Yorùbá lárugẹ ni ẹ kú ilé o ẹ sì kú àmójúbà wa lórí ètò ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi o ọ̀dẹ̀ òdùn bí ọ̀dẹ́dùn ìyá wa bá mi yín àti mọ́ mi yín ń kọ́ wọ́n wà ojú gbogbo yín ti ẹ̀gún régé inú mi sì dùn láti mọ́ rí yín lágbára Ọlọ́run mi nífẹ̀ẹ́ nìkẹ́ nínú yín ṣe ni àwátì. Àmín àṣẹ. Bó o nílé ẹ̀kọ́ yín ṣèwé ń lọ déédéé. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Àwọn olùkọ́ yín náà ń kọ́. Wọ́n wà. Lágbára Ọlọ́run ayọ̀ àti àlàáfíà ni gbogbo wa ò máa wà. Àmín àṣẹ. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣe wa ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa nínú ilé ẹ̀yin náà mọ̀ wípé ohun tá a gbé dání òun náà ni èdè Yorùbá. Báwo ni a ṣe fẹ́ jẹ́ kí èdè yìí kó kú tá a sì fẹ́ ó parun ìyẹn ló jẹ wá lógún o níléeṣẹ́ Western Spring Television láti lè mọ jẹ́ kí àwọn èwe wa ó mọ̀ wípé èdè Yorùbá dùn èdè Yorùbá ó dùn ún gbọ́ èdè Yorùbá ó ní ẹwà èdè Yorùbá ó ní àṣà èdè Yorùbá ó ní ìṣe tá a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ lára àwọn ẹwà èdè Yorùbá òun náà ní ká ka òǹkà wa lédè àbínibí wa yàtọ̀ sí èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì láyé ijọ́ ohun àná ábídí olówe ni wọ́n fi kọ́ wa a ajá bí bàtà dídòjé èèjò ẹ̀ẹ̀yẹ àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ làwọn tí wọ́n kọ́ wa ṣùgbọ́n láyé òde òní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ lójú ńlá èmi máa ń sọ àṣà kan mà ní ojú rà ní ojú ọ̀la nítorí pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan tí Yorùbá ti sọnù òun la ṣe ń padà pé káríye Yorùbá ò wá yẹ kó kú kò sì yẹ kó parun torí wípé bẹ́ẹ̀ bá dé àwọn ìlú míì tí wọ́n ń sọ èdè tó yàtọ̀ sí èdè Yorùbá wọ́n gbédè wọn lárugẹ kí ló wá ṣe àwa ọmọ Yorùbá àtàtà táwa kọ èdè wa sílẹ̀ táwa ń gbèdè àtọ̀húnrìn wá tá à ń lárugẹ kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ o bàbá ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀nà láyé jọ́hun ẹ̀nà ara àṣà wa ni ara tí à ń ṣe nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ni kí wọ́n pe ẹ̀sà kí wọ́n kéwì kí wọ́n sùn jálá bẹ́ẹ̀ bá bí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọmọ tí ń bẹ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ yín nù létí ń wò wá èwo lọ́mọ́ àmọ́ kí n tó wọnú iṣẹ́ lọ káwọn ọmọ mi tó mú tán mú wá fún wa lójú móhùnmáwòrán lénìí kan tó sọ ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ n yára dé òdì kejì lọ́hùn tí n bá wá padà dé ètò ògbéra sọ ní ràbájìgan àti ní rẹ́gẹ́dẹ́. a kí ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa pé ẹ káàbọ̀ padà sórí ètò lábẹ́ ọ̀dán ìkànnì àádọ́wà lórí StarTime náà níléeṣẹ́ Western Spring Television wà ẹ̀yin síbẹ̀ bẹ́yìn ti mọ̀ yìí ẹ tún wí fẹ́ lòmíì wípé ètò kan ń bẹ o tó ń gbé àṣà àti ìṣe ilẹ̀ Yorùbá lárugẹ tó sì wúlò fún àwọn èwe abẹ́mọ̀ yìí pé bí àwọn ọmọ wa bá délé ìwé iṣẹ́ Yorùbá tí wọ́n ń kọ́ wọn yìí ètò yóò tún ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ láwọn àyè kọ̀ọ̀kan tí wọ́n bá ti ń láǹfààní láti máa wò wá ojú tẹ́ ẹ fi ń wò wá yẹn ò ní fọ́. Àmín àṣẹ. Bẹ́ẹ̀ létí tẹ́ ẹ fi ń gbọ́ wá yẹn etí yẹn ò ní di. Àmín àṣẹ. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi iṣẹ́ dé ta ló ní tó mú wá fún wa.
Ìyáwó mi.
Ó yá Àṣàbí.
Ẹ bá mi parí òwe yìí.
Á pa á.
Ẹni tí ó bá ga.
Ẹni tí ó bá ga ó yá.
Ìyáwó mi.
ọ̀yá àdúrà gbé mi.
ẹsẹ̀ rẹ̀ á tínrín.
ẹsẹ̀ rẹ̀ á tínrín ó yẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fúnra yín. ta ló tún ní tó mú wá.
ìyáwó mi.
ọ̀yá Adénìkẹ́.
ẹ bá mi parí òwe yìí.
á pa á.
ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ dúdú ya bùsàn.
ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ dúdú yá bùsàn. àgbẹ̀rẹ̀ yẹn ò ṣe tó ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ dúdú ò yá bùsàn.
ìyáwó mi.
ọ̀yá oyin kan.
ọmọ burúkú ò yálù pa.
ọmọ burúkú ò yálù pa ó yẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fúnra yín. ta ló tún ní tó mú wá.
ìyáwó mi.
ọ̀yá àdúrà gbé mi.
gbogbo aláǹgbá ló dànù délẹ̀.
ó mú ní bó ṣe yẹ ó mú.
ẹ bá parí òwe yìí.
á pa á.
gbogbo aláǹgbá ló dànù délẹ̀.
gbogbo aláàmù ló danú délẹ̀.
ìyáwó mi.
ọ̀yá mo dúpẹ́ Olúwa.
a ò mèyí tínú run.
a ò mèyí tí ń run. ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún yín. tó kàn mí pa.
ìyá mi.
ọ̀yá á. kí kórè. tàgbàlagbà kéde ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fúnra yín. ẹ mọ̀ mi o. ẹ jẹ́ wá bí ní ìbéèrè gẹ́gẹ́ mo rò gẹ́gẹ́ mo ti máa ń wí tí mo sì máa ń kọ́ yín tó ọjọ́ mẹ́ta. mo wá fẹ́ wò ó bóyá ó ṣeé ṣe kí ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi kẹ́ ẹ rántí. mo sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ìdílé kan tí mo pè ní ìdílé àwọn àyàn àwọn onílù. mo sọ nípa àwọn ìdílé àyàn fún yín pé tí wọ́n bá bímọ nínú ilé àyàn àwọn nǹkan kan wà tí wọ́n máa ń ṣe ta ló lè ràn mí létí.
ìyáwó mi.
ọ̀yá mo dúpẹ́ Olúwa.
wọ́n mọ́ ló ń tọrọ kẹ̀kẹ́ tó fi máa wẹ ọmọ náà nítorí kí ojú mọ̀ bá mọ́ tì í tó bá dé ìta. wọ́n ló ń tọrọ omi bí i ilé kejì tàbí ilé kẹta sí ilé ibi tán ti bí ọmọ náà.
ó yẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún un. ìdílé tó jú olówó ìdílé gangan láwọn tí ń lùlù yàtọ̀ sí ayé òde òní mo lọ kọ́. ìdílé tó bá jẹ́ pé àyàn ni wọ́n tó jẹ́ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti gbórúkọ wọn Àyàndèjì Àyàntúnjí Àyànfúnmi Àyànbánkẹ́ Àyànlọ́lá àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ẹ ti mọ̀ pé inú ìdílé àyàn nírú ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀ ti jáde. tí wọ́n bá bímọ wọ́n máa ń lọ ilé kejì sí ilé kẹta ni wọ́n ti lọ tọrọ omi tí wọ́n ó fi wí ọmọ. nítorí pé bí ọmọ yìí bá dàgbà tán tó yanṣẹ́ ìlù lílù láàyò gẹ́gẹ́ bí àyàn nínú ìdílé wọn kò ní lè mọ tijú ń gbò bá rí èrò kò ní lè mọ gbé ìlù pamọ́ sábẹ́ aṣọ kò ní sí wípé irú ọ̀rọ̀ yòówù tí wọ́n lè sọ sí tí ó mọ̀ dùn ún. ìdí tí wọ́n fi ṣe nínú ìdílé àyàn nìyẹn ó yẹ tó pàtẹ́wọ́ fúnra yín. ọ̀yá àpá gbọ́jọ́ ọ̀yá rìzẹ́ẹ̀lì. bẹ́ẹ̀ ni agbọ́mọjó lọmọ máa ń mojú bí wọ́n bá bí ọmọ tó o jẹ́ni tó fẹ́ràn ọmọ kékeré tó o máa ń gbé ní gbogbo ìgbà tó o máa ń fún ní nǹkan tó ọmọ yẹn bá ti rí ọ tó o yọ lọ́ọ̀kan ni ó ti mọ̀ pé aláàánú mi lẹni tí ń bọ̀ yìí olóore mi ni yóò sì sáré pàdé rẹ̀ ilé fi mọ̀ wípé agbọ́mọjó lọmọ mojú ẹni tí ò bá ṣeré lánàá tó bá nawọ́ sí ọmọ yìí yóò kàn mọ́ ṣe báyìí yóò mọ̀ ṣe báyìí àyàfi tó bá jẹ́ pé ó rí nǹkan pé ẹni yẹn mú nǹkan jíjẹ dání ló lè jẹ́ ó gbéhùn agbọ́mọjó lọmọ mojú ó yẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fúnra yín. ẹ wá pé àgbàdo ní ìgbésẹ̀ fi ṣe ìkọlù àyè tí gbogbo tí ẹ tà tàbí iṣẹ́ yòówù tẹ́ ẹ ń ṣe tẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ kí àwọn ènìyàn mọ̀ ń pa rẹ̀ ẹ gbé fún wa ẹ jẹ́ ká gbé sínú ètò tá a pè ní Lábíọdán ètò tó ń gbé àṣà àti ìṣe ilẹ̀ Yorùbá lárugẹ ẹ lè wá sí iléeṣẹ́ wa tó wà ní Àgùnbẹ́léwò ní Òṣogbo ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tàbí ká ẹ pè mí ìyá ìwé sórí ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ mi 0 ẹ̀jọ 0 ẹ̀tàǹtagbá ẹ̀rin wọ̀rọ̀kọ́ 2 àrùngbódó ẹ̀tàǹtagbá 2 ẹ̀sán pẹ̀lú 1 080 34 25 33 91. èmi ìyá ìwé gangan ni màá gbé tí màá sì jẹ yín lọ́gán bí ẹ bá ti pè ojú òní ti wà láṣẹ Elédùmarè káwá tó tẹ̀síwájú lórí ètò Lábíọdán ẹ jẹ́ ndódì kejì lọ́hùn kí n wo tán ló wà ń bẹ̀ ná bàbá wa padà dé kí n wá mú àlọ́ tòní wá fún ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi. Erédèrè Òṣùpá. wa káàbọ̀ padà láti òdì kejì ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi o. Ṣé ẹ ṣetán àti gbọ́ ìtàn tòní?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Bó bá jẹ́ pé ẹ ṣetán àti gbọ́ ìtàn tòní, ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún ìyá ìwé. Tó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀, àlọ́ o. Àlọ́ o. Àlọ́ mi dá fùrù gbàgbó.
Kó má gbàgbọ́ ọmọ wa lọ.
Kò ní gbàgbọ́ ọmọ gbogbo wa lọ ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi.
Àmín àṣẹ.
Dá lérí ìjàpá àti ẹmọ́. Ǹjẹ́ ẹ mọ ẹranko tí wọ́n ń pè ní ẹmọ́?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Báwo lẹmọ́ ṣe rí Tẹ́níọlá?
Ó dàbí eku pọ̀ kì í ṣe eku.
Níbo ló ti mú Gẹ̀ẹ́sì wá? Ó dàbí kíni? Ṣùgbọ́n kì í ṣe. Èmi ò gbọ́ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tó ló ní bọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ mú wọ̀hún, èmi ò gbọ́ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì ni. Ẹ má bínú, ṣé ẹ ti gbọ́? Èdè tiwantiwa pọ́nbélé lèmi gbọ́, yóò dáa fún yín. Ṣé ẹ rí ìjàpá pẹ̀lú ẹmọ́? Wọ́n jẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ kòríkòsùn nílùú ìlú tí à ń sọ yìí nígbà náà. Ṣé wá rí ẹyẹ kan wà tí wọ́n ń pè ní ẹyẹ ògòǹgò? Ẹyẹ ògòǹgò yìí ọ̀rẹ́ náà ni wọ́n jọ jẹ́, ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀rẹ́ wọn kò súnmọ́ra tó bí ẹmọ́ àti ìjàpá. Ẹ jẹ́ ń pé ògòǹgò jẹ́ bí alájọgbé àdúgbò tí wọ́n jọ mú létira wọn lògòǹgò jẹ́. Ní ìgbà tó yá, ẹmọ́ ṣàbíamọ. Ọlọ́run fi ọmọ 3 jíǹkí ẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n ìjàpá òun bí ọmọ kan ṣoṣo. Ọmọ kan ṣoṣo ni ìjàpá ní. Ẹmọ́ bí ọmọ mélòó?
3.
Ọmọ 3. Nígbà tó di àsìkò kan, ìyẹn dé nínú ìlú àti jẹ́ ó diṣẹ́ fún wọn nínú ìlú. Ẹmọ́ wá jókòó ńjọ́ kan ló wá rò wípé kí ni tóun ó ṣe o pẹ̀lú bí ìrìn àjò ṣe rí nínú ìlú yìí. Bóyá kóun ó rìn sókè kóun wá iṣẹ́ ajé lọ. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi. Nígbà tí ẹmọ́ fẹ́ rìnrìn àjò, ẹmọ́ wò wípé ṣé òun ó wà kó ọmọ 3 lẹ́yìn? Ìlú tóun lọ òun ò tí ì mọ̀, ibi tóun ó dé sí òun ò tí ì mọ̀. Ẹmọ́ gbé ìgbésẹ̀ kan.
Yàrá rí ìgbésẹ̀ wo ló gbé?
Ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fúnra yín ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi. Ẹmọ́ ìjàpá ọ̀rẹ́ rẹ̀ wá sọ pé ìwọ ọ̀rẹ́ mi, mo mọ̀ fẹ́ ìrìn àjò kan. Ṣùgbọ́n ìlú tí n ó tẹ̀dó sí n ò tí ì mọ̀. N ò sì fẹ́ kó àwọn ọmọ ìdánilọ. Àmọ́ tí n bá délùú ọ̀hún, tára bá ti tù mí, èmi náà padà wálé, màá wá kó àwọn ọmọ mi. Èmi ti yín tòótọ́ ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi. Ẹmọ́ bá sọ fún ìjàpá ọ̀rẹ́ rẹ̀ wípé òun fẹ́ kí ìjàpá bóun kó àwọn ọmọ òun sọ́dọ̀. Tóun bá débi tóun lọ, iṣẹ́ tóun bá kọ́kọ́ rí ṣe, ní tó bá yọ ọ́lẹ̀ tí bá ń gbọ̀n lẹ́ǹbẹ̀, òun ò mọ̀ fi ránṣẹ́ sí ìjàpá ọ̀rẹ́ òun. Ìjàpá bá gbà láti bá ẹmọ́ kó ọmọ sọ́dọ̀. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi. Ẹmọ́ mú oko ìrìn àjò pọ́n. Ó dé ìlú kìíní, ìlú yẹn ò rọgbọ. Ó tún tẹ̀ sọ́wọ́ iwájú. Ó wá dé ìlú míì. Ọlọ́run ọba mi jẹ́ kí ibẹ̀ ó rọgbọ fún un, ló bá tẹ̀dó síbẹ̀. Ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ní í ṣe. Iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n ń ṣe yìí tó bá ti rí tọ́rọ́, tó bá ti rí kọ́bọ̀, tó bá ti rí èrò tí ń relé, á fi ránṣẹ́ sí ìjàpá pé torí bí ṣe ń bò ń tọ́jú àwọn ọmọ òun. Ṣùgbọ́n ìjàpá tó kọ́ ọmọ sí lọ́dọ̀, inú ìjàpá ò dùn látàrí wípé òun bímọ 3, òun bí ẹyọ kan ní tòun. Ọwọ́ akọ́bùkátà ọmọ ilé ńlá yà. Tó bá yá tóun ó ṣe, inú òun ló wà. Ìjàpá yóò mú ọmọ ẹmọ́ yóò mú lọ sóko. Wọ́n ó jọ lọ ṣiṣẹ́ oko, wọ́n ó jọ padà wálé. Ìkádẹ̀ ń bẹ nínú wọn tí wọ́n bí gbẹ̀yìn. Ìyẹn jẹ́ ọmọ kékeré jòjòló láàrin àwọn ọmọ ẹmọ́. Wọ́n máa ń fìyẹn lé ni. Eléyìí tó dàgbà jù nínú wọn nìjàpá máa ń rán níṣẹ́ lọ, rán níṣẹ́ bọ̀. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi o. Nígbà tó di ní ọjọ́ kan, ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ abàmì kan ṣẹlẹ̀.
Ìyá rẹ̀ rí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ wo ló ṣẹlẹ̀?
Ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fúnra yín. Mo ń bọ̀ o, ó dàbí ẹni pé ẹran tá a gbé ka orí àrò ó fẹ́ mọ́ ọrùn. Ẹ jẹ́ n bọ́ sẹ́yìn ìkùlé kí n lọ sọ kalẹ̀. Mo wá ń padà bọ̀ wá bá yín. Dídé tí n bá dé, màá mú ẹnu ìtàn náà, màá mú rìnrìn àjò, màá sì fi sọlẹ̀ síbi tó yẹ kí n fi sọ nírọ̀lẹ́ tòní. Erédé rí òṣùpá. Káàbọ̀ padà ẹ̀yin aráalé, mo rò pé ẹ̀ ń gbádùn wa ní ìkànnì Western Spring Television, ìyẹn ìkànnì àdọ́wàá lórí Star Time ní gbogbo ọjọ́bọ̀ láago 5 àbọ̀ báyìí. Ẹ má gbàgbé pé ní ọjọ́ Jímọ̀ ọjọ́ Ẹtì òun náà ni a máa ń wà lórí ẹ̀rọ rédíò nílé iṣẹ́ wa ń bí, ìyẹn Ref FM 91.7 lẹ́yìn tí bá wa pàdé ní ọ̀la tí í ṣe ọjọ́ Jímọ̀ láṣẹ ti Elédùmarè ní aago 9 àbọ̀ alẹ́. À ń gbìyànjú kárí ti ọwọ́ orí rédíò náà sùn wá sọ́wọ́ òkè bọ́lọ́run bá ti jẹ́ kó ṣeé ṣe fún wa àmọ́ jí ẹ gbọ́ ojú òní tì yín. Ẹgbẹ́ polówó yín wá sí iléeṣẹ́ wa ń bí kẹ́ ẹ̀ fara ṣajé bíi ti ṣẹ́ṣẹ́ fún. Ọlọ́run ọba mi yóò nífẹ̀ẹ́ gbogbo wa o. Ìfẹ́ tiwa àti tiyín náà Ọlọ́run ò ní pa náà fẹ́.
Àmín àṣẹ.
Ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi. Ìjàpá bá rán ọmọ ẹ mọ́ níṣẹ́, ó rán lọ inú oko, ó ní kó lọ ṣiṣẹ́. Iṣẹ́ tó gbélé ọmọ ẹ mọ́ lọ́wọ́, iṣẹ́ alátàárọ̀ dalẹ́ ni. Ọmọ yìí kọjá sínú oko lóòótọ́, ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́, ó dàárín kan ó rẹ̀ ẹ́, kò rẹ́ni tó lè pè. Nígbà tó yá Ìjàpá dé bá níbẹ̀, ká mọ̀ fọ̀rọ̀ gùn lọ́wọ́ ná ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi. Ìjàpá mọ̀ ṣekú pa ọmọ ẹ mọ́, ó ṣekú pa á látàrí wípé ó ní òun lè mọ gbọ́ bùkátà ọmọ 3, ṣùgbọ́n bí wọ́n bá mú kan kúrò lọ́nà yóò rọrùn fóun láti tọ́ àwọn tó kù ńlẹ̀. Ó sì gbẹ́lẹ̀ kótókótó, ó bò mọ́. Ìjàpá darí wálé. Eléyìí tó jẹ́ àbítẹ̀lé, ó jẹ́ eléyìí tó náà ti gbọ́n díẹ̀ ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi. Nígbà tí wọ́n délé, ó béèrè lọ́wọ́ Ìjàpá wípé ẹ̀gbọ́n àwọn tí wọ́n jọ roko dà. Ìjàpá ní ń bọ̀ yóò dé bá àwọn títí tí wọ́n fi sùn lálẹ́ ọjọ́ náà. Nígbà ní ọjọ́ kejì mọ́, ó tún lọ bá Ìjàpá pé ẹgbẹ́ òun ń kọ́. Ìjàpá wá rí wípé eléyìí tó ń wò yìí yóò ṣe àkóbá fóun. Kí lòun lè ṣe lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tiẹ̀ náà o? Kí lòun lè ṣe lórí ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ o? Ìjàpá bá tún mò náà, ó tún pa á. Ó tún lọ wá wò kótókótó, ó tún lọ rì mọ́ níbi tí ó sin ẹ̀gbọ́n sí. Ó gbàbúrò rẹ̀ bẹ̀, ó lọ sin òun náà kabẹ̀. Ó wá kù mélòó nínú ọmọ ẹ mọ́? Ó wá kù ródóródó inú wọn tí ò tí ì gbọ́n. Ìjàpá wá mú eléyìí ródóródó àtọmọ tiẹ̀, ó ní wọ́n jọ mọ́ ṣeré papọ̀. Ìyẹn wá ń dàgbà wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́. Ẹ mọ́ gbàgbé o, ìlú ibi tí ẹ mọ́ wà, ó ń fi nǹkan ránṣẹ́ sí Ìjàpá o, torí kò tí ì mọ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sóhun. Aṣọ ni, oúnjẹ ni, gbogbo ẹ̀ ni ló ń kó ránṣẹ́. Ẹ mọ́ sì lo ọdún 10 gbáko lájò kó lè bá rí nǹkan mú wálé. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi. Nígbà pé ọdún 10 tẹ́mọ́ ti wà ní àjò, ẹ mọ́ bá darí wálé. Nígbà tó dé, ó kó nǹkan bọ̀ wá fún Ìjàpá rẹpẹtẹ pé ọ̀rẹ́ òun tó bò ń mójú táwọn ọmọ láti bí ọdún 10. Ṣé mọ̀ pé lè tó jẹ́ rógódó nú àwọn ọmọ, òun náà ó ti dàgbà. Kò tiẹ̀ dá ìyá wọn mọ̀. Ìjàpá ní sọ fún pé ìyá yín ló dé yìí. Inú rẹ̀ dùn, ó yọ̀ mọ́ wọn. Ẹ mọ́ wá bi Ìjàpá léèrè. Dákun, àwọn méjì tó kù ńkọ́? Ìjàpá ní òun rán wọn ṣẹ́ ni. Ó ní wọ́n fẹ́ẹ̀ tó dé. Wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ ọjọ́ ń lọ, ilẹ̀ ń ṣú. Ẹ mọ́ tún lọ bá Ìjàpá. Ọ̀rẹ́ mi, níbo làwọn ọmọ yìí ń bo lọ rán wọn? Ó níbi tó ń rán wọn ní oko wájú ni. Ó dàárọ̀ ọjọ́ kejì wò ó tó dé. ibẹ̀ lára ti ń fu ẹ mọ́ pé oko bíi ti bó oko ọjọ́ kejì oko alálọ̀sùn bíi ti báwo ọ̀dà Ọlọ́run fojúmọ́ rè mọ́ wa ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi nígbà tí ilẹ̀ mọ́ ẹ mọ́ retí kò ráwọn ọmọ ó tún lọ bọ́ọ̀rẹ́ rẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ mi Ìjàpá ibo láwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ yóò dé ni Ìjàpá bá yí ọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ lọ́wọ́ lọ́ba ní tí ẹ̀ dúró ná ọmọ mélòó ló kó fóun lẹ́mọ́ bá ní ṣe bí mẹ́ta ni wọ́n ó lóun kọ́ ọmọ mẹ́ta fóun o ọmọ ẹyọ kan tó fún náà lọ́mọ tó ọba ń lé lẹ́mọ́ bá ní ẹ̀ wá gbà ń lẹ́mọ́ bá ké bòsì pé ẹ gbà ń ọmọ mẹ́ta lòun kó ti ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀hún Ìjàpá ó ṣe lè kó ẹyọ kan Ìjàpá bá ní jẹ́ ń pe ọmọ eléyìí tó fi ọ̀dọ̀ ọ̀hún wá ṣé ẹ sì mọ̀ pé ní ìgbà tí àwọn ọmọ yẹn jẹ́ mẹ́ta eléyìí kéré ìyẹn kéré láàrin wọn ní ẹ bá pè Láróńdó wá nígbà Láróńdó dé ní ẹ bá bi léèrè Ìjàpá bá ní ń gbọ́ ọmọ mélòó ni bàbá ìyá yín kó fún òun nìyẹn bá ní ọmọ mélòó bíi ti bó pé ó nìkan ni lọ́ba ni ẹmọ́ bá ní àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n rẹ̀ ńkọ́ ó lóun ò lẹ́gbọ́n o ó ní ọmọ Ìjàpá ni ẹ̀gbọ́n òun ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi wọ́n fa ọ̀rọ̀ ìtítí torí ìjọba àsìkò wọ́n kẹjọ́ relé ọba nígbà délé ọba kábíyèsí bí wọ́n léèrè Ìjàpá sàtàkù ọlọ́mọ kan ni Láróńdó náà ní òun nìkan ni bàbá àwọn fún níyà àwọn fún Ìjàpá ní kábíyèsí bá ní ẹ mọ̀ ta lẹ́lẹ́rìí ìjọ tó kọ́mọ fún Ìjàpá lọ́ba ní Ògòǹgò wà ń bẹ̀ o kán bòun ránṣẹ́ pé Ògòǹgò wọ́n bá pe Ògòǹgò dé bógòǹgò ṣe dé kábíyèsí bá bi Ògòǹgò léèrè pé dákun ìwọ ló lè bá wa tàn mọ́lẹ̀ sí ọ̀rọ̀ àárín Ìjàpá àti ẹmọ́ ọmọ mélòó ní Ìjàpá kó fún ẹmọ́ lògòǹgò bá mú orin bẹnu ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi o ẹ pé bó ló ti kọ́ ẹ̀yin ọmọ ní múkú lọ́ba ní mùkúlùmùkẹ́ múkú mùkúlùmùkẹ́ múkú mùkúlùmùkẹ́ múkú ní kábíyèsí bá ní Ògòǹgò orin kan mo ní ọkọ ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ ni mo ní ọdá sí lọ́ba ní kábíyèsí ọmọ mẹ́ta ni ẹ mọ́ kó fún Ìjàpá tóun sì fojú òun rí ní kábíyèsí bá ní ọ̀yá Ìjàpá já Ògòǹgò Ìjàpá bá ń wò sú ní ọba mọ́ tó lè wí mọ́ ní kábíyèsí bá ní tọ́ ìdájọ́ ọ̀hún rèé ẹ mú Ìjàpá lọ ẹ lọ yẹjú ẹ̀ ká tó wá mú Ìjàpá lọ táwọn aráàlú péjú pésẹ̀ iwájú ọba akọ̀pẹ kan wà ńbẹ̀ tó mọ́ ọ dẹmu òun náà tún jẹ́rìí ó tún gbé Ògòǹgò lẹ́yìn ó ní ọjọ́ tí Ìjàpá ó kọ́kọ́ pa alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ ó lórí ẹyí ọ̀pẹ lòún wà tóun dẹmu ó lóun ṣàmọ̀ pé ń gbẹ́ hò ṣùgbọ́n òun ọmọ tí ń rí ìmọ́lẹ̀ ọba bá ní tó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ lọ nú oko Ìjàpá wọ́n bá dààmú àwọn olóyè àti gbogbo ìlú wọn wá nú oko títí tí wọn ò rí bí wọ́n ṣe fẹ́ mọ darí bọ̀ lẹ́nìkan bá ń wo nǹkan kan lọ́ọ̀kan tó ga bí ebè ní ọmọ ní ẹ jẹ́ àtúnkìní tó ga bí ebè yìí nígbà àwọn òtù wọ́n bá àwọn eegun ọmọ ẹmọ́ tó ti wà nínú ó ti jẹrà ó ti dé eegun wọ́n ṣàkè eegun yẹn wá ààfin ó tún jẹ́ ẹlẹ́rìí kejì mọ́ Ògòǹgò ìyẹn ló wá mú kábíyèsí sọ pé kí wọ́n lọ yẹgi fún Ìjàpá bí wọ́n ṣe pa Ìjàpá rèé o àbọ̀ mi rèé o ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi àbọ̀ mi rèé o mo ti jíṣẹ́ ẹran mi àbọ̀ mi mà rèé o ìtàlẹ̀ yìí kí ló kọ́ wa.
Yàwé mi.
ọ̀yá ẹja bẹ̀rẹ̀ látọ̀dọ̀ Àṣàbí.
Ó kọ́ wa pé ká má mọ̀ parọ́. Yàwé mi.
ọ̀yá Tèmilolúwa.
Ó kọ́ wa pé ká má mọ̀ pààyàn. Yàwé mi.
ọ̀yá Dénìkẹ́.
Ó kọ́ wa pé ká má mọ̀ ṣèkà.
ọ̀yá Modúpẹ́ Olúwa.
Ó kọ́ wa pé ká má mọ̀ dalẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́.
tó ẹ̀yin èèyàn tún gbádùn wa lórí ètò yìí ìyẹn lábẹ́ ọ̀dán lórí móhùnmáwòrán Western Spring Television ìkànnì àdọ́wà lórí StarTime ẹjá tún ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ká tó darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ní ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá lóhun kó tẹ́ fẹ́ bí èmi ìyá èwe ẹ̀yin ẹ pè sójú òpó òdo ẹ̀jọ òdo ẹ̀tàǹtagbá ẹ̀rin wọ̀rọ̀kọ́ èjì àrùn gbódó ẹ̀tàǹtagbá méjì ẹ̀sán pẹ̀lú ọ̀kan 08034253391 èyí náà láwọn fi máa ṣe lọ fún tòní a ò ní lọ ìlú ẹja tó lọ tí ò dé nùbú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni a ní lọ ìlọ kọ̀ǹkọ̀ tó lọ tí ò dé sàlẹ̀ odò ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ òní láàmú wá o ẹ̀yin láàmú bá o láṣẹ tí Elédùmarè la ṣe ń dágbére pé.
ẹ má pa òdà bèrè mọ́ta fi lọ ẹ má pa òdà.
òṣùpá ò dágbére fúnra wọ́ rí ẹ mọ́ pa ò dágbére mọ́ ta fi lọ ó dàbọ̀.
Kò ṣe má gbọ́ ìròyìn.
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
Ẹ kú dédé àsìkò yìí a kí yín pé ṣàlàáfíà lẹ́wà ní gbogbo ibi tí ẹ bá ti ń láǹfààní láti darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí ètò yìí ètò wa náà la tún wà o ìyẹn ètò àkọmọlédè Remijo níkànnì Western Spring Television ìkànnì adọ́wàláwà yìí o channel 190 bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ìpínlẹ̀ èbó lórí ẹ̀rọ Star Times DTT bákan náà mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ìkànnì ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ gbogbo ni ẹ̀yin ti ń darapọ̀ mọ́ ètò yìí ṣàlàáfíà lẹ́wà ilé ńkọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ ọdún bí o àfọ̀pẹ́ àfìyìn fọlọ́run olódùmarè Èdùà tó dá wa sílẹ̀ yìí lókè èèpẹ̀ tí ọ̀wá fi wá dààmú ayé bẹ́ẹ̀ kò sì fàyè ọ̀hún kó fi dààmú wa ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ ti ṣe wá mọ̀ pé ẹ̀mọ́ tó bá ti lójú òpó ìmọ̀ ṣe arẹ́sà ohun tá a bá sì ti kó jọ tó gún gẹ́gẹ́ tó gún régé náà là á pè létò bẹ́ẹ̀ gẹ́lẹ́ lọ̀rọ̀ wá rí lórí ètò àkọmọlédè bá a bá ti dórí ètò ní gbogbo ìgbà tá a bá ti láǹfààní àti darapọ̀ mọ́ra wa báyìí a máa ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kíra wa káàbọ̀ ká tó lọ sí abala tá a ti bomi ọgbọ́n mu ìyẹn lọ́dọ̀ Yẹmí Alára torí Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n pé àbọ̀rọ̀ lásọ fọmọlúàbí bó bá dé ní ẹ̀tàn yóò di odidi abala àbọ̀rọ̀ ńlá kan máa fi ṣìde níbi tá a ti máa ń gbọ́ àwọn kókó ọ̀rọ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan eléyìí tá a lè lò láti ṣòdiwọ̀n ìgbé ayé ẹni lẹ́yìn náà ńkọ́ á padà sórí tábìlì ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ pẹ̀lú ìyá àkọmọlédè yín tá a tún ti kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tuntun ẹ mọ̀ pé mo máa ń sọ fún yín ní gbogbo ìgbà pé a tó ti lé tán ẹni tó ti ní tiẹ̀ lára tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ tó ti jíire tó ti létò tó ti nílànà ní ìran Yorùbá jẹ́ kì í ṣe àwọn kankan ni wọ́n ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá la Yorùbá lójú àbí ta ni yóò jí báyìí tí yóò ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá mọ̀ fọwọ́ ṣe báyìí kò sẹ́ni tó bá jí tí ò ti ní lajú kò sì sẹ́ni ọ̀yẹ́ ó là tí ó pohùn orí àti láṣà alédè alétò alílànà aníṣẹ̀ṣe tiwa gan pàápàá nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tó jẹ́ pé kò sẹ́nikẹ́ni tó lè fọwọ́ rọ́ wa sẹ́yìn ṣẹ̀rí lórí ètò lónìí a tún bójú wo kótó ìmọ̀ a tún wò ó àwọn nǹkan wo ni Yorùbá ń lò gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọgbọ́n àmúṣe tiwọn ṣùgbọ́n ṣáájú eléyìí lóko àwọn ikọ̀ tí a jọ wà lórí ètò àtẹ̀yìn náà tẹ̀ ti ń retí ìyá kọ́mọlédè yín ńlá jọ ń kíra wa pé àti káàbọ̀ sórí àkọ́tún ètò fún tòní Olúṣọ́ Òjó lórúkọ mi ìyá àjọ pèdèpèdè yìí ìyá kọ́mọlédè ló tún kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò láì wá ní dènà pẹnu ẹjẹ́ á mọ́ lọ tààràtàrà sọ́dọ̀ Yẹmí Alára níbi tá a ti gbọ́ ààbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ fún tòní.
It is a thief who knows how to trace the footsteps of another thief on the rock. Olè ní mọ́ mẹ́sàn olè tọ̀ lórí àpáta. Ọ̀rọ̀ òkìlọ̀ wípé bá a bá rẹni tí ń ṣòfófó ọ̀rọ̀ àjọsọ fún ọ. Àbí tí ń bẹ lòmíràn jẹ́ lójú rẹ pé èèyàn burúkú ni wọ́n. Ṣọ́ra torí bó o bá ilé gbára lérú wọn, ó lè padà yọ ọ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ ẹlẹ̀ tọrọ òfófó rẹ o. Wọ́n jọ ṣe ní o. Ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ wọ́n jọ sọ ọ́ ni. Ṣọ́ra gidi gan nítorí pé àwọn èèyàn búburú a máa mọ̀ nípa ète àti ìwà búburú irú ẹni bíi tiwọn. Olè ní mẹ̀sì olè tọ̀ lórí àpáta. Yẹmí Alára ń pé àní dààmú tí a ò sì ní ta.
Mo kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ padà a ṣì wà ń bẹ̀ lórí ètò àkọmọlédè àìbámọ̀ bẹ́yìn bá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa àìkànnì Western Spring Television náà lélẹ̀ níbi tá a gbé ń ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ bó ti ṣe wà ìkànnì àjọwà náà lẹ já sí olórí ètò àkọmọlédè níbi tá a gbé ń kọ́ nípa ohun gbogbo tó jọmọ́ èdè àṣà àti ìran Yorùbá àbálà bọ̀rọ̀ tòní náà ló ti wá tẹ̀tí gbọ̀n ẹ wá mú sọ́wọ́ àlàáfíà o kẹ mọ́ bá a fi jẹun kẹ lè mọ́ rántí láti fi ṣòdiwọ̀n lórí ètò lónìí ìyá kọ́mọlédè níbo gan là ń lọ ẹ má gbàgbé mo máa ń tẹnumọ́ fún wa pé kì í ṣe ẹ̀yà kankan àbí ìran kankan ló ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá láti wá la Yorùbá lójú ṣẹrí nílẹ̀ Yorùbá látàyè báyé láti ìgbà ìwáṣẹ̀ látàyè àwọn bàbá wa ló jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti ní ètò bọ́n ṣe ń ṣe gbogbo nǹkan ètò oyè jíjẹ ètò fífúnni nílẹ̀ ètò ìgbéyàwó ètò ìsìnkú ogún pínpín ètò ìrànraẹnilọ́wọ́ gbogbo nǹkan wa ẹ̀kọ́ṣẹ́ ọwọ́ gbogbo nǹkan wa nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ló ti ní bá a ṣe ń ṣe tá a sì ń tẹ̀lé táyé sì ń gún gẹ́gẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn kan máa ń nígbàgbọ́ pé bóyá àwọn ọ̀làjú àwọn kan náà wá láti ibì kan rárá o kò sóhun tó jọ ìran Yorùbá tó tán láàyè ara tiwọn tẹ bá ń gbọ́ tí wọ́n bá sọ pé àìrọ̀ òjò kọ́ ló mú kéwúrò ó korò bẹ́ẹ̀ gẹ́lẹ́ ni òjò bá mọ̀ rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ jẹ́ wúrò sẹ́nu yóò korò òjò bá tún máa rọ̀ gan kó tún máa rọ̀ kó dá ju bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ bákan náà lè wúrò wà yẹn ni pé tẹ̀tẹ̀ òpópó Yorùbá ó ti lómi lára kéjì ó tó dé lóòótọ́ o nígbà tí àwọn èèbó aláwọ̀ funfun wá sílẹ̀ yìí wọ́n mú àwọn nǹkan kan wá ṣùgbọ́n tẹ́ bá wo gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n mú wá yẹn ẹ jẹ́ mọ̀ pé kò sí ìtì Yorùbá ò ní ẹ̀dá rẹ̀ tó jẹ́ titi wọn tàbí níbi ara wọn ṣé kí n fún yín lápẹẹrẹ ẹ kúkú mọ̀ pé ìyá kọ́mọlédè yìí mì ní ṣì yín lọ́nà ẹ jẹ́ àwò tá a bá fẹ́ sọ lóde òní á ní àwọn èèbó wọn mú ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ wá bá a ṣe ń pa nǹkan dà tá à ń sọ di nǹkan míì tàbí bí àpẹẹrẹ àwọn dókítà oníṣègùn òyìnbó báre èèyàn kan ò bá yá wọn ò gún lábẹ́rẹ́ àbí wọn ò fún ní oògùn bóyá olómi àbò oníkóró pé kó lò ó ṣẹ̀tì wá gbàgbé ni pé nílẹ̀ abínibí wa láàrin àwọn bàbá wa àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ adáhunṣe ń bẹ tí wọ́n ń tọ́jú àwọn tó bá ní àìsàn lára èyí tó bá jẹmọ́ lílọ̀ wọn ò lọ wọn ò gbé fún un mu èyí tó bá jẹmọ́ kí wọn ò yàn wọn gbé fún un mu èyí tó bá jẹmọ́ àgúnmu tí ó fi fọ́ọ̀kan mu yóò lò ó èyí tó bá jẹmọ́ àgbo olómi yóò lò ó àgbo olómi tútù tí wọ́n ní gbé kaná wà tí ò gbọ́dọ̀ kanlẹ̀ èyí tí wọ́n ń gbé kaná wà tí wọ́n ń lò ṣẹ̀wárí báyìí pé àwa náà ti nílànà tiwa èèbó kọ̀ lè dé kọ́mú káńsù tiwọn wá wọ́n lè dé kọ́mú oògùn olómi tiwọn wá wọ́n lè dé kọ́mú oògùn oníyẹ̀fun tiwọn wá kó sí nǹkan kan tuntun báyìí tí Yorùbá ò ní lọ́dọ̀ torí eléyìí ẹ̀wá di àṣẹ àgbéyẹ̀wò àwọn ọgbọ́n àmúṣe láàárín àwọn Yorùbá láyé àtijọ́ èyí tẹ́ ń pè ní ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ tẹkinọ́lọ́jì ti èèbó Yorùbá ní dáadáa ẹ mọ̀ pé bó o ní bí n bá ń pená ń jó lórí omi ẹni ìyá kọ́mọlédè yìí ó ṣe kíni kí n kérù rẹ̀ wá torí pé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá a ní àwọn ìlànà àwọn ọgbọ́n àmúṣe àtinúdá tiwa tá a fi lè pa nǹkan kan dà ká sọ di nǹkan míì tí ó fi wá wúlò fún wa èyí tí àwọn eléèbó ń pè ní tẹkinọ́lọ́jì. Kò sáwo kan láwọ̀ ẹ̀wà bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fi ṣe ẹ̀wà rírò kó jádàlú ajẹ́pẹ́ ẹ fi ṣu mọ́ínmọ́ín èyí tó bá sì ti lépo tó tún níyọ̀ papọ̀ ni wọ́n ń pè lọ́ọ̀lẹ̀ kò sí tuntun. Lónìí ẹ já ṣàgbéyẹ̀wò àwọn ọgbọ́n àmúṣe kan nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Gẹ́gẹ́ bá a ṣe mọ̀ pé ìran Yorùbá akíkanjú ni wá. Ìran Yorùbá kì í ṣọ̀lẹ. Ìran Yorùbá kì í wà láì rí nǹkan kan ṣe. Òun lẹ fi máa ń rí tí wọ́n máa ń pàṣàmọ̀ pé ọwọ́ tó bá dilẹ̀ ni èṣù ń bẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ burúkú. Torí pé kí ni Yorùbá fẹ́ràn kéèyàn jákíkanjú. Wọ́n ní ẹni tó bí ọ̀lẹ lọ́mọ ò rọ́mọ bí. Wọ́n lọ́lẹ̀ ò ráyé wá torí pé wọ́n gbà pé ká ṣiṣẹ́. Láti ìgbà yìí ni wọ́n ti wá ní àwọn ọ̀nà tí wọ́n máa ń gbà láti fi ṣe àwọn nǹkan àmúṣe àtinúdá oríṣiríṣi láti dá nǹkan káyé lè rọrùn kó dùn gbé fún wọn. Ẹ má wàá gbàgbé tá a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń fọwọ́ ṣe nílẹ̀ Yorùbá àkọ́kọ́ inú rẹ̀ tí ò níyàn jíjànú ò ní pé kí ni iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ ìyẹn ni kí ni iṣẹ́ ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀pẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n yàtọ̀ sí iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ yìí àìmọye àwọn ọ̀nà míì tí ìran Yorùbá tún máa ń gbà láti fi ṣàmúṣe. Ẹ já wo ọ̀kan nù rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀dẹ. Ẹ rí i pé lóde òní ayé ti lajú ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ ti lọ síwájú ṣùgbọ́n nígbà ìwáṣẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn ìran Yorùbá ló ní àwọn oríṣiríṣi ohun èlò ṣe ti rí báyìí àwọn ohun èlò lóríṣiríṣi tí wọ́n fi máa ń ṣiṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀dẹ. Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀dẹ yìí ó jẹ́ iṣẹ́ irin àwọn tó bá dẹ̀ ń ṣe Ògún ní òòṣà tí wọ́n gbàgbọ́ pé ó jẹ́ tiwọn. Àgbẹ̀dẹ wá pín sí oríṣi méjì àkọ́kọ́ ni àgbẹ̀dẹ dúdú. Ṣé alágbẹ̀dẹ dúdú yìí àwọn ni wọ́n máa ń ṣe gbogbo àwọn èmi lọ́kọ́ èmi làdá ọ̀bẹ pàkúté àgò ṣe ti rí báyìí wọ́n máa ń dá iná èéfín pẹ̀lú èèsàn ni wọ́n ń lò kì í ṣe èédú o èèsàn yẹn òun lẹ́rí tó pọ́n yẹn ẹ̀múga òun lẹ́rí tí alágbẹ̀dẹ tó fi mú un dání á wá máa fi gbá orí irin tó ń gbóná yẹn àsìkò tí irin yẹn ń gbóná yẹn àsìkò yẹn ló ń ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀nà ṣiṣẹ́ rí pé ni yẹn pọ́n á wá máa gbá pẹ̀lú òòlù yẹn á máa fi gbá ẹ̀mú yẹn wọ́n ní kì í múrin tì lágbẹ̀dẹ òun ni ẹ̀múga tó ń lò láti fi di irin gbígbóná yẹn mú ẹ wá sọ pé èbó kan ló kọ wá yẹn ó ti wà kódà gan nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ó jẹ́ iṣẹ́ ìdílé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tó bá pé Ògún ni òòṣà ìdílé wọn iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀dẹ náà máa ṣe yẹn àgbẹ̀dẹ dúdú. Àgbẹ̀dẹ oríṣi kejì wá ní àgbẹ̀dẹ bàbà èmi ni ẹ̀gbà ọrùn ẹ̀gbà ọwọ́ òrùka ọwọ́ ṣéènì gbogbo àwọn nǹkan báwọn tá à ń lò láti ṣe ọ̀ṣọ́ láti bu ẹwà kún ara àwọn àgbẹ̀dẹ bàbà àwọn ni wọ́n ń rọ̀ yẹn iṣẹ́ tí wọn ò fi bẹ́ẹ̀ le tó iṣẹ́ àwọn àgbẹ̀dẹ dúdú ṣe rí i pé wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ ni àwọn torí pé àwọn tí wọ́n ń lò góòlù àti àwọn fàdákà àwọn bàbà tí wọ́n ń lò yẹn àwọn kan ló ti bá wọn wà yẹn ni àwọn àgbẹ̀dẹ tí wọ́n ń ṣe bàbà góòlù làwọn máa ń pèsè jáde. Ẹ̀dìyún mú àwògedengbe ṣe rí i pé Yorùbá ní ọgbọ́n àmúṣe báyìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀nà míì láti tún jẹ́ kí ayé ó rọrùn fúnran Yorùbá yàtọ̀ sí pé à ń lo iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀dẹ ó ní iṣẹ́ tá a mọ̀ sí iṣẹ́ ẹbu. Ṣe rí iṣẹ́ ẹbu yìí ó wá pọ̀ lọ tá a bá sọ pé iṣẹ́ ẹbu ó dàbí ká sọ pé ilé ńlá kan wà àwa kó nǹkan tó pọ̀ sínú ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ gẹ́lẹ́ ni iṣẹ́ ẹbu ẹ jẹ́ á yẹ̀ wò lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan. Àkọ́kọ́ ni ọtí pípọn nílẹ̀ Yorùbá nígbà tá a bá jẹun tán ìyẹn lẹ́yìn iṣẹ́ òòjọ́ ni o a máa ń mú ọtí a máa ń mú lé oúnjẹ láti fi ṣe kíni láti fi rẹ ọkàn wa láti fi ṣe fàájì ṣé mọ̀ pé nígbà tó máa ti ṣiṣẹ́ láàárọ̀ tó bá ti ń bọ́ sọ́wọ́ ọ̀rọ̀lẹ́ wọ́n máa ṣe kíni wọ́n wá ṣe fàájì. Nínú ọtí pípọn yìí oríṣiríṣi ló wà ń bẹ̀ àwọn ọtí kan wà tó jẹ́ pé ọtí tá à ń pọn ìyẹn ni pé ilẹ̀ la ti ń pèsè ẹ̀ wọn ilẹ̀ náà ti máa ṣètò gbogbo rẹ̀. Àwọn ọtí kejì ni eléyìí tí à ń dá ìyẹn ni tí wọ́n gun òkè lára ọ̀pẹ àkọ́kọ́ wá ní ẹmu. Ẹ rí i pé ẹmu yìí oríṣi méjì ni ẹmu ògùrọ̀ ó wà ẹmu ọ̀pẹ wà ọ̀pẹ yẹn òun lélẹ́yìí tí wọ́n máa ń gun òkè tí wọ́n máa ń lọ rèé gbà lára igi ọ̀pẹ ṣùgbọ́n ẹmu ògùrọ̀ ọ̀pẹ tó ti ṣubú tó ti kú sílẹ̀ ara ẹ̀ náà ti máa ń da ó wá máa ń funfun jura lọ ògùrọ̀ ó funfun ju ẹmu ọ̀pẹ lọ yàtọ̀ méjèèjì nìyẹn ríru rẹ̀ sì máa ń yàtọ̀ síra eléyìí tí wọ́n ṣe tẹ́ bá wo ògùrọ̀ eléyìí tẹ́ ń wò lọ́wọ́ ògùrọ̀ rèé fífun yẹn ó máa funfun gan bí ẹ̀gbọ̀n ni bí ẹ̀gbọ̀n òwú máa funfun bí aṣọ ni ṣùgbọ́n ẹmu eléyìí tí wọ́n já lára igi ọ̀pẹ lókè òun ò kì í funfun tó ẹmu ògùrọ̀ yìí ṣùgbọ́n ẹmu náà ní méjèèjì yàtọ̀ ni pé ìkan akọ̀pẹ ògùn ìgbà lọ sára ọ̀pẹ lókè alọ̀gbà wá ìyà kejì ni pé ọ̀pẹ tó ti ṣubú sílẹ̀ tí ò tí ì kú tó sì ń yè wọn a máa ṣe ẹ̀tìrí yàtọ̀ ọbẹ̀ ògùrọ̀ ní àfunfun yàtọ̀ sí ẹmu. Ọtí mìíràn nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ó ní ọtí ṣẹ̀kẹ̀tẹ̀ eléyìí àgbàdo tá a máa ń jẹ yẹn òun ni wọ́n máa ń lò àwọn obìnrin ni wọ́n máa ń ṣe àgbàdo ni wọ́n máa ń lò wọ́n á rẹ́ wọ́n wá sè é lẹ́yìn bí ọjọ́ 2 mẹ́ta á ti wá kan lẹ́nu tẹ́ ẹ bá gbẹlura ẹ mọ̀ pé fàájì dáa bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ lè mọ̀ pé Yorùbá náà máa ṣe fàájì lẹ́yìn iṣẹ́ òòjọ́ ìyẹn la mọ̀ sí ọtíkà lára àgbàdo wọn máa sè é lórí iná ó máa jiná dáadáa lẹ́yìn tí wọ́n ti rẹ àgbàdo yẹn fún bí ọjọ́ 2 wọ́n á tún wá sè é lórí iná wọ́n wá yọ asẹ́ẹ̀tì wọ́n wá máa sẹ̀ tán má ti máa wá gbé jáde báyìí kò ń ṣọ̀ka bàbà tọmọdé mu o wọ́n lè lo ọkà bàbà náà láti ṣe àti àgbàdo ṣùgbọ́n eléyìí ọtí ni wọ́n á sè é wọ́n á dẹ̀ gbé kalẹ̀ fọjọ́ 2 á ti wá kan dáadáa gbogbo èyí tí àwọn èbó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ láwọn ń lọ ṣe pẹ̀lú ẹ̀rọ nílé iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n gbé pọn ọtí hùn gbogbo ẹ̀ níran Yorùbá ń ṣe lábẹ́lé èyí tó tún wá dàbí rẹ̀ ní àgàdàǹgídí ọtí ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ àgbagbà ṣẹ́rọ́ ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ àgbagbà tá a máa ń jẹ yẹn eléyìí tí Yorùbá bá rí i pé ó ti pọ́n jù tí ó lè fẹ́ mọ́ fa bí ìgbà tí yóò fẹ́ kó jẹ̀dí sára wọ́n máa fi ń pọn ọtí tó bá ti rọ̀ dáadáa wọ́n wá gé wẹ́lẹ́wẹ́lẹ́ sínú omi wọ́n gbé kalẹ̀ ọjọ́ kìíní ọjọ́ kejì nígbà bá máa dijọ́ kejì á ti wú á ti kan á kàn fà sẹ́sẹ́ wọ́n wá yọ omi ara ẹ̀ jáde ọtí ti délẹ̀ o ni Yorùbá bá ṣe kéde ló bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní gbé e mú ẹ já kúrò lórí yẹn ọ̀kan lára àwọn iṣẹ́ ẹbu ṣe rántí mo sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé iṣẹ́ ẹbu ó pọ̀ gan ṣùgbọ́n ẹbu yẹn túmọ̀ sí àwọn iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n bá ti máa ń lo bíi omi fún gbogbo iṣẹ́ ọ̀nà tẹ́ bá ti rí pé omi ṣe pàtàkì tí wọ́n ṣe mọ̀ pé tí ó pọn ọtí náà omi ni ó lò bí ẹni tí ó ṣẹ́gi ni ó gbọ́dọ̀ ṣọ̀rẹ́ olómi iṣẹ́ ẹbu ni Yorùbá kà wọ́n sí ìkòkò mímọ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá a ní àwọn ìkòkò wa lóríṣiríṣi nípele jìpele kódà tó fi dórí ìsasùn ìpele jìpele ni wọ́n èyí tá a fi ń rò fọ́ wà èyí tá a fi ń gbá nǹkan fẹ́rẹ́ èyí tá a fi ń dín nǹkan fẹ́rẹ́ pẹlẹbẹ wà èyí tó jẹ́ pé ìkòkò àmù tí wọ́n gbé sínú kọ̀rọ̀ lébàá tí wọ́n sì rọra fi fele lórí ìkéèmù ní Yorùbá ń pè é tí wọ́n máa ń lò láti fi mu omi ìyẹn ni pé ìkòkò mímọ wọ́n á mọ lóríṣiríṣi ìpele jìpele ara iṣẹ́ ẹbu ni nílẹ̀ Yorùbá kí n tó kúrò lórí iṣẹ́ ẹbu ẹ jẹ́ kí n tún wá wo ọṣẹ ṣíṣe wọ́n ní iṣẹ́ ọṣẹ ẹni bá ń ṣe ò lè pọ́n wọ́lá torí pọ́ṣẹ ló ń ṣe ṣẹ́rí iṣẹ́ ọṣẹ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá kó tó di pẹ́ nìkan kan dé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ wò mí ní ìsìn náà máa ní ọṣẹ wo lẹ fi ń wẹ̀ èwo lẹ fi ń fọṣọ èwo lẹ fi ń fọbọ́ ẹ mọ̀ dákọ̀ àwọn ọṣẹ ìgbàlódé ṣùgbọ́n nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ọṣẹ dúdú ọṣẹ àbùfọ̀ òun la máa ń lò ṣẹ́rí ọṣẹ dúdú yìí ọ̀nà méjì ni àkọ́kọ́ ni pé a ní àwọn eléyìí tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ funfun tí wọ́n máa ń pò nílẹ̀ wọ́n kọ̀ pọ̀ àwọn obìnrin la máa ń bá ń bẹ̀ wọ́n á pò nílẹ̀ ìkejì lẹ́ ń wò tí wọ́n rọra ń sè lórí iná èyí tí wọ́n ń sè lórí iná wà èyí tí wọ́n ń pò nílẹ̀ wà ní tó tún wá dàbí rẹ̀ ní kí iṣẹ́ rọ́ṣẹ dúdú nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ̀ yàtọ̀ sí pé a máa ń lò láti fi wẹ̀ àbí pé a máa ń lò láti fi fọṣọ ọṣẹ dúdú yìí ó tún jẹ́ ara èròjà oògùn àwọn àárẹ̀ àwọn kòkòrò kan wà lára tó jẹ́ pé tẹ bá dọ́dọ̀ àwọn eléwé ọmọ ọṣẹ dúdú wà lára nǹkan tí wọ́n á lò fún ẹnìyẹn tí ara ẹ̀ á fi yá ṣe wá rí eérú tó ti tutù àwọn egbòogi ewé gbígbẹ àwọn òkú ọ̀pẹ oríṣiríṣi nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn làwọn Yorùbá máa ń kó papọ̀ kẹ́ ẹ fi lè mọ̀ pé wọ́n ní ọgbọ́n àròjinlẹ̀ wọ́n ní ọgbọ́n àtinúdá tí wọ́n máa ń lò láti lè ṣe kíni láti fi mú kí ayé ó rọrùn fún wọn wọ́n á fi ṣe ọṣẹ yẹn wọ́n á bù tí wọ́n á fi wẹ̀ sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ wọ́n á bù tí wọ́n á fi fọṣọ wọ́n á bù tí wọ́n máa lò nínú ilé bóyá wọ́n fẹ́ fọgbá wọ́n fẹ́ fàwo wọ́n á dẹ̀ tún bu ìtó mọ́ dáadáa tó jẹ́ pé bọ́mọ bá ń gbóná àbí nǹkan kan ń ṣọmọ lára tí wọ́n á lò láti fi tọ́jú ẹ̀ kéèyàn kan wá sọ fún mi pé ìran Yorùbá ò ní ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ rárá o láti ìjọ́ táláyé ti dáyé ni Yorùbá ti ní ọ̀nà tí wọ́n ń gbà jẹ́ kí ayé ó rọ̀ wọ́n lọ́rùn kó tó di pé máa kúrò lórí iṣẹ́ ẹbu gẹ́gẹ́ bí ara ọgbọ́n àmúṣe àwọn ìlànà tí Yorùbá ń gbà láti mú nǹkan mọ́ nǹkan kó lè rọrùn tá a mọ̀ sí àtinúdá àti ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ ẹ jẹ́ á lọ jẹ iṣẹ́ iná nígbà tá a bá padà dé máa ṣàlàyé fún wa lórí àdí ṣíṣe àti àwọn ọ̀nà mìíràn ẹ má kú òun bẹ́ẹ̀ Àkọmọlédè lẹ́tọ̀. Nínú àwọn ìran àti ẹ̀yà tí ìbejì ti wọ́pọ̀ sí jùlọ lágbàáyé ni ìran Yorùbá jẹ́. Yorùbá sì máa ń ṣàjọyọ̀ àwọn ìbejì gẹ́gẹ́ bí olú ọmọ. Pàápàá nínú àwọn ìpèdè tó ń ṣe àfihàn oríkì ìbejì. Ẹ ó máa gbọ́ wíníwíní lójú orogún, èjìwọ̀rọ̀ lójú ìyá ẹ̀, ọ̀bẹ kìí bẹ́kìṣà ó bẹ́ sílé alákìísà ó sa alákìísà donígbaṣọ àfijù ọmọ tí gbàdọ̀bálẹ̀ bàbá ọ̀kan bá bí èjì ló wọlé tọ̀ mí wá. Yorùbá nígbàgbọ́ wípé orúkọ ẹni nìjánu ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì gbàgbọ́ pé orúkọ ọmọ a máa ru ọmọ. Ìdí nìyí tí Yorùbá fi máa ń ronú jinlẹ̀ kí wọ́n tó sọmọ lórúkọ. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá akọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun, tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe akọ́mọlédè. Ẹ ṣeun mo kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ padà gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wò ó lórí àpótí tẹlifíṣàn yín mo kí yín bákan náà ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà láwọn ìkànnì ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ gbogbo ẹ ṣé pọ̀ ẹ túbọ̀ máa pín káàkiri káwọn èèyàn míì lè kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ torí pé ètò yìí wà láti kọ́ra wa lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ká fìmọ̀ kúmọ̀ bá a sì tún ṣe ń dára wa lára yá. Ká tó lọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan mo sọ fún wa pé àwọn iṣẹ́ ẹbú pọ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá yẹn ní gbogbo àwọn iṣẹ́ tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n nílò omi tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé kò ṣeé máa gbé káàkiri ó ti ní ibùdó tí wọ́n ti máa ń ṣe wọ́n kì í sì jìnnà púpọ̀ sí etí odò torí pé wọ́n nílò omi. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wá wò kan lára àwọn ọgbọ́n àmúṣe Yorùbá ọ̀nà àròjinlẹ̀ wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ tiwọn láàyè ara wọn láti lè mọ̀ rí àwọn òróró kan èyí tí wọ́n jẹ àti èyí tí wọ́n fi para èyí tí a mọ̀ sí iṣẹ́ àdí ṣíṣe. Tá bá sọ pé iṣẹ́ àdí oríṣi méjì ni àdí o ara èkùrọ́ ni méjèèjì sì ti ń wá. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wá wà ń bẹ̀ ni pé ṣé rí àdí kan wà àdí ẹ̀yàn la máa ń pè é torí pé wọ́n máa yan èkùrọ́ yẹn àti dúdú òun lè fi máa rí i pé àdí tó máa ń jáde látara rẹ̀ ó máa ń dúdú. Irú àdí eléyìí òun ni àdí tí èṣù kórìíra tó jẹ́ pé tẹ́ bá lọ tarú àdí eléyìí tí ojúbọ èṣù inú òbí láàárọ̀ yìí ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣe kíni yóò bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní jà láàlú ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní dà wọ́n láàmú nígboro torí pé kò fẹ́ràn àdí eléyìí àmọ́ ọ̀rùn lọ́pọ̀ gbà ṣùgbọ́n àwọn èròjà kan wà tá a máa ń papọ̀ mọ́ àdí eléyìí láti ṣètọ́jú ara pàápàá fún ọmọdé bóyá tí ó bá fẹ́ ní kòkòrò lára irú àdí ẹ̀yàn yìí ni wọ́n mọ̀ ń lò àbí èèyàn kan farapa nínú oko àbó ṣubú lórí ọ̀pẹ tó wá dégbò sí lára kéèfì lè mọ̀ pé láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni Yorùbá ti ní ọ̀nà ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ tiwọn ó kàn jẹ́ pé àwa la kọ̀bí ara sí àdí kan nìyẹn àdí ẹ̀yàn. Àdí míì ó wá ní àdí àgbọn. Ṣé rí àdí àgbọn yìí gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe mọ̀ àgbọn èso igi àgbọn òun tiẹ̀ tán bá ti fọ́ wọ́n wàá ṣe jiná tó bá jiná dé àwọn àyè kan ẹ gbìyànjú ẹ kàn fọ́ àgbọn tó bá gbó dáadáa kẹ́ wá rin tẹ́ bá ti rin àgbọn yẹn kẹ́ wá gbé kaná ẹ rí i pé tẹ́ bá ṣe dé àyè ibì kan kì í ṣe pé iná lálálálá ẹ rọra mọ̀ sí wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ bí wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe òun tó bá dé àyè kan fúnra òróró tó wà lára àgbọn yóò mọ̀ jáde ń wàá mọ̀ yọ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ 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 àdí oríṣi méjìlá ní ìkan àdí àgbọn àdí ẹ̀yàn yẹn náà ni pé wọ́n á kọ́kọ́ yan èkùrọ́ yẹn á dúdú tó bá ti wá dúdú dáadáa wọ́n wá lò ṣùgbọ́n àdí àgbọn tiẹ̀ àgbọn tó gbó dáadáa ṣe ti rí báyìí wọ́n wá sè é tó má ti sè é bóròró yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe rí ló báwọn ni ó mọ̀ wọ́n lè fi sóúnjẹ wọ́n lè fi para wọ́n lè fi ṣètọ́jú ọmọdé tọmọdé bá ní ọ̀pá orí irú àwọn àdí yìí ni wọ́n máa ń lo àdí àgbọn yẹn ẹ rí i pé kì í ṣe pé èèyàn kan ló ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dé kódà gbogbo èyí tí wọ́n ń kó wá gan ó tún láwọn nǹkan míì tí ń kó bọ́mọ Yorùbá káàfúra wa sì rèé a ní nǹkan nílẹ̀ fúnra wa a ní láàyè ara wa àwa là kọ̀bí ara sí ẹ jẹ́ á tẹ̀síwájú káwo àpẹẹrẹ iṣẹ́ mìíràn tí í ṣe ara àwọn iṣẹ́ tó jẹ́ ọ̀nà àmúṣe àti àtinúdá ní ìran Yorùbá ó náà ní aṣọ híhun ẹnìkan tiẹ̀ kọrin ó lé èbó ló sọ aṣọ wa pé ewé ni tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n wá sọ ewé wọ́n wá sọ dàsọ fún wa àwa ǹdí yìí ni pé láti inú oko wa a ní àwọn òwú tá à ń gbìn aṣọ híhun yìí nílẹ̀ Yorùbá òun la mọ̀ sí aṣọ òkè tàbí kẹ́ gúgù pé ló kọ tí Yorùbá gangan pè tí ṣe aṣọ òfì ṣe rí inú ibi tí ẹni tó ń hun aṣọ tó jókòó sí yẹn bí ìgbà téèyàn bá sọ pé níbo ló ti rí tíṣà ilé ẹ̀kọ́ àbí níbo ló ti rí àgbẹ̀dẹ ilé arọ́ ilé ibi tá a ti rí ahunṣọ òun la mọ̀ sí òfì nǹkan tó ń jáde ńbẹ̀ ìdí nìyẹn tí Yorùbá fi ń pè ní aṣọ òfì torí pé wọ́n máa ń hun oníṣẹ́ ti rí òwú oríṣiríṣi òun ni wọ́n máa ń lò láti fi hun aṣọ oríṣiríṣi àwọ̀ dẹni ẹ̀rí nígbà tó bá wá jáde tán wọ́n lè mú àwọ̀ oríṣiríṣi mọ́ra wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí iṣẹ́ ọnà ṣé mọ̀ pé kán mú àwọ̀ kan mú àwọ̀ kan ara tá à ń pè ní iṣẹ́ ọnà nìyẹn tó ń jẹ́ kó rọrùn fúnran Yorùbá aṣọ híhun aṣọ òfì aṣọ tó wuyì dáadáa ni ẹ jẹ́ àtẹ̀wájú torí àkókò wa ọ̀nà mìíràn ni ẹni híhun tá a bá béèrè lọ́wọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ọmọ wa nísìn pé bó la ń sùn sí wọ́n á ní orí ibùsùn tìmùtìmù èbó ni mátírẹ́sì bẹ́ẹ̀dì rárá o nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹni la mọ́ hun ẹni la máa ń tẹ́ sílẹ̀ tá a máa ń sùn sí ẹni la máa ń lò sára ògiri wa tá a máa ń ṣe kí ni tá a fi ń buyì kún bẹ́ẹ̀ dọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ààfin ọba ilé olóyè lóríṣiríṣi àwọn ọlọ́rọ̀ bọ̀rọ̀kìnní ẹ bá àwọn ẹni oríṣiríṣi alárànbarà ń bẹ̀ tí wọ́n á gbé sára ògiri èyí tí wọ́n á tẹ́ sílẹ̀ àwọn kan àti ẹ̀mọ́pẹ́ra wọn ní ẹlẹ́ni tí wọn kì í ká gbogbo nǹkan ẹni Yorùbá ti ní tí èṣe pé èèyàn kan ló ṣẹ̀ wá mú wá èèyàn kan bá lè bó ṣe wallpaper ẹ sọ fún wọn pé Yorùbá náà alẹ́ ní tàǹtẹ̀ sára ògiri wa ẹja kò lápá abẹ̀hún ẹja wá wo àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn àgbọ̀n híhun nílẹ̀ Yorùbá a ní àwọn nǹkan míì tá a fi ń kó ẹrù wa kọjá àgbọ̀n tàbí kẹ́ ẹ pè ní apẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ìjìnlẹ̀ rẹ̀ gangan ni àgbọ̀n ẹ̀yọ ṣe rí ẹfọ́n tí wọ́n ń yọ lára ọ̀pẹ onígi ọ̀pẹ fi dáa òun ni wọ́n máa ń lò láti hun àgbọ̀n oríṣiríṣi ọ̀nà náà wá lè fi wọ́n fi hun kùkú adìẹ wọ́n fi hun àgbọ̀n wọ́n fi hun ìjókòó wọ́n fi hun ibùsùn wọ́n fi hun àjọgbá tí àwọn ìyá lọ́mọ tó máa ń kó gbogbo ẹrù ọmọ sí tàbí tí àwọn ọlọ́mọge tó máa ń kó gbogbo èmi ni ó sùn tìró gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n ń lò láti ṣẹ̀ṣọ́ ara tí wọ́n máa ń kó sí ẹ lè pè lápẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n nílẹ̀ Yorùbá àgbọ̀n gangan ni àpèjélẹ̀ rẹ̀ àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn tó jẹ́ ọ̀nà àmúṣe ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá òun náà ni aró dídá àwọn ìlú kan tiẹ̀ wà wọ́n ti gbà mọ́ra wọn wọ́n á ní Òṣogbo Abẹ́òkúta wọn láwọn làwọn ní iṣẹ́ aró dídá ṣùgbọ́n káàkiri gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ló jẹ́ pé kí ni aró dídá ó ti gbayì aṣọ àdìrẹ wa ó ti gbayì wọ́n ní tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ rán pé tẹ́ ẹ bá ń wá àdìrẹ gidi kẹ́ ẹ mọ́ lọ Òṣogbo wọ́n ti ẹ̀ ń kíra wọn ní Òṣogbo ìlú aró àwọn Abẹ́òkúta náà wọ́n láwọn lọ́mọ Olúmọ tó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tó gbé bẹ́ẹ̀ tó láṣọ alárànbarà àdìrẹ ní jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ rí i pé aṣọ àdìrẹ kò sára tẹ̀lé fi dá kò sí tẹ̀lé fi rán kódà ìgbàlódé ní ìsìn gan wọ́n ti fi rán àpamọ́wọ́ àwọn pọ́ọ̀sì oríṣiríṣi wọ́n ti fi rán aṣọ wọ́n fi ń ṣe àga sára ọkọ̀ lóríṣiríṣi wọ́n ti fi ń ṣe àwọn ohun tá a lè fi mú kílé ó rẹwà lóníranran iṣẹ́ aró ara iṣẹ́ ẹ̀bù nítorí àwọn náà máa ń lo omi ètò wa dàbí rẹ̀ níbi tí màá ti máa kásẹ̀ rẹ̀ lẹ̀ ó ní kùsà wíwà tẹ́ ẹ bá gbọ́ ilé yìí ẹ wò pé àṣé wọ́n wa kùsà ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá dáadáa kódà iṣẹ́ líle ni ó jẹ́ iṣẹ́ ìran àti ìdílé àwọn tó dẹ̀ ń ṣe wọ́n gbàgbọ́ pé Ògún ni ẹni àkọ́kọ́ tó wa kùsà nígbà tí àwọn irúnmọlẹ̀ tí wọ́n ń bọ̀ láti ìsàlù ọ̀run wá sí ìsàlù ayé àwọn tí wọ́n bá ń wa kùsà yìí àkọ́kọ́ ná wọn kì í dalẹ̀ ara wọn o wọn kì í gbàyàwó ara wọn o ẹ̀mí làwọn kinní tí wọ́n fi ń ṣe tìró tamọ́lé sójú inú ilẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti wa àlùmọ́nì ṣẹ́ ń wò báyìí inú ilẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti wà jáde lára ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti yọ ẹ̀ tí wọ́n fi ṣe tìró ara ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti yọ ẹ̀ tí wọ́n fi ṣe òjé ara ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti yọ ẹ̀ tí wọ́n fi ṣe góòlù gbogbo àwọn oríṣiríṣi nǹkan àlùmọ́nì ló wà nínú ilẹ̀ owó ẹyọ tá à ná láyé àtijọ́ ìsàlẹ̀ ilẹ̀ nínú òkun ni wọ́n ti lọ rèé wà jáde àwọn awakùsà ló dẹ̀ ṣe tí kì í bá wá ṣe pé Yorùbá ní ọgbọ́n àròjinlẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá ní àtinúdá sẹ́yìn ò rò pé báwo ni wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe gbogbo àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí ẹ̀yin náà wò ó láti orí iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀dẹ iṣẹ́ arọ́ kẹ́ wò ó àgbẹ̀dẹ dúdú àgbẹ̀gbẹ́ bàbà kẹ́ wò iṣẹ́ níhun iṣẹ́ àpẹ̀rẹ̀ híhun iṣẹ́ kùsà wíwà iṣẹ́ aró dídá aṣọ híhun gbogbo àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí ó ṣàfihàn pé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn baba ńlá wa ní tẹkinọ́lọ́jì tiwọn wọ́n nímọ̀ ẹ̀rọ tiwọn wọ́n nílànà ọgbọ́n àmúṣe àtinúdá tiwọn ẹ rí i pé gbogbo àwọn iṣẹ́ tá a ti kà á lẹ̀ yìí nígbà wọ́n bá ṣe tán á jẹ́ kó rọrùn fún wọn wọ́n rí nǹkan para wọ́n rí nǹkan wọ̀ wọ́n rí nǹkan ṣe tó máa ti ṣe gbogbo iṣẹ́ ọtí pípọn fàájì kẹlẹ́lẹ́ ní bí wọ́n bá ń ṣàríyá bí wọ́n bá ń ṣètò ìgbéyàwó lẹ́yìn oúnjẹ wọ́n ti ní nǹkan tí wọ́n mú bẹ́ẹ̀ kéèyàn kó mọ̀ sọ pé Yorùbá ò látinúdá o ẹ mọ̀ sì sọ pé kò sí mọ̀ ẹ̀rọ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tó ẹ rí báyìí mo mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin gan ẹ tútù ṣe ààhín pé ìyá akọ́mọlédè àtúntì kọ́ nǹkan lónìí lágbára lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run nígbà tá a bá ti padà dé a ti ṣàgbéyẹ̀wò nǹkan míì tó ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú ẹ̀yà Yorùbá ẹ mọ̀ wá gbàgbé bí mo ṣe máa ń sọ fún yín Yorùbá ò ní kú o kò sì lè parun ẹ̀yin ni kẹ́ ẹ mọ̀jú ó tọ̀dọ̀ yín bàjẹ́ ẹ fi kọ́ àwọn ọmọ tiyín lórúkọ Ọlọ́run ọba àtàwọn ikọ̀ tá a jọ mú ètò yìí wá bákan náà mo mọ rírì ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ bá wa wò ó títí ìgbà míì tá a tún jọ pàdé ìyẹn lórí ètò àkọmọlédè Folúṣọ́ Òjó lórúkọ mi ìyá àjọ pèdèpèdè yíyá àkọmọlédè ló ń kí yín pé ẹ̀kọ́ ọmọ yín ní èdè àti àṣà Yorùbá láyọ̀ o.
Western Spring Television, ours it is.
All right, thank you for staying with us. The conversation right now, as I said, is about the rule of law and where does this put us? Not just about the rule of law, having strengthened and a solid institution that can withstand any pressure. And you might want to ask me, why is there, a template? Is the unceremonious removal of the former CJN, my Lord Justice Walter Onohe, retired. You know what happened under the leadership of the tenure of President Muhammadu Buhari, and how he, Walter Onohe, Justice Walter Onohe, was a CJN there, and all of a sudden there was a case against him by the Code of Conduct Bureau led by Danladi Umar then. Forced declaration of assets and, some things that were said that he did, some huge amount of money found in his possession that he couldn't respond to. And these are some of the allegations against him. And not just about that, it was the way the investigation, if you can call it that, an investigation was conducted. It was so fast, looking scripted. And many Nigerians raised eyebrow to say, what is really going on? And before you say Jack Robinson, he has been suspended, removed, and Justice Tanko took over, after him. After Justice Tanko, we've had Justice Olukayode Ariwola, and now my Lord Kekereekun in charge of the judiciary. I'm talking about nationally in Nigeria. But then the man didn't just stand down. Talking about the former Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Walter Onohe, he appealed the matter, and the Court of Appeal, Abuja Division, on Monday, that's 2 days ago, overturned the conviction, of the Danladi, Umar Danladi Tribunal, CCT then, Code of Conduct Tribunal, and led by Danladi Umar, the conviction that he made on Walter Onohe, and that conviction was overturned, which found Justice Walter Onohe not guilty. Some of those things included guilty of false asset declaration. You know what happens when you are going into public office. Now, the appellate court in a judgment discharged and acquitted Justice Onohe from the conviction delivered against him by the CCT. And this conviction, which was delivered on April 18, 2019, was dismissed following the resolution of the issues that led to his trial and conviction. Justice Abba Mohammed, who predicated the judgment on the terms of settlement by the federal government, and Onohe ordered that the 4 bank accounts previously ordered to be forfeited be returned to him. Many things that have happened in that. We had, of course, settlement because he went to court. This is what we are having. Finally, he has been acquitted and say he has nothing wrong that he has done. Now, we want to speak to the issues. How does that make us? Because the optics looked very bad at that time, and it even tore lawyers apart. Many NLC spoke on the matter. Yes, he's guilty, he's not guilty. But the version, just like I said, in which all those things was done, was what begat that question until now. We'll be speaking at this first instance with our first guest on the program, Agi Sylvester Isaac. He's a lawyer and, of course, senior legal analyst at the Citizens Gavel. He joins us virtually. Good morning, Barrister Agi.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. Very well. I'm sure you follow this case and you had my introduction. What was your impression of this latest development? He was unceremoniously removed in office. Talking about Justice Walter Onoye retired. And just 2 days ago, after years of litigation, he has been acquitted of any wrongdoing. But then he can never get that position back. But before we get into the nitty-gritty, what's your impression of the whole matter till Monday?
All right. Thank you so much for the question. The news actually came to me with a mixed feelings, right? So on the one hand, some would say, oh, that's a win for democracy. And on the other hand, I personally have some questions, right? For instance, in the course of your introduction, you mentioned the fact that certain allegations were levied on him or leveled on the past CJN, and they have to do with the fact that he failed to declare some of his assets in his asset declaration forms, and some others he was accused of not improperly declaring them. Basically, there were 6 charges against him before the Code of Conduct Tribunal. And then in 2019, of course, that charge was preferred against him before the Code of Conduct Tribunal, and he was arraigned before the court. But interestingly, this came shortly before the 2019 general election, right? So there were so many speculations around the issue. Some people thought that, look, that was President Buhari, trying to position himself in such a way that when he wins the election, quote unquote, and there is an election petition against him, he wants someone that would, tilt his way. That was one side of the equation. Other people are looking at it that, look, the law is a law, right? That once you flout the law, regardless of who you are, you ought to go in for it. And so, having discovered that, and don't forget, that was actually, according to the report, I don't know this for a fact, but that was actually a purported petition, against the CJN, saying that, look, he failed to comply with the Code of Conduct for public officers in terms of those declarations that are made against it. So, it was premised on that he was charged before the Code of Conduct Tribunal. Now, like I said, somewhere of the view that, look, if he actually flouted the law, then he ought to go in for it, right? Others were saying that, no, the timing was absolutely off, and that it is possible that was President Buhari as again trying to, like I said, position himself, right? So, well, what happened was that the Onoyen was removed from his position. Now, there was a debate during that period whether he was merely suspended or removed, right? By law, it is the agency that ordinarily ought to have discipline. In fact, any judge, not just Onoyen, right? But of course, Onoyen is in here. So let's look at it. Now, ordinarily, the agency ought to have investigated him first, found that he was actually guilty of what he was accused of, and then, issue or sanction him, basically. Like, that is how the procedure ought to be. And then, if there is need for him to be removed, at that point, the agency would have made the recommendation that, look, Mr. President, we are hereby recommending that this man be removed based on ABCD. And then, even at that, the Senate, 2/3 of the Senate, ought to have issued an address, supporting that motion before Onoyen can be formally removed or even suspended. That ought to have been the procedure. Right? But what we saw was an absolute, it was something strange, basically. It was something strange because what happened was that the chairman of the Code of Conduct Tribunal purportedly issued an order ex parte, right, asking the CJN to step aside, quote unquote, and then, allow someone else to fill in the space pending the determination of his matter before the Code of Conduct Tribunal. Now, like I said, that is a totally strange procedure in our laws, right? But of course, that was what happened. Now, like I said, there were arguments as to whether it was a suspension or removal. Now, if it were a suspension, okay, so the federal government argued that it was merely a suspension, it wasn't a removal, so they ought not to comply with those provisions of the law that I mentioned in terms of going to the NJC and then having the Senate, giving their support or confirming the proposition and all that. They said it was just removal. But long and short of it, he was out of the office, right? Now, he went through the trial. Now, there's an interesting angle to this. Prior to his trial, there was another judge, one in Gajiwa or something like that, that was equally accused of a similar, though his has to do with corruption and of course flouting the provisions of the Code of Conduct for public officers. And there was a case at the regular court and then one at the the Code of Conduct Tribunal. And what happened is that at the Court of Appeal level, the court ruled that, look, you cannot try this person in any court or before any authority at all until the NJC has made a formal pronouncement as to the status of whatever offense you have against the person, right? Now, this person, on that basis, the charge against him before the regular court was dismissed, or rather, it was struck out, and then the one before the Code of Conduct was also struck out, right? So that was like a precedent as far as that issue was concerned. So Onegin went before the Code of Conduct with some form of confidence that, look, since there is and interestingly, it was the same Umar Danladi's this thing that actually discharged this other judge that I just mentioned, right? So when Onegin went before him, there was this confidence that, well, to some extent, and since there was a precedent already, in place, that he would be acquitted, not acquitted, but discharged at least, pending when the NJC would have given its verdict as to whether or not he has something to answer. So, but the legal profession, I would say, we were taken by surprise when eventually we heard the news that Onegin was convicted, right, by the Code of Conduct Tribunal. And of course, he had to challenge the position. So he did in 2019. Interestingly, it took about 5 years before there was some form of closure for him, right? Because from 2019 till date, it's about 5 years. And that tells you how slow our justice system is. If for a one-time CJN, if it took him that long, to come to a head as to his case, you can imagine what a regular citizen goes through in court, every day. So it was a sad one, it was a sad one. But I have some issues, like I said. The news came to me, with mixed feelings because, firstly, the proceedings before the Code of Conduct Tribunal, is quasi criminal in nature. In fact, you could say it's criminal because a person brought before the tribunal would be arraigned. He or she would take their plea. They would be they would go through the trial procedure. And then if the court finds them guilty, they'll be convicted. So that's more like a criminal action. So the practice of parties now coming to enter into what is called terms of settlement. Honestly, it is strange for a criminal proceeding. I'm hearing that for the first time, but of course we learn on the job. So I'm assuming that maybe this is me learning for the first time. But it's totally strange as far as my knowledge of the law is concerned. Parties do not. Yes, please.
Evening.
All right, so Barrister Agi, you stated that the Code of Conduct Tribunal, the CCT, lacked jurisdiction to try and convict Onohe in the first place, and it took 5 years for this particular judgment to be obtained. You have said is justice delayed. But then there are people who bring up the speculations or the conspiracy theory that do you think this delayed justice had anything to do with the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari? Some people think it's the dislike or an issue President Muhammadu Buhari has or had for former CJN Walter Onohe that made that particular issue not to be resolved during his administration? Or is it just a mere coincidence that, in an administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the case
was upturned. The judgment rather was upturned, and it was said to go and be settled out of court.
Okay, so, and this is my personal opinion, I think that his removal has something to do with the 2019 elections, and then that the impression that I have is that the CJN at the time was not probably suitable as far as the what do you call it, the plans of the then president was concerned. He was not in the like, the position he occupies is such that the president might lose at the tribunal if eventually his election is challenged. I feel that was why he was removed, and I will tell you why. Now, when immediately he was removed from office, the second in command, that is Tanko Mohammed, was sworn in as the acting what do you call it, as the acting CJN then. Right. And yeah, so what happened then was that almost immediately after the elections were concluded and Buhari was declared as the winner, of course, naturally Atiku went to court, and at the tribunal, which is the Court of Appeal, sitting as the Presidential Election Petition Court, dismissed the petition of Atiku, right? So Atiku had to appeal to the Supreme Court. Now, naturally, Supreme Court is the last court, right? And whatever it says stands. Now, Buhari needed someone that would actually make a pronouncement that favors him, and I believe that was why he brought Tanko in. Now, let me tell you why I said that. Now, when Tanko came in, what happened was that upon hearing the appeal, now this is the way an appeal works. When parties, transmit their, evidence, the evidence that was led at the lower court, among other things, when they are transmitted, what is done is that a date is given for the hearing of the appeal. Now, at the hearing of the appeal, parties are expected to adopt their briefs of argument, right? When they adopt this, usually the court will adjourn. And when they adjourn, theirs is to go and consider the evidence presented as well as the argument, canvassed by the parties, and then come to a conclusion as to what they decide, whether in favor of the person that appeals or not. That is how the procedure works. But what Tanko did was that on the same day that parties adopted their briefs of argument, on that same day that parties argued their case, Tanko and his team went into the chambers, took a short recess, and came back and then delivered judgment. And in the judgment, they simply dismissed the petition of the Atiku. But because there was no time for them to give reasons, because so it came to me as a decision that they just took, and they needed time, of course, naturally, to give reasons. So they said they adjourned the matter to say that, look, we'll give our reasons at the later date. And that was what happened. They didn't give their reason for dismissing the appeal on that same day that arguments were heard, until a later date that they now came and they say, part of the things that you alleged was that INEC had this thing, what do you call it, server, and then that from the evidence, INEC said it never had a server, among other things, and that was it. That was it. So, given all this, and like I said, it was a strange procedure, right? Because ordinarily, yes, they ought to have. Yes, they could decide to give judgment on that, but it was totally strange, especially for that kind of matter. There are certain matters that you take your time to look at the evidence, what was presented by the parties, what was argued by the parties, and then you make an informed decision. But in this case, it was totally, it was rushed through the same way that Onegin was removed from office, in a very strange manner. That was the same way the judgment of the court eventually was given in respect of the petition filed by Atiku. And so that is why I feel that, in fact, the removal of Onegin has to do with the 2019 election. They needed to put him aside to get someone that would rule in their favor. And then, of course, whatever happens afterwards, it's basically too late, right? Onegin cannot come back to redo what Tanko has done, right? And, of course, Buhari has done his 2 terms and he has gone. So, generally, they have no use for him or any need to further, prosecute him. And I believe that is why they thought that, look, let's just go into this terms of settlement and just let bygone be bygone.
All right. Yes, we understand we are being joined on this program by our second guest. He is a lawyer as well. He joins us virtually from the US. Jacob Sule. If you can hear me, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Femi.
All right. And Barrister Age, kindly hang in there. We'll be with you shortly. Now, let me speak with Jacob, Barrister Sule, by the way. This is where we are right now, 2019 to 2024, 5 years of the conviction, of the CCT, then led by Danladi Umar, Code of Conduct Tribunal, against former CJN Walter Onoi, retired, was upturned 2 days ago, and the man was freed of any wrongdoing. But, just like Barrister Agi have been positing for us, many persons believed at the time that it was not just about doing things right. It was not just about him declaring a false asset or something. And even if that is the case, that is a turn it will have taken. The NJC could have played a part in all of that. But, the way and manner his remover, came, raised many eyebrow. And 2 days ago, that was put to rest. So, in all of these, 5 years down the line, what's your impression so far? Let's start from there.
Thank you very much, Femi, and good morning to everyone listening and the good people of Osun State.
Thank you very much.
I want to lend my voice to this conversation by saying that there are a lot of technicalities that needs to be considered as regards to the removal of the former CJN Justice Walter Onoi. There needs to be a basis for this conversation, so those who are probably just following up would actually know where we started from. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2019 removed the CJN from office, following a charge that was levied against him that was budging on false declaration of assets, where the Code of Conduct Tribunal had then found him guilty. However, we saw the deliberate and flagrant disregard of the provisions of the law as regards the removal of a judicial officer by the president himself. And this calls for a lot of reflection for us as a country, as a nation, on where Nigeria is headed to. Legally, Section 292 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria states clearly that the powers to remove a person from the courts lies with the National Judicial Council. But unfortunately, it's the total disregard for law, where supposedly the
Pastor Sule, are you with us? Okay.
to cut to the process.
All right.
And let me be
All right.
JN is removed by an ex parte order. And by practice of law, what does an ex parte order means?
Right.
When this CJN was removed, it literally meant that there was...
Okay, it's like we are losing connection from Barrister Sule's end. We'll try and fix that. Barrister Agi, are you with us? Okay, all right. We'll try and fix that, and we'll get back to the gentleman. Actually, many things have been said here, Evelyn, about that. Okay, if actually the allegations against him even has substance, there is a way it could have gone at that time. The NJC has a part, or we always have a part to play in the a submission of names, endorsement of a particular justice for a particular rule, or even punishment or dismissal of such officer, judicial officer. But that didn't quite follow that particular provision as at that time, because it was even, sometimes it looks like these things happen very fastly. 5 years ago, it looked like yesterday, and I remember the furore, the controversy behind that at the time. And the general election I just held, and the case were in court, and many persons believe maybe there are sinister motives by the government of the day to have their own, in the house. And these are some of the issues, and these that's why these conversations predicated on the rule of law and having solid institution that can withstand any pressure from anybody occupying any space.
Yeah, and we should also speak to the separation of powers,
yeah.
the judiciary, the executive, and the legislative. It seems in Nigeria here there has been this mashup of these different arms of government. Each one of these arm of government is supposed to be independent.
It seems they're overlapping one.
But exactly, and it seems the
executive.
executive has the upper hand when it comes to more powers, deciding what the legislative will do and deciding what the judiciary will do. Like Barrister Aggie said earlier on that, it's supposed to be the CJ, the NJC rather, the National Judicial Council, that's supposed to be on top of the situation. If you have any allegation against the Chief Justice of Nigeria, then you should actually write to the NJC to look into the matter, not you trying him with the CCT. It's not done anywhere. And
like any other civil servant.
You understand, and it actually speaks to the quality of our judicial system, the standard which we have. During the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, we had a senior advocate of Nigeria as his vice president. By the way, it was Vice President Yemi Osinbajo that actually brought in, or what's the word I'm looking for now? Is it inaugurated, or Justice Walter Onoye before sworn in. Thank you. Sworn in Justice Walter Onoye. Now we had Hesse as the Vice President of Nigeria. We had Attorney General of the Federation in the person of Abubakar Malami SAN, who was supposed to have actually advised the President on the process, of laying these allegations on the Chief Justice of Nigeria. You don't just remove the CJ and put him up for trial at the Code of Conduct Bureau. It's a Code of Conduct Tribunal rather. It only speaks to when politicians really want to get what they want, they will try every and anything just to lay hands on what they want to get.
And that is very instructive. And for these, it will cement the sentiment of some persons who felt that removal was solely about, the legal fireworks at the courts then, and they just had to put him out of the way, via something. But some will say that doesn't mean that maybe there were not, that he wasn't guilty in some guise, but only that the way the case was, handled then. But then the courts have said otherwise right now. Nothing bad has been done. In fact, it's an out of court settlement kind of a thing to say, acquit him, let him go. No wrongdoing was done. But then we're trying to reestablish connection. Trust us to stay on this matter. We'll take this quick break. And when we return, hopefully the conversation will continue on Money Spring. All right, thank you for staying with us, and we'll be talking about the offshoot of the removal of former CJN Justice Walter Onoye retired, and the case that was the conviction against him by the CCT that was quashed 2 days ago, and the matters arising on it. We'll be speaking with two gentlemen, legal practitioners, Barrister Aggie, and of course, Barrister Jacob Sule. Gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. All right, if you can hear me. All right. Barrister Sule, can you hear me? All right, so for technology. Well, trust us to stay on the matter as well. Now, Evelyn, as it was said, say, okay, Barrister Sule, can you hear us? All right, Barrister Aggie, if you can hear us.
Yes, I can.
All right, you can hear me, right?
For sure.
Yes, I can. Yes.
Oh, okay. Barrister Sule, you are going to land on your thoughts. If you can do that in 30 seconds so that we move.
Yes, so I was just trying to say that what we saw happen a few years ago by the Buhari-led administration was a total disregard for the institution of the judiciary by removing the head of the court, that's the CJN, through an ex parte order without giving for fair hearing and following the due process of the law. Like I said, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is very clear. There are no reservations about the process for removing the head of a court. The president does not have the unilateral constitutional powers to remove the president of the court. There are processes laid down in Section 292 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And the process says that the NJC, that is the National Judicial Council, must have investigated that supposed allegation. And then based on that recommendation to the president, then the president and an address from the two-thirds majority of the National Assembly, the president can now, in its wisdom, proceed to remove the CJN from office or the head of any court. What we saw happen 4 or 5 years ago was a total disregard and, a rape of the constitutional provisions of Nigeria. And we as Nigerians must continue to speak against these ills in our society if we indeed want to have a country we can call our own and a judiciary that will indeed be the hope of the last common man. Thank you.
All right, quickly, maybe we just read some part of that judgment. And it said some things that, okay, in relation to appeals number, because of time, CA/837/5C/2019, it is said that the Code of Conduct Tribunal lacks jurisdiction to try and convict the appellant, a judicial officer, without first resorting to the NJC, that's the National Judicial Council, in accordance with the following decisions: Federal Government versus Ngajiwa 2022, Ngajiwa versus Federal Government 2018, Opene versus NJC 2011. And secondly, that the tribunal lacks jurisdiction to have tried and convicted the appellant even after the appellant had tendered his voluntary retirement later, and same was accepted unconditionally by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, among others. And these are some of the things that, causing this worry to many Nigerians to say, this is, we are talking about a judicial officer, the highest ranking at that time. And of course, we're talking about legality, Code of Conduct Bureau. These should be eminent persons in charge of, seeing that things are well done, documenting the assets of the people. Lawyers, by the way, the man in question is a lawyer. We are talking about the judiciary. So some of these provisions of the law have always been there, but the CCT went ahead and do all of these things that were done. Now, because of time, let me speak to Barrister Agi. Where does this leave our institutions? Because it seems like sometimes he who pays the piper dictates the tunes, and it's supposed not to be that way. My colleague Evelyn has talked about the separation of powers over and over. The judiciary, the executive, and of course the legislative arm. Why does it look like the person at the helm of affairs sometimes can just have an overriding effect? And where does this leave our institutions? We have the grand norm, a law, and a nation to run. Is this how to go about it?
Absolutely not. And that is why some of us will always canvass, for, the total independence of the judiciary, particularly when it comes to the relationship between the judiciary and the executive. You find that the judiciary in Nigeria today is more or less like an appendage of the executive arm. And that is why the orders of court are flouted, with impunity, and nothing is done at the end of the day. In fact, as we are today, you will remember sometime in 2016, 2017, when the houses of, Supreme Court justices were boggled into, by security, agencies on the ground that, they were carrying out investigations and all that. The houses were raided, So these are the issues. The institution, the judiciary in Nigeria, does not seem to have, or to exercise its, powers to the extent that the Constitution has granted it. And that is the issue. And again, you can link this to some of the quote unquote favors that the executive does for the judiciary. Only recently, my organization, Citizens Gabriel, published a report based on some of the allocations, allocations made by Minister Wike, to the judiciary. We tried to look at what he did from 2015 till date, and we counted no less than 10 different projects, that he did for the judiciary. And some people were asking, look, why the sudden, why the concentration on the judiciary? For many of us, we advocate that if anything should be done for the judiciary, it should come through the NJC, right? Because first of all, the NJC is not only the body that disciplines judicial officers, it's also the body that is responsible
Barrister
for
Age, but is that wrong?
Yes, sir.
Is it unconstitutional to make for a minister or a governor to say, I'm going to make life, more better for the judicial officers, knowing fully well, it used to be one of them. Barrister Wike is a lawyer. Minister Wike, as a governor, he gave them quarters, he tarred their road, and he has started the same thing in Abuja as well. Is it unconstitutional? Is it illegal?
Well, so it's not illegal, and that is why nobody is challenging it, right? But we're saying that there may be a motive behind it. For instance, like I said, critics are looking at it this way, that some of those interventions that Barrister Wike does for the judiciary, for instance, that there are some form of, favors that he's kind of paying back for favors that were done to him, right? For instance, and I'm talking about one of the critics is Professor Chidi Odikalu. If you follow him on Twitter, you would have seen some of the tweets he has put out in respect of this. That some of the things that we see Wike is doing today, though, like you said, not illegal, but that these are meant to curry favors, for him. And in fact, Sowore, for instance, accused Wike, formally of, being or having the judiciary in his pocket. And this is the issue. And again, you will remember that there was a recent report that was released by the MBS, and it's indicting the judiciary, saying that when it comes to bribe collection, that the judiciary is ranked #1. Right? So these are the issues. The relationship between the judiciary and executive, you would hardly find a what do you call it? A separation so much such that with the way things stand, it is difficult, right? It is difficult for the judiciary to act on its own whims and caprices without resort to the executive. And that is why we see some of these things happen. So,
all right.
Well, on the one hand, it's like I said, justice for democracy that at the end of the day, the Court of Appeal has found Onegin not guilty of what he has been convicted for and has been acquitted of sin. Good and fine, right? But how are we sure that this will not repeat itself? Knowing the kind of country that we run today, also knowing how greatly the judiciary relies on the executive for some of these favors, right? Why can't things be done the right way?
All right.
So these are our arguments, basically.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much, Barrister Age. I'd like to know if Barrister Sule is still there.
Yes, Evelyn.
Okay, can you speak to what Barrister Age says about the executive doing some favors for judicial officers, and critics are seeing it as to curry favor? A lot of people have also spoken to the quality of judges that we now have, especially at the top gear, saying the quality of judges we have, some of them we can say they have questions to answer, but this is also speaking to the standard of our judiciary. So I'd like you to speak to what Barrister Age says about the executive providing some favors or doing some favors for the judiciary, which is seen as to curry favor. Remember that the federal government increased the salaries of judicial officers by 300%.
Yeah.
And people says this is not just for goodwill, it's for the future. And people are scared that we might not have a judiciary that will dispense justice without fear or favor.
Evelyn, thank you so much for, putting that in very great perspective. And I totally agree with my colleague who has actually laid a great foundation for pivoting on this conversation. We do have a body recognized by law, which is the National Judicial Council, responsible for the welfare, administration, sanctioning, and discipline of judicial workers. And, legally, I have strong reservations about what the current minister of the FCT, Leonard Senior Nyesom Wike, has consistently been doing. You know, Wike is a very clever minister and very senior member of the Nigerian bar, who also sits as a body of benchers. And, you know, it is not something that we should be discussing about in this legal profession. Wike has no business with consistently, I use the word consistently, providing for the needs of the judiciary. There is a body by law recognized and charged with that responsibility. And what you've seen over the years is where we have now reduced the judiciary to like a child that has no source of income without going to the parent to consistently ask for favor. He who pays the piper dictates the tune.
Barrister Sule, very quickly, because we are pressed for time, you know, Barrister Agi says it's not like it's illegal, but probably morally speaking, it's wrong. Do you think such a matter should be discussed within the legal frame and probably put into the Constitution for the executive not to outrightly provide, some basic things for the judiciary?
Evelyn, we do have a constitution that provides for our judicial, the welfare of judiciary officers should be handled in this country. So Wike and his court knows what they are doing. You know, the continuous pocketing of our judiciary officers in disguise of taking care of their welfare stands strongly condemned. We cannot.
But he has not broken the law, has he?
This is not about the issue. This is about the issue of morality, and we should.
Yeah, I am speaking now. Do we consider putting that in the perspective of the law, like putting it into our system, our constitution, for it to be probably, let's say, criminalized or something?
I mean, I don't. Well, if that would help stem this whole situation in the tide, well, that would be strongly recommended. But as it stands now, I think it's not appropriate. Morally, it stands condemnable. Legally, there are no cause for saying anything has been breached. But we know how polarized the country can be. Where somebody continues to do favor for you, it will be very challenging for you to make a ruling that will not suit the needs and the requests in which they make from you. Although we have not seen any concrete evidence to say that the continued welfareization of judicial officers have influenced their decision, but on the grounds of morality, I think we need to reflect on that and really call the minister into book and say, no, this has to stop, and the NJC should take full responsibility of the welfare of judicial workers in Nigeria. And this whole disguise of building quarters for them, it doesn't speak well of our judiciary, and I take very strong exception to that.
All right, very quickly, still with you, Barrister Sule, and I would also pose a question to Barrister Agi. The Human Rights Writers Association, RIWA, has described this recent judgment as half justice. They believe that judgment should have been meted also to the executive for, carrying out such, action against the CJN at the time. In fact, they are saying or advising the famous CJN Walter Onoga to sue President Muhammadu Buhari for defamation.
I mean, yes, he has a legal right to pursue that if he feels he has been defamed by the former president, Muhammadu Buhari. But quite frankly, generally, I think this is just like the system itself catching up with one of its principal members. And that's why I've consistently called for the reform of the judiciary. Just imagine from 2019, it took us solid 4 or 5 years for us to get a final decision on whether or not the CJN was legally removed from office. And this calls for a deep reflection for us as a country. If the former CJN, my Lord Justice Walter Onoga, feels that he has been defamed by the actions of the federal government and former President Muhammadu Buhari, is so welcome to approach the courts of competent jurisdiction to file an action and seek for damages as a due to him.
All right, Barrister Agi.
Yes, I mean, I absolutely agree with my learned friend there. If, of course, the former CGN feels that his right has been infringed, of course, he has every right to approach the court to seek redress. But I also want to ask this. The Court of Appeal, while, acquitting him, did not say he did not, what do you call it? He did not violate the provisions of the Code of Conduct as alleged against him. Don't forget that the judgment as entered by the Court of Appeal was a consent judgment, right? It was based on terms of agreement. So there was basically no room. The Court of Appeal did not determine the matter on the merit, right? So as of today, Walter Onnoghen did not, there is no specific pronouncement of the court saying that he did not do those things that he was alleged to have, done. All the court said was that, look, he ought to have been investigated first by the NJC. That was not done. And it was on the basis of that the conviction has now been overturned. So do you see the difference? Now, it will be challenging, a bit for him to now want to go to court to say, look, I was removed from the, yes, fine. The procedure that was followed in his removal was totally off. We all agreed on that. However, the basis for his arrest in the first place or for his trial at the Code of Conduct Tribunal has not been sorted. But of course, like I said, in the first, from the introductory part of my recent comment, I said I had an issue with his, with the acquittal, given by the Court of Appeal. Why? Because what the Court of Appeal has done is that it has closed the door as far as investigation into that matter is concerned. Because for the fact that the Court of Appeal has acquitted him, that means that no security agency in Nigeria can again, very well, So, but the question still remains: did Walter Onnoghen actually committed those breaches, of the Code of Conduct for public officers that he was alleged to have done?
But after he has been acquitted, does that question still survive?
Well, like I say, it doesn't, but you and I know that he wasn't tried on the merit, and that is my concern over that court's decision. Yes, please.
Yeah, we have to go, but if I can squeeze in just 15 seconds, is many persons have said this aspersion on the judiciary or the distrust of the Nigerian people with judiciary or thinking, allegedly that, some of these things happening is just because of, because the judiciary is not that strong as an institution. Many persons have said the bench is one of the weapons fashioned against the judiciary. Apart from the, I'm talking about the bar rather. These people who go to court with some of these frivolous things and use our laws as well, they are lawyers. You are supposed to know. So what do you say to that? That lawyers like yourself, they are part of the pawns in the hands of the big guys.
Well, absolutely. And of course, that is why the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee is in place, to try some of these things. But you find that it would seem that some of these lawyers that do some of these things are hardly petitioned, that is what I think.
And they are the learner seats, the big guys.
Exactly. So you see, it's them. So it's difficult to, bring them before even the disciplinary committee, not to talk of, sanctioning them. Right. Let me give you an instance. The ex parte order that, was used in removing Justice Onnoghen, the lawyer that moved it, that purportedly moved it, his name was not on the ex parte order. Now, normally, when an ex parte,
I'm afraid we have to go.
Oh, please.
Yeah, we have to run. Well, one of these days we'll have this conversation in full. Barrister Age, we want to sincerely thank you on the program, senior legal analyst with the Citizens Government, and also our friend in the house as well, Barrister Jacob Sule, all the way from the US. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time and take on this program.
Thank you so much for having us.
Oh, all right. Very well. All we speak to is the betterment of this nation and why we must do our duty, either you are occupy one office or the other, to make sure that this nation is the one that we are all proud of. To our Femi Ojo is my name. We'll make a return tomorrow morning, God willing.
And I'm Evelyn Ohiola. Stay tuned for Spring Trends coming right after this broadcast.
Since assuming the mantle of leadership in Osun, the state of the Living Spring, Governor Ademola Adeleke has left no one in doubt about his avowed commitment to the overall development of the state. The footprints of his transformative agenda span through education, transportation, health, staff welfare, social infrastructure, among others. Living Spring Update, a weekly diary on Rave 91.7 FM and Western Spring Television, Channel 190 Star Times DTT, will extract Governor Adeleke's development agenda for your listening and viewing pleasure. From the bustling market to innovative agricultural initiatives, from the testimonies of civil servants and retirees to the cheers of artisans across the state of the Living Spring, you will discover how Governor Adeleke's administration is driving the economic growth of the state. Stay informed and engaged with Living Spring Update, where we will delve deep into the details of ongoing infrastructural projects, new initiatives in healthcare, education, and other impactful strides being made across the state. Tune in every Wednesday on Western Spring Television at 6 p.m. and every Saturday on Rave 91.7 FM at exactly 2:30 p.m. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Western Spring Television and at Rave 917 FM as we tell the story of how Governor Adeleke is shaping Osun into the beacon of development and opportunity.
Living Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Oshogbo.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West. And Western Spring Television is pulling out all the stops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Eccentric as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be shown on your TV screen on Western Spring Television, Channel 190, only on Star Times.
Hello guys, so we're here for the final part of our conversation with Dr. Mark Ofua. If you've been following us so far, thank you. If this is your first time, you need to go check out the other things that we've learned in the other episodes. So Dr. Mark, are you ready to talk about the alternatives to bushmeat?
Always ready.
Yes, so as usual, I'm going to be checking the internet and be looking at the questions that people are asking. So on social media, I've seen people voiced out their opinions about the taste. Some people said, we go chop the pangolin as long as it's sweet. Bushmeat is sweet. So what do you have to say about that?
Well, it's interesting because if you ask people that cook and eat meat, they will tell you that meat itself has a bland taste. It is not sweet, it's not bitter, it's just bland. So the question is not the meat being tasty itself.
It's in the seasoning.
It's in the seasoning. It's the ingredient that you put. So you marinate it with garlic, with ginger with onions and all that. So
curry time.
Bushmeat has that taste because it's usually smoked with open firewood, and that gives it a kind of flavor. If you take your chicken and smoke it over open firewood, you're going to have that same taste. There are alternatives that you can go to.
As opposed to bushmeat.
As opposed to bushmeat, because you find out that this bushmeat habit is not one that we can sustain. We have to address this culture. And while we're addressing this culture, we go to other sources of meat. We have our domesticated meat that gives us the same flavor, the same enjoyment, the same experience.
If seasoned the right way, because it's the season that brings the flavor, not the meat.
There is this species of chicken. It's developed here in Nigeria. It's gotten from our local chicken, the native fowl, and it was crossbred with this foreign chicken. And they got a very wonderful breed called the Noila. It's big, it's tasty, it's affordable, it's very, very available.
The Noila chicken.
Yes. So you can switch to this. I tell you, people that have studied it, like, whoa, you mean we have this in Nigeria? Because it's very tasty.
Yeah.
So this becomes very good alternative for
to
bushmeat. And some of the bushmeat sellers that we're talking to, we just placed Noila chickens next to it.
them.
And their customers tried the Noila chicken they bought, and they keep coming back for more. So these guys are now switching from the bushmeat sales to
Noila
chickens, because it's all about the numbers. They want what will give them profit. There are other cheaper and readily available alternatives to bushmeat that we can use, and we do not have to decimate our nature and put human lives in jeopardy because we want to eat one particular kind of meat.
This has been a learning process for me. I'm happy that we had this conversation, and thank you so much, Dr. Mark, for unpacking this in so much detail as you have. Guys, I'll be spreading the word. I hope that whatever it is you've learned in this old chat with Dr. Mark Ofua, you should also spread the word. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for the answers.
Anytime, Lakon.
Thank you very much.
Wow, look at that. Until recently, I had no idea what I was. This thing is strong. It's a small mammal covered with scales made of keratin, just like our nails. Strong scales, man. The scales has no medicinal value, yet the demand for the scales and the meat is driving the pangolins to extinction. This one's name is Igai, and it was rescued from illegal bushmeat trade. It's going back into the wild where it belongs to keep the ant population in check. Home sweet home. Please say no to illegal bushmeat and report wildlife crime, because poaching steals from us all.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time, with more than 100 million copies sold every year.
Most Christians believe in heaven and hell.
The Bible is the most translated book in the world, with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Evelyn Ohiole,
Hi.
King Eve, how are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you? And you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine will be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
Go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and it feels so reserved. It really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe it's being unnecessarily hyper that's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just been unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Cassie is an amazing person, but I hate the too much attachment to that gender. I need you spiritually, I need you mentally. I can get these things anywhere with money. If you go by the topic was, who does marriage favors the most? You know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday? They are saying it favors you, favor. Are they vague so?
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
you know.
Well, MC Too Much said he likes saying when I was in the world, and the last time I checked, well, it looks a bit innocent, facially, but deep down, he's actually out of this world. We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So MC Too Much, I beg when you talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about I kiss my words.
I think I have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach too much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving a blatant display of egoism. Because at the end of the day, a man who is secured in his words, a man who is confident of who he is, will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
The core mandate of the Ministry of Political Affairs and Intergovernmental Relatives is closely tied to the inclusive nature of governance under the leadership of Governor Ademola Adeleke. 2 years in the saddle, sectoral assessment of the Ministry of Political Affairs and Intergovernmental Relations brings out an unhidden fact that the state government is willing to interface with stakeholders relevant to the progress and development of Osun State. For the first time in many years, Osun State has a government determined to run an all-inclusive policy which recognizes the good in everyone, irrespective of differences in politics, religion, class, gender, social and economic interest. What is this report card of this ministry, particularly in building that bridge of understanding among indigents and residents of Osun State? And how has the ministry's policies and programs got people engaged to key into government action program of development? As I take you through episode 14 of Living Spring Update for this week, it will be easier to link the peace and tranquility that prevails in the state to the effort of the Ministry of Political Affairs and Intergovernmental Relations to cement diverse interests for the collective good of Osun State. My name is Tomilola Daniel.
It's not going to be business as usual anymore. One, where the money is going to come from? I told you that I block on leakages. There are so many money that is going out where it's not supposed to go. I can assure you, we are saving a lot of money, putting it aside. You know, we have a special account for projects, and it's going in there. It's going for surely. project account. Our IGR has improved. And then when we say something, we mean it. This is a serious government. It's not a government that you just talk and then they might come to turn here like yeah. But it's all right, Grandpa, if you don't want to go to here. So don't worry. And you're around every company. God not tell you ye. Everybody your governor.
The Ministry of Political Affairs and Intergovernmental Relations took off with an understanding that the success of government's political and statutory policies depend on a ministry run with a template of constant connections with the people. This presupposes that government business, particularly as such deal with politics, must be inclusive of all stakeholders, whether they're in government or outside of it. Instructively, the ministry has run its operation by acceding to the grassroots needs, promotion of a vibrant political system that accords priority for constructive opposition and criticisms, and receptive to input from political parties, associations, and groups exchanging views with Living Spring Update. Mr. Adejobi said the pivot of the ministry's Build Bridging program is to create an enabling environment for political discourse among the leadership and followership of political parties to ensure a culture of good governance in Osun State. The peaceful coexistence of people in Osun State has assisted in no small measure to drive the Adeleke administration's 5-point agenda. The industrial and infrastructural policies of government have been implemented with positive impacts on the generality of indigents and residents of the state. The Ministry of Political Affairs and Intergovernmental Relations is hopeful that more collaboration between governments, agencies, and public institutions is key to achieving the goals of raising the living standard of the people.
Osun State is deservedly reputed to be the safest and most peaceful state in the Federation. It hasn't always been like that. So a lot of kudos must be given to the work of the governor in identifying areas of potential conflicts very early on, deploying all the necessary strategies, including involving all the relevant stakeholders, the communal leaders, Obas, and the security agencies to nip all those potential areas of unrest and conflict in the bud. Of course, where you have a peaceful, convivial environment, that is where the agenda of the government can actually take place in terms of, for example, infrastructural development. That is when contractors can feel comfortable to go and work. That is when artisans can feel safe in carrying out all the projects that the government has earmarked. And that is when business and commerce can actually take place. I will tell you about my remit within my ministry. There are 94 federal ministries domiciled in Osun State. And that, I understand, is almost a record in the country. And again, it is a testament to how comfortable a lot of the federal agencies are in setting up in Osun State. In April of this year, we arranged a collaborative seminar and conference between all the 94 agencies and young people in Osun, from secondary schools to universities, polytechnics, and so on. And it was a well-attended program wherein the young people interfaced directly with a lot of these agencies to find out more about how those agencies operate, what exactly they do, how to go about gaining employment, when to apply, where to apply to. The object, of course, is to try and boost employment possibilities and employment opportunities for our young people in those agencies, either within our state or in fact Abuja or elsewhere. At the inception of the government, a number of, and you will see in the appointees that the government has actually made, that a number of active political participants are involved at various levels in the running of the government. Not only that, they are also having meetings constantly with their local electorate in one form or the other, either ward meetings or council or local government meetings. So that interaction is taking place constantly. Not only that, as a ministry, we are also engaged with even the opposition parties, because in a democracy, you want a vibrant opposition, a constructive and vibrant opposition, because that will have the effect of keeping you on your toes. We can never take the electorate for granted. You're there, you're here for 4 years and hopefully 8 years at the will of the electorate. So as a ministry, we recognize that, and we have an engagement with even the opposition parties, finding out what they want, what they need. There may be policies or issues that require their input as stakeholders. That engagement is also going on. As a ministry, again, it's political affairs and intergovernmental relations. So we would be playing a tangential role in the local government election. On a general note, obviously, we have the local body, the electoral body that is tasked with the day-to-day handling of such matters. However, as a ministry, we would be aware of what is going on, and we would be engaging with other stakeholders, including opposition parties, and indeed giving various recommendations to our own candidates. We are hoping, of course, for a clean sweep, and we will be working towards that objective.
Since Governor Ademola Adeleke assumed office on the 28th of November 2022, the political trajectory of Osun State has taken on the narrative of integration for peace and good governance. Nothing has been spared to attain this. Programs of government have been rooted at meeting the needs of the greatest number of the people. In the local election, a huge testament of government sincerity to create an enabling environment for all. Dr. Anthony B. Odunlade is the commissioner of the ministry, and his core function is to forge a marriage of mutual benefits between the Adeleke administration and interests outside government. What matters, according to him, is the advancement of Osun State, the people's security of lives and property.
This ministry is basically on governance. And what I mean by governance is that political affairs and intergovernmental relations is concerned with how we use governance, and a kind of marriage between governance and politics. Political affairs essentially involves making sure that all the activities of government are tailored towards the empowerment of people, towards ensuring that the electorate enjoy the dividend of democracy. And how do we ensure that? We do what we call intelligence monitoring to know what are the wishes, what are the needs of the people. How are these needs being met? How is the government doing? What are the government? What is the government doing for the people? So essentially, we are like intermediary between the government and the people, and we want to ensure that there is no political violence, no political problems, that will reduce to the bare minimum violence, conflicts, and the rest within the political firmament. And essentially, we are representatives of government amongst the people, so we monitor what is going on, what the people are saying, how they feel about government, and maintain harmony among the different political stakeholders. By and large, we are not only for the People's Democratic Party, we are concerned with all political parties. We cooperate with them via a body we call Inter-Party Advisory Council, that is IPAC. This council is responsible for the coordination of all political parties not in government. Some people may call them opposition party, but we prefer to call them parties that are not in government, because that they are out of governance or government does not make them opposed to you. So we call them parties that in Yoruba we call them àwọn ẹgbẹ́ tí ò ní ìjọba. So that is one way, and we collaborate with all political parties. Even when they have issues, we intervene. When we are having programs, we involve them, we engage them, because our concern is that there must be peace, there must be harmony, there must be sufficient understanding between the people and the government. So, and the essence of government, like we all know, is that we must provide security and we're concerned with the welfare of the people. So to do that, you need everybody, not only members of a political party. And the governor, when he came on board, he told us specifically that he's not governor of PDP people, he's governor of the people of Osun State. So our mandate is to ensure that this political entente, understanding, harmony in the state. That's the political area, because we call it political affairs and intergovernmental relations. We have 3 areas of intervention. I've mentioned briefly the issue of political affairs. We have the area of intergovernmental relations, in which case we interfere, we relate with other ministries within and even with the outside the state. We ensure that we compare notes, what people call peer review, that we compare notes on what other governments are doing, and we learn from them, they also learn from us. So we have an established relationship with the ministries out of political affairs and intergovernmental relations in other parts of the country, other states. And besides, we also try to enlighten them on how we have been achieving our own goals. That's the area of intergovernmental relations. Our ministry deals with the Ministry of Environment, we deal with Ministry of Commerce, we deal with Ministry of Youth, we deal with Ministry of Women Affairs, as to ensure that the dividends of democracy provided by the government gets to everybody in the state, at least a large percentage of the electorate, so that they can feel it. So that is part of our intergovernmental relations when we relate with other ministries, we relate with other agencies within and outside the state, even with the federal government, even with the local government. We interact with them and we make sure that we compare notes on areas of possible relationship. The third aspect, the other department that we have in the ministry is called policy coordination. We have a special advisor in charge of policy coordination. That aspect deals essentially with ensuring that officials of government, including political office holders, understand the policies of government as regards provision of welfare, opportunities, dividends of democracy, understand how government officials operate normally under what we call best practices. So the policy coordination area trains civil servants, technocrats generally, or they also guides political office holders on how to ensure that policies of government are well articulated and processed by people who are in charge in different ministries, not only our ministry. So when you look at these three areas, political affairs, intergovernmental relations, and then policy coordination, you know, the three of them brought together emphasizes what is called due process, best practices, harmony, understanding, peaceful coexistence, and the reach of government to the grassroots. So we coordinate all this to ensure that government is for the interests of the common people. That's what at times government will do one thing that the people don't like, that they don't need, but we ensure that we do it, we call need-based assessment. What do they really need? Is it water they need here? We'll tell government. Is it electricity they need here? We'll tell government. Rather than allowing them to go and provide a health center where there are teaching hospitals and state hospitals and enough health centers. So maybe in that area they need good road. We'll interface with them and then advise government that these people need water, these people need electricity, these people need good roads, these people need markets, so on and so forth. So essentially we are like intermediary between the electorate and government. Essentially the government is concerned with dealing with people irrespective of their partisan interests. And that is one major focus. That if you see politics as protecting the interests of party members, essentially you are being narrow-minded. But what the government is bringing into governance is that government is not about a particular political party, but about the people of the state. And to ensure that one, the Inter-Party Advisory Council that I told you, that is a council of all political parties that are not in government. In fact, our own party is supposed to be part of the Inter-Party Advisory Council. We interface with them. We have robust engagement with them. We participate in their activities and we get them involved in our own activities. So number one is that we have a different orientation. We give different orientation to people about how politics should be played. Not politics of one way or narrow-minded politics, but politics that is broad-minded. I mean, it's broad. Politics that encourages everybody to be involved. Number two, the government encourages all facets of the society, the artisans, the traders, including politicians, the workers, and all facets of society to be part of government by inviting them, engaging them, and of course providing for them. Take for instance, you know that normally commerce is at the center of our survival. So governor decides to look at the cooperative societies and say, okay, these people need support for marketers, for market women and men to have good business activities. They need to be supported. So, and politics is about the people, like I told you. So the governor decided to set aside some money to give to these marketers, to market women, and then to encourage good situation, environment in the market. And essentially, the policy of encouraging the youth, women, and other critical stakeholders in politics, in the area of appointments, in the area of elections, in the area of campaigns, all these things are done in a way to involve all the segments of the society to ensure peace and harmony. And you find out that since the governor has been here, there is little or no skirmishes within the political arrangement, because immediate and, let me say, appropriate intervention in areas of conflict, within politics and outside the political environment. So it is to ensure peace and harmony in the society so that people can enjoy the dividends of democracy. We have started our sensitization program. We're going to different local governments to sensitize and enlighten the people on the need to allow peace, on the need to encourage politicians not to engage in violence, not to engage in election rigging, and so on and so forth. Then I should also let you know that even during the Edo election, before and during the election, we were there to enlighten people on to discourage rigging, violence, and all sharp practices involved in electioneering. We were part of the campaign. We intervened, we advised, and we related with all the parties on how to ensure a free and fair election. The same thing is happening now. We are encouraging everybody in Osun State to see the coming local government election not as a battlefield, but to make sure that everything is peaceful. That parties should sell their programs, not sell their strength or physical strength, not to encourage violence, not to encourage hooliganism, thuggery, and of course, rigging. We enlighten them through our programs, and we are currently undergoing federal constituency tour of the entire state, where we talk to politicians, we talk to monarchs, we talk to transport workers, we talk to market people, that Osun is for everybody. And that federal constituency program is going on. And like I told you about sensitization, we let them have an awareness that this coming local government election is going to be first of its kind in Osun, because the state is going to give everybody fair opportunity, to vote, not to be harassed, not to be discouraged, and to ensure that the election will be free and fair. So, well, by and large, that is essentially our plans. And we also work hand in hand with OSEC and including INEC. Because as we are preparing for this, we know that by 2026 we'll be going into this state gubernatorial elections. We are also preparing hard to ensure that this state must be known for peace and harmony. No violence, no thuggery, no destruction of lives and property. So the mandate of our ministry is to make sure that we show class. We set the pace for others to follow in the area of maintaining clean and fair politicking.
The Ministry of Political Affairs and Intergovernmental Relations has run a successful show which has impacted on the capacity of government to maintain a credible balance between policy and politicking. The success has prevented schisms that usually mar government business, especially when brickbat ensue within the leadership of political parties. The debt management of politics within the ruling party and extension of olive branch to the opposition remain examples worthy of emulation. As Governor Ademola Adeleke inches towards ending its first 2 years in office and climbing the ladder for a second term, the people of Osun State cannot but wish for continuation of a government committed to peaceful coexistence and life more abundant for them. And that draws the curtain on Living Spring Update for this week, episode 14. I am Tomilola Daniel. See you next week.
Spring Update is a production of the Office of the Spokesperson to the Governor, Governor's Office, Osogbo.
Atótó arére.
Kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn.
Western Spain Television. Ours it is.
Àsìkò yìí ẹ̀yin ará ilé ẹ kú ilé ẹni lọ ló bọ̀ o nígbà tá kúrò lórí ètò ìkẹyìn mo sọ fún yín pé a máa tún padà wá pẹ̀lú àkọ́tún ètò míì pẹ̀lú àkọ́tún oúnjẹ míì lórí ètò yìí ètò wa Alase níkànnì Western Spring Television ìkànnì àjọwà lórí StarTimes níbi tá a ti ń kàn sí yín kókó ètò yìí náà ni pé kẹwà lálàáfíà kẹjọ oúnjẹ gidi gbogbo nǹkan tó wà nítòsí yín àwọn nǹkan tẹ́ mọ̀ tẹ́ dámọ̀ tó yẹ pé tẹ́ bá ṣe ń dọ́jà báyìí lẹ máa náwó sí wọn tí ò dẹ̀ tún ní fàyín lápò ya ní owó pọ́ọ́kú kẹ́ẹ̀tọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ papọ̀ kó dẹ̀ jẹ́ oúnjẹ tó kún fún gbogbo àwọn èròjà tí ara wa nílò tó máa ṣara wa lóore tó máa jẹ́ ká wà lálàáfíà ó lè tó yín wà fún o ká lè máa fi ojú yín sí ọ̀nà rẹ̀ ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí àkọ́tún ètò ọ̀hún fún tòní gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wá mọ̀ gbogbo nǹkan ló létò àti ìlànà tiẹ̀ o lórí ètò yìí ìgbà míì a lè mú oúnjẹ wá a lè mú ọbẹ̀ míì wá fún yín ìgbà míì a lè kọ́ yín láwọn nǹkan dídín àwọn nǹkan fẹ́rẹ́fẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ lè ṣe lásìkò bóyá oúnjẹ àárọ̀ àbóúnjẹ ọ̀sán àwọn nǹkan panu lóní ìrànràn gbogbo ẹ̀ àníkẹ́ ti jẹ oúnjẹ gidi lórúkọ gbogbo àwọn ikọ̀ tá a jọ wà lórí ètò àti lórúkọ ilé oúnjẹ tí wọ́n gbà wá lálejò lórí ètò yìí náà ni mò ń kí yín pé ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí àkọ́tún ètò fún tòní Folúṣọ́ Òjó ló kọ mi ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè yìí ìyá kọ́mọlédè ìyá Alase yín ló ń kí yín pé ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ó dà o ní báyìí gẹ́gẹ́ bá a ṣe máa ń ṣe lórí ètò nǹkan tí wà wájú mi tí a fẹ́ ṣe lórí ètò lónìí ṣùgbọ́n èmi kan ni màá ṣe fún yín ẹ ṣáà ń wu ọjọ́ àbí ẹ máa kájọ́ ó tún kù lọ́la lọ́jọ́ mi ọjọ́ rẹ tí àṣẹ máa kàn mí lórí ètò lónìí Alase wa wọ́n tún máa wá wọ́n máa darapọ̀ mọ́ wa láti kọ́ wa ní nǹkan tuntun ẹ̀dẹ̀ tí mọ̀ pé kò sígbà tán bá ti yọjú náà àkọ́tún náà tún máa ń kọ́ wa àmọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi tó yín létí pé a wà lórí àwọn ìkànnì ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ gbogbo tó gbajúgbajà tẹ́ mọ̀ bí ẹni mowó ẹ jẹ́ ká dánu tó díẹ̀ náà nígbà tá a bá padà dé ọlọ́wọ́ síbí wa Alase wa onídán wa wọ́n ti wà lórí ètò kí ni wọ́n mú wá èmi ò tí mọ̀ o nígbà tán bá dé wọ́n máa ṣàlàyé.
bẹ́gùn ò bá jáde mọ̀rìnwó la kọ́kọ́ rí ọwọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú ìjó ẹsẹ̀ kàtàkàtà ní síwájú rìn bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbúrò wa a tún ti dé náà nù ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited pẹ̀lú èmi ọmọ yín olólùfẹ́ yín ọ̀rẹ́ yín Suliat tẹ́túmọ̀ sí Morenikeji. Ẹ lè pè mí ní Susu tó bá wẹ̀ lómi a sọ pé ìyálòde àríyá gbogbo orúkọ tẹ́ ẹ bá pè mí kò sí èyí tí mi ò ní jẹ yín. Ẹ farabalẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò Owambe Unlimited lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television ní ìkànnì 190. Ibẹ̀ ni Owambe Unlimited ń bọ̀ wá ẹ fàkùrẹ̀ tẹ̀dí kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
Mo ń sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa wo Owambe Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
Padà ẹ̀yin aráalé lórí ètò Alásè náà la ṣe wà Western Spring Television rèé àbí mo ṣe sọ fún yín lẹ́ẹ̀kan ká tó lọ fún ìdánidúró mo ní ọlọ́wọ́ ìjọ́n wa wọ́n sì wà nítòsí wọ́n sì ti gbà wá lálejò lórí ètò Alásè ẹ kú dédé àsìkò yìí.
Yes ma.
Káàbọ̀.
Yes ma.
Ẹ̀yin aráalé ṣe báyìí náà rí pé nǹkan tẹ́ ń wo ẹ̀rí pé ojú wọn dán gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ṣe jọ́mjọ́mú torí pé kí ni ojoojúmọ́ náà ń jẹ oúnjẹ aládùn má ṣe ń jọbẹ̀ oríṣiríṣi bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ń so oúnjẹ oríṣiríṣi lágbára Ọlọ́run á túnbọ̀ máa rọ̀ yín lọ́rùn.
Àmín o.
Ó jà lórí ètò lónìí ẹ má bínú ẹ̀yin aráalé ojú ló ń kán mi torí gbogbo nǹkan tó kó kalẹ̀ sórí tábìlì mo fẹ́ kán ètè ṣe gbogbo ẹ bá mi káwọn aráalé.
Ẹ kú dédé wòyí o èmi náà ni ọmọ yín ọ̀rẹ́ yín Rukayat Bisola Ọlárẹ̀wájú CEO Starlight Restaurant ṣé dáadáa mo bá yín.
Dáadáa ni wọ́n wà torí pé wọ́n ń jẹ gbogbo nǹkan tẹ̀ ń kọ́ wọn. Okay, Starlight lórí ètò fún tòní tún ti ṣe bí ṣe yín ìkànlẹ̀ lọ tí gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ ṣáàdúdú kalẹ̀ kọ̀kọ́ ó dáa kí lẹ bá dé gan lẹ́nìí kí lẹ fẹ́ ṣe fún wa.
A fẹ́ ṣe black soup.
Ẹ̀dẹ̀ o black soup
ọbẹ̀ dúdú
mo tẹ̀ tí kó dúdú gan tilẹ̀ boni tilẹ̀ Ẹ̀dó Ẹ̀dó ẹ káàbọ̀ ẹ̀yin ló kàn sórí ètò lónìí ó dáa kí ni nǹkan tí ẹ máa lò láti ṣe ọbẹ̀ dúdú ti àwọn Ẹ̀dó yìí.
A ní ewúro
normal ewúro tá a mọ̀
normal ewúro a sì ní efinrin a ní uziza mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta yìí lálọ́pọ̀ pẹ̀lú
a máa lọ tákúná
bẹ́ẹ̀ni pẹ̀lú edé àti ata díẹ̀ tí ó kúnná dáadáa.
A jẹ́ pé òun lẹ ti lọ sínú
òun la lọ sí báyìí
pé efinrin ewúro
àti uziza
leaf bẹ́ẹ̀ni mo ti rí lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ó ti yé wa bí ìṣe yín àtàwọn oríṣiríṣi ẹran àtẹja bí ọba ṣe lágbára tó a dẹ̀ máa lo epo.
A máa lo epo ẹja dúdú pọ̀nmọ́ ògúnfe stockfish epo iyọ̀ àtàdídùn.
tó bá wá jẹ́ pé èèyàn wá ní kọjá ẹja panla kíkà àti ẹja ṣáwá nǹkan ṣé lè lò náà kò fi sí.
ó ti lọ nìyẹn
ó ti lọ kó ṣáà ti fi
protein sí.
ó ti wáyé mi tó bá jẹ́ pé èèyàn lówó gbogbo oríṣiríṣi protein bá tún yọ chicken gan kó tún pa sí.
kó tún fi sí i bó yọ ẹran ọ̀gbẹ́ kó tún sí i.
ìjà kò burú. ẹ̀yin aráalé ó lẹ ti gbọ́ ìwọ́n ni wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe black soup ọbẹ̀ dúdú ti ilẹ̀ Ẹ̀dó kò dẹ̀ sẹ́ni tí ò lè jẹ́ tó bá ṣáà ti dùn. ẹ jẹ́ kí n yọ̀ǹda ẹ̀yin àti Starlight nílé ìdáná ẹ má gbàgbé mo máa ń sọ fún yín o torí tiyín kẹ́ lè rí dáadáa ni mo ṣe máa ń yẹ̀ sẹ́gbẹ́ o ẹ fojú sí o ìkan náà máa fi teleport ní kẹ́yìn náà fi teleport tiyín ní kẹ́ ṣe kíni kẹ́ ẹ ṣe kẹ́ lè fi lè get result táwọn náà máa ń get gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn àlejò wa bó ṣe máa ń jẹ́rìí sí. Starlight ẹ jẹ́ ìyọ̀ǹda yín ẹ lọ sílé ìdáná ẹ bá ti ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ papọ̀ tán ẹ jẹ́ ká pàdé lórí tábìlì pẹ̀lú irúfẹ́ oúnjẹ tẹ́ bá fẹ́ sè sí ọbẹ̀ black soup tilẹ̀ Ẹ̀dó ní ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa lórí ètò Alásè la wà à ń tẹ̀síwájú. ṣé má gbọ́ ìròyìn.
báyìí a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣe black soup wa. A ti lò ewúro uziza leaf àti efinrin a dẹ̀ lọ pẹ̀lú ata àti ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ edé. Ṣẹ̀kún sọ fún pé a ti lọ pẹ̀lú ata pẹ̀lú edé àmọ́ bó ṣe wà yìí nígbà tó bá ti ń ṣe lọ tán a máa wò bóyá ata rẹ̀ tó àbí kò tó máa fi sí lẹ́yìn náà. Lẹ́yìn tá a ti da gbogbo ẹ̀ tá a lọ sínú pot a máa da epo náà sí. Àwọn pọ̀nmọ́ wa ẹja dúdú ẹja kíká àti pọ̀nmọ́ tá a ti rẹ́ òun náà lọ sínú ẹ̀. Lẹ́yìn náà a máa fi edé sí edé wẹ́wẹ́ àti edé ńlá. Ọbẹ̀ yìí kò gbà yàn lákòókò rárá gbogbo nǹkan tó bá fẹ́ fi sí yóò lọ nínú ẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ṣoṣo. Ẹja dúdú wa ní àti yọ eegun ẹ̀, ẹja panla, pọ̀nmọ́, ẹran tinú ẹran àti stockfish wa. Ẹ má wàá já gbàgbé àdídùn bẹ̀ gangan tí ó fún wa ní òórùn tá à ń fẹ́ ìyẹn ògìrì. Ṣètìrì báyìí ó wá depend lórí bí ọbẹ̀ yín ṣe tó lẹ́sìn mọ̀ bóyá ẹyọ kan lẹ́ lò ní o àbí méjì. Àwọn tó rí ọbẹ̀ wa á lò méjì. Ọbẹ̀ yìí kẹ́ fi mọ̀ pé bóyá ó ti jiná ẹ̀rì tí epo rírì ó mọ̀ sọkùtù ọ̀rọ̀. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà tá a kó gbogbo nǹkan tá a kó sí nínú ìtàn á wà dé títí tí ó fi jiná. Níbẹ̀ a ti fi gbogbo ẹran wa ẹja wa panla a ti fi gbogbo ẹ̀ sí. Ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé bí mo ṣe máa ń sọ èmi fẹ́ràn àwọn edé nǹkan kan ju àwọn àdúdùn ọlọ́ràá lọ àmọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká yẹ̀wò tí ó bá dùn tó àbí ká fi díẹ̀ mọ́. Ó ti ṣe rẹ́gí báyìí o. Ní báyìí ká lọ pàdé àlejò wa lórí tábìlì lókù.
Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló ń kojú àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ò dẹ̀ dókè. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò. Ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó, iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège. Àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba. Ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television gbé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba. Ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín o ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ dàbù rẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ yá ní gbọ́rọ̀ ẹ dàbù rẹ̀ ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fi àmójútó ìjọba, ohun tó ń fi àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ, ohun tó ń fi àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera, àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ. Ẹ má fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 865 1049 0803-865-1049. ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín àwọn àwòrán yín kó mọ̀ wọlé. orí ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí. ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò, ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà, ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀, ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń da ẹ̀gbin nù, tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn aráàlú lára, gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí. ohun tẹ́ ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀. orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlápọ̀dé, èmi ni atọ́kùn ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí lórí Western Spring Television, ìkànnì 150 ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ajé láago 2:30 ọ̀sán.
ṣé o ẹ̀yin ará lé mo kí yín ẹ kú ìgbádùn ètò Alásè níkànnì Western Spring Television. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan mo yọ̀ǹda yín mo mọ̀ pé ti kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ẹ̀rí tán fi tẹ́lẹ̀ pọ́ọ̀tù ẹ̀rí tán fi sí gbẹ̀yìn Star Delight ti wá pidán ọwọ́ wọn. a ti wá wà lórí ètò báyìí yẹn ní orí tábìlì láti yẹ̀wò kí àlejò wa kí wọ́n lè sọ èsì lẹ́tà tí Star Delight tí wọ́n kọ lórí ètò lónìí. Àlejò wa jẹ́ gbajúgbajà abiyamọ ni wọ́n, oníṣòwò ni wọ́n, àwọn náà sì jẹ́ lámètọ́. ṣé mọ̀ pé mo máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ kan pé tí a bá ti rí àlejò tó jẹ́ pé wọn kì í ṣe àlejò sí nǹkan tá a ní kán wá ṣe tán wá sọ̀rọ̀ fún wa ó yẹ ká lè gbà wọ́n gbọ́. ìyẹn ni pé tá a bá fi lọ gbé àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ ìyá àgbàlagbà wá Star Delight apájábọ́ lónìí àgbàlagbà wà lórí ètò a máa wá mọ̀. ó dàbí ẹni pé àwọn tó ti máa ń wá tẹ́lẹ̀ bóyá torí pé wọ́n jẹ́ bí ọ̀dọ́ àbí ọkùnrin ni wọ́n náà fi máa ń wò pé a ò ṣe, ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ìyá wa tó kọ́ wa lọ́bẹ̀ gan àwọn gan wà lórí ètò lónìí. mo láyọ̀ láti sọ fún yín pé lórí ètò lónìí àlejò wa náà ni màmá Bọ́láńlé Ọlánrewájú. oníṣòwò ni màmá, káràkátà ká ṣòwò ká jèrè lágbára Ọlọ́run èrèlẹ́ ó máa jẹ o. mo kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Alásè ní Western Spring Television. ẹ bá mi kí àwọn ará ilé.
Ará ilé kúlé o.
Yes ma, kí bá wọn dáhùn. ẹ ṣe gan ni ẹkùjọ méjì mẹ́ta àdẹkù àsìkò yìí báwo lọjà ṣọwọ́ yá Ọlọ́run ṣeun. ó jà lórí ètò lónìí àlejò pàtàkì lẹ́jẹ́ fún wa. pàtàkì tó lẹ́wà ń bẹ̀ ni pé ẹ fẹ́ wá ṣiṣẹ́ lámèétọ́ láti bá wa jẹ́ wò ní ti Alásè wa tí wọ́n ṣe káwọn aráalé lè jẹ́rìí sí pé gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n pò pọ̀ fún wọn mọ́ ṣe rí lójú ìwòran wọn o gbé bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni wọ́n máa bá adùn rẹ̀. níwájú yín wọ́n ti sè é, wọ́n ní black soup wọ́n máa ń jẹ ní ilẹ̀ Èkó. wọ́n ti wá sè báyìí wọ́n á bá yín Star Delight ó funfun ṣé sẹ̀mó ni fùfú ni iyán ni èwo nú ẹ̀. iyán ni iyán gangan ló ń jẹ ajẹ́kó oúnjẹ ẹlẹgbẹ́ kalẹ̀ síwájú àlejò wa báyìí. ọjà mọ́mì tí yín ò ju pé kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ bá wa yẹ̀ wò mí nílẹ̀ ìlànà púpọ̀ o ẹ yẹ̀ wò ẹ jẹ ọbẹ̀ ẹ jẹ gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó kó sínú ẹ̀ tẹ́ bá ti wá mu adùn ẹ̀ bó bá ṣe wá rí ẹ wá bá mi fi ṣe ìgbéléwọ̀n fún wọn oore omi ìṣọwọ́ rèé ẹ̀ṣanwọ́ kẹ wá bá mi bùkèlè iyán ẹ fi kan ọbẹ̀ black soup tí wọ́n
sè. ojú ọbẹ̀ yẹn gan gúnrégé.
ó ṣe dúdú yìí náà ó kàn jẹ́ pé kí n jẹ́wọ́ fún yín o ẹ̀yin ará lé ní ìtọ́wò ṣùgbọ́n òórùn aládùn tó ń jáde ń bẹ̀ níbi tá a wà iṣẹ́ mọ̀ pé bóyá ìfìrin tó tún fi sí gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ kù fìfìrì tó mọ̀ pé ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́pọ̀ tí àlejò wa máa sọ mọ́mì ó ti yá iṣẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀. ní báyìí ẹ̀yin ará ilé ẹ má gbàgbé ohun tí mo máa ń sọ fún yín pé ó ṣe pàtàkì kẹ́ ẹ máa jẹ oúnjẹ tó dára torí pé téèyàn bá ń jẹ oúnjẹ gidi ní gbogbo ìgbà onítọ̀hún àìsàn àti àìlera gbogbo ló máa jìnnà sí ó lè máa jẹ́ kó lè wà lálàáfíà àtìlera pípé mo dẹ̀ sọ fún iṣẹ́ ní tá a bá jẹ sẹ́mi wa tá a jẹ sínú wa ó ń lérè wá o nínú gbogbo làálàá tá à ń ṣe ní òkè èròpẹ̀ ẹ má gbàgbé ibi tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ ti ń dáná ẹ jẹ́ kó máa wà ní ìmọ́tótó. ó dá Star Delight ọbẹ̀ tí ẹ sè yìí ẹ sọ pé ẹ lọ àwọn ewé yẹn ní ṣé ẹni tí ò bá ní blender àbẹ́ni tó bá tiẹ̀ ní bóyá tí ò bá síná ọgbọ́n wo ló lè dá sí àwọn ewé yẹn tó fi máa rí ọbẹ̀ yìí sè.
ẹ lè gun àmọ́ torí pé àwọn ewé òun lè ní ó gba iṣẹ́ díẹ̀.
tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n bá rí òkúta ọlọ́ńkọ́
wọ́n lè fòkúta lọ́lọ́ àbí kọ́ lọ́lọ́ lé ẹlẹ́rọ.
lẹ́rọ ìyẹn tún máa rọrùn kán gbé lọ sẹ́rọ wọ́n lọ lọ ń bẹ̀. Iyán ṣé torí bó ṣe jẹ́ ló jẹ́ kẹ́ gúnyán sí ni àbí iyán ló dáa jù?
ẹ lè fi ẹ̀bà jẹ, ẹ lè fi iyán jẹ, ẹ lè fi sẹ̀mó jẹ, àmọ́ ní tèmi o iyán ló dáa jù.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n bomi fàlejò wa torí mo rántí pé nígbà tí wọ́n pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ wọ́n ní àtàwà náà kan tí wọ́n máa fi sè é. Bó ṣe wá wà Star Delight, ṣé ọmọdé lè jẹ, ṣàgbà lè jẹ? Torí bí mo ṣe ń wo ìṣúlójọ bí ọbẹ̀ tá a bá ṣe fẹ́ni tó ṣẹ̀ bímọ.
Ọmọdé lè jẹ o, àgbà lè jẹ torí ewúro dára lára, efinrin dára lára, uziza tàṣìlò náà dára lára, gbogbo ẹ̀ láfọnú.
A jẹ́ pé ó máa ṣiṣẹ́ bóyá àsìkò tó bá dàbẹ̀ nípa rẹ̀ èèyàn kan ṣẹ̀ ń yábọ̀ abẹ́ni ò fẹ́ ṣí.
Irú ọbẹ̀ yìí náà wà ní Ondo, wọ́n máa ń pè ní mádàrúgbó àbí múnú tutù, ọbẹ̀ ata, ẹmọ̀rún nǹkan báyẹn tó máa ń pè nìyẹn torí ó máa ń fọnú. Wọ́n bí pé tó máa ń jẹ gbogbo ara máa fresh, ó máa fọ gbogbo ìdọ̀tí inú bẹ́ẹ̀ sì.
Ìgbà tó ti ẹ̀ jẹ́ pé kìkìdá ewé àtàwọn èròjà protein. Mo rí pé mọ́mì ti mú omi ó kanlẹ̀ àbí?
Ó kanlẹ̀. Ọbẹ̀ gidi ni. Ọbẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ládùn dáadáa. Tí mo fi ní tí mo fẹ́ lélẹ̀ in fact ó débẹ̀.
A jẹ́ pé báwo la ta tán fi sí ṣé
ó pọ̀ jù?
Ó bọ́ sí déédéé.
Ó bọ́ sí déédéé. Ẹran náà bọ́ sí déédéé, ẹja bẹ̀ ó bọ́ sí déédéé.
Gbogbo ẹ̀ dúró dáadáa.
Ó dúró dáadáa.
A jẹ́ pé ẹ lè gbà wọn ará ilé níyànjú pé kó gbìyànjú ọbẹ̀ yìí káwọn náà dẹ̀ máa jẹ.
Ẹ̀yin ará ilé, ẹ má jẹ́ ká máa sí omi ọbẹ̀ nìkan tàbí ewédú. Ẹja tún máa yí gbogbo tá a bá ń rí lórí àwọn ètò bí irú ètò báyìí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tún máa yiri rẹ̀ wò, káwa náà tún máa ṣe fún ara wa, káwo irúṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe lára. Ọbẹ̀ tí mò ń jẹ ọbẹ̀ dúdú ni. Ọbẹ̀ dúdú ni, kò sí ewé tí wọ́n fi sè é, efinrin, ewúro wà ńbẹ̀ àti uzuza. Ọbẹ̀ yẹn dáwọ́ máa ń fọnú, ó dẹ̀ ń ṣara lórí dáadáa. Ṣé má jà ká dó lórí pé bóyá omi ọbẹ̀ tàbí ewédú ní gbogbo ìgbà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa change ọbẹ̀ wa sórí nǹkan tá a bá fẹ́ jẹ. Tá a bá dẹ̀ fẹ́ jẹ oúnjẹ tá a fẹ́, má jẹ́ kó pọ̀ jù. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí àgbàlagbà, oúnjẹ díẹ̀ kọ́bẹ̀ yẹn pọ̀. Kó lè ṣara lóore. Ọlọ́run á ràn wá lọ́wọ́.
Àmín, ẹ ṣe ìyàwó. Tá a bá wá ní ká wò báyìí, Star Delight ti retí èsì. Wọ́n ti kọ lẹ́tà, ẹ fún wọn lésì, èsì tẹ́ bá wá fún wọn lájẹ́ kí n mọ̀. Bóyá sì tinú wọn á dùn sí bóyá ìta máa pàtẹ́wọ́, àbí ìta máa sọ pé bóyá kẹsùn kó.
Kò gbọ́dọ̀ má mọ̀ ṣe. Èmi gan ń tọ́bẹ̀ wò. Ó dà bẹ̀ Star fi dùn dáadáa. Gbogbo kí là ń pe kíní ọbẹ̀ tí ò kí ń fi sin bí magí yẹn hàn. Kódà á dùn. Ọwọ́ mi ló mú.
Ọjà tá a bá wá ní pé kẹ́ fún wọn ní ìgbéléwọ̀n báyìí nínú máàkì láti 1 sí 15 mélòó lè máa fún un?
Ó yẹ kí n fún gbogbo ẹni àmọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí n yọ àrùn lẹ̀.
Ó wá jẹ́ 90%.
Màmá
90 mo ti sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ nígbà tá a pàdé kẹ́yìn lórí ètò bó ti fi yẹn kó orúkọ Star Delight ọlọ́wọ́ ìdán màmá 90%. Ó dà ó náà lẹ ti gbọ́ yẹn lẹ́nu àlejò wa ìyẹn ará lé lágbára lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run ìgbà míì lẹ tún máa pàdé wa lórí ètò Aláṣẹ. Star Delight ẹ ṣé gan ni mo kí yín ẹ kú gbogbo gbà ọgbọ́n àtinúdá àtòyé tẹ́ ń lò yìí lágbára Ọlọ́run kò ní gbẹ o ọgbọ́n yóò dẹ̀ níjọba Ọlọ́run àwọn máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́ á sì ó yíwọ́ kò ní jẹ́ tiyín o ẹ bá mi kí àwọn ará ilé ó ti di gbà mí.
Ẹ ṣe àdúpẹ́ ẹ kú gbogbo ìgbà ẹ kú jókòó ṣé dáadáa ni mo bá yín ẹ dẹ̀ ṣe gan-an ni ẹ kú àdúró tì wá èmi náà ni ọmọ yín ọ̀rẹ́ yín Rukayat Bisola Ọlárẹ̀wájú Star Delight restaurant ẹ máa wò wá Mama 90.
Ọ̀gá ògo ni fún orúkọ Ọlọ́run á tún dúpẹ́ fún ètò tí ó dá mi lójú pé ẹ tún ti kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ tuntun nípa black soup ọbẹ̀ dúdú àwọn kan ń pè ní ọbẹ̀ ata gbogbo ẹ̀ ewébẹ̀ àtàwọn èròjà aṣaralóore ni wọ́n lò láti ṣe ẹ̀yin náà ẹ bọ́ sínú ọjà ẹ rà á ní kéékèèké bágbára yín bá ṣe mọ kẹ́ẹ̀gì ìyànjú ẹ̀ ó dá mi lójú pé tẹ bá máa jẹ ẹ̀yin náà máa gbádùn rẹ̀ lágbára lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run owó tá a fi máa jẹ nǹkan tó dáa sẹ́nu wa Ọlọ́run ní fi wọ́n wá o torí pé ó jẹ gidi ọ̀rẹ́ àwọ̀ ni ó dẹ̀ dáa ká máa jẹ oúnjẹ tó dára ní gbogbo ìgbà lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí àlejò wa ìyá wa Abọ́láńlé Ọlárẹ̀wájú ẹ ṣé gan ni tá a kì í tẹ̀ wá sórí ètò títí ìgbà míì ló kó àwọn ikọ̀ ètò yìí àtẹ̀yìn náà tẹ̀ bá wa wò ó Olúṣọ́ Òjó lo ọkọ̀ mi ìyá àjọ pèdèpèdè yìí ìyá Láṣẹ ló sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa jẹun gidi o lásìkò kẹwàá lálàáfíà.
Aminatu, the legendary Queen of Zazzau, is best known to historians as Queen Amina of Zaria, an old walled town and capital of the Hausa state of Zazzau. Amina was a great warrior and the first woman to rule the ancient kingdom of Zazzau. Her 34 years as queen witnessed an unprecedented expansion of Zazzau by conquests. Queen Amina of Zaria belongs to the class of Amazons by the might of her army and her strings of conquests. She opened Zaria to trans-border trade and was said to have initiated kola nut cultivation in the ancient kingdom. The Hausa Muslim figure was born in 1533 and died in 1610 at the age of 77 years. Folklores remember Aminatu, the Queen of Zazzau, as a brave, smart and talented leader whose giant statue now adorns the National Arts Theatre in Lagos, Nigeria, while many educational institutions bear her name. Western Spring Television identifies Queen Amina as a watershed character in history.
Arrested, affected, sound, found. What do we see? What do we say? Flowing from a spring. A fact A to Z. Check and confirm. Ever expounding current events. Traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bittersweet infos. Guided transmission. Even diffusion, vast and fast, detailed facts are fled. Within seconds, nuggets of words that flew across borders are fired. Stories short and long, wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Plastic pollution is basically a pandemic. I saw the malfunction of a society and I really wanted to do something about it because a cleaner environment is actually a healthier environment. My name is Doyinsala Ogunyi. I'm the founder of the Mental and Environmental Development Initiative for Children. I also founded the first sustainable beach in Lagos, Nigeria called the Kids Beach Garden. A lot of plastic in our oceans right now. The amount of plastic that people use, the amount of plastic that is not recycled is so much. If we don't do something about it, it's going to get worse. We started something called the Recycling Scheme for Women and Youth Empowerment, and that is basically empowering women in coastal communities and young people to pick as much plastic as possible and then bring it to us and we buy it from them. So instead of this plastic littering our shorelines, we're actually using it to empower people in these communities. The Kids Beach Garden actually started in 2015. I stumbled upon the beach and I found out that it was really dirty. So I said, why don't we start teaching children in their formative years to clean the environment and also encourage them to do something to make the environment a better place. We focus on children because they need these values. They need to be taught how to take care of the environment, give back to the environment as well. We teach them recycling, and we teach them upcycling, how to use an old glass jar to make a flower pot and things like that. So it keeps them really engaged. Teach a child something and it grows with the child forever. I want to see young people taking responsibility for their planet and for their future. The ocean is everybody's livelihood. The oceans are the lungs of the earth. Everybody has a role to play to make sure that the environment is a better place.
All sea turtles are now endangered. Poached for their eggs, meat, and shells, they also drown in fishing nets. At this rate, it won't be long until they disappear into thin air. Say no to turtle products, because once they're gone, they're gone.
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a world where warmth and connection flow abundantly. Join us as we embark on a journey of healing and discovery, brought to you live from the prestigious Western Spring Television studios. Prepare to be embraced by a wave of positive energy and insightful discussions. Thank you for tuning in and being a part of our community. I am Temitope Ajijola Oluwaola. Our Spring Clinic will delve into everything health and well-being so we can help you not only to feel better, but also bring you information that will help you reduce the risk of diseases, lengthen your lifespan, save you money, and benefit the environment. For some time now, we have been discussing basic anatomy, examining the human body organs and systems via the respiratory system, the digestive system, the circulatory system, the excretory system, the nervous system, the reproductive system. We've had the honor of our own medic, seasoned family physician with over a decade's worth of experience under his sleeve, Dr. Ayodeji Ogunbemi, taking us step-by-step through sessions on the respiratory and digestive systems. Thank you for your commitment to the health and well-being of all, Dr. Sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're expectant of all we're going to, glean from you on the broadcast. We gave our word that the circulatory system will be our next focus, and we're making good that promise today. If you do not take notes now, I will assume it is because you know that you can revisit the broadcast on Western Spring Television's YouTube channel and our other social media platforms. The circulatory system and organ. Over to you, Dr.
Well, thank you so much for having me. And I must sincerely appreciate the management and the crew. I had the privilege of seeing so much that goes on.
Well, they appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Well, so I should go on.
Yes.
Okay.
Have the floor.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. The circulatory system. How should I start now? We can also call it the cardiovascular system. So circulatory means that something is going in circles, circulatory. Then cardiovascular, which is more anatomical. That is cardio, the heart. Then vascular, the vessels. So for people that are listening, to be able to understand, so when you say cardio, anything, anywhere you read it or you hear it, cardio means heart, then vascular. So I'll try within the little time, because this is an area that people will specialize in. And any specialist in cardiovascular system will be called the cardiologist. So I doff my hat to all cardiologists watching. Okay, let's go on. So the cardiovascular system or the circulatory system is a very intricate part. It apparently looks like the central part to all systems. But maybe I shouldn't put it like that. But without any system, you won't have the whole body. But the cardiovascular system is such a unique one, intricately meshed together with other systems. So let me just break it down so that our viewers will understand very well. I've tried to divide it into 3 or 4 parts. The first part is that, let me list the components. We have the heart, we have the vessels, and the vessels could be, we have the artery and the veins, then we have the capillaries. Now it looks like this, it's just like a complete circuit. We have the heart in the middle, we have the artery taking the blood away from the heart to other parts of the body. Then we have the veins taking the blood back to the heart from other parts of the body. Then the capillaries appear to be like the intermediary between the arteries and the veins. So the heart is the pumping part. That's why when you feel the left side of your chest, you would, we call it, you palpate, you will feel the beat, your heart beat. So it's a muscular organ, it keeps pumping, and it's a very strong organ, very, very strong. So then through the arteries, we have the large arteries, the aorta, from the aorta, the big arteries, which are usually described as the elastic arteries. You would wonder why. Yeah. We call it elastic arteries because once the heart pumps blood, they must be able to receive it. And so they will expand to accommodate the blood coming from the heart, because the heart is pumping it with a whole lot of force. And then they accommodate it, they kind of reduce the tempo in which it's coming, then transmit it to smaller arteries, which are usually described as muscular arteries. Then from there, they now get to the arterioles. The arterioles are just very tiny, tiny arteries. Then from the arterioles, it gets to the capillaries. Then from the capillaries, from the artery side, then it gets to the capillaries on the venous side, that is vein side. Then it climbs up like that. Then through the inferior and superior vena cava, they enter the right side of the heart. So that's a way in which I can break it down. The second way I can break it down is to make us understand that there's an intricate meshing between the circulatory system, that is cardiovascular system, and the pulmonary system, which we discussed the last time. Because the respiratory system helps us to bring in the air, that is the oxygen. And one of the major goals of the circulatory system is to carry that oxygen gotten from the lungs, the respiratory system, to other parts of the body. Because other parts of the body need the oxygen. So how does this happen? I'm trying to break it down for you to get it. Okay, you may have to follow me stepwisely. Now, the heart, the human heart, has 2 sides. It has 4 chambers, but 2 sides. So it has 2 aortas, 2 atrium, and then 2 ventricles.
2 sides, could we say left and right?
Yes, so yes, we have the left side and we have the right side. So on the left side, okay, this is my left. On the left side, we have the left atrium, left ventricle. On the right side, we have the right atrium, the right ventricle. And you must understand, or people must know now, that the left side is the stronger side. I'll explain. The right side, the atrium from both sides, receives blood into the heart. So the right side will get oxygenated blood from the lungs. That is, the blood that passes through the lungs that have now gotten oxygen from the respiratory system and excreted or exchanged it for CO2. CO2 as the respiratory system has taken the carbon dioxide away and given the blood oxygen. That is the blood that leaves the lungs through the pulmonary vein, leaves the lungs and enters the left ventricle. So let me say something like a low pressure is it, because the blood is just flowing into the left atrium. On the left atrium, the heart pushes the blood into the left ventricle. And then from the left ventricle, which is a very thick side, a stronger side than the right side. It forces blood, that it pushes blood from that side to other parts of the body. So the force there will be stronger than the left, which is only taking blood to the lungs. You know.
And the right.
Okay, than the right. You seem to have got it. So the left side is more muscular, is thicker, is stronger than the right, because the right only receives blood. The blood the right receives is from the veins, and it's not under pressure. The veins are not really under pressure. The arteries are under pressure. The arteries are the muscular one. So the left side has to push blood, and the blood must go around. So by the time the blood is returning, obviously the pressure is no more there. So the pressure, they are just flowing as you are walking, as you are exercising. It's aiding the venous return. Then the blood just returns into the right atrium from the inferior vena cava and superior vena cava. Superior vena cava, it drains blood from the brain, from the head, and then the two arms. The inferior vena cava from the lower limbs, that is the two legs, abdomen, and all the legs. So it gets into the right atrium. From the right atrium, gets into the right ventricle. From the right ventricle, the blood getting to the right ventricle is deoxygenated. That is, the blood getting away from the left is oxygenated. Don't forget I said from the lungs. They've gotten oxygen from the lungs. So it gets to the left side. The left side pushes oxygenated blood. That is why if you look at different anatomical descriptions, they'll put it like red, like bright red. That is, oxygen is more. However, well, I'll come back to that. So by the time it's getting back to the right side, different cells, different organs have gotten the oxygen. We've gotten the oxygen. So we have deoxygenated blood getting to the right side. So the right ventricle pushes the deoxygenated back to the respiratory system, right, to the lungs, so that the CO2, which is now bringing, collected, it gave oxygen, it received CO2. The CO2 now gets to the lungs, releases the CO2 to the lungs, then we breathe it out, then collects the oxygen, and then that comes back to the left side of the heart. So we can see that it's like a husband and a wife. The cardiovascular system or the circulatory system cannot exist without the respiratory system. They are just together. So that's analysis. So we call it, we can divide this into, they say, pulmonary circulation and then systemic circulation. Pulmonary circulation, that is the circulation that goes to the lungs. If you look at it, it looks like a loop. And then there's another big loop below. So the other one that feeds the entire body is the systemic circulation. So that's another description. I think with that, I've already talked about the two sides of the heart. Then maybe I'll now talk about the functions of the heart. I was going to say earlier that by anatomical descriptions in many texts, you will find the left side or the oxygenated side being so bright red. That's where it's painted. The artery is always painted red. Then the veins are usually painted blue. Then the layman would think the vessels and the blood, maybe the oxygenated blood will be blue and the oxygenated blood will be red. Really, blood is always red. It's always red. However, once oxygen is taken away from the blood, it gives a bluish hue to it. So it looks a little bit darker, because during surgeries, there are ways to identify the artery from the vein. I mentioned one earlier. The arteries are almost always under pressure because from the left side of the heart, it's pumping seriously, you know. It's pumping with full force. So you almost always find the artery pulsating. You know, you almost always find the veins not pulsating, except the vein is lying over an artery. So it will just be moving at the pace of the artery. So you can identify that. Then the coloration. Oxygenated blood is usually bright red. Deoxygenated blood is usually like dark red. If you are checking it, maybe through a fair complexion person, may appear like blue, but it's not blue. It's just because the color has been filtered through the complexion of the skin, really. So it's more like dark red, bright red. You know, sometimes we ask people, if somebody says that he's pooing blood, we usually will ask, what's the color? Because the color will give us a description of where, and maybe it's an artery or a vein, and then maybe it's upper GI or lower GI. That's a big matter on its own. Then let's move on. So the artery. I've mentioned that we have different types of arteries. Then it goes on to the capillaries, from the capillaries to the veins, to the heart. So if there's any problem along this number of vessels, and I need to let you know at this point that the heart is a very fantastic muscular organ. Do you know that at rest, the heart pumps about 5 to 6 liters of blood per minute, not per hour?
5 to 6
liters.
And this is inside our body?
Yes. Per minute, not per hour. And for an athlete, it can pump up to like 30 to 35 liters per minute.
From 5 to 6, then 30 to 35.
Yeah, because the more you, now this is it. As we are seated here, I'm calm, you are relaxed. The basic metabolism going on in our body is at a lower state. If you are sleeping, it's lower. My muscles are not really moving except for my hands. So the consumption of oxygen, the demand for oxygen, it's lower. But if I'm exercising myself, the cells in my body are demanding more, because oxygen is the source of, is the main thing. You get it, is the fuel, is the gasoline, is the petrol, is what does it call it?
Human body.
Yes, of the human body. So the more I exercise, the more my cells start to demand oxygen. And then the heart has to supply the oxygen at the same rate. Else, this is where the issue comes in. Else, once there's no enough oxygen, the cells of the body try to get fuel from other things. Just like this is an international TV, but let's come to Nigeria. Let's come to Southwest. If there's petrol scarcity, people start to burn wood. Abi, they go to coal, which has smoke, Abi, and chokes people. Am I correct? So when you don't have enough oxygen in the body, the cells change from the oxygen. They try to look for other ways of getting energy. So they now have to go through fat metabolism and all the likes. And then that produces lactic acid. It's an acid, which causes pain in that part of the body. So when people exercise to a point, one of the reasons why they will get to that signifies their limit is that they start to feel pain in their muscles. That place is aching me. It's because the supply of oxygen to that place is not being met. So there's another means in which the muscles are now getting the energy that is now producing lactic acid. So let me not bore you with that, because
it's interesting.
It's interesting. So that's that. Now, circulatory system does not only function around oxygen. I must say that at this point. Number one, oxygen has to supply oxygen to other parts of the body, and this is important when it gets to the brain, because the brain cannot do without oxygen for more than 4 to 5 minutes. You must understand that. That's why people that have stroke, intervention must be almost as fast as possible, within minutes. If oxygen is not getting to the nerves, particularly to the brain, 4 to 5 minutes, the nerves will just start to pack up. That's one. Then two, so the brain is also intricately dependent on the cardiovascular system. Number two is our kidneys. Do you know that the kidneys receive about 20% of the cardiac output? That is, whatever amount of blood comes out from the heart, 20% goes to our kidneys. So you can start to see that the kidneys, the functions of the kidney, by the time we get to excretory system, we talk about kidney and everything, is also intricately dependent on the circulatory system. So the excretory system, in which the kidney is part of, is also dependent on the circulatory system. The nervous system, which the brain is the coordinating organ, is dependent on the cardiovascular system. Can I progress?
Please do.
Now, when we eat, because I've talked about oxygen now, I've talked about CO2. Oxygen, circulatory system helps us to distribute the oxygen across the cells in the body, then collect CO2, carbon dioxide, from all the cells and get to the lungs. So those two appear to be prominent. Well, that's not the only thing that the cardiovascular system does. Cardiovascular system also helps to supply all the cells with appropriate nutrients. So that gets us to the digestive system. That's why I said the circulatory system appears to be like the central system in which other systems are dependent upon. So if you eat, the only way the food, aside the digestion, the assimilation, the absorption, it is the blood that will carry the nutrients from your GIT, that is gastrointestinal system, to other parts of the body. Because when I eat now, it goes through my stomach, intestine, out. So what is needed in the food is absorbed by the blood and then distributed across other cells. Number next, so that's third point, that is distribution of nutrients. Number next is hormones. It helps to transport hormones. Hormones are chemicals released from different parts of the body that have other functions in other parts of the body. So there's no other way for these hormones to be transported to other parts of the body except that through the circulatory system. So the organs producing the hormones will release the hormones into the circulatory system, and then the circulatory system will now transport it to the organ in which it is needed. So those are four basic functions. Number next about the functions of the cardiovascular system is that all these I've described is like in a loop, Abi, like heart, vessels, back to heart, vessel, back to heart. If there's any leakage, now I use the word leakage so that we can understand. An average human being, an average adult should have like 5 liters of blood, 5 to 5.5 liters of blood. If there's any leakage, which occurs maybe in trauma, we call it hemorrhage, that blood is now coming out. If that leakage is not stopped on time, the person dies. We all know that. Somebody is bleeding. That's why anytime, either internally or externally, that's why anytime anybody is bleeding, people shout, let's help him. Because we know that as long as the blood is coming out, the blood will not be sufficient to go round. Abi? So the blood in itself, which is a component of the circulatory system or cardiovascular system, helps in clotting. Clotting is a process where, how should I describe it? Where we seal off the leakage, where the system itself seals off leakages, because you can also seal off leakages from outside. You know, we can say compress, we can surgically stop it, we can apply things to stop it. But the way, that's why if there's a cut, you notice that after a while, you have clot formation to stop the leakages. If not, to every cut we have, that's potential death. And I need to say this to potentiate the issue of leakages, that is hemorrhage. If, you know, that maybe you need to observe that whenever somebody is bleeding, after a short time, he starts to feel dizzy. He says, okay, I can't, because blood supply to the brain is reducing, blood supply to other organs is reducing, and then the person starts to lose grasp of reality. And the person falls to the ground. And that's why we say, do you want to round up now? Or?
We'll round up. We'll just, hold it there for a while. We need to go on this very quick breather. And then when we get back, we'll continue from that part about, oxygen supply in the body getting less or when you're bleeding. This quick breather, and we'll be back.
Jeremiah Oyeni Obafemi on March 6, 1909. Obafemi Awolowo was a prime architect of Nigeria's independence and most consummate advocate of free education and social welfare in Africa's most populous nation. Erudite politician, thinker and philosopher, Awo was fondly addressed by associates and political colleagues, brought his unique attributes to bear on governance in the defunct Western region. He administered as leader of government business and the premier between 1955 and 1958. Obafemi Awolowo's premiership witnessed pioneering in multi-sectoral policy initiatives and execution. The Western region under his administration paraded several enviable records. First television station in Africa, first real estate in Nigeria, first high-rise building in Nigeria, first modern sports stadium in Nigeria, first agricultural settlement in Nigeria, first modern civil service secretariat in Nigeria, and first industrial estate in Nigeria. His face is on 100 Naira denomination as a mark of honor for his distinguished services to his country. Western Spring Television identifies Obafemi Awolowo as a major character in history.
Up to 75% of human infectious diseases originates in animals. And as more bushmeat is brought into our cities, the risk of human infectious disease outbreaks increases. Ebola, monkeypox, Lassa fever, yellow fever, and even COVID-19 may have been transmitted in this way. Illegal bushmeat trade not only endangers our wildlife, but affects our health and may damage our economy. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Keep them wild and keep us safe.
Badamasi Adegoke Adelabu was a prominent figure in Ibadan politics and Western region before Nigeria's independence. He was a key founder of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, a political party that held lofty the torch of liberty for the two West African countries. He carved a niche for himself as a wordsmith and a creative speaker. The nickname Benkelemens was a natively corrupted version of peculiar mess, his bombastic English language style often used to score proceedings at the parliament. The author of Africa in Evolution, a handbook of freedom for Nigerian nationalists, was Nigeria's Federal Minister of Natural Resources and Social Services between 1955 and 1956. He died in an auto crash on the 25th March 1958 at the age of 42. Western Spring Television identifies Adegoke Adelabu as a watershed character in history.
Well, thank you very much for keeping faith with us on Spring Clinic on Western Spring Television. And today we're talking about the circulatory system, otherwise known as the cardiovascular system. Well, today I've learned a lot. I've learned that my heart has two sides, the left and the right. And before we went on that break, we were talking about the fact that, when you're bleeding, you could, the body begins to, sometimes the body seals the blood from inside or from outside. That's with help though. Doctor, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much.
But I did the job well. The lecture.
Yes, the summary was good enough.
Thank you.
Okay, we were talking about the sealing.
Yes.
That is when there's a leakage. I'm deliberately using those terminologies for everybody to be able to get it. So, but we will likely, in medical terms, we say hemorrhage. That is bleeding. The person is bleeding. So, and I mentioned before we went on break that because the circulatory system or the cardiovascular system is central to other systems, when it gets to the brain, whenever there is bleeding, there will be insufficiency in the amount of blood that goes around. So the oxygen will drop. So the brain will not be able to take it very well. So the person has to feel dizzy, then later may lose balance, and then people say he fainted or passed out. Yes, it's correct, because the brain that seems to coordinate nervous activities will not have enough energy, source of energy, which is oxygen, to work. So it starts to shut down. So what happens? Because let me just deviate a little. When somebody has a form of bleeding, the first thing is that ultimately you must get the person to the hospital as fast as possible, because you really cannot say how bad it will be. However, on your way to the hospital, there are things to do, because we've seen quite a lot at the hospital. There are some practices that are wrong, though they have a good intent, but they are wrong. Number one is that at the site or at the scene, the person fainted, fell to the ground, or was feeling dizzy, and says, "Okay, I want to lie down." And if you ask them, they'll tell you that upon lying down, they felt better if they had not fainted outrightly. Why? Because when standing up, you require some measure of pressure to get blood to the brain, because this is the upper part. So it's like pushing blood against gravity to get to the brain. So if the person lies down, the effect of gravity is reduced, so whatever amount of blood remains, it gets to the brain. So in fact, there are some procedures in medical practice that will tell the person to have the head down. You get it? That is to allow blood to get to
the lower
brain.
part of your body more elevated.
Yes, elevated, because those are the limbs. And other parts, every part is important, but when it gets to the brain, cannot tolerate not having oxygen for like 5 minutes. The limbs can tolerate up to an hour. You get it? So don't try to lift up the head of the person. No, people do it. Okay, he has fainted. They now ask the person to sit down. They are opening the mouth. They are doing no. They are causing more damage. Just allow the person to lie on the left side. We mentioned it at one time, some time ago, on the left side, so that the blood, the little blood that is there can get to the brain. That's one. Number two is that people do a lot about tying. Maybe the hand is bleeding, or the arm, or the lower limb. Maybe we tie it. Tie it with clothes. Tie it with whatever, with belts. Yes, it's not bad in itself, but the moment you tie, you must start to count. You must start to time it, because there's a maximum number of minutes in which, if blood does not get to a part, particularly the upper limb and lower limb, that place is dead. So sometimes people have good intent but bad practice. So the person gets to the hospital and is like, "When did you tie this?" By the time they mention the time, tell them, "You can't untie it. We have to amputate the limb." Because, okay, that's another big thing on its own. Okay, hope I've not changed your mood. I'm sorry.
There was this time, before you continue, Doctor, there was this time, I was stung rather by scorpion. I tied it.
Yes.
Was that wrong? Because the doctor's reaction was...
Yes. Now, let me keep this in. When it concerns health, I think the deeper training is for the doctors. Everybody should be interested in some basic knowledge about, in fact, even CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Everyone should be able to do a CPR, an effective CPR, not just CPR, an effective CPR. It's not that a doctor or a nurse or paramedic are the ones that should do it, because I see cases and people are like, doctor, what are you looking at? This person is dying. A husband should be able to do CPR on the wife. The wife should be able to do CPR on the husband. The husband should be able, the father should be able to do it on the child. We are going to get to cardiac arrest and things like that. Because so when it comes to matters like this, people should know. This should be common knowledge that you don't know. Now, if it's a scorpion bite, the native intelligence that people have is that you don't want the venom to move up.
Yes.
Is that not? To get to the heart or to circulate. So, well, in some instances, maybe snake bite, it may apply. But a scorpion gets to the muzzle. That's why the pain of a scorpion is localized. If you indeed saw the scorpion, the pain is at the site of the sting. And it's so excruciating. You know, that's one of the characters you used to know that is a scorpion, because the sting, the venom doesn't go around. It's just to the muscles, and it causes excruciating pain. In fact, you don't use normal analgesics, you use anesthetic agents to numb that pain. So you really shouldn't have tied it. Now you know.
I know now.
So people shouldn't, well, you can try to tie, but once you tie, in fact, the safe thing I'm going to say here, because medicine is so dynamic and individuals are also dynamic. I can't compare myself with yourself. So if you tie anywhere, though it can still extend more than that, within 20 minutes get to the hospital. And you must let the health personnel know the time in which it was tied, so that we can calculate from that point. Obviously, by the time the person gets to the hospital, we know we have some leverages on some other procedures. Now, if the person is bleeding externally from the limbs, you elevate the limb. You elevate it, because once you elevate it, the force in which blood is going to gush out will be reduced, because gravity will be working for us, for the person to live. You know, then compress. Don't compress your hands except you have gloves. You can get gloves. That's why this thing should be in everybody's vehicle. You should have a first aid, have some things there. So just compress, at least put some pressure. It's a very simple thing. Once you put the pressure, the arteries will be compressed and blood will not be able to, you know, filter away, or get out of the system. Now, number next I need to say is that when people have some form of accident and they're admitted in the hospital and they're apparently okay, those that are bleeding, it looks like they're not apparently okay. I mean, it's obvious. So everybody's running up and down. But a trained personnel knows that the person that looks apparently okay may have some form of internal bleed, which we call concealed hemorrhage. That is, the person is bleeding, but it's concealed because it's not external. Now, you know, when we tell people you can't go until after 24 hours, you can't go after 48 hours. People are like, I can walk, there's no problem with me. See my doctor, see my no, I can't still. And tell the person, after counseling, after educating the person, we implore the person still. The person is still like, no. Well, hospital is not prison, but I can't discharge you. Then people have to sign discharge against medical advice certificate. And then that shows that you are the one that left. But it is not a good thing. Because when people stay, and then when they are apparently well, you tell them to do some investigations and they're like, doctor, there's nothing wrong with me. In fact, it is that person you should help us look after. And we say things like, do an x-ray, do an ultrasound. Can you please lie down, let us examine your abdomen. It's like, what is the doctor looking for? We are trying to assess, is there a concealed hemorrhage? Because once it is concealed, you need an expert to know, and sometimes investigations are needed. So that we need to stop that bleeding as soon as possible. And there's something about the circulatory system. If it bleeds beyond the point, it becomes irreversible. Becomes irreversible. So before it crosses the irreversible border, that is, whatever you do after that time, the person will still die. You need urgent intervention. So when people are involved in an accident, and when accidents happen, people don't know the mechanism of injury. Sometimes people will not feel it because they have some adrenaline. There's an adrenaline gush whenever there's an accident. The person feels energized. But something may be going on with the spleen. Something may be going on with the liver. And those are the two major culprits with concealed hemorrhage. And the person can bleed to death. So you find such cases, the person says he had an accident yesterday, went home, there was no problem, then by tomorrow, it's gone. So that's on hemorrhage.
You talked about border, the boundary, irreversible, point. Can we know the pointers?
For the layman on the street, you may not know that. As I tell people, once there's a hemorrhage, get to the hospital on time. Let me quickly chip this in, because maybe this will help the doctors too and then the patient too. Sometimes there's a procedure that needs to be done surgically, and we tell the person, get blood ready. The person is like, it's not just that they should just cut it. And now I tell them, the getting blood ready is that if it is needed, there are some procedures that it will be needed. There are some procedures that it will be given even before you start the procedure. There are some procedures that it is if, but so as not to delay and get to the point of irreversibility. This blood, we call it save and keep. Just let's have it there. Because sometimes people leave the option and say, but I donated 1 or 2 pints now. They didn't use it for my patient. They didn't use it for my patient. It's not that the hospital is trying to gather blood. It was that in case there's a need for transfusion, we cannot be looking for blood at that time. Let the blood be ready. So maybe I quickly run through some disease conditions associated with cardiovascular system. And a very common one is hypertension. Hypertension is very common, very common. In fact, it's associated with aging, because increasing age and things like that. Hypertension simply means increased blood pressure. That's a very common sign of hypertension. Hypertension is a silent killer. That is, it doesn't give any notice until the problem has occurred. So that's why we say people should go for routine checkups. And it's very important. Number 2 that I need to talk about is that you must have heard things about heart attack. And we see it in movies now. Sometimes I laugh because these directors didn't consult the doctor before.
Is that exaggerated?
No, it's not. Now, what is heart attack? Let us not forget that the heart itself is a muscular organ, and it's also an organ that needs blood. It is the one pumping blood to every other place. But it needs blood. So the heart has its own blood vessel. Just like other organs have their blood vessel.
So it doesn't push out all of the blood, it retains some.
It pushes out, but part of those going out now coming through other branches, coronary artery, to enter the artery and to feed it. Now, for whatever reason, maybe there's a plaque, or there's an obstruction, or there's a thrombus that gets dislodged and blocks the vessel or any part of the vessel feeding the heart. That part of the heart that the blood feeds won't get blood. That part starts to die. Now, the heart attack is the last phase, what we call, actually the heart attack is a street language. In medical language, we call it myocardial infarction. That is, a large chunk of the heart is dead. So once it is dead, it will not respond to contraction. When other parts of the heart are contracting, the dead parts will expand. So the blood will not go out. Now, but it's the spectrum, coronary artery disease. And the first phase is that patients have to have angina. That's what we call chest pain. Just like chest pain, you know. So, but we tell people once you have chest pain, there are a lot of things that can be occurring at that time. Some people will say it is a gastric acid disease. No problem. But you need to come to the hospital, I will check. Is it the heart or is it the esophagus and the stomach? But there are some common signs. Number 1, once there's the pain, it's on the left side of the heart. It radiates to the left side of the neck, to the left side of the arm, sometimes both arms, and then underneath. So if the pain is like that, it's most likely from the heart. The person should come to the hospital. Something must be done. Because the last phase is the heart attack. And it's associated with pain. It's different from cardiac arrest. Cardiac arrest is another thing. Cardiac arrest is, okay, I need to say this. You should have, well, I was going to say that somebody will be asking, what's making the heart pump? There's it's just like electricity, electrical impulses. These impulses can shut down for different reasons. Once they shut down, the heart will not pump. So usually we term that sudden cardiac arrest. Or if the impulses become irregular, because impulses are regular, that's why this one will contract, that one will dilate, this one will dilate, That one will contract. But if it becomes regular, nothing is going out effectively. And once blood is not getting to the brain and other vital organs, the person shuts down and die. This one that you're shaking your head. A very common one now is heart failure. Maybe heart failure, let's not look at the big grammar in defining it. Heart failure simply means the heart is failing. It's not pumping enough blood, sufficient enough for other parts of the body. So we say the heart is failing, and it's a process. And a very common symptom of heart failure. There are many causes of it. But the ultimate goal is that the heart is trying, but it's not enough. Usually, this is how a very common symptom, we get there, we'll get to other ones, but the very common symptom is that the person, let's assume a person can walk 4 kilometers without resting. But if the heart starts to become insufficient, instead of 10 kilometers, now we'll have to walk 5 kilometers and have to rest. Because other parts of the body said, we are not getting enough blood, enough oxygen, so I beg, rest. And the heart is working so hard to keep pace, but no matter how it tries, it's not sufficient enough. That's heart failure. Now, when it becomes worsened, so that even at rest, it is not sufficient enough. Usually it is when it is exercised. Then gradually, once it worsens, it gets to a time that at rest, the person is feeling tired, breathing heavily because it now has to get in more oxygen to compensate for the failure of the heart. Then when that starts to happen, now I said this is a closed circuit. Blood is leaving the lungs and coming to the heart. So if the blood in the heart is not being pumped enough, there will be some blood remaining in the heart, and then there will be a backlog in the lungs. So once there's a backlog in the lungs, the person starts to cough because the fluid remaining in the lungs, the person gets irritated, starts to cough. Then when the person wants to sleep at night, tells you, I need extra pillow. I can't sleep without pillows. So because the person has to be in how should I put it, heads up position, But once he lies down, the fluid that is backed up in the lungs will not allow the person to breathe well. The person, Now we have terminology for all this. But I deliberately decided to describe it. So when people are having such symptoms, they should get to the hospital on time. So we've identified one. Once they're having chest pain, come to the hospital on time. Once you notice that you are getting tired easily, you are not accomplishing the same work done with the same, just get to the doctor. This one I can't sleep, lying down. Doctor, this one I'm just coughing. There could be other causes for the cough, but heart failure is also a cause of cough. Pedal edema. Once the heart is not pumping well, the blood will start to get congested in the lower parts of the body. So that's why you see them, their limbs will get swollen. Once they lift up the limbs, after a while, it will become normalized. But once they drop the limbs, it becomes edematous, swollen, because the heart is not contracting well. Lastly, I don't know if I still have time.
Just a few minutes.
Maybe I should say this. There's a need for a regular assessment, regular medical assessment. All these that I've said, and many more disease conditions, do not speak up on time. We call them silent killers. So, but once you do a checkup regularly, the doctor and yourself get to know if there's a problem. And once identified early enough, the person has a long time for intervention. Most of these things are preventable. Thank you.
You said we need, in just a minute, we need medical checkup, regularly. But it is such that in our society, it is really expensive. I think that maybe some of the reasons, factors why people, do not readily make themselves available for this.
Well, I used to agree, but now I disagree. Now we have NHIS. Now we have OHIS, that is Osun State Health Insurance Scheme. So,
does it cover regular medical checkup?
Yes, to a large extent. If not completely, to a large extent. Then number next is that you cannot compare the costs of prevention to the cost of curative medicine. How much a CT scan now, for those in Nigeria watching us, maybe it's like 40,000, 50,000, maybe more in some other places. So how much would echo be? Echo should be maybe one of the cardiovascular things we have to do if there's a reason for it. How much is echo? But if there's a stroke, that is, in fact, I bet you have to do serious CT scans, even MRI. MRI is far expensive than CT scan. That's just one test, though, when the stroke has happened. Not the assessment. I'm talking about curative. So we cannot.
Quickly, in few seconds, how often should a regular checkup be?
Yes, that's a very big question. But we will usually say minimum of once a year. However, based on what we find, we will now determine the frequency with which you have it done. If the person is okay, there's no problem. Next year, let's come. Then with increasing age, the frequency will have to increase because increasing age is a risk factor for different other conditions.
Doctor, thank you. You will attest that I kept my part of the bargain, allowing Dr. Ogungbemi hold the longer part of the conversation. Well, for my reward, I request that you spread the word about Spring Clinic. Do the work of an evangelist. Let us get millions of views on all Western Spring Television's social media platforms. You don't have to be a doctor to be able to help others get well and live better. Prevention is in our hands, treatments in the medic's hands, and cure in the hands of the Almighty. Desirous of a healthy and wealthy world, it begins with you. I look forward to another highly insightful edition of Spring Clinic on your channel of choice, Western Spring Television. I am Temitope Ajijola Oluwaola.
Bẹ́bíró kílé mọ́ dahoro kọ́ọ̀dẹ́ má dìbò sí. bá ṣe gbé ètò yìí kalẹ̀ láti lè jẹ́ kóníkálùkù fi ṣe òdiwọ̀n ìdílé wọn. òtítọ́ ọbẹ̀ ni pé kò sí ìdílé kan tí ò ní ìpèníjà àti ẹ̀. ṣùgbọ́n àtẹ́lẹwọ́ ẹni la fi ń tún ẹni ṣe. àti oníkálùkù bá kọ sí ìpèníjà náà ìdílé yóò sọ bí ìdílé yóò ṣe rí. Bẹ́bíró ká finúkonú ká fi kùnlùkùn pẹ̀lú àwọn lọ́kọláya lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan lórí ètò. níbẹ̀ lọ́mọ Afọlábí ó ti mọ tàkótó òbéèrè sí wọn. láláì fìkan pé méjì lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń dá òwò sílẹ̀ nínú ìdílé. bẹ́ẹ̀ sì làwọn àlejò náà yóò mọ ká mọ̀nà wọ́n gbé gbà wọn fi tó. Bẹ́bíró ẹ máa pàdé Múyìwá Àfọlábí lórí ètò yìí ní gbogbo ọjọ́ àbámẹ́ta láago 8 òwúrọ̀ tí àtúntẹ̀ rẹ̀ ó sì tún máa wá láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ ní ìkànnì móhùnmáwòrán Western Spring Television ìkànnì 150 lórí StarTime. Bẹ́bíró tọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ó máa yàtọ̀ ni kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
Èkó Lagos. Èkó akéte ìlú ọgbọ́n, Èkó akéte ìlú ìmọ̀, ọmọ ọlọ́gbọ́n dorí ẹja mú, àwọn òmùgọ̀ àdìmú nírù. Ẹni dèkó tí ò gbọ́n ọgbọ́n rẹ̀ dọ̀run alákejì. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí àrọ́bá, ẹni tó tẹ ìṣẹ́ridó tó sì kọ́kọ́ gbé ibẹ̀ lọ́dún 1699 ló jẹ́ ọdẹ tí orúkọ rẹ̀ ń jẹ́ Ògúnfúnminíre, ọmọ ọba ìlú Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní í ṣe. Ó máa ń ṣọdẹ lọ síbẹ̀ láti Ifẹ̀. ó sì pàgọ́ tó ti máa ń sinmi ṣáájú kó tún tó lọ bẹ ilé rẹ̀ wò. nígbà tó yá àwọn ọdẹ mìíràn wá darapọ̀ mọ́ láti ṣọdẹ. nínú igbó yìí ni wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣọdẹ tí wọ́n sì ń pọ̀ sí i pẹ̀lú àwọn ènìyàn wọn. báyìí ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tàn kálẹ̀ tó fi dé gbogbo ibi tí Èkó fẹ̀ dé lónìí. ìlú Èkó ìlú ńlá. ìlú Èkó yìí ni ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà wà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn ṣáájú ọdún 1991 tí wọ́n gbé lọ sílùú Àbújá. Èkó àdèlé ọmọ agun àgẹ̀rẹ̀, Èkó ọmọ afíjú wọjà arìn gbẹ́ndẹ́kẹ́, ọ̀bùn wọjà páṣíọ̀ṣíọ̀, ẹ̀yọ̀ ní bàbá Èkó, àríjó ṣe bí ọba. Èkó ọmọ odò tí ò ṣeé yájú sí, Èkó arómi sá lẹ́gbẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́.
ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló ń kojú àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ò dẹ̀ dókè. ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò. ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó, iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège, àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn, àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba. ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko, èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television pé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba. ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín o, ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín, ẹ dàbù rẹ̀, ẹ mọ̀ yá ní gbọ́rọ̀, ẹ dàbù rẹ̀, ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìjọba, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ, ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera, àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn. ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ. ẹ má fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 865 1049 0803 865 1049. ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín, àwọn àwòrán yín kó máa wọlé. orí ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí, ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí. ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò, ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà, ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀, ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń da ẹ̀gbin nù, tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò, àwọn aráàlú lára. gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí. ohun tẹ́ ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín, ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀. orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé, èmi ni atọ́kùn ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí lórí Western Spring Television, ìkànnì 150 ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ajé láago 2 àbọ̀sán.
New York nílùú ńlá tó tóbi jù nílẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà. Kódà iye ènìyàn tó wà níbẹ̀ ló fi ìdá méjì ju ti ìlú Los Angeles lọ. Ó jẹ́ ibùdó fún oríṣiríṣi àṣà, ìgbafẹ́, iṣẹ́ ọnà, ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ, òṣèlú, ẹ̀kọ́, ọrọ̀ ajé kódà tó fi máa rẹ́ ìdárayá. New York yìí ló gbàlejò ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ olùdókòwò kárí ayé tó sì fẹsẹ̀ múlẹ̀ gidi gan ni. ìdí nìyí tí àwọn kan fi máa ń pè é ní olú ìlú orílẹ̀-èdè àgbáyé. Ohun ìdámọ̀ tó gbajúgbajà jù ní New York ní ère òmìnira Statue of Liberty, eléyìí tó ń ṣàfihàn bí ìlú náà ṣe fàyè gba onílé àtàlejò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni afárá Brooklyn kò lẹ́gbẹ́. Ó kéré tán ẹgbẹ̀rin ní oríṣi èdè tí wọ́n ń sọ ní New York. èyí ló sì fa bí wọ́n ṣe máa ń sọ pé gbogbo èdè àgbáyé ló pé sílùú New York. ní nǹkan ọdún 1624 ni àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀yà Dutch tẹ̀dó sí ibi tó ń jẹ́ New York báyìí. Amsterdam ni wọ́n ń pè é tẹ́lẹ̀ nígbà náà, àmọ́ lọ́dún 1664 ni wọ́n yí padà sí New York lẹ́yìn tí ọba King Charles kejì tilẹ̀ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì fún arákùnrin rẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀, ìyẹn Duke of York. Láti ọdún 1785 ló ti wá di olú ìlú ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà títí di òní olónìí. Ó jẹ́ ìlú ńlá tó kún fún ọ̀pọ̀ iṣẹ́ ọnà àti ibùdó iṣẹ́ àtinúdá oríṣiríṣi fún gbogbo ìran ọmọnìyàn. Ìlú New York lórílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà. Onírúurú ọ̀kan òjọ̀kan ní àwọn oúnjẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, bí wọ́n ti wuyì lójú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì kún fún adùn àti ìtẹ́lọ́rùn tí kò lẹ́gbẹ́. pàápàá nígbà tí ọbẹ̀ tó dọ́ṣọ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹran oríṣiríṣi àti àwọn ẹja bá ń ṣe alábàárìn àwọn oúnjẹ òkèlè bíi ẹ̀bà àbí iyán funfun lẹ́lẹ́. Ẹ ó máa gbọ́ àwọn ìpèdè bíi iyán lóúnjẹ, ọkà lóògùn, àìrí rárá là ń jẹ̀kọ, kẹnu ó mọ̀dílẹ̀ ní ti gúgúrú. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun, tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe akọ́mọlédè.
Western Spring Television, ours it is.
Kankan làgbọ̀sùn sẹ́ orí àgbọ̀sùn òrìṣà oko wọn ò yágbá bọ̀rọ̀bọ̀rọ̀ nínú òfin. Àlàyé ogun moríbá gbogbo àjùní lọ ìbá gbogbo lọ́balọ́ba pátápátá tí ń bẹ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tó fi kárí gbogbo Nàìjíríà pátápátá tẹ́ lórí gbogbo òsàlàyé. Àlàyé ogun moríbá lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀yìn ìbá gbogbo lóye pátápátá ìbá gbogbo ọ̀tọ̀kùlú ìlú pátá moríbá lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀yìn ẹ̀jẹ̀ ojú mi ṣe olúọdẹ ẹ̀gàn moríbá lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀yìn ṣe kí n máa lọ olúọdẹ alẹ́kùn ṣe máa lọ moríbá lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀yìn ọlálẹ́kùn ọmọ akínwálé yàkùn agbóṣe máa lọ àti nítorí sí nǹkan ìbánikọjọ́ òyìnbó gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ṣe wé eré nítorí.
Ó dá kango nínú ilé talára kàngẹ̀ nínú ilé ajérò ìnàmú tọpa ó di nàmùnàmù iná pojú ọ̀bẹ̀dà iná tàtí òró ọmọ olóòfú yẹ òmùrò ọmọ olúwo ọjà àtánìmí òtún námọ orí ẹyẹ kó wá gbẹyẹ fò ìbámọdúnfẹ̀yìn àgbààgbà gbogbo àsọmọkànlẹ̀ olókìkí òru apẹran tàmọ́jẹ tòní Àjíbọ́lá Alábẹ̀ní ajímọ́jẹ nǹkan tó léegun ẹ̀yin mo kí lónìí o ẹ̀jẹ̀ ojú mi ṣe mo sì bá kábíyèsí ọba àmì ajúnilọ ọlọ́run ọba àmì àìkú àìsà ìdíbàjẹ́ ẹni ọlá ni tí yóò máa gbénú ọlá sọlá òkèlè ńlá tọmọdá yóò lè gbèmí odò ńlá ni tọwọ́ ayé ò lè kà á ọba àmì tírí tí yóò máa forí sagbèjì omi òdèǹdè tí yóò máa bini lọ́rẹ̀ gbẹ̀ẹ́dógún ọ̀wàwà tó ti wà kémi ò tó wà nílé ayé ni akọ́dá tí ó ṣe ni aṣẹ̀dáhùn tá àti èrí ọmọdé mo kí ìbà fọkùnrin ìbà mọdúnfóbìn ìbà arúgbó lé ìbà oyún inú òun àṣẹ ẹ̀bí akú dédé àsìkò yìí ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ọ̀hún tẹ́ ẹ máa ń gbọ́n gbogbo ọ̀sẹ̀ọ̀sẹ̀ ètò tá a pè ní mọ̀njàlá níbi tá a ti máa ń gbé sọ ọ̀tàwọn ẹranko lábala lákòókò tá a pè ní abala ọ̀gẹ̀gẹ̀ abala lẹ́ẹ̀kejì tí ń bẹ nínú ètò náà la pè ní abala ògbójú ọdẹ níbi mo ti máa ń gbé àwọn àlejò wá àwọn tó mojú ìléjà wọ́n ń pẹran wọ́n ń pẹfọ̀n wọ́n pẹ̀gbọ̀n rí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà iná ni wọ́n pẹran àlùjànnú tí ń bẹ nínú igbó ọ̀dàn mélòó la fẹ́ sọ nínú ìwìn tí wọ́n ti mú wálé tí ó sì padà wá dìyàwó iṣẹ́ ọdẹ ní ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ mo kó sògùn àrò fún gbogbo ọlọ́dẹ o ọmọ ẹran ni ó kú ọmọ èèyàn a sì máa fọhùn mo wí fún lọ́jọ́ kìíní àná mo pé ọdẹ mẹ́ta ní ń bẹ nínú igbó ọdẹ abògún ọdẹ asùnjálá ọdẹ tí ń dẹgbó ọdẹ tí ń dẹgbó ìtúwá pín sí méjì àwọn kan ní ń dẹgbó ọ̀dàn àwọn kan ní sọ̀lú lórí ètò yìí gbogbo wọn lẹ́ẹ̀ máa pàdé lórí ètò tá a pè ní Mọ̀njàlá. Olúwaṣeun Ọlájọ́ọ̀nì lórúkọ mi, fìtílà aláwàdà, akékaka múlùdùn fún gbogbo ọdẹ pátápátá. Òkú ọ̀rọ̀ ni mí tí ó máa tẹnu òbọ́jọ láì. Èmi mo jòkó tí àwọn àgbègbà tí ìṣe pè ránṣẹ́ ọ̀ka orí obìnrin tí ó máa lé fùrùkọ́kọ́. Ẹ kú dédé àsìkò yìí o. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ọ̀hún. Bí n bá padà dé, a máa tẹ̀wọ́ wájú, a wọnú kùnkùndùn ètò lọ. Mò ń bọ̀ náà.
Múláka ayé ọ̀sìn mọ́lẹ̀ olómi ńlẹ́ fẹ̀jẹ̀wẹ̀ ọ̀làsọ ńlẹ́ fìmọ̀kímọ̀ bóra ògúnláka ayé ìjàgbó ọ̀run olúmọkí àjàngbódórígì agbe lọ́wọ́ ń jóni lọ́wọ́ eégún ọkọ̀ adéọlá ọ̀bẹ mọlẹ́sẹ̀ fi ké pààrọ̀ orin ta lọ́mọ haúsá ń fojú di ikú ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ ọkọ̀ àlámọ̀ ìmú múnẹ́ ọmọ àtẹ̀ǹgbó yẹ̀rìyẹ̀rì ògúnláka ayé ó jẹ́ irúmọlẹ̀ kan gbòógì ẹran tí ò bá mú dáadáa tàbó fẹ́ ṣe bí àdá ni wọ́n fi ṣe kí òun ò fi àdá yẹn ni ògún mú lọ.
Ó dá ògún láká ayé mọ́ fẹ̀jẹ̀ mi wẹ̀ láká ayé mọ́ tì mí lógbó. Wọ́n pé ògún méje ń lògún bàbá tó bí ń lọ́mọ. Ògún alára ní gbajẹ́ ògún onírè wọn a sì máa jàgbò. Ògún òkọlà rèé inú orí ní bá wọn jẹ. Ògún mọ́lámọ́lá ní ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ń jèkú funfun. Ògún onígbàjámọ̀ náà rèé ó ní tí ń jẹ́ ń tiẹ̀ o. Ògún gbẹ́dògbẹ́dò ògún wẹ́dòwẹ́dò ẹja tí ń bẹ nínú odò ní bá wọn jẹ. Ọmọ alápàtà kan ò wá ní jí lójúmọ́ kó má pẹ̀rẹ̀ tiẹ̀. Láká ayé mọ́ tì mí lógbó ògún mọ́ fẹ̀jẹ̀ gbogbo ẹni tí ń wò mí pátápátá wẹ̀ lọ́sàn-án òní lásìkò yìí. A kú dédé àsìkò yìí o. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ọ̀hún abala àkọ́kọ́ rèé tí mo pè ní abala ọ̀gẹ̀gẹ̀. Ìtẹ́ ẹranko mo fẹ́ pẹ̀ kẹ́lù lónìí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bà ní gbàgbé kí n jáwé rẹ̀ sí létí o. Láti bí ọ̀sẹ̀ bíi mélòó sẹ́yìn la ti ń pẹ̀ kẹ́lù ìtàn ẹran jálókè tá a mọ̀ sí ìran ọ̀bọ. A sọ̀rọ̀ nípa oríṣiríṣi ọ̀bọ tí ń bẹ. Mo pẹ̀ kẹ́ni tá a pè ní colobus monkey, yellow monkey, red petals monkey táwọn Yorùbá ń pè ní ìjímèrè. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà lọ́sẹ̀ tó kọjá mo mẹ́nu bọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹran ẹlẹ́gbèdè tí wọ́n ń pè ní ìnàkí. Èyí ò ní táwọn eléèbó mọ̀ sí chimpanzee. Ẹ̀yin akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tẹ́ ń bẹ ńlé, ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà tẹ́ ń wò mí. Ẹjá tún jọ fòye yéra wa o lórí ètò fún tòní. Bá a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹranko kan tí wọ́n ń pè ní red petals monkey tó jẹ́ ẹranko tá a máa pẹ̀ kẹ́lù lónìí. Òun náà làwọn Yorùbá ń pè ní ìjímèrè. Ìjímèrè wọ́n pò ní bàbá àgbọ̀nmèrègún. Bó o lòwe ọ̀hún ṣe délẹ̀. Ìtàn wo la fẹ́ sọ nípa àjímèrè? Ẹ jẹ́ máa tẹ̀wọ́ wájú akékaka múlùdùn fún gbogbo ọdẹ pátápátá. Ìjímèrè jẹ́ ọ̀kan lára àwọn ẹran ọ̀bọ ẹran jálókè. Bí èèyàn bá rí ìjímèrè yóò máa sojú súnrúnkún ni bí ìgbà pé kò rí èèyàn. Ìjímèrè tá à ń pè ní yìí ó jẹ́ ọ̀kan lára àwọn ẹ̀yà ọ̀bọ tó jẹ́ pé a máa bá àyàn ṣeré dáadáa jùlọ. Bó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé kì í ṣe ẹran tá a lè máa gbé wálé láti máa báyàn gbé. Ìjímèrè ìrùndí rẹ̀ a máa funfun fẹ́ẹ́rẹ́fẹ́ bí ìtajà. Ara rẹ̀ yóò wá pupa gẹ̀gẹ̀. Agbárí rẹ̀ yé bíi ti ìran ajá ni. Téèyàn ò bá súnmọ́ dáadáa nínú igbó ọ̀dàn, ẹ rò pé ajá ní ń bẹ lórí òkè. Lọ́pọ̀ ìgbà a máa wábi tó jẹ́ pé ó tutù tàbí ibi tó bá jẹ́ ilẹ̀ pápá tí ò sí gbó tó pọ̀ jù. Ọ̀pọ̀ ìgbà tún bẹ tó jẹ́ pé orí àpáta gan ni máa sábà jókòó sí. Ẹ rántí pé àwọn ọ̀bọ kan bẹ tó jẹ́ pé orí igi náà máa fi ń ṣe bùgbé. Ìran ìjímèrè náà máa dúró sórí igi, àmọ́ lọ́pọ̀ ìgbà a máa dúró sórí àpáta tó bá ga débi pé yóò máa wèèyàn tí máa ń bọ̀ nílẹ̀. Ó dáa bó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ìjímèrè tá à ń perí yìí, ìtàn rẹ̀ ó rọ̀ mọ́ ìtàn kan nípínlẹ̀ Kwara. Ìlú kan bẹ tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ẹ̀yà àwọn tí ó kúrò níjọba àbílẹ̀ Ìfẹ́lódò nílùú Sàárẹ́ iná kọjá dá tẹ́ kọjá lọ sílùú Tápà. Tẹ́ bá ń gbọ́ Ègùn Àlìmí tá à ń sọ yìí, ibẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ láti gbé yọ ìtàn ìjímèrè. Ẹran ìjímèrè ó jẹ́ ẹran kan tó jẹ́ pé a lè sọ ìtàn rẹ̀ ká má mẹ́nu bà ìtàn ìlú Tápà Ègùn Àlìmí. Àwọn ìlú yìí nígbà tí wọ́n kọ́ fẹ́ jọba, gẹ́gẹ́ bí tí ìtàn sọ ni pé ẹran ọ̀bọ ìjímèrè ló kọ́kọ́ jẹ ọba nílẹ̀ Tápà. ẹran ọ̀bọ ìjímèrè yìí ọ̀nà wo ló gbà tó fi wá gbádé lórí nínú ìlú? ẹ mọ̀ bí mi pé bó ló jẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ mọ́ tẹ̀ síwájú. mo pé ná ń jó lórí omi ẹni lọ rèé bu eru rẹ̀ wá. ọjọ́ kan bẹ̀ nígbà tí wọ́n wòlú títí ilẹ̀ Tápà tí wọ́n kò nípínlẹ̀ Kwara wọ́n lọ rèé dúró wọ́n tan máwọn tán pè ní Núpé. àwọn aláwọn náà fẹ́ dá dúró tiwọn páwọn náà ṣe tá àti lọ́ba. ìgbà tí wọ́n lọ́ba wọ́n pè ń fà tí ó kọ̀ bá a dífá. ó wá láti ìlú kan tí wọ́n pè nílùú Kísí nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́. bá a bá ń lọ sọ́nà Ìgbòho ìlú Kísí yìí ló ti wá ó dífá fún ọ. ìgbà tó yẹ fáwò tó bi àwọn àgbààgbà lọ́wẹ̀ ó tí wọ́n fún ni pé ìlú tí wọ́n wà yìí o ẹnìkan ń bẹ ọdẹ ni nínú ìlú yìí ó ti gbé ọ̀bọ kan wá ẹranko tó gbé wá yìí ẹranko ìjímèrè ni títí ń bá gbélé. ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé mo wí fún yín pé ìjímèrè kì í ṣẹran tá a lè dìde máa gbélé ká máa sin bí ìran ọ̀bọ míì. wọ́n gbé ìjímèrè wálé bàbá ń tọ́jú ìmírèrè ń dàgbà láláìsí mọ̀ pé ọmọ èèyàn ìlódì ìjímèrè nínú igbó ọdẹ tó gbé wá gan ò mọ̀. ìgbà tí wọ́n fẹsẹ̀ ẹlẹ́tọ̀ọ́ táwa lẹ́ ń tọ̀hún ta ló gbúdọ̀ jẹ́ tí ó gbé ìjímèrè wálé. tọ̀ àwọn alu aago káàkiri ìlú pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni gbé ìjímèrè wálé ò bá jẹ́wọ́ o ìlú ó dàrú ilé rẹ̀ ó sì gbóná jẹnjẹn. ìyàwó ọdẹ tá à ń perí ló wá lahùn pé baálé mi dákun lọ́ọ̀dẹ̀ sọ fáwọn ìlú pé ọ̀dọ̀ rẹ ní ọ̀bọ ìbẹ̀. wọ́n débẹ̀ wọ́n rí lóòótọ́ wọ́n sì gbé ọ̀bọ ọ̀hún wọ́n gbé lọ́bì kan. ẹ má jẹ́ ń tẹ̀yìn ìjímèrè padà sí èèyàn. ọba àkọ́kọ́ tó kọ́ jẹ nílẹ̀ Tápà Gwalimi ìjímèrè ni. dòní olónìí wọn kì í jẹran ọ̀bọ tá a pè ní ìjímèrè nílẹ̀ Tápà. torí kẹ́ bá kà dáadáa ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló tún wá ṣe. ọ̀bọ tá a tún wá ń perí yìí bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ń gbọ́ nínú ìtàn àwọn ìbejì wọ́n máa pé ọ̀kan ní bàbí èjì ló wọlé tọ̀ mí wá ẹ̀dùn gbalaja lórí igi. tí ẹ rí ìtàn ìbejì yìí ara ìtàn ọ̀bọ ìjímèrè ló ti kọ́ jáde o. ẹni tó padà wá di ọ̀bọ tó di èèyàn padà nílẹ̀ Tápà ìgbà tíyàwó rẹ̀ tí ó bímọ ìbejì ló bí o. ó dá bó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ìgbà tó sì máa sọ̀tàn ó ní nínú ìtàn yìí ọ̀bọ ló kọ́kọ́ bí ìbejì òun ló fi rọ̀ mọ́ ìtàn àwọn ìbejì. ìtàn yìí pọ̀ dáadáa á tún máa tẹ̀síwájú lọ́jọ́ míì. bó o ní ṣiṣẹ́ ètùtù wo náà padà wá ṣe tìlú fi wá rójú tó rẹ̀yìn tó ráyè dáadáa gbogbo rẹ̀ láàmú sọ̀tàn lé lórí. ẹ jẹ́ máa kọjá lọ sábàlá àkejì ètò yìí tí mo pè ní abala ògbójú ọdẹ. tálàlejò tí mo gbé wá lónìí ẹ̀kọ́ wo lẹ́ẹ̀tù rí kọ́ látọ̀dọ̀ tiẹ̀ gbólóhùn wo gan lẹ fẹ́ gbọ́ látọ̀dọ̀ tiwọn. ìlú Ẹdẹ mọ̀ pé àrógun nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun mo tún lọ bí mo ṣe ṣe níwòye ọ̀sẹ̀ tó kọjá tí mo lọ rè gbé ọ̀tún ọdẹ tí mo gbìn wá. bàbá tí ń jẹ́ lídà ọdẹ ní ti gbogbo tìlú Ẹdẹ àwọn náà mo gbé wá lónìí. ẹ jẹ́ ń lọ kí n bọ̀ náà bí n bá padà dé wọn ò mọ̀ tẹ̀síwájú.
Kòsó sàtó lè pé ó sí ewé lèrè ọkọ ya. Ewé lèrè ọkọ ya, ọkọ ya. Ewé lèrè ọkọ ya. Kòsó sàtó lè pé ó sí o. Ewé lèrè ọkọ ya. Ewé lèrè ọkọ ya, ọkọ ya o. Ewé lèrè ọkọ ya. Ṣàngó kò séèyàn tó lè pé ó sí o. Ewé lèrè ọkọ ya. Ewé lèrè ọkọ ya, ọkọ ya. Ewé lèrè ọkọ ya. Kòsó
fún yín mọ̀ pé Ògún ló ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tó lànà fún gbogbo òòṣà tó kù pátápátá. Ògún alára tí ń gbajá, Ògún alírè wọn a sì máa jàgbò. Lónìí àlejò tí mo gbọ́ wá sórí ètò wọ́n ró dẹ́dẹ́ wọ́n kì dọ́dọ́ àwọn náà ń bẹ pẹ̀lú mi ní àyín lórí ètò Mọ̀njàlá lábala.